Gu Jian and Fu Yan entered into a whirlwind marriage. During their initial encounter, Fu Yan was devoid of a formal job, property, or savings, arriving on a shared bicycle. Despite his modest circumstances, he possessed striking good looks. After their marriage, Gu Jian meticulously feigned poverty, concealing her true financial status. However, during a crucial business collaboration that evening, a mysterious magnate shook hands and signed a contract, leaving Gu Jian astounded. This was not her seemingly insignificant husband. His acting skills were impressive. Fu Yan, with a glint in his eye, urged, "Wife, hurry and sign. I need to return to prepare soup for you." In a CAF, a man with an air of indifference sat quietly in a corner. Dressed in a plain white shirt and black trousers, his attire appeared average, yet was impeccably clean. Gu Jian approached with a smile. "Apologies for the delay." The man's cool gaze met hers. In her flowing white dress, Gu Jian appeared strikingly slender, her delicate features accentuated by minimal makeup. He extended his hand, introducing himself with a gentlemanly demeanor. "Fu Yan." Gu Jian narrowed her eyes slightly, noticing his long, slender fingers, which were undeniably appealing. "Gu Jian," she replied, briefly grasping his warm hand before taking her seat. After ordering coffee, Gu Jian initiated the conversation. "My workplace is quite far from here. The bus was delayed." She observed him, anticipating his response. He paused momentarily before responding calmly. "There are many shared bicycles nearby. It should be quite convenient." Gu Jian raised an eyebrow, considering it a practical suggestion. Clearly, he frequently relied on shared bicycles, an environmentally friendly and economical choice. As she stirred her coffee, Gu Jian assessed the refined man before her, a smirk forming on her lips. Fu Yan, 28, lacked a formal job, property, or savings, yet was undeniably handsome. This was the impression conveyed by her family. Can good looks suffice for sustenance? With nothing to his name, how dare he pursue Fei Fei? What should we do? The Fu family has approached us. This marriage was arranged by the previous generation. If we back out, what will happen to Fei Fei's prospects? Isn't there Gu Jian? She's also your daughter. Let her marry him. My Fei Fei will never wed a pauper. Thus, Gu Jian found herself here today in Fei Fei's stead. Upon seeing Fu Yan, she noted his undeniable attractiveness, coupled with his financial status, which was simply perfect. Yet, the previous discussions had revolved around Fei Fei. Did he not inquire further? Gu Jian decided to take the lead. "I am aware of your situation. Is there anything else you wish to know about mine?" Fu Yan replied matter-of-factly, "No." Gu Jian chuckled. His bluntness was somewhat surprising. She pressed on. "When are you available? Shall we go register our marriage?" Her urgency was palpable. Fu Yan's expression flickered with surprise, but quickly returned to neutrality. He gazed at her fair, delicate features and eventually replied with a slight smile, "Whenever it is convenient for you." Gu Jian thought, why does it feel as though he's not here for a date, but merely shopping? "Very well, let's exchange WeChat," she suggested, pulling out her phone to scan the QR code. After adding each other as friends, their agreement was sealed. Upon exiting the CAF, Gu Jian caught a bus just in time, scanning her ticket before finding a window seat. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Fu Yan ride away on a shared bicycle, moving away from the bus. How commendably frugal. At the next stop, as she alighted, a red convertible sports car pulled up beside her, and she gracefully entered. "How'd it go?" Her driver, with bleached hair, eagerly inquired. "Tell me, what was the outcome?" Gu Jian raised an eyebrow. "It went well. I knew it. With you at the helm, how could any man resist? Your act of poverty was unnecessary. Your beauty alone suffices. Who cares about your finances?" Song Yi remarked, starting the engine. "He doesn't seem to be a superficial person," Gu Jian replied firmly. Though the arrangement was smoothly made, she sensed that Fu Yan was not an ordinary man. "Wow, so soon to defend him after just one meeting? Seems his looks align with your taste," Song Yi teased. Gu Jian shrugged. "I mean, he barely glanced my way. This may simplify matters if a divorce is ever needed, as he won't be a source of complications." "That sounds rather callous," Song Yi said with a roll of his eyes. "I was worried about you finding a man just to reclaim your mother's belongings, but now I feel for him instead." Gu Jian dismissed his concern. "Enough chit-chat. Find me a property around 80 to 90 square meters, ready to move in and purchase it under your name." Song Yi chuckled. "You do realize that's not what poor looks like, right? An 80 to 90 square meter apartment is hardly impoverished. Just say it's rented otherwise. How would I live?" Gu Jian added, "You think him callous? If he's with me, I can't let him feel disadvantaged." Song Yi was momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Fu Yan had cycled a short distance when a black Bentley trailed him at a snail's pace. Finally, the driver, Su Yi, could no longer contain himself and accelerated slightly, parking the car to approach Fu Yan. Fu Yan furrowed his brow, halting his bicycle. Sir, perhaps we should take the car. You pedaling doesn't quite match your status, Su Yi suggested. Does it not? Fu Yan replied, casting a glance at his bicycle and then at Su Yi. Su Yi nodded. Do you not see your aura? Even in rags, you are a prince fallen on hard times who would believe you are destitute. Fu Yan recalled Gu Jian's earlier remarks and smirked, securing his bicycle. Excuse me, a college student approached. Do you need this bike? If not, I can scan it for you. Not needed, Fu Yan replied before getting into the Bentley. The student was left speechless. Today's wealthy individuals are quite idle, Su Yi remarked as he climbed into the vehicle and started the engine. Sir, we've finalized the contract with Nanhua. Additionally, the airline only requires your signature. You need to visit Manhattan. Personally, I've reserved a spot for you on tomorrow morning's 9 o'clock flight. I'm unavailable tomorrow, Fu Yan replied, noting that his laptop remained open, displaying the previous web page he had been viewing. Stealing a glance at Fu Yan through the rearview mirror, Su Yi cautiously inquired, Sir, do you have other commitments tomorrow? Fu Yan's lips parted slightly as he responded, to register our marriage. Su Yi was taken aback. Wasn't this merely a matchmaking meeting? How had they progressed to marriage registration so swiftly? Such speed was characteristic of Fu Yan, whether sealing business deals or embarking on lifelong commitments. Impressive. On the other side, Gu Jian entered her home only to be summoned to the living room by Gu Yaofeng. How'd it go? He asked coldly, devoid of any warmth. Her stepmother, Liang Liling, and sister, Gu Fei, scrutinized Gu Jian closely, as though this was the first time they had ever regarded her with such importance, in the presence of the eager gaze of her family. Gu Jian feigned innocence and spoke. Rest assured, he has agreed to marry me, and the Fu family will no longer bother you. Upon hearing this, the Gu family collectively sighed in relief. Wonderful, simply wonderful, Liang Liling exclaimed, grasping Gu Fei's hand. My daughter, you have finally rid yourself of that impoverished wretch. I always said the Fu family was unworthy of you, and now even fate seems to be on your side. With her chin slightly raised, Gu Fei adopted a princess-like demeanor. Mother, I am in a splendid mood today. Let us go shopping. Let us, Liang Liling replied, pulling Gu Fei to her feet. As they passed by Gu Jian, she shot her a disdainful glance. What are you still doing here? By the way, I must remind you to keep your mouth shut and say that you are marrying into the Fu family of your own accord. Do not speak nonsense in front of the old man, understood? Gu Jian lowered her head and replied submissively, understood. Scram. Liang Liling pushed Gu Jian aside, swiftly ascending the stairs with Gu Fei to change clothes. Meanwhile, Gu Yaofeng picked up his phone and dialed the family patriarch. Father, the engagement is settled, but they want Xiao Jian. Yes, they want Xiao Jian. We are powerless to intervene. Gu Jian stood firm, silently mocking. To hide their disdain for the less fortunate so deeply, this family was indeed peculiar. She turned and noticed Zhang Ziyan's feet, casually retrieving a marble from her pocket. With a slight squint, she flicked it, and it landed perfectly at Liang Liling's feet. Liang Liling slipped, losing her balance and collapsing with a shriek, inadvertently dragging Gu Fei down with her in a flurry of flailing limbs. Madam, miss, the maid rushed forward to assist them. In an instant, chaos ensued. Gu Jian retracted her smirk, turned to Gu Yaofeng, and upon seeing him hang up the phone, spoke, Father, could you please hand me the household registration book? I will be registering my marriage with Fu Yan tomorrow. They'll give it to you tomorrow, Gu Yaofeng replied without hesitation, eager for Gu Jian to marry into the Fu family. Gu Jian continued, by the way, Father, I have rented an apartment. After I marry, I will be living there, but I will frequently return to see you, Mother, and my sister. Gu Yaofeng nodded indifferently, and Gu Jian chuckled inwardly before retreating to her room. Due to their tumble down the stairs, Liang Liling and Gu Fei immediately summoned the family doctor, abandoning their shopping plans. Once in her room, Gu Jian locked the door, humming a cheerful tune as she sent a WeChat message to Fu Yan. See you tomorrow at 9 a.m. at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Fu Yan, okay. Feiska, zo obedient. Gu Jian was quite satisfied this was precisely the type of docile and easily influenced man she desired, one lacking both wealth and ambition. The following morning, Gu Jian rose early. From a distance, she spotted the tall, slender figure standing at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. With a smile, she approached Fu Yan, clutching a bouquet of roses. The sun shone brilliantly, illuminating the smile on Gu Jian's face. Fu Yan observed the girl approaching him, dressed in a simple t-shirt and shorts, her high ponytail bouncing with vitality akin to the morning sunshine. The roses in her hands made her appear as if she had stepped out of a painting. A subtle smile played on Fu Yan's lips. As Gu Jian reached him, she presented the bouquet for you. Buying a bouquet softens the blow, does it not? Fu Yan accepted the flowers, his gaze returning to Gu Jian's smiling eyes. Such matters should be handled by the man. Gu Jian raised an eyebrow, relieved that he did not criticize her spending. They entered together, and the registration process went smoothly. Upon exiting, Fu Yan held the roses while Gu Jian clutched their marriage certificate. They were married. Gu Jian silently admired the marriage certificate for a moment before turning to Fu Yan. I have rented an apartment. If you're free, would you like to come see it and perhaps buy some necessities? Fu Yan smiled faintly, sure. Gu Jian glanced around, realizing the bus stop was quite a distance away. I can give you a ride. I came by bike, Fu Yan offered, scanning the QR code and handing the bouquet to Gu Jian. Sound great. Gu Jian settled onto the back seat. Fu Yan hesitated. You should hold on to me. Gu Jian paused for a moment before responding slowly. That all right. She wrapped her arm around Fu Yan's waist. His waist. It felt quite strong. Clearing her throat, she relayed the address to him. As the bike glided smoothly forward, a gentle breeze brushed against their faces. Gu Jian gazed at Fu Yan's back. This man, whom she had only just met, had transformed into her husband. Well, there was no need for sentimentality. They would eventually divorce. Not far behind, a black Bentley followed at a snail's pace. He had just watched the girl present roses to her husband, now regretting his inaction and feeling as though he could crash into a wall in frustration. Why hadn't he thought of that? Offering flowers should be the man's responsibility if his boss had never dated. Couldn't he have helped him consider it? Nearby, another red convertible was also trailing at a leisurely pace. Song Yi had followed Gu Jian since she had taken the keys, and upon seeing her with the roses, he felt a sense of relief. The boss must have taken his words to heart yesterday, not wanting to be a scoundrel, thus buying roses for her. To be honest, the sight of them riding a bike together resembled something from a romantic drama indeed. With good looks, whether on a bicycle or in a Ferrari, they appeared as if they were a living painting. Song Yi's apartment was on the second floor, and having no elevator, Gu Jian led the way, unlocking the door. Come in. Fu Yan stepped inside, surveying the surroundings. Hey, raise my salary card for you. My monthly salary after tax is 3,000, Fu Yan said, pulling a card from his pocket and handing it to Gu Jian. Gu Jian stared at the bank card, hesitating to accept it immediately. She had to admit that Fu Yan was quite the gentleman, not explicitly stating they should share the rent, but instead assuming responsibility in his own way. Perhaps it was best to just take it for now, considering it as saving for him after the divorce. They could settle it together. With that thought, Gu Jian felt a bit more at ease as she accepted the bank card. Clutching the card tightly, she glanced around, only to realize the apartment was indeed small. How would they manage to live together in such a space? That was a question. Chapter 3. Spare me. Boss having been preoccupied with Fu Yan's reaction, Gu Jian had not paid attention to the room's layout until now. Upon closer inspection, all she wanted to do was grab Song Yi and slam him against the wall. Upon pushing open the door, she noticed that to her right was the bathroom, adjacent to which was a brand new sofa set accompanied by a coffee table. Directly across from the sofa was a colossal LCD television, which at that moment was reflecting the sofa and a modest double bed nearby. Wasn't it agreed upon that the place would be around 80 to 90 square meters? This seemed to be no more than 70 square meters at best. That rascal Song Yi, how utterly reliable he was. Gu Jian gritted her teeth, mentally taking note of a young man named Song Yi. Glancing at the man beside her, she struggled to explain, I had a friend help me rent this place. He probably thought I was living alone. I'll ask him if we can change it. A one-bedroom apartment was undoubtedly the best choice for a newlywed couple with limited funds in this bustling city of Yan. Yet her relationship with Fu Yan was not merely that of an innocent newlywed couple. Fu Yan was always observant, taking in everything around him. Upon entering, he had already noted the layout. While it did differ slightly from her expectations, he did not seem particularly bothered. No need. What? Gu Jian was taken aback. Did that mean they would simply reside here? That seemed inappropriate. Determined to negotiate, she added, there are plenty of two-bedroom apartments in the vicinity. 2 bedrooms. Gu Jian emphasized the words deliberately. Fu Yan paused, as if contemplating deeply, before responding, the rents here require a deposit and 3 months' rent in advance. Gu Jian. Fu Yan was right. Given their current financial situation, moving would indeed be unwise. Understanding Fu Yan's frugal intentions. Gu Jian weighed the situation between clarifying things and leaving their marital home on their wedding night, ultimately deciding to prioritize the former. After all, even if she fled today, what about tomorrow? They were officially married. She had to bear some responsibility. Looking earnestly at the man before her, Gu Jian said, "Fu Yan, we need to talk." Fu Yan nodded, seemingly unsurprised by Gu Jian's reaction. With a sense of resolve, Gu Jian laid her cards on the table. Originally, the Fu family intended to discuss marriage with Gu Fei. I was merely the uncherished younger daughter brought in at the last moment. Therefore, in practical terms, you cannot enjoy any benefits from the Gu family. After such a lengthy exposition, he could only muster that one syllable. Was he not astonished? Not frustrated? Not regretting? Fu Yan nodded. It's normal that Gu Fei doesn't wish to marry this man. His thoughts were quite clear. Perhaps she had overthought the matter. Well, as long as you understand. However, the two of us, after a moment's contemplation, Gu Jian opted for a more tactful expression. Though our marriage was somewhat hurried, I feel we need more time to understand each other, so. I understand. I want to interfere with your life. Touched, Gu Jian felt a wave of relief. Rest assured, I will grant you absolute freedom. Of course, if you need to explain things to your family, I will cooperate. Having expressed her stance, Gu Jian felt considerably more at ease. For now, let us not change the apartment. I'll buy a bed later, and we can look for a new place in due time. By then, she would have what she desired and could bid him farewell. Leaving the apartment for him was no issue. Living alone should be manageable. All right. His responses were always succinct. With Fu Yan's nod, the two reached a clear consensus amidst the ambiguity. After a brief tidy-up, Gu Jian and Fu Yan ventured out to purchase some daily necessities. As they busied themselves, the previously empty little apartment began to brim with a hint of domestic warmth. Once they had finished, at Gu Jian's suggestion, they headed to a nearby tidy little restaurant and boldly ordered the most expensive 4 dishes and a soup on the menu. In Gu Jian's words, on our wedding night, we must not dine too modestly. After their meal, the night had fully descended. Gu Jian glanced at the tall, elegant man beside her. In the glow of the streetlights, his features seemed to be bathed in a soft luminescence, making him appear almost too exquisite to be by her side. What's the matter? Fu Yan perceptively sensed her gaze. His quick reaction caught Gu Jian off guard, leaving her no time to avert her eyes. She smiled softly, candidly, and sincerely. Nothing. I just think you look good. If Gu Fei saw how handsome you are, she would surely regret her decision. Fu Yan paused for a moment before responding with a gentle smile. Just right to match you, I suppose. Gu Jian. His voice was tender and deep, resonating like a cello, stirring Gu Jian's heart and causing her cheeks to flush. This man was employing a beauty trap, most definitely a foul play. Clearing her throat, Gu Jian feigned nonchalance and turned her head away. I am indeed one in a million. She had expected him to say nothing further, but to her surprise, his rich voice returned, carried by the cool evening breeze. Yes, I know. His sincerity made Gu Jian's face burn, the heat spreading to her ears. What was happening? Hadn't they agreed he would be the gentle and obedient little puppy? Why had he transformed into a wolf by nightfall? Gu Jian halted, gazing intently at him. Mr. Fu, has anyone told you that speaking recklessly in public can bring trouble upon oneself? Fu Yan pondered for a moment. Does this count? Gu Jian. Yes, it certainly does. She was on the verge of becoming the wolf herself, gazing at the man before her, whose eyes shimmered with a soft light. Gu Jian instantaneously transformed into a fan. The mild-mannered, obedient husband was indeed not easily defensible against his charming words. Just then, her phone rang, and upon checking, she saw it was Song Yi. She hung up without hesitation. She hadn't even sought him out, yet he had come looking for trouble, fully aware of his blunder. Song Yi, unwilling to concede, bombarded her with messages after she ignored his call. The incessant notifications only fueled Gu Jian's irritation. I'll go buy something. Please wait for me here. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at the supermarket, and seeing Fu Yan seemingly creating an opportunity for her to answer the call, Gu Jian felt an overwhelming urge to strangle Song Yi. That scoundrel paled in comparison to her obedient and understanding husband, and to top it off, he was far less handsome. Returning the call, Gu Jian suppressed her annoyance. Speak. Boss, I'm sorry. Spare me. Chapter 4. Business trip. Gu Jian and Fu Yan live in the first building on the east side of the community, the only small residential building in Xinyuan. Upon seeing Gu Jian and Fu Yan enter, Song Yi knew he was in deep trouble. After struggling for an entire afternoon, he finally managed to dial the number. Boss, I sincerely apologize for mistakenly renting the wrong apartment. If you give me a chance, I'll have the building torn down and rebuilt tomorrow. Torn down? Where would I live? Gu Jian's voice remained icy. Hearing her cold tone, Song Yi felt as if he was about to lose his mind. Boss, I can only atone for my sins with my life. Very well, go ahead. Jump into the river or the lake. Do you need my assistance in selecting a suitable spot? Boss, Song Yi was on the verge of tears. Do you truly wish for my demise? After all these years of camaraderie, can it not compare to? Not wanting to endure any more of Song Yi's melodrama, Gu Jian issued a direct command. Find an opportunity to deliver a bed tomorrow. I will call you again. Without waiting for Song Yi to utter any more nonsense, Gu Jian hung up. That scoundrel, making such a fuss over a minor mistake. One might think she had wronged him. While contemplating the matter, her phone vibrated, and Gu Jian opened the message screen. Although the situation with the house is unfortunate, we must remember that we are women. It is imperative not to act impulsively or recklessly. On the wedding night, we should assess the circumstances. It is essential to maintain a sense of decorum. Gu Jian's lips twitched as she sent Song Yi a humorous meme of a little girl wielding a large knife, inscribed with the phrase "sharpening my blade for the sheep." After a moment's thought, she added, "Not doing anything would be a disservice to your meticulous arrangements. The little leader will be waiting for you in 10 months. Once sent, Gu Jian immediately blocked Song Yi, envisioning his expression at that moment, which eased her mood just a bit. At that moment, Fu Yan emerged with the items he had purchased. Gu Jian waved. Yin, let us head home. All right, Fu Yan replied with a slight nod, his bright eyes reflecting the charming smile of the girl before him, more beautiful than the moon. Her words, spoken in that moment, were enchanting. On the dimly lit path, their shadows stretched long, embodying an indescribable tranquility of time. Upon returning to the cramped little room, Gu Jian suddenly remembered the awkward and drawn-out night ahead of them. Feeling a twinge of regret for not lingering outside a little longer. To alleviate the discomfort, she decided to use the excuse of taking a shower to escape the awkwardness. However, all showers must eventually come to an end. After dawdling for over an hour, she emerged to find a curtain had been added, perfectly separating the bed from the sofa. The pink fabric, reminiscent of the bedspread, featured a particularly adorable little rabbit. You must be tired after a long day. Please rest. I'll take the sofa tonight. How considerate. A flutter of excitement coursed through her. Noticing Gu Jian's stillness, Fu Yan retrieved a hairdryer from the nearby bag and handed it to her. Gu Jian had entirely forgotten about the hairdryer. Glancing at the bag, she realized it was one of the items Fu Yan had purchased while she was on the phone, including the curtain. Seeing her hesitation, Fu Yan leaned in slightly. Shall I help you? His expression was increasingly gentle, his voice enticingly soft, yet he bore an innocent demeanor, as though all the desires were solely her fault. No, it's fine. Gu Jian flusteredly snatched the hairdryer and hurriedly went to the outlet on the other side. She couldn't help but notice the faint blush gracing her ears, prompting a glimmer of amusement in Fu Yan's eyes. Opening the bathroom door, a mist enveloped him, carrying a hint of fragrance. Gazing at the immaculately clean bathroom, Fu Yan felt a sensation he had never experienced before. Turning on the faucet, he smiled slightly. Marriage seemed far more intriguing than he had anticipated. Outside, Gu Jian, clutching the hairdryer, felt oddly stiff, as if under a spell. She hadn't expected this man to be so considerate that it made her feel bashful. To refuse would be pretentious. Yet, not refusing felt like she was taking advantage of him. Now, she pondered whether to retreat to bed or await his exit for some awkward conversation. For the first time, Gu Jian recognized the value of emotional intelligence, regrettably realizing her own was lacking. Asking that rascal Song Yi for advice? No way. She would rather continue navigating the situation with Fu Yan. As she finished drying her hair, Gu Jian had just spread the blanket on the sofa when Fu Yan emerged. Misunderstanding her intentions, he strode over and grasped her arm. With a furrowed brow, he spoke firmly, I'll take the sofa. Gu Jian looked up. Seeing the man with damp hair clad in a snug gray pajamas set, the faint scent of moisture still lingering around him. Blinking, she found it hard to swallow. I was just preparing the blanket. His gaze flickered before returning to its usual cool demeanor, seemingly harmless. You've had a long day. Rest well. I'll manage. Ensnared by his charm, Gu Jian failed to notice the subtle shift in his demeanor. Okay. She gestured frantically towards the hairdryer. You should dry your hair first. I'll watch television. Only then did Fu Yan realize he was still holding her arm and quickly released her. The already strange atmosphere thickened with their uncharacteristic interaction, the air heavy with tension. Yet, in such a confined space, even while occupied with their individual tasks, avoiding each other was impossible. While Gu Jian fumbled with the television controls, her gaze involuntarily drifted towards the man beside her. Despite having seen Song Yi's wet hair countless times, she found Fu Yan's beauty uniquely captivating, impossible to look away from, especially when he had approached her so closely. Droplets from his hair had trickled down his neck into his pajamas. Though his attire was conservatively reminiscent of a medieval relic, he exuded an innate allure. Calm down. Maintain your composure, Gu Jian. He is a man, and you are a woman. Remember, there's a distinction between genders. Amidst her chaotic thoughts, Fu Yan had dried his hair and returned to the sofa. Observing Gu Jian's distracted fiddling with the remote, he softened his gaze, realizing she was not as unassailable as she appeared. It's getting late. Let us sleep. I have a business trip tomorrow and may return quite late. A business trip? Gu Jian's eyes brightened. That sounds great. Business trips are wonderful. Chapter 5. Unseen Encounters, High Praise in Fact. Gu Jian had long since made plans to retrieve her mother's belongings the next day and had been contemplating how to justify her visit. To her surprise, Fu Yan brought such delightful news, making it impossible for her not to feel exhilarated. Realizing how uncharacteristically enthusiastic she was, Gu Jian quickly corrected herself. Work is great, just... The more she explained, the more muddled her words became, leaving her wishing to cut out her own tongue. Rest assured, I won't let you suffer any grievances. Fu Yan's words were sincere. As a husband, it was his duty. He seemed to misunderstand her, thinking she was concerned about his employment situation, as the Fu family had previously presented it. However, Gu Jian was far less concerned about that now. She simply nodded in agreement, quickly turning off the television and darting to the bed. Noting her eagerness to escape, Fu Yan's gaze darkened. He drew the curtain to partition their space and turned off the lights. Everything fell silent with the extinguishing of the light, leaving only the sound of their gentle breaths. The next day, sunlight streamed through the balcony, casting a soft glow in the small room. Gu Jian rubbed her eyes and suddenly recalled something, sitting up abruptly. She had thought she would spend the night staring at the ceiling. Yet somehow, she had drifted into slumber and slept late into the day. As she slightly pulled back the curtain, she found the man had vanished, leaving behind a neatly folded quilt on the sofa and a note on the coffee table. Remember to eat breakfast. The handwriting was elegant and flowing, much like his demeanor. Gu Jian tucked the note away, gazing at the well-arranged breakfast on the table, feeling a sense of wonder. How could she, typically a light sleeper, have slept so soundly beside man? Fu Yan, was this man truly, as Gu Yaofeng and the others claimed, utterly lacking aside from his looks? Why did she find him increasingly intriguing? After freshening up, Gu Jian arrived at the bank at the appointed time, presenting her marriage certificate while awaiting the bank clerk to retrieve her mother's belongings. Why the marriage certificate? It was a precaution, as her mother feared Gu Yaofeng might attempt something underhanded. It seemed her mother had indeed gained clarity in the end. In her youth, she had loved Gu Yaofeng deeply, even going so far as to elope and sever ties with her family. But in the end, upon learning that her mother had truly severed ties with the Yi family, Gu Yaofeng had shamelessly brought Liang Lijing and Gu Fei, who was older than her, into their home. It seemed that she should call Gu Fei's sister. How absurd! A glimmer of cold light flickered in her eyes, and Gu Jian's face was etched with frost. Since Gu Yaofeng had sent her to her grandfather in the countryside without a care for their father-daughter bond after her mother's passing, she had resolved to make him understand the price he would pay for betraying their mother, leading her to die with resentment. As for the Yi family, even if it were one of the most prestigious families in the capital, and even if it were her mother's final wish, she had no desire to be entangled with a cold-blooded family that could abandon their own kin. Miss Gu, this is everything that Madame Yi left for you. According to the terms of the agreement, you now have sufficient rights to dispose of these items. However, the fund left by Madame Yi is quite substantial, and we will need to schedule a withdrawal. The funds will likely be transferred to your card by next week. Today you can only take the belongings left by Madame Yi. She had come specifically for her mother's possessions. As for the funds and shares, she had other plans. Kaixi International originally belonged to her mother, and Gu Yaofeng had held on to it for far too long. It was time for them to return it. After receiving her mother's belongings, Gu Jian left the bank. It was a sunny day, and everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was her grandfather. Gu Jian answered, sweetly calling out, "Grandpa." "Jian girl, have you married Xiaofu?" Before Gu Jian could respond, the old man eagerly interrupted her. Gu Jian frowned. That scoundrel Gu Yaofeng had shared this news with her grandfather far too quickly, given her grandfather's poor health. She worried that if he were to worry about her impulsiveness, it might lead to dire consequences. "Rest assured, Grandpa, Fu Yan is quite good, and we get along well. After all, he is the one you chose. How could he possibly be lacking? Marriage is not a trivial matter. I fear you may act on impulse." Gu Heian sighed. "Well, it's good that you are married now. I won't have to worry about you anymore. I was just being anxious. The grandson of the Fu family can't be that bad, and I always hoped you would be with him. Now that it has come to fruition, I am happier than anyone." Gu Heian was the only person in the Gu family who truly cared for Gu Jian, and he was also the only one she held dear. But was Fu Yan truly that wonderful? Her grandfather had never even met him, yet spoke so highly of him. Was it possible that her understanding of him was simply too shallow? Suddenly, a cough echoed through the phone. Gu Jian's brow furrowed immediately. "Grandpa, why are you coughing again? Have you not been taking your medication properly? You should come live with me. The medical facilities in Yun City are far better, and I can take better care of you." "I'm not coughing. I merely choked a bit. I'm doing just fine in the countryside. The air is fresh, and it's comfortable here. I have no intention of moving to the city. Just focus on your relationship with Xiaofu, and once you two have children, I promise to move in and help take care of them." "Grandpa." Gu Jian understood her grandfather's condition all too well. He simply didn't want her to worry. Listening to him refer to Fu Yan as Xiaofu with such unshakable confidence, Gu Jian found it difficult to voice her thoughts about divorce. After reminding her grandfather to take his medication on time, she finally hung up the phone. Staring at her phone, she hesitated for a long while before inputting another password to access a different system, sending a text message. After receiving a prompt reply, the worry on Gu Jian's face eased somewhat. Her grandfather would be fine because she had promised never to let those she loved leave her. Opening the belongings her mother had left her, she gazed at the aged, yellowed book, her beautiful eyes filled with complexity. After a long while, Gu Jian's gaze finally turned resolute. She absolutely would not let them live in peace. "I shall deliver surprises step by step to Gu Yaofeng and Liang Lijing, making them watch helplessly as everything they cherish disappears, and of course, that greatest sinner who caused her mother's passing, their precious daughter, Gu Fei." Chapter 6. Unreasonably clean after leaving the bank, Gu Jian headed straight to her company. Upon graduating, she had initially been invited to join the research institute, but due to her mother's circumstances, she had no intention of staying there. As she was hesitating while exiting the school, she spotted a bright, captivating smile. The beautiful woman stared at Gu Jian for a long time before suddenly extending her hand. "Si Chun, I look forward to working with you." And just like that, a single sentence altered the destinies of both individuals. The two naive youths exchanged glances and became fledgling artists and agents in the entertainment industry. Initially, they faced numerous challenges, and later, when Si Chun was nearly blacklisted due to a scheme, Gu Jian, in a fit of rage, established Chuanglan. Now, not only had Chuanglan become one of the top entertainment companies in the country, but her little treasure had also stepped onto the international stage, becoming an object of admiration. Not wishing to attract attention, Gu Jian took the direct elevator upstairs. Upon receiving news, Song Yi followed closely behind her, tail between his legs. His demeanor akin to a chastised dog. Gu Jian pretended not to see him. After receiving a message from Si Chun stating that she had signed the global endorsement for X&N and would be back soon, Gu Jian's eyes softened. Truly, her little treasure was remarkable. When she took action, no one could stand in her way. Noticing the smile at the corner of Gu Jian's mouth, Song Yi rushed over, tears streaming down his face. "Boss, I was wrong. I truly know my mistakes. I beg you to forgive me. Whatever you want me to do, I will gladly comply." Seeing Song Ye's panda eyes and swollen face, Gu Jian raised an eyebrow, ignoring him. Song Yi, seeing her indifference, took a deep breath and pointed at his own head. "Boss, if you forgive me, I'll dye this green this afternoon." "Okay, Song Yi. As long as the boss is happy. He wouldn't mind becoming a green little man." However, Song Yi looked at Gu Jian, who was engrossed in her phone, and recalled the messages he had sent throughout the night without a reply. He scrutinized her with concern. Do you really want me to diet myself? Song Yi shook his head, but remained reluctant to leave. Boss, I just wanted to ask about last night. Last night was quite good. Gu Jian replied succinctly, seemingly recalling something delightful, her face brimming with satisfaction. Song Yi immediately contributed a meme of being struck by lightning, collapsing onto the table. It's over. I'm really finished. Sister Chun is back, and she'll definitely skin me alive. What have I done to deserve this? How could I commit such a foolish act? Boss, just kill me now. I can't live anymore. You've preserved Sister Chun's virtue for over 20 years, and yet it was ruined by some nobody. Stop right there. As he continued to spiral into absurdity, Gu Jian felt her head growing heavy. Who told you I wasn't virtuous? You just said so yourself. It's the honeymoon phase, and you're on fire. Seeing that Song Yi was about to wail again, Gu Jian quickly interrupted. First, I genuinely slept well last night. Nothing happened. Second, my relationship with your sister Chun is innocent. Third, that nobody you mentioned is my husband, your boss. Be careful with your words. Besides, he is nothing like what you described. He is gentle, considerate, generous, intelligent, and charming. Far superior to you. Song Yi. Boss, you've changed. You never used to clarify your relationship with Sister Chun. You never belittled him like this. Gu Jian could hardly be bothered to respond. Well, that's because I'm married now. Song Yi. Indeed, with the arrival of the boss, his position is in jeopardy. Looking at Song Yi, who was sporting panda eyes and a comical expression, Gu Jian suddenly recalled something and lightly tapped her fingers on the table. I have other matters to attend to today, so you should go tidy up the apartment, move in a new bed, and then investigate your boss for me. Boss, you truly still love me. Don't worry. It has nothing to do with you. The reason for the investigation is simply that. Gu Jian narrowed her eyes. He is too exceptional. He is entirely different from the Fu Yan described by Gu Yaofeng. With such a person, how could she not be intrigued? Once again struck down, Song Yi felt utterly hopeless. With his head hung low, he scurried to the door just as he was about to leave when Gu Jian called out to him. Boss, what is it? Gu Jian smiled sweetly, but with a hint of mischief. Don't forget your green head next time we meet. Song Yi. Truly, there is no love left. On the other side, after a lengthy meeting, Fu Yan unexpectedly thought of matters beyond work. Reflecting on his wife, who had been married for less than 48 hours, the man's gaze softened. He had never seen Fu Yan lost in thought over documents, looking completely bewildered. Just as a suspicion began to form in his mind, he heard the man's cold command. Gu Jian's information. Yes, please wait. He guessed correctly. An hour later, a printed document was placed before Fu Yan, but aside from the information he already knew, the rest was utterly blank. Su Yi's expression turned grave, anxiously awaiting the man's reprimand. This was the first time since assuming his position that he found himself completely unaware of someone's details. And the man who could not tolerate a speck of dust would surely. Trembling, Su Yi awaited Fu Yan's response, beads of cold sweat forming on his back. Have the return tickets been arranged? Su Yi was taken aback. The gentleman had not expressed any anger. Yes, let's head back. He was now somewhat eager to meet his mysterious and intriguing bride. Observing Fu Yan's expression akin to that of a hunter spotting prey, Su Yi wiped the cold sweat from his brow and hurried to prepare. Fu Yan gazed at the exceedingly simple profile, a smile gradually spreading across his face. How interesting. It was indeed fascinating. This resume was cleaner than a blank sheet of paper. What a pity. It was too clean. Meanwhile, Gu Jian held a similarly pristine profile, her eyes brimming with keen interest. This boss of hers, whom she had serendipitously acquired, was quite entertaining. Separated by distance, the two individuals held their immaculate profiles in identical postures, both expressing eager enthusiasm. The days to come promised to be intriguing. Chapter 7. Couples glasses. Since no useful information could be found, one could only proceed step by step. After preserving her mother's belongings, Gu Jian left the company. With numerous personal matters to attend to, she had already hired professionals to manage the company, and the seemingly unreliable Song Yi was among them. He was still the one she trusted the most. Though he had made a significant mistake, Gu Jian was soft-hearted towards her own, and out of great mercy, she lifted him from her blacklist. Upon seeing the 999 messages, Gu Jian felt both speechless and helpless, marking them as read. Noticing that the contact labeled Yin had not replied, A fleeting sense of disappointment washed over her. What did it matter if he was back from his business trip? Putting away her phone, Gu Jian strolled back to their modest new home. Along the way, she spotted a vendor selling potted plants and, on a whim, purchased a beautiful glass vase. It should be lovely for keeping a turtle in the living room. Reflecting on the cramped room and recalling the man's words from the previous night, Gu Jian took out her phone once more. Still, there were no unread messages. Those two words seemed to fade with the dimming twilight. With heavy steps, Gu Jian returned home, clutching the vase. As she pushed open the door, a rich aroma greeted her. In the cramped living room, two beds were set up on either side, and the coffee table in front of the sofa was laden with mouth-watering dishes. Garlic potato slices, spicy stir-fried meat, tomato and egg, vinegar cabbage, cola chicken wings, braised chicken legs. Her mouth watered. Fu Yan emerged with the last of the corn rib soup, only to find Gu Jian clutching the vase, gazing longingly at the table. After placing the soup down, Fu Yan seemingly conjured a bouquet of flowers from thin air. It seemed we are in sync. The man before her, clad in a light gray shirt and a beige apron, had his previously cold and rigid features softened and rendered adorable by the floral patterns on the apron. She had heard it said before that men in aprons were the most handsome, but it was only at this moment that Gu Jian truly understood. Men who could cook and look good while doing so in an apron exuded an irresistible charm. Images of his lean waist wrapped in the apron flashed through her mind. Stop! Gu Jian, you are a woman. How can you think such inappropriate thoughts? Regardless of gender, shouldn't they all be mere models before you? Where is the distinction of allure? Avoiding the man's seemingly penetrating gaze, she accepted the stunning bouquet of roses, unable to bear telling him her true intent behind buying the vase was for a turtle. When did you return? I thought you weren't coming back. After speaking, Gu Jian felt a twinge of awkwardness. The way she phrased it made it sound as if she had been eagerly anticipating his return, a bit earlier than expected. I prepared a little something since you weren't back. A little something? Securing a contract and earning a bonus certainly merited a touch of extravagance. Saying this, Fu Yan produced a stack of cash from his pocket, estimating over 2,000. Here you go. What kind of job is this? The benefits are quite generous. Gu Jian felt touched. Truly, he was the model of a good husband. She returned the money to him, unable to resist admonishing. You've already given me enough. Keep this for yourself. You never know when you might need it. After a moment of thought, Gu Jian felt she shouldn't lag behind. By the way, I successfully secured a position as a makeup artist at Chuanla Entertainment today, so I'll also be a working person now. He did not inquire further about her makeup expertise, but weighed his words. Then, after work tomorrow, let us buy an electric bike together. I'll take you to work. As it happens to be on my way. Though his tone was not forceful, his words left no room for argument. Gu Jian thought having a bike would be convenient, so she readily agreed. As for the people at the company, she would just ensure not to be seen when she used the back door. Let us eat. Let us see how it tastes. Gu Jian could hardly contain her eagerness. Upon hearing this, she could no longer maintain her composure, nearly devouring the delectable dishes that had been tantalizing her for so long. What was merely simple home-cooked food transformed into a five-star meal at the hands of the man. Gu Jian did not hesitate to express her satisfaction with the meal through her actions. Watching the girl eat quickly yet gracefully, Fu Yan's gaze softened even more. After an afternoon of effort, the results were quite satisfactory. Finishing the last drop of rib soup, Gu Jian generously offered to wash the dishes. After all, teamwork makes the work lighter. Fu Yan initially disagreed, but just then a phone call came in. Gu Jian directly answered and handed it to him, then dashed into the kitchen with the dishes. He understood her consideration, and he too was not without tact. Although he had just prepared a meal, the kitchen was astonishingly spotless. The glass table could almost serve as a mirror. Who would have thought this man also had a penchant for cleanliness? What a commendable habit. Gu Jian swiftly washed the dishes, her heart bubbling with joy at the thought of her future dishwashing duties. Wait, why did she seem so entranced today? She was endlessly contemplating various matters, and in the future, she and he must surely keep it to the point. Once everything was tidied up, Gu Jian emerged from the kitchen. It was merely a 30 million small project. You can manage it yourself. Gu Jian did not eavesdrop intentionally. She had deliberately made a sound when opening the door. A 30 million project. One audacious tone. Without flinching, Gu Jian calmly approached the man. Fu Yan hung up the phone and, seeing Gu Jian had emerged, explained leisurely, Today's project was successfully negotiated by the two of us. It's merely 30 million won. My bonus is already secured, so it's no trouble to let him have it. Gu Jian understood, so that 2,000 yuan bonus was exchanged for this. However, 30 million won is only about 150,000. Indeed, it is not a substantial project. Next time, we shouldn't act this way. We can't spend too much. Although he had promised not to let her suffer, his relentless efforts made her feel quite guilty. This is the last time. Gu Jian nodded in satisfaction, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Observing the girl's radiant smile, the man furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating. Have you considered wearing glasses? With so many people in the entertainment industry, looking this stunning may not be wise. His frank compliment made Gu Jian blush instantly. Although she knew she was quite attractive, he had never really taken notice until now. Such a sudden remark was indeed delightful. Suppressing the urge to ruffle his soft hair, Gu Jian smiled. Then let us go buy glasses together tomorrow morning. Fu Yan nodded. A couple's glasses would be quite lovely. Chapter 8. The curtain rises. Having experienced the previous night's intimacy and now sharing a bed, the two seemed to have completely shed any discomfort. Gu Jian thought her deep sleep last night was a fluke, but upon hearing the man's low, gentle voice the next morning, she realized she could truly feel at ease with someone. It appeared that comfort could indeed lead to carelessness, and it had only been 2 days. After finishing her morning routine, she found Fu Yan had prepared breakfast. The simple soy milk and fried dough sticks were exceptionally appetizing. After breakfast, they walked together to a boutique downstairs. Under Gu Jian's sweet compliments, the shop owner happily sold them 2 pairs for 15 yuan each. Wearing matching black frame glasses and gazing at her seemingly dazed reflection in the mirror, Gu Jian couldn't help but laugh. Yin, do I look underage like this? Turning around, Gu Jian was taken aback. The man, already handsome, appeared even more refined with the glasses, diminishing his aloofness and enhancing his elegance, making one instinctively want to draw closer. You look incredibly obedient, Fu Yan stated candidly. Gu Jian frowned. You look even more obedient. The obedient side of her was not something she wished to showcase. Fu Yan smirked. When we return to the office, I'll put a taken label on my desk. While that seemed excessive, the idea was indeed appealing. Unable to resist, Gu Jian reached out to touzle the man's soft hair. Yan is truly obedient. Fu Yan's expression shifted, yet he did not shy away. After paying, he mounted his bicycle, carrying Gu Jian towards Chuanglan. As they approached the office's corner, Gu Jian abruptly called for a stop. After all, it's our first day at work. It wouldn't be appropriate to flaunt our affection. Fu Yan nodded obediently. Yet, perhaps due to the black frame glasses, Gu Jian felt as if she had bullied him. Yan is obedient. I will make sure you receive proper recognition, I promise. Fu Yan's gaze flickered. Yes. Gu Jian smiled brightly, winking and blowing Fu Yan a kiss before departing. Fu Yan adjusted his glasses, his eyes shimmering. Once he confirmed Gu Jian wouldn't see, he exited the vehicle, astonished at how Mr. Fu seemed transformed, suppressing his inner shock. Sir, please get in the car. Fu Yan swiftly locked the bicycle. Turning the vehicle around, it slowly departed in the opposite direction of Chuanglan. From tomorrow onwards, you want Teeny to pick me up? Understood, sir. Watching the man reluctant to remove his black frame glasses, He felt a strong urge to scream at the sea. The news of Genesis. Unfortunately, no one could share the secret with him. This feeling was utterly stifling. Similarly, Song Yi felt the same way, to showcase his diligence. Song Yi arrived at the office early, only to find Gu Jian, adorned with black frame glasses, looking somewhat like a schoolgirl. Boss, have you been possessed? Gu Jian shot him a disdainful glance. Couple's glasses. Haven't you seen them before? Song Yi's lips twitched. I've seen glasses, just never such an ugly pair. Gu Jian rolled her eyes. None of your business. Boss, don't act rashly. We can't let this act become reality. I want to know how to explain to Chun Jia and the masses. Then don't explain, Gu Jian replied, removing her glasses. Yet, her face had lost all traces of warmth. Even the gentle smile that usually lingered at the corners of her eyes had vanished, leaving only indifference. Have you investigated the Gu family thoroughly? She had never forgotten her purpose, and although Fu Yan's presence had distracted her somewhat, it did not alter her overarching goal. Ever since Gu Yaofeng brought her back from the countryside, she had been secretly investigating their circumstances. Now it seemed that everything could gradually come into play. Glancing at the glasses she had discarded, Song Yi felt no further concern, only a flicker of sympathy for Fu Yan. Yet, there was no other option, after all. He had encountered the boss. Presenting the findings to Gu Jian, Song Yi began. Not only did we uncover the details, but the results are also unexpectedly fascinating. The founders of Kaishi International, while credited as Yi Lanqi and Gu Yaofeng, were actually spearheaded by Yi Lanqi in developing the SF, Smile Forever, brand. In the past, Gu Yaofeng exhibited some audacity and capability. Though his family background was modest, he was willing to invest everything for Yi Lanqi's experiments. Ultimately, Yi Lanqi lived up to expectations and successfully developed SF. Subsequently, under Gu Yaofeng's marketing, the phrase "love is the preservative of marriage, beauty is the anti-corrosive" became a nationwide sensation. Additionally, Yi Lanqi was acquainted with many prominent figures, and through a combination of personal connections and diligent management, SF became a household name, remaining a leading cosmetic brand to this day. Regrettably, Gu Yaofeng, now aging and losing his capabilities, along with the absence of the creator Yi Lanqi, has caused SF to struggle. If it weren't for its enduring effectiveness and extensive advertising, it would have likely faded into obscurity. Presently, it seems Gu Yaofeng is becoming aware of this issue, striving to alter the situation and continuously seeking innovation. Sadly, there have been no breakthroughs thus far. As for family life, it is even more intriguing. Approaching middle age, thoughts of retirement loom large, and if Gu Yaofeng could betray Yi Lanqi, he could just as easily betray Liang Lijing. Observing Gu Yaofeng flitting among various women in pursuit of a son, Gu Jian found it amusing. She wondered if he had the energy to deal with Liang Lijing after exerting himself elsewhere. That woman is no fool. In comparison, Gu Fei seems far more innocent. At least her intentions are solely to entice a rich second-generation heir. Even without Gu Yaofeng's protection, she would still live comfortably. Since Gu Yaofeng is so anxious, why not lend him a hand? Gu Jian narrowed her eyes, a cunning glint shining within. Upon hearing this, Song Yi immediately grasped her intention. Rest assured, I won't let you down. Our team may lack skills, but we can certainly put on a show. Gu Jian shot him a glance. Just don't ruin a good girl. Don't worry, boss. You could trust me. I will ensure Gu Yaofeng is well taken care of. Not only that, but he would also receive an even greater surprise. As she spoke, Gu Jian's gaze shifted to Gu Fei's current target. That man looked decent, but to think he would be interested in Gu Fei, he must have some issues. Compared to seeking others, she found the prospect of stepping in herself to be far more intriguing. Recalling Gu Fei's exasperated expression, Gu Jian suddenly felt a surge of impatience. Chapter 9. Flirting with men is not flirting with women. Song Yi was just about to depart when he noticed Gu Jian fixated on a photograph of Gu Fei with a man on the table. Her demeanor icy and her gaze intricate. The man was none other than Xiao Hanxing, the heir of the Huaqin group, a combination of wealth and good looks. Undoubtedly a prime catch among the elite of Yin City. Song Yi had encountered him at a recent gathering and had initially thought highly of him, but was taken aback by his poor taste in women, considering he was interested in someone like Gu Fei. It seemed Gu Fei was quite taken with this man. Boss, just a reminder, you are married now. Song Yi felt a foreboding sense of dread. Gu Jian narrowed her eyes. Do you have an objection? Song Yi obediently nodded. You are my only deity, my sky and earth. Shut up. Your singing is atrocious. Gu Jian dismissed him with disdain. I want the details on this man. Under the pressure of Gu Jian's authoritative presence, Song Yi divulged all the information he possessed. Gu Jian glanced at the black-rimmed glasses on the table, aware that she needed to purchase an electric bike after work. But there were many tasks to accomplish beforehand, such as investigating the schedules of Xiao Hanxing and Gu Fei for the day. Though Song Yi thought Gu Jian was overreacting, he had no choice but to comply. Seeing her don the glasses again, he mistakenly assumed she had changed her mind. Boss, are you finally acknowledging your identity as a married woman? Married woman, she scoffed, rising to her feet and delivering a swift kick to Song Yi. Get moving. If anything else goes awry, I will paint you in a myriad of colors. Song Yi was left in despair. Indeed, married women often transformed into fierce tigers. In the Thailand CAF, Gu Jian, adorned in her couple's black-rimmed glasses and an inconspicuous makeup look, sat in a corner on the second floor. The large fan palm in front of her not only concealing her figure, but also allowing her to observe the unfolding drama below. At that moment, Gu Yaofeng's gaze fixated upon the shapely form of a woman beneath a slender waist his eyes practically ablaze. Having toiled for most of his 50-plus years, Gu Yaofeng, despite having a well-behaved daughter, was reluctant to relinquish his hard-earned legacy to an outsider, especially now that his desire for a son had intensified. After months of fruitless efforts, he had sought the counsel of an old acquaintance and spent 3 days at Qianlong Temple, donating generously to receive a blessing from Master Yinshu. As he meandered southward, he found himself at Thailand CAF, where a delicate beauty lay in his embrace. In that instant, he grasped the vastness of Buddhist mercy. Even if he could not fulfill his desires, securing such a beauty would still mark him as a winner in life. Miss Lin, are you truly all right? Are you sure you don't need to go to the hospital? It was my fault for being distracted while driving. If something were to happen to you. Gu Jian watched from above as Gu Yaofeng pretended to be composed while clearly yearning to devour the woman before him. A smirk playing on her lips as she discreetly issued orders. The bait had been set. Mr. Gu, please don't say that. It was my carelessness. Lin Ro appeared hesitant. I truly regret my actions. Seeing Lin Ro's reluctance to speak, Gu Yaofeng's interest piqued. It seems Miss Lin has something on her mind. Perhaps I can assist. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Ro finally confided, I'm the only daughter in my family, and being in my 30s without a partner has made my parents anxious. We had a big argument, and I ran away, but I feel bad thinking about their feelings. Gu Yaofeng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. A single woman of a certain age. This was truly serendipitous. Concealing his excitement, he replied earnestly, It's natural for parents to worry, but love cannot be forced. You should talk with them again. After all, deceiving a simple-minded woman was a trivial endeavor for him. As he observed Lin Ro's growing admiration for him, his masculine pride swelled. Thank you so much, Mr. Gu. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do. I'll go home and apologize to my parents and have a good talk with them. That's the spirit. There's no need for lingering grievances between parents and children. These are minor matters. Unlike me, my wife passed away early, leaving me with a daughter. Mr. Gu, if you have any troubles, feel free to share. I'm a psychological consultant, albeit not a professional. Not necessary. It's getting late. Gu Yaofeng glanced at his watch, clearly signaling he had other matters to attend to, anticipating Lin Ro to request his contact information. Seeing this, Lin Ro pondered for a moment before pulling out her phone. May I have your contact information? You've helped me immensely today. I'd like to assist you in return. If you or your daughter face any issues, we can discuss them over the phone. After a brief hesitation, Gu Yaofeng nodded and exchanged contact details with Lin Ro. As a token of gratitude, I must buy some gifts for your parents. Otherwise, I would feel guilty. Watching the two leave in a half-hearted manner, Song Yi was utterly astonished. My goodness, boss. I must confess, I've always wondered where your flirting skills come from. Turns out it's hereditary. Song Yi was truly enlightened, despite his apparent desire. Gu Yaofeng maintained an air of composure. Moreover, he noted the man's age, yet he referred to Lin Ro's parents as uncle and aunt, utterly shameless. Had Lin Ro not been aware of his situation, she would have surely succumbed today. Unbelievable, truly impressive. After holding back his amusement, Song Yi could no longer contain himself and launched into a tirade of comments that seemed to have no end. Meanwhile, Gu Jian merely raised an eyebrow, shooting him an exasperated glance. Boss, don't you have anything to say? Gu Jian pondered for a moment. It's flirting with men, not with women. Chapter 10. A comedic misunderstanding. Seeing Gu Jian's serious demeanor, Song Yi was left speechless. After taking a sip of coffee, Gu Jian leisurely inquired, where did this girl come from? It was unbearable for her to see such a beautiful girl taken advantage of by Gu Yaofeng. Through the window, she spotted Lin Ro getting into Gu Yaofeng's car, and Song Yi expressed regret. She had been dating that scoundrel for a decade, believing they were on the verge of a happy ending, only to discover the man already had a daughter nearing university graduation. She wanted to keep that child. I've promised her that once we resolve Gu Yaofeng's issues, I'll help her leave this place and ensure she witnesses the scoundrel facing his just deserts. Gu Jian frowned, musing for a long time before declaring, Indeed, no man is worth trusting. Boss, except for my husband. Goodness, may lightning strike him. Gu Jian glanced at the time. It was 3 o'clock, just perfect. She took out her makeup bag and let down her braided hair. After slightly altering her makeup and removing her black-framed glasses, Gu Jian transformed from an ordinary girl into an enchanting beauty radiating charm. Await my good news. Armed with the meticulously prepared materials, Gu Jian hurried towards the largest sports arena nearby. Xiao Hanxing, an avid tennis player, had inspired Gu Fei to abandon her previous shortcomings. After a month of rigorous practice on the tennis court, she finally made some progress, spending the last few days immersed in the sport with Xiao Hanxing. However, this afternoon, Gu Fei received an invitation from the most prominent socialite in Yun City to attend a tea party, leaving the tennis court seemingly deserted, save for Xiao Hanxing. Dressed in pure white athletic attire and carrying her tennis racket, Gu Jian attracted the attention of numerous passersby, some even extending invitations her way. Ignoring the advances, she remained focused until she spotted Xiao Hanxing, at which point a frown crossed her face, revealing a hint of disdain. This territory is now mine. Gu Jian exuded an air of defiance, clearly unimpressed by him. Xiao Hanxing, taken aback, found the girl before him utterly captivating. He had encountered many beautiful women, yet none compared to this one, who, without a trace of makeup, possessed a breathtaking allure that compelled one to gaze longer. Are you unable to hear me? With that lecherous look on your face, it's evident you're no gentleman. Xiao Hanxing, puzzled, inquired, do we know each other? Whether they were acquainted or not was irrelevant. Gu Jian had set her sights on this place, demanding he concede. It was quite unusual for the often admired Xiao Hanxing to be addressed so informally, especially by such an extraordinary beauty, whose tone, though sharp, remained strikingly refined and even alluring. Xiao Hanxing's eyes sparkled with interest. Since we are on the tennis court, why not engage in a match? Onlookers were astonished that such a stunning woman had her eyes solely on Xiao Hanxing, eliciting a mix of schadenfreude and envy. Upon hearing Xiao Hanxing's proposition, they immediately rallied to Gu Jian's defense. Isn't this bullying, young Master Xiao? Everyone knows your tennis skills rival those of a professional. Indeed, the last time you played with Coach Wang, he was left questioning his life choices. You must show some mercy. Gu Jian donned her cap, and the once glamorous beauty morphed into a fierce, athletic goddess, brandishing her tennis racket and inspecting the strings. Enough with the chatter. Today, I'm here to take you on. Xiao Hanxing shrugged. As you can see, the beauty has no pity for me. Please, young Master Xiao, go easy on her. Don't frighten her. The crowd, clearly viewing Gu Jian as a mere ornament, was met with her disdainful scoff directed at Xiao Hanxing. Humph, you better watch your head. Her fiery demeanor left Xiao Hanxing puzzled. Had he unknowingly offended her? It seemed unlikely. A beauty like her would surely be memorable. Just as he pondered this, he sensed impending danger and instinctively stepped back, a rush of wind brushing past him, followed by the referee's astonished exclamation, 150. What a quick serve. Who is this beauty? Did you see that serve? It resembled a dance move, yet was incredibly powerful. Such strength requires immense muscular control. Losing points at the outset was a rare occurrence for the illustrious young Master Qiao. This beauty is undoubtedly a master. My heavens! Young Master Qiao may truly face a setback this time. What a formidable lady! I adore you. Those who had initially anticipated Gu Jian's failure now wholeheartedly supported her, with several girls nearby unable to contain their admiration, exclaiming how stunning she was. Xiao Hanxing, filled with exhilaration, had not felt such joy in a long time. 300. As Gu Jian's words echoed, Xiao Hanxing indeed faltered again. What sort of young Master Qiao can't even return ball? Perhaps he should change his name to Xiao Zha or Xiao Zha instead. Zha. Xiao Hanxing would not concede to such a label. Yet, the competitive tension suggested he had indeed disappointed her. Before he could contemplate further, Gu Jian launched another attack, and he rushed forward, finally realizing just how formidable her serves were. 450, 31. The spectators were left speechless. None expected this beauty to be a rival capable of challenging the esteemed Xiao Hanxing so fiercely. His eyes gleamed with excitement. It had been ages since he felt this alive. Only on the court did he comprehend that her shots were impeccable in speed, force, and angle. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he glanced at the seemingly indifferent Gu Jian, who appeared unfazed by his performance. Bring it on. Xiao Hanxing was exhilarated. Gu Jian, with a glint of cunning in her eyes, was well aware of his enthusiasm, but had no intention of yielding to him. Approaching the center court, she bore an air of haughty indifference to continue boasting after such a performance. Xiao Wenhao, you are truly bold. Beauty exuded from her every word, strikingly unreserved. Wait, Xiao Wenhao. ISNT that the disappointing second-generation heir of the Qiao family, Xiao Hanxing's cousin? At that moment, A girl with a ponytail and a pure appearance rushed over, her face filled with despair. Xiao Jian, you're mistaken. This is not Xiao Wenhao. This is the Qiao family's eldest son, Qiao Hanqing. The audacious beauty, initially brimming with confidence, now stared blankly at Qiao Hanqing and then the girl. After confirming the truth, she fled. Chapter 11. My wife knows how to flirt. No one anticipated that this unprecedented event was the result of a mix-up involving Qiao Wenhao. Concerned that Gu Jian would face repercussions, the girl hastily explained to young Master Qiao. It turned out Qiao Wenhao had wronged her friend, and upon learning of this, the girl had come to confront him. Instead, she ended up challenging the true young Master Qiao. As for Gu Jian's hasty retreat upon realizing Qiao Hanqing's identity, well, she had watched him win his first tennis championship and became an ardent fan since. However, she knew that real-life connections were impossible, so she had dedicated herself to mastering tennis. Today, the girl implored, young Master Qiao, please don't hold it against her. This is all my fault. She did this for me. I beg you. Qiao Hanqing had never imagined he had such an enchanting fan. In that moment, he felt grateful to his inept cousin. Though the match had not concluded as he had hoped, he smiled wryly. I certainly won't take offense over such a trivial matter. But she did reprimand me without inquiry. Shouldn't she apologize in person? Could you provide me with her contact information? Young Master Qiao. The girl hesitated. Just give it to him. She is a fan after all. Consider it fulfilling a beautiful girl's wish. Surrounding onlookers rallied in support of Qiao Hanqing. And after a moment's contemplation, the girl reluctantly retrieved her phone, sharing Gu Jian's number with him. Once outside the tennis court, Gu Jian patted the girl's shoulder. You performed admirably. This girl was indeed dating Xiao Wenhao, but it was he who had been dumped. Today's events were orchestrated to attract Qiao Hanqing's attention. Sister Jian, we are in this business. If I can't even manage this, how can I survive? Song Yi seized the moment to chime in. Sister Jian, Xiao Jian, be sure to switch roles seamlessly. We have a long journey ahead. Rest assured, I won't mix them up. Two individuals exchanged pleasantries as Gu Jian glanced at the time. It was only past 5 o'clock, and Xiao Hanqing seemed particularly impatient. Perhaps it was best to take a moment's respite while awaiting her designated seat. The thought of that cool and handsome face made Gu Jian smile subtly as she retrieved her black-framed glasses from her bag. She felt quite pleased. Seeing this, Song Yi shook his head, a hint of concern etched on his features. He couldn't help but feel that their leader was becoming akin to a fish ready to be hooked. Just as Gu Jian departed, a group entered the tennis court from another direction, led by Fu Yan. His demeanor was frosty, and his brows knitted in irritation, suggesting his discontent with the day's agenda. The entourage remained silent. A middle-aged man, perhaps in his 50s, anxiously wiping his brow, his face flushed. Rest assured, Master Yan, I guarantee that we will rectify the issues within a month. I will ensure that this year's sports event is not affected. The significance of this sports event was well understood by Manager Yang, who, 10 days hence, promised to send someone for inspection. Manager Yang clenched his teeth, seemingly intent on negotiating further. But upon witnessing the man's expression, he hastily acquiesced. Yes, Master Yan, we will complete the rectifications within 10 days. Fu Yan dismissed them, surveying the tennis court, which appeared somewhat unusual today. He could faintly hear discussions regarding beautiful women. Noting Fu Yan's pause, Manager Yang cautiously began. I heard Master Yan has exceptional skills in tennis. Perhaps you should play. Manager Yang, this is work time. Suis intergestet civifti. Their superior was known for maintaining a clear boundary between personal and professional matters. Suggesting he play now might lead to unforeseen consequences. Realizing his misstep, Manager Yang promptly led Fu Yan to another area to continue their inspection. Meanwhile, those surrounding Qiao Hanqing, eager to glean the contact information of the beautiful women, could not help but whisper cautiously. Who were these individuals that made Manager Yang so apprehensive? Qiao Hanqing looked up, catching only a glimpse of the man's retreating figure. They must be from the capital. A voice echoed among the crowd. The capital? What do you mean? Others inquired, puzzled. I've heard that several prominent families from the capital are planning to host a grand private sports event in Yun City, inviting international superstars, particularly for the upcoming football match. Though framed as a friendly competition, the lineup is expected to rival that of the World Cup, and we might even witness a collaboration between two legendary players. At least, that's what my uncle mentioned. I'm not sure how true it is. Surely that's just a rumor. We haven't seen any preparations at the stadium. But what about the venues above? Xiao Hanqing interjected. There are even larger aerial sports arenas up there. The families from the capital are something we can hardly fathom. I wonder which family it is that has come. Despite having numerous tasks at hand, Gu Jian found herself feeling somewhat bored. She unconsciously fixated on the clock on the wall, then glanced at her phone screen. It read 6:45. Upon receiving Fu Yan's message stating I have arrived, Gu Jian sprang to her feet, swiftly packed her bag, donned her glasses, and hurried out through the back door. At the corner, a man sat on a bicycle, one foot on the pedal, the other resting on the ground, his long, straight legs rivaling those of a professional model. Every casual movement exuded the aura of a fashion shoot. Although he wore incongruous black-framed glasses, he was still the object of admiration for numerous young fans. Just as Gu Jian was about to approach, two young girls rushed over, their cheeks flushed, eagerly offering their phones to Fu Yan. "Excuse me, could we exchange contact information?" Gu Jian raised an eyebrow. Indeed, he was quite the heartthrob. Fu Yan's expression remained icy as he did not turn to acknowledge them, as if the two girls were non-existent. Gu Jian smirked, observing the girl's increasing embarrassment. She approached and linked her arm with Fu Yan's, lowering her voice to speak softly. "Brother, how can you be so unkind to the young ladies?" She felt her drawn-out tone was somewhat nauseating, yet Fu Yan merely glanced at her, his eyes filled with fondness, as if he accepted everything she did without question. It wasn't the girl's fault. They could only blame this man for being so captivating that she nearly lost her composure. No, she had already lost it. "So, you're the younger sister of this handsome brother? Could I possibly obtain your contact information?" "Indeed, I am his sister." Gu Jian raised a hand to adjust her own black-framed glasses, which mirrored Fu Yan's. "But I'm not just a sister. I'm a legally recognized sister." In comparison, Gu Jian was hardly less alluring than Fu Yan. At that moment, she blinked her eyes enticingly, her voice enchanting, rendering the two already shy girls too bashful to continue, and they hastily retreated. Fu Yan, who had remained silent, looked at Gu Jian. His mood seemingly lifted. Wife seems quite adept at charming young ladies. Chapter 12. What you like matters most. The allure in the man's captivating gaze was unmistakable as he fixed his attention on the girl before him, his deep voice like aged wine, intoxicating in its resonance. This was Fu Yan's first time addressing Gu Jian in such an intimate manner, and the ambiguity of the term felt somewhat inappropriate. For some reason, Gu Jian sensed that this man had changed since their marriage, especially after his recent business trip. He was more inclined to engage in conversation, often laced with teasing undertones. Much like now, could it be that the weight of the marriage certificate instilled in him a sense of responsibility? Gu Jian cleared her throat, taking her seat in the back. "Isn't it just helping my husband fend off romantic entanglements?" Likewise, Fu Yan understood the importance of discretion. While he was exceedingly curious about his wife, life was meant to be a delightful enigma. Time was abundant, and they could take it slow. Unbeknownst to him, he was entertaining some rather absurd thoughts about the future. What brings this topic to mind? Gu Jian mused, feeling a twinge of guilt over the day's events. She instinctively wrapped her arms around Fu Yan's waist, murmuring, "You are clearly the one attracting attention, not me. Perhaps, but you are undeniably captivating." Gu Jian's cheeks flushed crimson once more. She had discovered that this man was impervious to defeat, and as her adept charm failed against him, she could only attribute it to his handsome visage and the sincerity in his words, which rendered a single compliment worth 1,000 others. Even without seeing Fu Yan, she could envision his expression, a slight smile playing at his lips, akin to a gentle breeze on a clear moonlit night, his spirits evidently high. Their journey soon led them to Yun City's largest electric vehicle market, where Gu Jian had meticulously researched suitable options for their purchase. Electric vehicles are quite similar. We need not invest in something overly expensive. Just because a brand is less renowned doesn't mean it's inferior. As long as the battery is reliable, that's what matters. As Gu Jian analyzed the options while leading Fu Yan forward, she turned to find herself gazing into a pair of gentle, water-like eyes. "What is it?" she stammered, perplexed by the man's unusual demeanor. "Nothing. I just admire your financial acumen." Gu Jian mused that perhaps this man had undergone a crash course in charm, considering how skillfully he flirted. Of course, just wait and see. Adhering to the principle of comparing goods, Gu Jian inquired about several electric vehicles, only to be unexpectedly confronted with reality. The brand she initially favored paled in comparison to a slightly pricier model, which which boasted a unique design and appealing color scheme. Particularly the seating, which promised comfort for both the rider and passenger. Truly the Hermes of electric vehicles. Yet the price. Glancing at the figures starting with a 4, Gu Jian couldn't help but pout in regret. She genuinely regretted feigning poverty. Now she hesitated to purchase a mere electric vehicle. Indeed, one must sacrifice to gain. Just as she prepared to lead Fu Yan away, she realized that he had inexplicably wandered off to make a phone call. How is a young lady? This vehicle is the latest model of this year, and there are only 10 in Yun City. This is the last one. The owner has great confidence in this electric bike. Gu Jian is truly reluctant to part with it, but I think I should take a look at others first. Let us go with this one. Fu Yan approached from the side and decisively made the decision. Gu Jian hurriedly pulled his arm. What are you doing? The one we just looked at was also quite good, and you don't need to look at so many when buying a car. Just as Gu Jian was pondering whether the man found her bothersome, his deep, melodious voice resonated in her ear once more. The most important thing is that you like it. The young man not only possesses good looks, but also knows how to cherish his wife. I can see that you both genuinely wish to buy it. Thus, I will throw in 2 helmets for you. The owner seized the opportunity to interject. Although Gu Jian was indeed flattered, her finances were limited. She only possessed an unlimited black card, which she could not possibly use now. So how could she afford it? Should she call Song Yi for support? Sensing Gu Jian's concern, Fu Yan opened his phone to show her the balance. There remained 3,000? Fu Yan quietly explained in Gu Jian's ear. I just borrowed it. Seeing Fu Yan's insistence, Gu Jian had no choice but to nod. All right then, we'll take this one, but brother, you're being a bit stingy. You can tell we don't want to lean on our family's resources. So don't take advantage of us. The registration, raincoat, compact inflatable pump, seat cover, and other trivial items shouldn't be overlooked. Also, if the price could be reduced even slightly, that would be splendid. Gu Jian looked at the owner with a plea, her expression utterly heart-wrenching. Fu Yan frowned, suddenly feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction with this current situation. This expression should belong solely to him. This inexplicable thought struck him, and by the time he regained his composure, the owner had already settled the price with Gu Jian. Gu Jian winked at Fu Yan, her smile radiant as summer blooms. Not only did we get freebies, but it's also 200 cheaper. Am I not a savvy money saver? The earlier discontent vanished, and the man gently nodded in approval. Although it exceeded the budget, Gu Jian's spirits were genuinely high. Purchasing this electric vehicle excited her even more than receiving that globally limited supercar. On the way back, she unconsciously hummed a tune. Riding my beloved little donkey, it shall never be absent. The girl's voice was sweet and captivating, and with the melody, Fu Yan's smile broadened. Although he considered that Gu Jian might think he was overly generous with money and even questioned the source of his funds, at this moment, he felt nothing but satisfaction. Upon returning, Gu Jian did not inquire about the source of his money. Instead, she borrowed 3,000 from Song Yi to transfer to Fu Yan. It's better to use our own funds rather than someone else's. Let us return the money first. This vehicle is also our joint property as a couple, and even if we need to delineate ownership, that is not the matter at hand. The phrase joint property of the couple evidently pleased Fu Yan. He nodded and accepted, promptly transferring the 3,000 to Su Yi. The next step was to prepare for a sweet dinner. Gu Jian was not one to sit idly by. She immediately offered to lend a hand. Observing Fu Yan's deft and skilled knife work, Gu Jian couldn't help but exclaim, "My husband is truly handsome." Chapter 13. Joint property of the couple. The following day, Fu Yan routinely dropped Gu Jian off at the nearest intersection to her company. Coincidentally, Song Yi happened to pass by and witnessed Gu Jian sweetly waving goodbye to Fu Yan, leaving him in disbelief as he rubbed his eyes. Where did this enchanting young blossom come from? How could his boss possibly exhibit such an adorable side? After parking the car and handing it over to the valet, Song Yi, with his green hair, hurriedly rushed towards Gu Jian. "Good morning, boss." Gu Jian shot him a glance, warning him to keep his distance. Fu Yan had not wandered far. What if he suddenly turned around? Song Yi sulkily trailed behind until they entered the company's back door, where he wore a face of grievance. "Boss, why do I feel like you've lost affection for me? There was never any to begin with. See, you've admitted it." "Boss, I've figured it out. You're smitten with that pretty face. Be honest. Are you planning to support her? Right? You even asked me for 3,000 last night." Song Yi's sudden realization filled him with horror. "Oh my boss, you're so stingy. Only 3,000 for a whole night." Song Yi's loud exclamation successfully drew attention to Gu Jian. She glanced at the cleaning lady who had just appeared nearby and smiled wryly. "Don't be so shocked. I want to tell anyone that you sold yourself for just $1 last time." With that, Gu Jian sauntered away. An hour later, astonishing news spread throughout the company. Assistant Song sold himself for a high price of $1. Song Yi. He would never speak carelessly again. Gu Jian cast her bait, now patiently waiting to reel in the catch. It would take a few more days for Gu Yaofeng's side, but Xiao Hanxing's side was already anxious. Upon opening another system on her phone, she indeed saw a notification from Xiao Hanxing requesting to add her as a friend. There were a total of 10 requests, and he had sent them 10 minutes ago, clearly in a hurry. Gu Jian leisurely accepted. No sooner had she clicked than a message arrived. "What's this? After bullying me, you wish to run away?" One must admit, Xiao Hanxing's tactics were quite astute. He initiated with a tone that incited guilt, then proceeded to dictate the terms of their interaction. Unfortunately, Gu Jian had no intention of complying with his wishes. "Who bullied you? You're the eldest young master of the Qiao family. If you can't even manage your own brother, how could I wrong you? Moreover, it wasn't me bullying you, but rather your lack of skill that led to your defeat." With that, she sent a furious yet adorable emoji. After sending, she handed her phone to Song Yi. She was a law-abiding wife, caring for her husband. Such ambiguous chats were not her domain. Song Yi. She was the boss, and even if she subjected him to various servitudes, it was her prerogative. Upon returning home, Gu Jian initiated a video call with Si-chun. As soon as it connected, a radiant smile appeared on the computer screen. Her brows unrefined and lips naturally tinted. Her petite face, even when close, only occupied half the screen. The star she admired was undeniably beautiful. "What have you been busy with these past few days?" Si-chun wore an expression akin to that of a jilted spouse. Gu Jian pouted in grievance. "Getting married. I'll let you meet her someday." "My heavens, Jiange, you've married? What about our Chunjia?" Before Si-chun could voice her thoughts, her assistant, wide-eyed in shock, leaned in. Si-chun promptly slapped her. "Jiange and I share a pure bond." Then, turning to Gu Jian with tearful eyes, "It is my greatest wish in this life for Jiange to meet a beloved partner, now that you finally have a home." I. Stop right there. Chun, we're overdoing it." Gu Jian helplessly rubbed her forehead. She knew this would happen. "Quickly, reiterate what you just mentioned. What do those people in the capital intend to do?" Si-chun looked even more aggrieved. "They want to even let me hone my acting skills. Indeed, married women are cold-hearted." Gu Jian. Jokes aside, let us get down to business. Upon recalling the matter, Si-chun's expression darkened, her smile vanished, and she spoke slowly and heavily. "It seems there are further secrets behind the explosion 20 years ago. He appeared to have left behind an important research project. It's unclear who leaked the information, but everyone wishes to share in the spoils, including those in the capital. With such a commotion, even if it's buried deep, it should be hard to contain. The explosion in Yun City 2 decades ago was indeed a sensational event. In the past, an attempt was made to apprehend a notorious drug lord. Ultimately, he found himself cornered at Yun City Medical College during a holiday period, leaving some students who lived far from home unable to return. With a heart set on mutual destruction, the drug lord detonated explosives in 2 buildings of the college, resulting in the tragic deaths of several students and a professor who happened to be in the laboratory. None other than Professor Si-chun, the father of Si-chun herself, referred to as him by her. The legacy left behind 2 decades ago still stirred such commotion. Professor Si was indeed formidable. Gu Jian's compliment was sincere. Si-chun, unabashidli, responded, "Of course. Otherwise, why do you think those individuals went to such lengths to inform me?" A shadow flickered in Gu Jian's eyes as her expression turned cold. "Come back. No matter what, I shall not permit anyone to disturb his peace. As for you, it seems that only by staying by my side can you provide any reassurance." Si-chun pouted. "What a pity. I have already committed to hosting their sports event." Gu Jian sighed in exasperation. "Xiao Chun-chun, you truly have a knack for creating trouble for me." "Not at all. I am merely seeking to enhance our company's visibility. I might even procure a few autographs and introduce some newcomers." Gu Jian, however, was uninterested in such matters. "Enough. The priority is to return quickly." Those eager individuals clearly sought to determine whether Si Chun possessed any relics or clues left by Professor Si, yet she remained a source of concern, insisting on wading into this murky situation. Truth be told, Gu Jian was somewhat curious. After 20 years, what remarkable legacy could a professor of traditional Chinese medicine have left behind to incite such excitement? With her palms open, Gu Jian gazed at her hands, memories flooding her mind, a painful expression crossing her delicate features. Clenching her pale fists, her body trembled despite her efforts to remain composed. Meanwhile, Fu Yan was also investigating the explosion incident. He held no interest in the so-called relics. His presence was solely for his grandparents. As for the relics, only one person held the rightful claim to them. Thoughts of Chuang Lan softened Fu Yan's gaze. His return was not entirely fruitless. At the very least, it had proven rather intriguing. In the following days, Gu Jian enjoyed a delightful existence. She worked during the day and spent her evenings shopping and cooking with Fu Yan, savoring a sense of tranquility. On the other hand, Qiao Hanqing was engaged in conversation with Song Yi. Observing their exchanges, Gu Jian genuinely praised. Next time someone inquires about your pricing, I shall inform them you have raised your rates. Song Xiaoya is truly a master at charming women, with the potential to inherit my legacy. Song Yi glared at Gu Jian, his teeth clenched. If not for his fears, he would have certainly disclosed this matter to Fu Yan. Gu Yaofeng's actions transpired even more swiftly than Gu Jian had anticipated. Within mere days, he had successfully ensnared someone in his web. Employing despicable tactics, he drugged her yet claimed it was merely a drunken mishap. Lin Ro forwarded the recording to Gu Jian. They all understood Gu Yaofeng's character, so it was no surprise. Still, hearing Gu Yaofeng assert he would marry Lin Ro was enough to provoke a scathing remark. That shameless old dog truly has no dignity. With Lin Ro now in his grasp, Gu Yaofeng's priority became winning her over. Bored, Gu Jian decided to disguise herself and follow them. Capturing photos of Gu Yaofeng's sycophantic behavior for Liang Lijing's future amusement. Lin Ro initially had no intention of letting Gu Yaofeng off easily, but upon noticing Gu Jian's presence, she deliberately made him run errands, reveling in his discomposure. Gu Jian found satisfaction in his plight, yet she reminded Lin Ro to keep things within reasonable limits. Once Lin Ro deemed it sufficient, she ceased her teasing and reverted to her gentle demeanor, repeatedly inquiring if Gu Yaofeng would indeed take responsibility. Realizing Lin Ro had accepted him, Gu Yaofeng quickly assured her, of course. How could I deceive a young lady like you at my age? But you must understand, our daughter is not easy to handle. Approaching her abruptly would surely lead to complications. Let's take our time. Though Lin Ro was reluctant, she did not oppose him outright. For in half a month's time, she would announce her pregnancy to Gu Yaofeng. At that moment, Gu Yaofeng was preoccupied with the same thought. As long as she bore him a son, what could Lin Ro do? As for Liang Lijing, he cared little. Nothing mattered more than having a son. Worst case, he would go all in. He did not believe Liang Lijing would dare to divorce him. Moreover, Lin Ro was beautiful, young, and incredibly alluring in bed, while Liang Lijing seemed like an unrefined and unappealing older woman. Had it not been for the Liang family's influence, he would have divorced her long ago. As Gu Yaofeng embraced Lin Ro and departed, Gu Jian yawned in boredom, preparing to return when she suddenly heard a familiar voice. Ah, my health has truly been deteriorating. Even a cool breeze feels uncomfortable. Let's go soak in a hot spring together later. Gu Jian's eyes lit up as she turned towards the source of the voice. Spotting Liang Lijing, who was entwined with a remarkably young and robust man, exuding allure. As she spoke, her hand subtly grazed the man's chest. How distasteful! Yet the man appeared to relish it, pulling Liang Lijing into his embrace. What? No need to go home today. The old fool is on a business trip. At his age, he insists on trying for a son. After consuming so many tonics recently, it has proven utterly fruitless. Am I to blame for not being able to bear a son? Absurd. The man chuckled mischievously. Aren't you afraid he'll find out? Why should I fear giving him a son? Besides, even if we were caught, so what? You are my dear cousin, my uncle's godson. He would not dare to object to our closeness. Indeed, my beloved sister, what are we waiting for? Liang Lijing blushed coyly, collapsing into the man's embrace. Gu Jian was genuinely taken aback by Liang Lijing's apparent satisfaction with her circumstances, which had evidently kept her from confronting Gu Yaofeng. She recalled that Liang Lijing's uncle held considerable sway in the capital, though he was now quite aged. Was Gu Yaofeng really such a coward? It seemed he was utterly useless. Touching her glasses, Gu Jian found the unfolding events increasingly fascinating. She wondered what dramatic spectacle might arise should their paths cross. Smirking, Gu Jian messaged Qiao Hanqing. Care for a game of tennis? Qiao Hanqing had been eagerly awaiting Gu Jian's message. Not knowing the reasons behind her reluctance to meet him again, he could hardly refuse such an invitation. He quickly agreed and rushed to the tennis court. Meanwhile, Gu Jian calculated the timing and informed Gu Fei of Qiao Hanqing's arrival at the court, sending him a message. I might be a bit late. I have an urgent matter to attend to. I will arrive in about an hour. No rush. I will wait for you. Qiao Hanqing had no qualms. As long as she showed up, he would wait all day if necessary. However, it turned out Qiao Hanqing would not be meeting Gu Jian today. Only Gu Fei would be present. After attending a tea party recently, Gu Fei noticed a change in Qiao Hanqing. He no longer responded directly to her messages, and his attitude had become increasingly ambiguous. Despite having kissed her previously, he now even rejected her invitations. After numerous inquiries, she learned of the events that transpired that afternoon, and while she felt furious, she understood that this was a critical moment. To win Qiao Hanqing over, she would have to take the initiative to change her approach. Since that woman was assertive, she would embrace her own vulnerability. Upon seeing Qiao Hanqing, Gu Fei rushed over and softly greeted, "Brother Hanqing, long time no see. I thought you wouldn't come here anymore." Qiao Hanqing's gaze flickered. He previously held a favorable impression of Gu Fei, a refined young lady, well-educated and graceful. The sole heiress of Kaishi International, and the only successor of Gu Yaofeng. Although Kaishi International held little significance, FS had indeed created a legend. Unfortunately, her arrival was ill-timed. Had Xiao Jian not appeared, he might have thought more highly of Gu Fei. However, to Qiao Hanqing now, he and Gu Fei were merely ordinary friends who had shared a kiss during a game of truth or dare. Yes, I'm just meeting with a friend. A fleeting, sinister glint passed across Gu Fei's delicate face, vanishing almost instantly. Is it that remarkably talented and beautiful sister? What a pity I couldn't meet her. Upon mentioning Gu Jian, Qiao Hanqing couldn't help but smile broadly. No worries, there will be opportunities in the future. Gu Fei's heart chilled as she clenched her fists, yet maintained an expression of eager anticipation. Of course, I would love to invite Brother Hanqing and the beautiful sister to guide me. Listening to Gu Fei's words, Qiao Hanqing felt a surge of pride. He perceived that Gu Fei genuinely wished to learn tennis and softened momentarily. Since you'll have to wait a while, I can certainly offer some pointers on what you find challenging. Gu Fei smirked inwardly, knowing that a woman who appeared out of nowhere was hardly a match for her. Chapter 15. Suppression of Chuanglan. Excitedly, Gu Fei grasped Xiao Hanqing's arm. Really, Brother Hanqing? I thought you were reluctant to talk to me. Xiao Hanqing felt a bit shy. He had indeed promised to teach Gu Fei until she was proficient. Not at all. In the future, not only can I teach you, but she can as well. Her skills surpass mine, and we can all learn together. Gu Fei's heart was filled with cold laughter, yet her face wore a mask of hope, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. That would be wonderful. Qiao Hanqing envisioned a bright future brimming with joy, unaware that this scene had long been monitored by Gu Jian from afar. He initially believed Qiao Hanqing to be a devoted and sincere young man, but the truth revealed him to be fickle and indecisive. Reducing the video frame, Gu Jian resumed her work. When her phone buzzed again, revealing a message from Qiao Hanqing urging her to respond, she took her time before replying. An urgent situation arose. I've been assigned to a business trip that may last half a month. I'll reach out to you upon my return. Qiao Hanqing's enthusiasm was instantly extinguished, and the dreams he had cherished for days dissipated in an instant, leaving his heart in turmoil. Initially, he had expected Gu Jian to provide some explanation, but after a prolonged wait, nothing came. Though reluctant, he could only reply with a sense of resignation. All right, what is wrong with Brother Hanqing? Gu Fei inquired, feigning innocence. Nothing, let's continue, he declared, refusing to believe that a mere woman could deter him. Gu Fei smiled triumphantly, having already absorbed every detail of the earlier interaction, dismissing the girl as foolish. Even if she intended to play hard to get, she should first gauge her opponent. Men like Qiao Hanqing had an abundance of beautiful women around them. What did she have to offer apart from excelling at tennis? Since she seemed unaware of her own insignificance, Gu Fei felt compelled to exert herself even more. Gu Jian captured a screenshot of Gu Fei's proud and smug expression, saving it to her files. Truthfully, her mood was now far better than Gu Fei's. When Song Yi arrived to deliver documents, he chanced upon this scene. "Boss, weren't you supposed to meet Xiao Hanqing today?" "Not going." "Why not?" "This is the perfect time to seize the moment." "I simply don't want to go. I told him I was on a business trip. Keep an eye on things and report any irregularities." At a critical juncture, she could still fuel the fire. Song Yi was genuinely baffled. "Boss, you know Gu Fei is lurking, eager to pounce. After having baited him for days, if you don't meet now, aren't you?" Gu Jian shook her head in resignation, deciding to teach Song Yi a lesson through action. She retrieved a series of recordings and dialed Xiao Hanqing's number. The first call went unanswered, as did the second. It wasn't until the third attempt that he finally picked up. Xiao Hanqing was in a foul mood and initially reluctant to answer, but upon discovering it was Gu Jian, his demeanor shifted. "Xiao Jian, apologies," she uttered, her voice laced with a hint of mischief, leaving Song Yi utterly bewildered. He could not fathom how she managed to convey such a playful expression while delivering those words filled with regret. Just the sound of her voice made him think she might cry. "What's wrong? Don't cry. We can discuss anything. It's nothing. I can handle it myself." Gu Jian inhaled deeply, her voice calming. "Hearing your voice has already made me feel better. I was looking forward to our date. But that old lecher interrupted me. He dared to undermine me. When I return from this business trip, I will ensure he pays." "Date?" The mere mention of the word sent Xiao Hanqing into a frenzy of excitement. He understood now that she had been schemed against. "Yes, so naive. She could have simply approached me." Gu Jian continued to voice her grievances, and surprisingly, their bond seemed to strengthen. She warned Xiao Hanqing not to meddle and reiterated that he must wait for her return. Observing how effortlessly Gu Jian managed to dismiss Xiao Hanqing with just a few words left Song Yi in awe. Not to mention, a stunning beauty who didn't seek personal gain and was so forthright. Who wouldn't be enamored? After hanging up, Gu Jian turned off the recording and sighed. "It's all your fault. Gu Fei could have made an effort these past few days. Now she'll probably be left with nothing as she tries to teach you how to pursue a partner." Song Yi pondered, his partner isn't Xiao Hanqing. "No, he doesn't even like men. He desires beautiful women." "Boss, I'm in awe of you. Let's focus on this." Song Yi, with utmost respect, continued. "Since our establishment, although you've never shown your face, your name is revered in the industry. However, a formidable rival has recently emerged. This woman has already disrupted our business 3 times. Gu Jian glanced at the photograph of a girl with a pure, doll-like face, immensely charming. She had previously starred in a web drama, where she outshone the lead as a supporting character, becoming a rising star in the industry. Her ability to garner attention had kept her in the spotlight. Initially, Gu Jian could tolerate her snatching a few endorsements. But when she dared to encroach on the territory of Sheng Yao, the most handsome man in Aizu whom Gu Jian had nurtured, it was evident this woman was courting disaster. "Boss, it's not that I wish to trouble you, but this woman seems connected to a prominent family in the capital. The chairman of New Star Entertainment, Zhang Hancheng, has been avoiding her. He even called today, pleading with Sheng Yao to take on this role, claiming he would accept any of our conditions. He appeared genuinely troubled." "Troubled? Really?" Gu Jian scoffed. "Tell Zhang Hancheng that even if he offers me New Star, I want to allow Sheng Yao to accept this role." With that, Gu Jian opened her official account. Though it boasted a large following, she rarely posted updates. However, the time had come. Chuanglon Entertainment refuses to collaborate with any projects involving the Chun surname influencer. Any company or enterprise that partners with said influencer will find no dealings with Chuanglon for the next 5 years. An influencer, not a star? Song Yi sensed the gravity of the situation as Gu Jian remained unfazed, realizing she had acted impulsively. "Boss, do you even realize that Zhang Hongcheng fears Chen Shanshan? What you're doing isn't just targeting her. You're jeopardizing Chuanglon." "Banning Chuanglon?" Gu Jian scoffed. "They must possess the capability to do so." Chapter 16. One knows one's own body. This period has been excessively tranquil, to the extent that people have forgotten Chuanglon's resolute rise to prominence. She merely granted them a sliver of breathing space. Yet a star who gained fame from a web series dares to flaunt her power in front of her. She is eager to see who is truly more formidable. Gu Jian chose to utilize her public account for dissemination. primarily because the entertainment industry had languished in silence for far too long. Following her announcement, Sheng Yao was naturally the first to express his stance, promptly severing ties with the brands associated with Chun Shanshan. Initially, those individuals harbored no fear. After all, it was Chuanglon breaching the contract, and they doubted that each of them would blindly follow this capricious boss. However, gradually, a sense of panic began to take hold. Artists under Chuanglon's banner synchronously followed in Sheng Yao's footsteps, as if they regarded the breach fees as inconsequential. In reality, compared to the penalties, Chun Shanshan's worth paled in comparison to the benefits Chuanglon provided. Although Chun Shanshan had garnered considerable followers through recent trends, she was up against the formidable Sheng Yao, a titan of the entertainment realm. In an instant, those who had yet to finalize contracts with Chun Shanshan, as well as those who had already signed, disregarded the risks of breach and opted for termination. The once promising new star dimmed before their eyes. Though Chun Shanshan enlisted online support to advocate for her, what difference did it make? Two fists cannot fend off four hands, and moreover, this was Chuanglon. Meanwhile, Su Yi was reporting Chuanglon's situation to Fu Yan. In truth, Chuanglon did not need to create such a ruckus. This was likely connected to Si Chun. Currently, only a handful of individuals knew that Si Chun was the sole child of Professor Si. Chuanglon's actions were rather reckless, particularly knowing that Chun Shanshan was associated with Uncle Yun, yet proceeding in such a manner. Fu Yunhua, a distant relative of the Fu family, should be addressed as second uncle by Fu Yan due to his age and temperament. He had a fondness for young women and had managed to find someone like Chun Shanshan, showering her with affection. Upon learning that Chun Shanshan aspired to enter the entertainment industry, he not only paved her way, but also did so under the Fu family banner. However, that woman clearly overestimated herself. Tell second uncle that how she relates to me is inconsequential. She must not affect my woman. Su Yi. Sir, are you overthinking this? Even if Chuanglon were to create chaos, it wouldn't involve a mere makeup artist, especially since Madame has only been employed for a few days. How deep could her feelings for Chuanglon be? Since the Sir had decided to support Chuanglon, he knew how to handle the remainder. Upon exiting the office, Su Yi immediately contacted various media outlets in Yun City. Sitting in the office, Fu Yan's gaze flickered. He was fully aware of Su Yi's thoughts, but he found his wife to be exceptionally intriguing, so much so that he doubted she was merely a humble makeup artist. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Fu Yan departed punctually to pick up Gu Jian. Equipped with new gear, the journey was significantly swifter, arriving 10 minutes earlier than before. Fu Yan sent a message and soon saw Gu Jian approaching him with great enthusiasm. All fatigue melted away as he gently placed the helmet on her head. Settling into the exclusive back seat, Gu Jian felt an immense sense of joy. Not far away, Xiao Hanxing was driving Gu Fei as they prepared to dine together. Passing by Chuanglon when Xiao Hanxing suddenly froze at the sight of a familiar figure. It wasn't just the girl's silhouette. Even the man seemed strikingly recognizable. No, he must be overthinking. There were countless people with similar appearances in this world. If he mistook Gu Jian, that would be one thing. But that man was someone who commanded respect from Manager Yang. How could he possibly be riding an electric scooter? It seemed that he was simply too fatigued today. Hanxing, the light is green. Following Xiao Hanxing's gaze, aside from a few pedestrians and a couple riding a flashy electric scooter, nothing else appeared particularly special. Could it be that couple? Although it was an electric scooter, the chemistry between them seemed delightful. Could it be that Xiao Hanxing felt that way because he was with her? Gu Fei's heart swelled with joy. It seemed today was not in vain. Gu Jian was particularly elated today, not only due to Gu Fei, but also because of the company's matters. Although she was unaware of what was happening with the media, it appeared that the prominent family in the capital was not as formidable as one might think. Yin Yin, let me tell you, our boss is truly impressive. Today, he valiantly defended our company. I used to think that with many people, there would be plenty of backstabbing, but Chuanglon has shown me otherwise. Although everyone is driven by interests, they support each other, and no one has ever quarreled over a drama or endorsement. People say it's because the boss is remarkable, but I believe it's also about the goodwill among people. Only when one reciprocates sincerity can true affection blossom. I am genuinely happy to be at Chuanglon. While she initially intended to praise herself, Gu Jian's words were sincere. Chuanglon is undoubtedly the most united entertainment company to date. Although they may not have as many rising stars, Each individual is exceptional in their own right. Gu Jian has never valued mediocrity. Observing Gu Jian's spirited demeanor, Fu Yan's eyes radiated warmth. Do you adore Chuanglan? Gu Jian nodded. I love every single person at Chuanglan. They are truly wonderful. Let me tell you, when I first started, I hadn't eaten anything during lunch and felt a bit unwell, yet the cleaning lady went out of her way to buy me porridge. It was genuinely heartwarming. Gu Jian was recounting incidents from the company's early days. Fu Yan accurately grasped the crux of the matter. Is your stomach not well? It's nothing. It's merely an old issue. As long as I eat properly, it will suffice. Moreover, I myself. Gu Jian hesitated for a moment, her smile fading as she caught Fu Yan's gaze. She smiled faintly. I know my own body. Yin, you need not worry. Let's hurry home and cook. I especially crave your braised pork. Given that our company made waves in Yun City today, may I make a request? Seeing her pitiful expression, Fu Yan chuckled helplessly, a hint of unrecognized affection in his smile. I can still afford to spoil you. Yin, you are the best. Gu Jian joyfully headed towards the market, her radiant smile akin to a beam of sunlight, illuminating the world around her. Fu Yan smiled, following in Gu Jian's footsteps. Chapter 17. Comparisons between daughters. The affairs online come and go swiftly. Although Chen Shanshan was unwilling to accept her fate and sought a resurgence, for some inexplicable reason, the prominent family in the capital suddenly revoked all her privileges, leaving her isolated and unsupported. In an instant, she lost all her endorsements and bore the burden of exorbitant breach fees. As for what lay ahead, no one paid attention. After all, the entertainment industry is such. The waves of talent sift through, and those who fall through the cracks become forgotten. This turmoil once again propelled Chuanglan into the limelight in Yun City, with the elusive yet formidable leader of Chuanglan becoming the focal point of public discussion. Everyone speculated about the identity of this leader, but somehow the narrative shifted from identity to gender. Some claimed the leader of Chuanglan was female, for who else would fiercely defend Sheng Yao with such fervor? Others insisted it was a male, as he was the sole individual rumored to be linked with the goddess Si-chan. Moreover, every time Si-chan accepted an award, she would express, I love my greatest supporter, my boss, further fueling the notion of an ambiguous relationship. Not to mention, Chuanglan's other stars seem to adore this boss to an extraordinary degree. Once the media seeks to investigate the situation of the esteemed boss, they will encounter an unyielding and direct confrontation. As for offending any journalists, does Chuanglan fear such repercussions? Thus, Chuanglan stands as a myth within the entertainment industry, evoking admiration and aspiration among many. However, what they do not realize is that the very figure they idolize, the illustrious leader of Chuanglan, is currently indulging in nutritious lunch prepared by her beloved husband, wearing a look of satisfaction. Since she casually mentioned her poor stomach health last time, Fu Yan has been diligently bringing her lunch each day for the past few days. Though not extravagant, the meals are bountiful and filled with thoughtfulness. It is a pity such a good man is devoted to her. Amidst Gu Jian's reflections and subtle emotions, time swiftly passes. Lin Ro's unintentional anemia sends Gu Yaofeng into a panic, prompting him to rush her to the hospital, where they discover she is already half a month pregnant. Half a month is a fleeting period. Without the blood test, this revelation might have gone unnoticed. This unexpected news sends Gu Yaofeng into a euphoric frenzy, almost wanting to leap for joy. A son, the son he has longed for, is indeed on the way. He is so eager to rush to a temple to express his gratitude, yet he is also fearful of any mishap befalling Lin Ro, unwilling to leave her side. Observing his cautious demeanor, Lin Ro can only scoff coldly. Gu Yaofeng has been absent from home for several nights, prompting Liang Lijing, even if she were a fool, to sense something amiss. With Gu Jian in Yun City, her first thought is to investigate Gu Jian's whereabouts, questioning whether Gu Yaofeng still has any ties to this daughter who should have faded into obscurity. However, instead of locating Gu Yaofeng, she unexpectedly discovers that Gu Jian is employed at Chuanglan. The situation at Kaishi International is far from optimistic. Initially, they had numerous new products, yet FS has proven too conservative. With the rising popularity of Chen Shanshan, Liang Lijing persuades Gu Yaofeng to replace their previous spokesperson. Unfortunately, this change has left them unable to find a suitable candidate. Major stars refuse to accept, while lesser-known ones fear offending Chuanglan and dare not engage. They are forced to compel the previous spokesperson to continue endorsing their products. Yet the response is far from favorable, with a significant amount of negative feedback surfacing. How laughable it is that Kaishi International cannot even secure a single spokesperson. Finally locating Gu Yaofeng, he indeed uses the spokesperson issue as an excuse. Liang Lijing, seizing the opportunity, sneers, "You fret over this while your beloved daughter remains silent, clearly working at Chuanglan without offering us any assistance. Truly, she is your good daughter." Gu Yaofeng pauses. "Are you referring to Gu Jian? Who else could it be? His daughter cannot be compared to that woman." Just as he is about to respond, he notices Lin Ro clutching her belly, hastily ending the call, disregarding Liang Lijing further. Even if she has entered Chuanglan, what capabilities does this uneducated girl possess? At most, she would be relegated to cleaning toilets, utterly useless. Embracing Lin Ro, Gu Yaofeng's face is a mask of worry. Nothing is more important than his son. Yet, Lin Ro has not yet confirmed the pregnancy. Until the child is born, unforeseen complications may arise. If Liang Lijing were to act recklessly, it could endanger their son. After soothing Lin Ro to sleep, Gu Yaofeng sent a message to Liang Lijing. "I heard Huan Yuan has introduced several new dishes. I will return from my business trip tomorrow. Let us all go together." Naturally, Liang Lijing, aware of Gu Yaofeng's intent to appease her, does not refuse. She proudly replies with an applies her makeup, and heads out to meet her lover. After Gu Yaofeng falls asleep, Lin Ro glances at his phone and sends a message to Gu Jian. The following morning, she messages Qiao Hanxing, "I have time after 3 this afternoon. Shall we meet at Huan Yuan?" The response is nearly instantaneous. "Let's meet." After a considerable time apart, Gu Yaofeng is particularly attentive to Liang Lijing, first purchasing numerous items at the mall, and then the three leisurely make their way to Huan Yuan for a meal. "Fei Fei, how have you been getting along with Hanxing lately? He is the most outstanding among your peers. If you could become Mrs. Qiao, I would truly walk with my head held high." Liang Lijing deliberately inquires about Gu Fei, wanting Gu Yaofeng to hear it, asserting that her daughter is a phoenix, incomparable to that wretched girl. Gu Fei blushes slightly. "I have been getting along well with Brother Hanxing. He has been accompanying me to play tennis recently and praises my progress. He even said he would take me and Uncle Qiao to play golf next time." Gu Yaofeng readily agrees. "If you can earn Chairman Qiao's favor, that will be splendid. Fei Fei, you truly bring me honor. Of course, my daughter is exceptional." Chapter 18. How can the celestial be compared to the mundane? Fei Fei, you are the treasure of both your father and me. Unlike certain individuals who have not received a higher education and possess a crooked heart, still unaware of the need to return home and visit, in my view, that is fundamentally flawed. As she speaks of Gu Jian, Liang Lijing is filled with disdain. Gu Yaofeng, observing Liang Lijing's self-satisfied demeanor, cannot help but recall Lin Ro's warmth and generosity, feeling that the woman before him is increasingly petty. No matter how irritating Gu Jian may be, she is still his daughter. What does her remark imply? A question of roots? Is she not openly speaking of herself and the old man? Noticing a fleeting look of displeasure on Gu Yaofeng's face, Gu Fei hastily pulls Liang Lijing's arm. "Mom, please do not speak ill of Xiao Jian. She is not close to us due to her absence, and while we may care for her and arranged a good match for her, she still harbors resentment towards us. If she chooses not to return, so be it." Liang Lijing rolls her eyes in disdain. "I did not speak falsely. She is inherently worthless, including that mother of hers." Just then, a server passes by, slipping and spilling a platter of food onto Liang Lijing. "Are you trying to kill me? What kind of operation is this? Where's the manager? Get this person fired immediately." Liang Lijing screams, disregarding the crowd's attention and the server's apologies, instantly becoming the center of attention. Meanwhile, in the VIP area that Gu Yaofeng cannot access, Fu Yan coldly utters 3 words, "Dispose of her," before turning to enter the private room. Sui glances at the trio downstairs, noting their misfortune. Of all places in Yun City, they had to appear at Huan Yuan while the boss was there for a meeting. Given the recent turmoil at Chuanglan, the boss has maintained the company's reputation due to his wife's employment there. Yet Liang Lijing dares to speak so recklessly. This is akin to walking into a trap. Descending the stairs, Sui approaches, preparing to assist the server when he suddenly sees Gu Fei pulling Liang Lijing's arm, her previous arrogance vanishing, appearing instead like a wronged little girl. Following Gu Fei's gaze, he spots Qiao Hanxing. Before arriving in Yun City, Qiao Hanqing had thoroughly investigated the situation here, including the Gu family, and was well aware of Gu Fei's feelings, especially since she never concealed her affections for him. Upon seeing Qiao Hanqing, Liang Lijing awkwardly averts her gaze. This is her daughter's promising future, and she cannot afford to ruin it. Brother Hanqing, what brings you here? To prepare for today's meeting, Qiao Hanqing arrived half an hour early, only to unexpectedly encounter Gu Fei and witness Liang Lijing's recent display. Qiao Hanqing observes everything with keen eyes, feigning ignorance. I have a dinner appointment with friends. He replies succinctly, politely greeting Gu Yaofeng and Liang Lijing, Uncle Gu, Madam Gu. Gu Fei quickly senses Qiao Hanqing's somewhat cold demeanor, realizing he must have witnessed Liang Lijing's earlier behavior, causing her discomfort. Nonetheless, it is indeed somewhat embarrassing to have her clothes soiled and to have reacted with such a loud outburst. Hanqing, I sincerely apologize for you having to witness Annie in such a disheveled state. Liang Lijing, face flushed with embarrassment, shoots a fierce glare at the nearby server but refrains from further outbursts. It was my fault. I apologize. It was entirely my mistake. The waiter bowed his head, repeatedly expressing his apologies. Qiao Hanqing's gaze sharpened, yet he remained silent. It was only at this moment that Gu Yaofeng leisurely spoke. It's all right. It's merely a piece of clothing. If it gets dirty, we can simply replace it. The manager, arriving in haste, promptly interjected. I sincerely apologize. Your meal today is on the house. We have gowns specially prepared for the ball. If you would be so kind, please come this way to select one. What kind of gown would they dare to offer her? Liang Lijing frowned in displeasure, casting a glance at Qiao Hanqing, who managed a restrained smile. Since it has come to this, I must trouble the manager. I have embarrassed you today, such a rare encounter marred by an unexpected incident. When time permits, let's sit down and have a proper conversation, he added. Gu Yaofeng patted Qiao Hanqing's shoulder, appearing quite familiar. Qiao Hanqing nodded. What are you saying? Uncle Gu, such an oversight from Huan Yuan is indeed unacceptable. Aunt Gu must feel uncomfortable. Please go with her to change, and I shall definitely pay you a visit afterward. Gu Yaofeng glanced at the nearby Gu Fei before departing, clearly urging her to showcase herself again. Gu Fei's expression was gentle and utterly refined. Hanqing, you, Fei, why don't you check on Aunt Gu? I see her arm is red. If she's feeling unwell, she should go to the hospital as soon as possible. I have matters to attend to, but I will certainly come to visit tomorrow. Observing the time, Qiao Hanqing appeared anxious. How could a cup of icy porridge cause burns? At most, it would ruin a piece of clothing. Understanding that Qiao Hanqing was declining, Gu Fei empathetically nodded. Then, Hanqing, I shall await your visit tomorrow. Qiao Hanqing acknowledged her, and then summoned the manager, coldly insisting on the immediate dismissal of the waiter before he left. Gu Fei felt a little more at ease. After all, Qiao Hanqing had stood up for her. As long as he still cared, that sufficed. Watching Qiao Hanqing sit down, not far away, anxiously glancing at the time, Gu Fei speculated he might be waiting for someone important, since changing clothes would only take a moment. Staying behind would likely irritate him and make him think she was indifferent toward her mother. It was better to step away for a while. With a quick glance, Gu Fei headed in the direction Liang Lijing had exited. Qiao Hanqing watched them depart, a flicker of darkness flashing in his eyes. He knew Wang Yuan's service all too well. Such a blunder was unimaginable. From Liang Lijing's earlier demeanor, it was evident that her arrogant nature had led someone to take action against her. Gu Fei, however, remained composed and even assisted Liang Lijing. Fortunately, Liang Lijing was still a member of the Liang family, having been Mrs. Gu for so many years. Truly unworthy of the spotlight. Su Yi naturally noticed the shift in Qiao Hanqing's attitude. He marveled at the complexity of the Qiao family's young master. Contemplating giving the waiter a new job, suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure at the entrance. The girl was clad in streamlined sportswear, her face adorned with a radiant smile. Her long hair tied high, embodying the essence of youthful vitality. Su Yi rubbed his eyes, his heart racing. How could the young mistress appear here? Had she discovered something amiss with the master and come to confront him? Chapter 19. The green hat strikes. Su Yi's heart raced, wishing to rush upstairs and report to Fu Yan. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed Qiao Hanqing, who had been grim moments before, suddenly break into a charming smile, greeting the entrance. The entrance? It seemed only the young mistress was there. As Su Yi pondered, he saw Gu Jian indeed walking towards Qiao Hanqing. Not only that, but she also revealed an even more dazzling smile. A beauty remains a beauty. Despite being accustomed to her husband, Su Yi felt immune to allure, yet Gu Jian's smile still dazzled him. Wait, this was not the time to admire the young mistress's beauty. Beauty is the greatest weapon. Seeing Qiao Hanqing's lascivious expression, it was clear he harbored ulterior motives. And now the young mistress was foolishly approaching him. This situation, realizing that his master was about to be adorned with an ostentatious symbol of infidelity, Su Yi couldn't help but shudder, forgetting about the waiter's current predicament, and hurriedly ascended the stairs. Gu Jian casually glanced around, catching sight of Su Yi. That man is quite strange. Why does he look as if he is about to be terrified? Xiao Jian, you finally arrived. After more than half a month without seeing her, the girl before him appeared even more radiant than when he had first laid eyes on her. Gu Jian blinked playfully. Of course I came. If I hadn't tea, I would fear you thought I was running away. Regardless, last time was my fault. I just got paid today, so I'm treating you. Saying this, Gu Jian summoned the waiter. Initially, Su Yi thought Gu Jian was merely a child from an ordinary family, but now she seemed quite familiar with Huang Yuan, exhibiting an effortless elegance in her demeanor, which made Qiao Hanqing even more pleased. The girl before him was the true epitome of someone who could grace both the hall and the kitchen. A perfect existence compared to Liang Lijing's loudness and Gu Fei's demureness. As for treating him, he had a card here. After the meal, he would simply have the restaurant deduct the cost. A man couldn't possibly spend her money, with a swift selection of several dishes. Gu Jian handed the menu to Qiao Hanqing. Young Master Qiao, you must be a regular here. See if there's anything else you'd like to try. Qiao Hanqing shook his head. What you ordered is precisely what I wanted. Gazing at the man's handsome face, Gu Jian felt a sudden wave of discomfort. Although Qiao Hanqing was quite good-looking, for someone like her who was adept at charming men, he held little appeal. Moreover, they had only met a few times. Suddenly saying such cheesy things made it difficult to enjoy the meal. However, another handsome face suddenly surfaced in her mind. And if it were her husband saying this, imagining the man's cool gaze, tender yet resolute, as he earnestly declared, "What you ordered is precisely what I wanted." Gu Jian couldn't help but blush. Indeed, it wasn't the words that were problematic. It was simply that Qiao Hanqing wasn't handsome enough. Meanwhile, upon receiving Su Yi's urgent report about his wife planning to dine with another man, Fu Yan immediately halted his meal, disregarding his expensive suit, and walked out, coincidentally witnessing the unfolding scene. The man's eyes narrowed, and the cold aura surrounding him grew even more frigid. Su Yi, trembling with fear, stood behind, not daring to remind his master that he hadn't had time to change clothes. It was merely an unexpected incident. He had never anticipated that a woman named Gu Jian could elicit such a strong emotional response from his master. But, as long as his master was pleased, that would suffice. However, this anger. It seemed the young mistress's life was in jeopardy. In that instant, Su Yi envisioned 100,000 ways to recover Gu Jian's remains. Yet the man before him remained stationary, devoid of further action. Wasn't he supposed to catch her in the act? Why was he still? Not daring to move, Su Yi obediently stayed behind, closely monitoring the situation below, fearing Gu Jian might make any unexpected moves that could lead Huang Yuan to accompany her demise. Seeing Gu Jian blushing, Qiao Hanqing mistakenly believed it was his doing and eagerly continued to express his feelings to her. He first inquired about her work situation, then they engaged in a discussion about tennis. Qiao Hanqing was indeed an astute individual, recognizing that their acquaintance was still shallow. Upon learning from the girl that Gu Jian had taken up tennis for his sake, he seized on this focal point. Gu Jian, in turn, was highly cooperative, sharing her knowledge of tennis with remarkable expertise. Qiao Hanqing had always harbored a profound fondness for Gu Jian, and now that he realized her genuine passion for tennis resonated with his own interests, his gaze towards her grew increasingly fervent, as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. Particularly, her occasional displays of cuteness made his heart race. Just as Su Yi felt that the situation was spiraling out of control, a sudden roar pierced the air. Where did this wretched creature come from? Daring to seduce my future son-in-law. Upon seeing the unexpectedly arrived Liang Lijing, Fu Yan's eyes darkened, as if he had everything under control. Liang Lijing had been reluctant to change her clothes, but when she discovered that the spare outfit was a gown from Qingyuniren, her satisfaction was instantaneous. Dressed in her new attire, She thought that she would manage to regain some dignity in front of her future son-in-law, only to step out and witness Qiao Hanqing laughing and conversing with another woman, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor with Gu Fei. After all, Qiao Hanqing was to be her son-in-law. How could he be so accommodating towards another woman? Before Gu Fei could speak, Liang Lijing impulsively interjected. Gu Yaofeng and Gu Fei hurriedly restrained her, cautioning against her rashness. What are you being so reckless about? Do you not see that woman is already enticing your future son-in-law? Mom, please don't say such things. Gu Fei was both embarrassed and furious, realizing that within a single day, she had found herself reproaching her mother twice. She was acutely aware that the woman before her was the tennis goddess they all spoke of, and recognized Qiao Hanqing's unusual attitude towards her. However, what she needed to do was certainly not to act out like Liang Lijing. Mom, please stop. Gu Fei interrupted Liang Lijing in embarrassment, hastily approaching Qiao Hanqing. Hanqing, I sincerely apologize. My mother may have misunderstood our relationship and has become a bit agitated. And this sister, Gu Jian? Chapter 20. Who stole the man? Gu Fei stared in astonishment at the woman before her, whose expression bore 7 parts disdain and 3 parts ridicule. She could hardly believe that the person vying for her man was Gu Jian, the tennis goddess, the invincible beauty of youth, the woman who held Qiao Hanqing's affections. What a farce! Gu Jian, a country girl who had barely completed high school. How could she possibly have any connection to tennis? And how could she possibly know Qiao Hanqing? Was it her imagination, or had the world gone mad? In an instant, Gu Jian concealed her emotions, mirroring Gu Fei's astonishment. Though her radiant face appeared far more natural than Gu Fei's aggrieved expression. Of course I'm here to dine. What about you? She replied, glancing innocently at Liang Lijing and Gu Yaofeng. By the way, sister, did you just say that Xiao Xiao is the future son-in-law of the Gu family? Does that mean you and Xiao Xiao are to be wed? Sister? Qiao Hanqing was perplexed, but had no time to ponder as he hastily clarified. Xiao Jian, please do not misunderstand. I have no relationship with Gu Fei. I merely agreed to teach her tennis at a friend's request. No relationship, just a favor. His words struck Gu Fei like a slap across the face. This woman, who had merely appeared twice, had stolen away something she had long fought for. Initially, she was so close to becoming the future matriarch of the Qiao family. Yet Gu Jian's appearance turned it all into the most ludicrous joke. Gu Fei gritted her teeth, summoning every ounce of strength to suppress her jealousy and rage, striving to exhibit the grace and poise expected of a young lady of her stature. If Gu Jian sought to compete for her man, she must possess the capability to do so. Contemplating the impoverished and powerless wild man from the Fu family, Gu Fei's eyes brimmed with derision. Moreover, unlike Gu Jian, she was not alone. Indeed, it was Gu Yaofeng who found himself most unsettled by Qiao Hanqing's words. He had always disdained Gu Jian, and now that she was allegedly enticing Qiao Hanqing, he feared that if Qiao Hanqing discovered Gu Jian's marital status, he might unjustly shift his ire onto Gu Fei, leaving him with nothing. Gu Jian, what exactly is going on here? Gu Yaofeng's expression was frigid as he asserted his authority as a father. Uncle. Qiao Hanqing felt displeasure at Gu Yaofeng's attitude towards Gu Jian. Father, I don't understand what you're saying. I'm simply having a meal with a friend. Father? The mere utterance of that word left Qiao Hanqing in shock. In Yun City all these years, he had never heard of a second daughter from the Gu family. No, he recalled hearing his grandfather mention that Gu Yaofeng's ex-wife had borne a daughter who was raised in the countryside. It was said that she was not only beautiful, but also possessed considerable business acumen. Kaishi International was founded by her. Could it be that Gu Jian was the daughter of Gu Yaofeng and his ex-wife? Yet, Gu Jian referred to Gu Fei as sister. Qiao Hanqing's heart raced as he grasped Gu Jian's standing within the Gu family. Gu Jian, be aware of your position. Gu Yaofeng's words were subtle. He did not wish to air his family's affairs before everyone, as it was not a matter of pride for them. However, he had overlooked one detail. He understood that Liang Lijing was oblivious. Liang Lijing pushed past Gu Yaofeng, raising her hand to strike Gu Jian. Qiao Hanqing reacted swiftly to intervene. Aunt Gu, what are you doing? Before Gu Yaofeng could stop her, Liang Lijing exploded with fury. Hanqing, you've been deceived by this wretched woman. She is clearly married, but still here trying to seduce you. What are her intentions? Mom. Gu Fei looked as though she wanted to intervene, but was too late. Qiao Hanqing stood there, dumbfounded, staring at the only woman who had ever made his heart flutter. Married? Hanshing, I genuinely had no idea the person you mentioned was Gu Jian. She was raised by grandfather and is not particularly close to us. I don't know why she approached you, but she is indeed married. Gu Fei's tone conveyed grievance, yet in reality, she had nailed Gu Jian to the pillar of shame. First of all, Gu Jian's lack of closeness to them was not due to their actions, but rather because she had grown up apart from them. Secondly, merely being a married woman who intentionally approached Qiao Hanshing was enough to condemn Gu Jian to the depths of disgrace. Gu Fei's eyes filled with grievance. Couldn't he help but glance around, eager to see the expressions of those nearby as they pointed fingers at Gu Jian. However, she realized with dismay that the once bustling restaurant had emptied, leaving only a few patrons. That was of no consequence, at least in Qiao Hanshing's eyes. Gu Jian was already beyond redemption. Qiao Hanshing's face turned pale as he gazed at Gu Jian in agony. You are truly married? Yet Gu Jian merely lowered her head in silence. Upstairs, sui yachet gu win intenti. At that moment, he understood the meaning behind his master's foresight. Liang Lijing was no benign character, and their dinner date was destined to end prematurely. Thankfully, his master had foreseen this and had notified the manager in advance to disperse the other patrons. Otherwise, Madame would surely have faced the scornful gazes of onlookers. Yet, what was wrong with Madame? Why was she silent at such a critical moment? Observing the man beside him, who appeared calm yet was secretly seething, Su Yi's heart raced. Madame, please choose your words carefully. In that moment, a heavy silence enveloped the room, with even the air seemingly holding its breath, awaiting Gu Jian's response. Finally, she slowly raised her head, looking at the crowd with confusion. I am married, but what is the problem with that? The girl wore a completely innocent expression, her exquisite face so beautiful that one could hardly bring themselves to blame her. You wretched girl, just like your mother, not a decent person at all. You are clearly married, yet still attempting to seduce Hanshing. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your father. Liang Lijing, having lost her patience long ago, charged forward, but Gu Jian's eyes flashed with coldness as she prepared to retaliate. Just then, Qiao Hanshing stepped in again to stop Liang Lijing. Aunt Gu, I believe there is a misunderstanding. Gu Jian found herself compelled to regard the man before her with newfound respect. Even in this tense moment, he maintained an impressive composure in defending himself. However, she felt compelled to clarify, there is no misunderstanding. Mr. Qiao, we are merely having a meal together. Surely, there is nothing inappropriate about that. After a moment of contemplation, she turned to Gu Yaofeng, her father, and added, even if I were married, it would not be wrong to make friends, would it? Gu Yaofeng gritted his teeth. Yet for the sake of his dignity and to avoid being looked down upon by Qiao Hanshing, he reluctantly nodded in agreement. Indeed, friendship is unrelated to marital status. Chapter 21. He cannot compare. Li Jing looked at Gu Yaofeng in shock, unable to believe that he would openly defend this shameless girl in her presence. Are you out of your mind, Gu Yaofeng, to utter such words? What does it mean for a married woman to flirt with someone else's boyfriend? This is the offspring you raised. Mom, Gu Fei interrupted, aware that her father still cared for her, even if she did not comprehend why he chose to support Gu Jian. However, Li Jing's behavior was undeniably embarrassing. Hanshing, please do not misunderstand. My mother is just a bit anxious and means no harm. Qiao Hanshing bowed his head in silence, feeling quite distressed. He could not comprehend how the enchanting woman he had been enjoying conversation with suddenly appeared to be married. He found it intolerable and hard to believe. Gu Jian, on the other hand, seemed unfazed. What is there to misunderstand? This is quite straightforward, isn't it? However, Annie, your approach is rather inappropriate. You rushed in without clarifying the situation and attempted to confront me. That is hardly suitable. I believe you owe me an apology. Don't you agree, Dad? After all, Annie has gone too far. Apologize? At that moment, Li Jing felt as if the entire world were conspiring against her. Gu Yaofeng was defending this shameless woman, and now even her own daughter was silencing her. Now you want me to apologize? Huh, what a farce. I must ask Hanshing, what precisely is the nature of your relationship with her? In her fury, Li Jing momentarily regained her composure. Qiao Hanshing's attitude towards Gu Jian was clearly more than mere friendship. If he admitted to such a connection, Gu Jian could never clarify her way out of it. Yet if he denied any relationship, it would ensure that Gu Jian would have no future opportunities to approach him. Gu Yaofeng, initially intent on intervening, found himself momentarily reassured by Li Jing's newfound calmness as she posed such a question. Gu Fei fixed her gaze on the man before her, yearning for Qiao Hanqing's response. Yet he remained mute, his expression a tumultuous blend of regret, confusion, and pain, unable to articulate a single word. Gu Jian was surprised by his reaction. Her intent was clear, to dismantle the bond between Gu Fei and Qiao Hanqing, revealing the true nature of this woman, thereby ensuring that Gu Fei could never marry into the Qiao family. Observing Qiao Hanqing's demeanor, it seemed he understood her motives. Yet the complexity of emotions swirling within him was palpable. Had she perhaps crossed a line? For a moment, silence enveloped the room, as if everyone awaited an answer to a question that felt unanswerable. "Darling?" Suddenly, a gentle call shattered the tense atmosphere. The man's voice was deep, and as he uttered those two words, they carried an enchanting allure that stirred something within, leaving one feeling both exhilarated and weak. Gu Jian looked up to see him, dressed in a suit, striding towards her with an air of confidence. Fu Yan's appearance was striking, having previously donned a simple shirt that exuded a cool charm. He now appeared as a paragon of success in the upper echelons of society. His unyielding presence commanded respect, as every expression and gesture sent hearts racing and cheeks flushing. "Yen." Gu Jian found her voice, calling out nervously. In stark contrast to her earlier composure, she now felt a surge of anxiety. Faced with her father and the others, she felt emboldened. Yet, before her soon-to-be ex-husband, she felt as though she had been caught in an indiscretion. Hesitating in place, Gu Jian grappled with how to explain the scene unfolding before her. The man halted a short distance away, and upon hearing her call, a knowing smile graced his lips, enhancing his already enigmatic aura. His eyes seemed to hold infinite treasures, drawing one in with an irresistible allure. He beckoned her over, his expression inscrutable. "Come here." After a brief moment of surprise, Gu Jian obediently approached him. It was not that she lacked courage. Rather, the way he gestured was simply too captivating. Just as she was about to leave, Qiao Hanqing suddenly reached out, grasping her arm. Fu Yan's eyes flashed with displeasure, his gaze sharp enough to cut through the tension. "He is your husband?" Qiao Hanqing managed to voice, feeling a dryness in his throat, as if struggling to articulate the final words. Gu Fei and Li Jing, now emerging from their shock, registered disbelief. This seemingly celestial man was indeed Gu Jian's husband? Wasn't he supposed to be utterly worthless? What of the expensive suit and commanding presence? Among those Gu Fei had encountered, Qiao Hanqing was undoubtedly the most handsome, wealthy, and capable, a true scion of privilege. Yet now, before this man, he felt utterly defeated. Grinding her teeth, her fists clenched tight, Gu Fei thought bitterly. So what if Gu Jian has picked up something discarded? That attire. Who knows where it was stolen from? Gu Jian is just like this man. No matter how dazzling the facade, her inherent worth remains unchanged. Before Gu Jian could speak, Gu Fei rushed forward. "Brother-in-law, please do not take offense. Xiao Jian was merely having a meal with Mr. Qiao. There is nothing between them." Gu Jian frowned in discontent, irritated by Gu Fei's excessive chatter. Just as she was about to shake off Qiao Hanqing's grip, she heard the man's calm voice. "Yes, I am aware." Such simple words seemed to envelop Gu Fei in a cushion of disbelief. It was as though no matter what Gu Jian had done, he accepted it unconditionally. This conviction felt more powerful than any declaration of belief. A wave of calm washed over Gu Jian, prompting her to smile at Qiao Hanqing, her face radiant with happiness. "Mr. Qiao, my husband has come to pick me up." Above, He finally exhaled in relief. Although the expression on his face had remained unchanged throughout, he alone knew of the intense murderous intent that had flickered within him moments ago, as if one wrong word from the young lady could have razed the place to the ground. Now, it was clear that he was quite pleased with her demeanor. Qiao Hanqing reluctantly released her, watching the girl he adored walk away, utterly unable to voice a protest. Though they had only shared a brief encounter, he understood that this man was simply not someone he could rival. Chapter 22. "My husband is the most handsome." Gu Jian placed her hand in Fu Yan's as she prepared to leave, but he suddenly furrowed his brow, shedding his jacket and draping it over her shoulders. He then unzipped her athletic jacket, removing it with a grace that suggested familiarity and care. Holding her clothing in his hands, Fu Yan's expression softened, and he embraced her, guiding her away from the tumultuous scene. In doing so, He conveyed both possession and a clear message to Qiao Hanqing. She was his. Gu Yaofeng had not anticipated this side of Fu Yan, and as he watched Gu Jian depart, he took a long while to regain his composure. Hanqing, today has been a misunderstanding. I never anticipated that you would be acquainted with Xiao Jian as well. My daughter has been quite rebellious and often disregards advice. If you are familiar with her, feel free to reach out and encourage her. After all, family should not feel so estranged. Gu Yaofeng's words were laden with significance, suggesting that Gu Jian's discord with them was solely the fault of others, with no implication for him. Unlike Fei Fei, Xiao Jian has always been obedient, understanding the feelings of her mother and me. When you have the chance, perhaps you could discuss Xiao Jian with her. Your aunt is in a rather poor mood today and has become a bit agitated, so I will take her home for now. Li Jing intended to scoff, but felt much more at ease upon hearing the latter part of Gu Yaofeng's statement, quickly exchanging glances with Gu Fei. Hanqing, you don't look well. Since I have no other plans today, why don't I accompany you for a while? Qiao Hanqing initially wanted to decline, but his curiosity about Gu Jian and that man made him hesitate before nodding in agreement. Gu Fei happily accepted, urging Gu Yaofeng and Li Jing to leave first. However, Gu Fei never expected that Hanqing's intentions were still centered around Gu Jian. After departing from Huanyuan, Gu Jian was preoccupied with thoughts, pondering how to explain the events of the day. Yet, Fu Yan appeared unfazed, leading Gu Jian on a detour to the back. Upon spotting a familiar vehicle, Gu Jian's eyes lit up. Unable to contain herself, she asked, Yin Yin, are you wearing that outfit while riding our little electric scooter? Fearing Fu Yan might sense something amiss, Gu Jian hurriedly added, I think that outfit looks quite expensive. Fu Yan candidly replied, Indeed, it is not cheap. Where did you get it? Gu Jian instantly regretted her question, realizing he hadn't even inquired about her day, yet she had already taken the initiative. It's rented. Fu Yan explained. I had a collaboration meeting today, and I happened to see you here on my way back. I'll return it tomorrow. So it was for work? Gu Jian reflected on how awkward it was that her man had to rent clothes for a job. She thought, right, this outfit is too expensive. I'll return it promptly tomorrow. I have an old suit of Grandpa's from his youth. I'll bring it for you to wear. Fu Yan paused but did not refuse. Gu Jian, not overthinking it, comfortably sat on the bike and wrapped her arms around his waist. The two rode slowly home. Yet the atmosphere was undeniably awkward. Finally, Gu Jian could no longer endure the discomfort and decided to be honest. Actually, I did it on purpose. The man in front, his gaze flickering, did not interrupt her. Knowing he was listening, Gu Jian continued, As you noticed, I'm not a very affectionate daughter. However, I don't have strong feelings about Gu Yaofeng. I just feel it's unfair to my mother, which left me somewhat dissatisfied. Upon learning that Gu Fei had an interest in Xiao Hanqing, I asked a friend to introduce them, and that led to today's scene. Xiao Hanqing is no fool. Given how Liang Lijing acted today, the Qiao family would definitely look down upon it. Overall, I consider it a success, though I didn't expect you to appear. Did I show up at the wrong time? At this moment, Fu Yan finally spoke. No, how could that be? You seemed like a celestial being descending to rescue me from peril. You have no idea how grateful I am to you. Akin to the relentless flow of a mighty river. Oh, is that so? Fu Yan's voice remained steady, seemingly appreciative of Gu Jian's explanation. Just as Gu Jian felt the crisis had passed, she suddenly heard the man's light-hearted mockery. I thought you were flirting with him. At that moment, the traffic light turned red and Fu Yan braked, causing Gu Jian to crash into his back in surprise. As the countdown for the red light continued, neither spoke again. Finally, as the light flickered, Fu Yan let out a nostalgic sigh. Did I guess correctly? The three words startled Gu Jian, prompting her to hastily respond. No. How could that possibly be? Qiao Hanqing would only be interested in someone like Gu Fei. Besides, our Yin Yin is strong, handsome, tall, and valiant, akin to a creator deity who could save the world. How could I possibly be attracted to another man? Really? The man's gaze darkened. Yes, absolutely. Gu Jian hurriedly explained, her eyes inadvertently glancing sideways, suddenly spotting something that could prove her innocence. She quickly called for Fu Yan to pull over. After disembarking, Gu Jian rushed into a nearby shop, not waiting for Fu Yan to park the car before emerging with two matching outfits. Darling, do you think these look nice? To be honest, those couple outfits were not particularly appealing. Their colors were quite peculiar. Yet, Gu Jian felt she had to seize this moment to prove her feelings. She flashed a toothy grin at Fu Yan, who, seeing her expression, helplessly nodded. I suppose you don't have to wear them. Perhaps due to the outfit's colors being incredibly challenging to pull off, the shopkeeper had been selling them at cost price for a long time without a single inquiry. Seeing Gu Jian's enthusiasm, she offered them at a remarkably low price. Observing Gu Jian's eagerness, the shop owner couldn't help but lament that if this couple had come earlier, her judgment would have been vindicated. The fault lay in no one being able to carry off those clothes. Finally, a visually appealing couple appeared. Yet the man was so aloof that she hesitated to suggest they wear them for a photo. On the way home, Fu Yan's mood seemed considerably lighter, and Gu Jian spoke more freely, sharing amusing anecdotes from the office as she chattered away. Upon returning home, she generously offered to treat her hard-working husband. But after half an hour, Fu Yan looked at the chaotic kitchen and seriously declared, "From now on, I'll handle the cooking." Chapter 23. Was that person your husband? Gu Jian chuckled innocently, responding, "You're absolutely right, my dear husband. I'll just assist." Thus, what should have been a 30-minute dinner took an hour to finally reach the dining table. As she savored Fu Yan's cooking, Gu Jian couldn't resist complimenting. "My husband is such a great cook. I sat for so long this afternoon that I barely tasted the food. It was like chewing on wax." Fu Yan observed Gu Jian with a profound gaze, not doubting the authenticity of her words. From the moment she entered, everything had been meticulously orchestrated. She had likely intended to confront Gu Yaofeng directly, but had altered her plan at the last moment, presenting herself as being close to Qiao Hanxing to allow Liang Lijing and the others to catch her in the act. Yet in reality, everything had been meticulously arranged by her. His wife was no ordinary clever. Yet concerning Qiao Hanxing, Fu Yan frowned, feeling as though he now had to worry about being unjustly accused at any moment. Meanwhile, Liang Lijing was at home in a furious uproar, first smashing everything in sight, cursing Gu Jian and Gu Yaofeng, then lamenting her misfortunes, claiming that after finally finding a suitable match for her daughter, Gu Jian nearly ruined it all. Gu Yaofeng sat nearby, feeling overwhelmed, wishing he could avoid spending even a second with Liang Lijing. "Enough. If it weren't for you, things wouldn't have turned out this way. You're causing chaos without even understanding what happened. Do you still possess any semblance of a respectable wife?" "I don't." Liang Lijing retorted. "Ah, Gu Yaofeng, how can you say that? If you hadn't defended that little vixen, would I be so angry?" "Defend?" Gu Yaofeng felt he could no longer communicate with her. With a scornful laugh, he prepared to leave. But Liang Lijing would not allow it. "Gu Yaofeng, do you think we mother and daughter have lost our value to you, and you want to cast us aside? I firmly assert that it is absolutely impossible. Should you dare to have even the slightest involvement with that despicable wild girl, I shall not let you off the hook." Another threat, yet again. Gu Yaofeng narrowed his eyes. Over the years, Liang Lijing had repeatedly threatened him. Fine, he would endure. Just 10 more months of patience, until his son is born. After that, he would no longer concern himself with her antics. "All right, I will investigate that, Fu Yan. If Gu Jian truly harbors feelings for Qiao Hanxing, I will handle the matter and ensure that Gu Jian is given no opportunity to enter the Gu family." Liang Lijing was skeptical. "Is what you say true? Your feelings towards that woman's daughter. If there were any other intentions, you would have brought her back long ago, rather than leaving her here now, merely because of the old master. Do not forget that the old master still holds shares in Kaishi." Thinking of Kaishi International, Gu Yaofeng squinted his eyes. "By the way, you mentioned Gu Jian is working at Chuanglai Entertainment?" Understanding Gu Yaofeng's thoughts, Liang Lijing quickly nodded. "Yes, I believe she can be considered your daughter in a way. If she assists us in signing artists away from Chuanglai, it would be a case of repurposing waste." At this moment, Liang Lijing no longer viewed Gu Jian's status as Gu Yaofeng's daughter as a disadvantage. Gu Yaofeng agreed. "Indeed, I shall have a conversation with her. There are matters at the company I must attend to. In the coming days, you should keep a low profile and avoid leaving a negative impression in front of the Qiao family." Just as Liang Lijing intended to intervene, Gu Yaofeng had already walked quite a distance away. Watching his back as he deliberately avoided her, Liang Lijing scoffed disdainfully. "Fine, since being at home is of no use. It's better to let him be." While contemplating whether she should go out, she noticed Gu Fei returning from outside. Fei, how are things between you and Hanxing?" Gu Fei let out a cold laugh as she sat in the living room. "Mom, we have truly underestimated Gu Jian. In just a few days, she has managed to enchant a man completely. And that Fu Yan, didn't they say he was unemployed? Why is he wearing such an expensive suit today? There must be something suspicious going on." Upon recalling this, Liang Lijing felt a pang of anxiety. Fei Fei, are you suggesting that the Fu family was merely pretending from the start, testing us? Not necessarily. Gu Fei retorted with a cold smile. I know Gu Jian's character well. If she had truly married a wealthy man, she would have returned flaunting it long ago. There's no way she would wait until now. Besides, Fu Yan thinks he is doing well. I specifically inquired with the staff at Huanyuan when I left, and learned that he simply rode an electric bike over. An electric bike? Is he joking? That outfit of his could at least buy dozens of electric bikes. Thus, it seems Gu Jian has indeed gone to great lengths to maintain appearances. However, the situation with Hanxing is quite complicated. He has continuously asked me why Gu Jian is marrying so early. It appears necessary for me to visit Gu Jian first. She must understand who the true young lady of the Gu family is. Merely taking on her identity to marry a man and daring to flaunt it before me. She must be living on borrowed time. Liang Lijing considered this a good opportunity and agreed, reminding Gu Fei to be cautious, perhaps even record some evidence to reveal Gu Jian's true nature to Qiao Hanxing. That evening, Gu Jian received an invitation from Gu Fei, and without hesitation, they arranged to meet the following noon near Chuanglan. Gu Fei's invitation was appealing. She did not wish to travel far. The next day, Gu Jian woke early and donned a matching outfit. Fu Yan, who had a habit of jogging, returned and hesitated for a moment upon seeing Gu Jian in different attire before changing into a dazzling matching outfit himself. Gu Jian was surprised by Fu Yan's boldness at work, but with his striking looks, the outfit appeared quite pleasing. The man before her exuded a youthful vigor, transforming from a cold demeanor to one full of energy, truly a vibrant youth. Both of them were already strikingly handsome, and now dressed even more stylishly. Riding the factory's sleek vehicle, they attracted countless glances along the way. Gu Jian found the experience refreshing, as though they were constantly proclaiming their connection to the world. As they neared the company, Gu Jian suddenly felt a burning gaze upon her. She paid little attention until Fu Yan departed, at which point a car abruptly blocked her path. The window rolled down, revealing Qiao Hanxing's somewhat fatigued face. Gu Jian frowned. Are you investigating me? Qiao Hanxing opened his mouth awkwardly. I did not intend to block you. I was merely passing by. But, was that your husband? Chapter 24. An unusual attitude upon hearing this. Gu Jian felt displeased. How could he consider her husband in formal attire yesterday, but not today in casual clothing? Did he not notice their matching outfits? Xiao Jian, there is no need to hang yourself on this one tree. Before Gu Jian could respond, Qiao Hanxing continued, his expression pained and eyes filled with regret. If you were as capable as I saw yesterday, I would sincerely wish you well. But the truth is, that man cannot provide you with happiness. You're investigating me. Gu Jian saw through Qiao Hanxing's intentions. This man was merely intimidated by Fu Yan's impressive appearance yesterday. And today, upon discovering Fu Yan was just an ordinary person riding an electric bike, he felt an imbalance in his heart. The most difficult thing for him to accept was losing to such a man. Truth be told, Fu Yan was indeed stunning yesterday, but he was no less appealing today. Seeing Gu Jian's displeasure, Qiao Hanxing quickly waved his hands. No, I absolutely did not mean that. I was just curious about how someone as young as you could get married, so I asked Gu Fei. So was Gu Fei. Noting Qiao Hanxing's evident nervousness around her, Gu Jian frowned, her face a mask of sarcasm as she retorted. Well, you certainly picked the right person. How could Qiao Hanxing fail to grasp her implication? Xiao Jian, I know your relationship with your father and Gu Fei is strained. But Gu Fei is not like her mother. If not for her, I would not have learned that your marriage was arranged. Arranged marriage? Gu Jian felt as though she had stumbled upon a joke. Gu Fei said that to you? Seeing her reaction, Qiao Hanxing sensed there might be more to the story. Yet he could not fathom what might be amiss. Gu Fei was not the type to deceive him. Xiao Jian, actually, Xiao, I have nothing more to say on this matter. It's getting late, and I must return to work. I shall take my leave. With that, Gu Jian afforded Qiao Hanxing no opportunity for further conversation and turned to enter the company. Qiao Hanxing stood outside, utterly bewildered, uncertain of what he had done wrong. He had finally developed feelings for a girl, and now, even friendship seemed unattainable. Reflecting on it all, he realized it was Liang Lijing's fault. Had she not suddenly appeared, shouting about Gu Jian marrying and seducing him, things would not have spiraled out of control. Considering Liang Lijing's behavior yesterday, Qiao Hanxing felt increasingly agitated. The rift between Gu Jian and Gu Yaofeng was undoubtedly influenced by that woman. Fortunately, Gu Fei was entirely different. Watching Gu Jian's retreating figure, Xiao Hanqing felt an even stronger pull. Despite sharing blood, they were worlds apart. Suddenly, an absurd thought struck him, and Xiao Hanqing calmed himself. So what if she was married? It was devoid of emotion. Marriage was merely a piece of paper binding them. With enough sincerity, he could surely win her over. As for everything else, he would cross that bridge when he came to it. With his thought, Xiao Hanqing immediately felt a surge of joy. It seemed that the most pressing matter was to clarify his relationship with Gu Fei. Otherwise, Gu Jian would undoubtedly be displeased to learn that they had been in contact. As Xiao Hanqing contemplated his next steps, he lingered downstairs for a moment before departing. Gu Jian looked at the car with an unmistakable disdain. Men capable of discerning the true nature of a green tea bitch, like her friend Yan, were a rarity. However, it was evident that Gu Fei had no intention of letting go of Xiao Hanqing, her golden goose, easily. It seemed she would surely need to take more drastic measures. "Boss, what are you doing here?" Song Yi approached just as he saw Xiao Hanqing's car drive away, shaking his head in disbelief. "What a pity. He is one of Yin City's most eligible bachelors, and now look at the state you've put him in. I fear that young Master Xiao's reputation is irrevocably tarnished." Gu Jian narrowed her eyes. "Song Yi, you seem to have a lot to say lately." The heavy undertone of her words sent a chill down Song Yi's spine. No, please don't misunderstand, boss. I meant that Xiao Hanqing has always been rather blind to even consider Gu Fei. His downfall is due to her, not us. Besides, if it weren't for your keen insight, he might have sunk even deeper. Boss, you are like the bodhisattva who rescues the suffering. Please do not stoop to the level of us mere mortals. Flattery. Watching Xiao Hanqing's car leave, Gu Jian sat down beside him and poured herself a cup of tea. "Have you brought the clothes?" "How could I forget your instructions, boss?" "Here they are, kept in perfect condition," Song Yi replied, spreading out the clothes he had retrieved. The garment indeed belonged to the elder of the Gu family, although he had never had the chance to wear it. After Gu Jian earned her first substantial income, she designed this suit with the hope that her grandfather would wear it to show off during the New Year festivities. Alas, before the suit was even completed, illness struck, and he spent over a year bedridden, losing considerable weight, rendering the attire unused. Since it was Gu Jian's first entirely handmade piece, she couldn't bear to part with it. After it was finished, she had kept it safe, and now it would finally serve its purpose. The suit was a deep blue, neither aging nor overly ostentatious. In his youth, Gu Jian's grandfather had been quite the handsome man, but years of illness had taken toll on him. Gu Jian admired the suit and thought about Fu Yan's appearance, suddenly eager to see how he would look in it. He would surely be incredibly handsome, perhaps even more so than yesterday. Noticing Gu Jian's bright demeanor, Song Yi felt a twinge of concern. "Boss, I'll take my leave. Don't forget about your date with Gu Fei." Waving him off, Gu Jian did not respond. Song Yi felt that his boss was in a precarious situation. Although pressing matters loomed, they had retrieved what was needed, and perhaps it was time to discuss the divorce. Yet he sensed that Gu Jian was not only reluctant to sever ties, but had also become deeply ensnared in this sweet marital quagmire. It seemed they would have to wait for Chun Jia to return. On the other side, a man sat at the center of the conference room, calmly examining the documents in his hand, though a strange glint flickered in his eyes. The Qiao family had been doing quite well these past 2 years. The atmosphere was tense, and everyone was on edge. Although he seldom raised his voice and was economical with words, meetings with him always felt perilous, as if one could lose their life at any moment. The manager from the branch spoke mechanically. The Qiao family has diversified their ventures in recent years. While there have been losses, they have generated significant revenue in the fields of renewable energy and beauty products. It is rumored that they're considering a collaboration with Kai Shi International, likely aiming to leverage their reputation to penetrate foreign markets. Kai Di International. The Gu family. Gu Jian placed considerable importance on Chuanglan Entertainment, yet remained unclear how she felt about Kai Shi International. Acting rashly, the Qiao family has been extending olive branches to us, and their current general manager, Xiao Hanqing, is quite a figure. Perhaps we should consider this. Just then, a chill ran down his spine, prompting him to amend his words. It seemed this individual was not particularly fond of the current heir to the Qiao family. However, Xiao Hanqing had always received favorable evaluations, especially in the past 2 years, though he paled in comparison to the man before him. It would be difficult to find anyone of his caliber in Yin City. Everyone was on edge, except for Su Yi, who understood the situation. It was not that the boss disliked the Qiao family, Rather, it was simply that young Master Chiao was rather short-sighted. He reflected on how formidable Miss Gu was. She had managed to calm the boss's heart with just a few words, and judging by his demeanor, it appeared they had spent a pleasant evening together. Suddenly, a rather alarming thought crossed Su Yi's mind. Could it be that the illustrious Gu Jian was truly on the path to becoming Mrs. Fu? As the meeting concluded, Fu Yan glanced at the time, and Su Yi immediately understood. Sir, the lunchboxes are ready. As the sports meet approached, the past few days had seen Fu Yan either delivering lunch personally or employing a courier. Furrowing his brow, Fu Yan said, "Send someone to deliver it." Surprised, Su Yi noted that there were no pressing matters today. Could it be related to the individual mentioned earlier? Given Fu Yan's temperament, if he truly disapproved of Qiao Hanxing, he would have acted long ago. Yet, thus far, there had been no significant actions taken. Could it be, for the sake of the young madam? Not daring to inquire further, Su Yi quickly acquiesced. As Fu Yan was about to enter his office, he paused, appearing somewhat troubled. I should go. There is something I need to discuss. Su Yi se mindrojit. Sir, you truly know how to surprise people. Having changed his clothes, Fu Yan rode over to Chuangwan. Seeing Gu Jian, who greeted him with a radiant smile and skipped towards him, his earlier frustrations seemed trivial. Even a brief absence made her smile seem to enhance her beauty. If you're not in a hurry, let's have lunch together. I bribed the cafeteria staff to reserve a clean storage room for us, and I assure you it's tidy and won't impede our enjoyment of the meal. Gu Jian had arranged for lunch preparations early in the morning, ensuring everything was ready before Fu Yan arrived with the food. Otherwise, she would miss the chance to see him in his new attire. Although the couple's outfit was also quite appealing. Seeing Fu Yan nod, Gu Jian took his arm and led him to the back door, entering the specially prepared dining room for Fu Yan and Gu Jian. Her hand grasped his arm, and through his thin clothing, he could feel the warmth of her palm. Fu Yan's expression shifted. By the time he gathered his thoughts, Gu Jian had already seated herself and opened the lunchbox. Yan, today's meal is quite sumptuous. The cafeteria's food is truly excellent. Though there were both meat and vegetables along with soup, Gu Jian felt something was amiss, especially with the soup. The green onions floating atop seemed to be reminding her of something. Fu Yan remained silent, even as he settled down to eat his lunch without uttering a word. Gu Jian suddenly realized, when Qiao Hanxing had appeared that morning, Fu Yan had likely caught sight of their interaction at the traffic light, and their little ears in the rearview mirror must have seen everything. He probably noticed that Qiao Hanxing had spoken to her. It was rare for him to say much, and if that fool Qiao Hanxing interrupted their conversation, she would be left to endure a monotonous existence with a block of wood. Gu Jian took a sip of soup and then spoke. Yan, did anything interesting happen at work today? As soon as I started working, everyone discovered the truth about my marriage and even joked about me needing to buy wedding candies. Should we pick some up on our way home tonight? Everyone knows how weddings are celebrated in their family, and those candies are somewhat trivial. However, Gu Jian felt that if the candies were distributed, Fu Yan would surely be pleased. All right, I will buy them. Great, then I'll leave this to you. Don't forget to buy a couple of extra portions. The Gu family shouldn't miss out, and since young Master Qiao is in the know, he deserves one too. Fu Yan raised an eyebrow. He hadn't even said anything yet. Looking up, he was met with the girl's smiling eyes, and he nodded awkwardly. Sure, I'll listen to you. Gu Jian smiled. If she couldn't see through him, how could she claim to be a skilled operator? After finishing their meal, Gu Jian triumphantly produced a suit. This outfit was earned through my considerable effort. I had kept it at a friend's place, thinking if Grandpa couldn't wear it, it would be wasted. Now, it can finally be put to good use. Fu Yan's clothes were all custom-made, yet he couldn't discern the quality of this particular piece. There was no prominent logo, but its texture was exquisite, and the craftsmanship was meticulous. Even more comfortable than the custom piece he had worn previously. Don't rush. I must be the first to see you in this outfit, so of course, Miguel. Hurry and change so I can have a look, Gu Jian exclaimed, suddenly rushing forward to unzip Fu Yan's jacket. The couple's outfits were sporty, and it didn't matter if he took off the outer layer, but Gu Jian's action. As she unzipped the man's jacket, she realized the implications of her actions, torn between continuing and stopping. Looking up, she met Fu Yan's gaze, which sparkled with amusement, causing Gu Jian to swallow hard. I absolutely did not intend to inappropriately touch her abs. Fu Yan smiled. Thankfully, he believed in her innocence. Even if he didn't it wouldn't matter. Chapter 26. Conditional this man was indeed troublesome. Gu Jian seethed inwardly. In her moment of embarrassment, Fu Yan had already donned a jacket. Although he wasn't wearing a shirt underneath, the man's physique made the outfit fit impeccably, surpassing even Gu Jian's original vision of how youthful it would appear on her grandfather. Her debut creation was finally seeing the light of day again. It fits perfectly. It feels wonderful. Fu Yan provided a candid assessment. That's great. This outfit has not gone to waste after all these years. Suddenly, Gu Jian added playfully, most importantly, it's truly expensive. Fu Yan ruffled her hair and adjusted the jacket. In the future, I will ensure you wear even better clothes. Her beloved Yin Yan was finally back. Gu Jian felt her face flush and her heart race as she packed the clothes and playfully nudged the man towards the exit. All right, stop joking around. It's already late. Hurry and get to work. Take this outfit with you, and don't ever rent someone else's clothes again. We should only wear our own. Fu Yan nodded, his eyes filled with gentle affection. The two chatted and laughed as they arrived at the back entrance of the company. After sending Fu Yan off on the electric bike, Gu Jian sent him a blissful flying kiss, watching the man's departing figure with a heart full of joy. Indeed, she was lucky. Otherwise, how could she have encountered such a wonderful Yin Yan? Just a mere pauper, yet he was worth cherishing so dearly. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced through the air. Gu Fei, already uneasy about Gu Jian, especially after the unusually cold response from Qiao Hanxing during a call that morning, felt her anxiety deepen. Upon learning from Liang Lijing that Gu Jian was working at Chuanglan, she could no longer sit still and rushed over to check things out, only to witness such a scene. She looked at Gu Jian with disdain. Wearing matching outfits doesn't hide your vulgarity. I truly don't understand how Chuanglan would hire someone like you, who hasn't even graduated from high school. Gu Jian, you really have some skill. Gu Jian's expression soured. Didn't I say for you to come at 3? The commanding tone displeased Gu Fei. Just because you said it, I have to listen? What a ridiculous joke. Gu Jian, I warn you to recognize your current status and stay away from Hanxing. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. You should know that making someone like you, who lacks both experience and education, unemployed is a piece of cake. Oh, and as for your husband, dealing with him is not a problem at all. Gu Jian's gaze turned icy. To sever ties completely with Gu Yaofeng and the others, she hadn't contacted them at all. Given her truancy during middle and high school, in Gu Yaofeng and Gu Fei's eyes, she was simply a dropout. But for Gu Fei to threaten her with unemployment? I am so scared. Your words almost made me believe you, but you might have forgotten something. Gu Jian took a step forward, towering over Gu Fei, her proximity creating an air of intimidation. It was you who turned down Fu Yan's marriage proposal, leaving me with the opportunity. If you regret it now because you find Fu Yan handsome and treating me well, then I can't help it. Be careful, or I might accidentally let this slip, and then we'll see who ends up embarrassed. Wouldn't you agree, sister? Gu Jian. Gu Fei gritted her teeth in anger. How dare she threaten her? Nonetheless, Gu Jian's threat held significant weight. Presently, the Gu family had only one legitimate daughter, and no one knew of Gu Jian's existence. Moreover, since Gu Fei was slightly older than Gu Jian, the Fu family would be relentless once they learned of this. She would undoubtedly face disgrace, and whether she could find a suitable match would be uncertain. I'm here, sister, don't worry. Time is precious. This dropout has to work hard. Unlike you who has someone to support you and nothing to do but envy and resent. Gu Jian's sarcasm was unbearable for Gu Fei. You wretched girl, what makes you so arrogant in front of me? Suddenly, Gu Fei laughed. Oh, how could I forget the most important thing? Kaishi International, if I recall correctly, was named by your tragically short-lived mother, right? What a shame. Even if she built a business empire, what does it matter when we two can enjoy it? How does that make you feel? Unfortunately, Kaishi has nothing to do with you. Seeing Gu Jian's expression turn frigid, Gu Fei triumphantly waved her car keys. Father is really something. He gifted me a new car for my birthday, leaving my old one with nowhere to go. Sister, I see you struggling with that little electric bike. I'll give you an old one when I get home, so you can get to work comfortably. I won't disturb you further. As she spoke, Gu Fei turned to leave, only to find 2 traffic officers sticking a ticket on her car. Gu Jian smirked slightly, pulling a pin off her collar and tossing it towards the rear tire of the car. Watching the tire visibly flatten, she clucked her tongue. Oh dear sister, it's crucial to adhere to the rules. How could you park so improperly? I won't covet your car, but I'll certainly remember your words. Just when she needed a reason, Gu Fei had delivered it to her. Today was indeed a fortuitous day. Gu Jian walked into the company with a light step, while Gu Fei, after futile efforts and paying the fine, discovered that her tire had blown. With her newly bought car having no spare tire, she had no choice but to call for a tow truck. After much hassle, she finally got everything sorted out. Gazing at the entrance of Chuanglan with icy disdain, taking out her phone, she dialed Gu Yaofeng's number. "Dad, do you know that Gu Jian is working at Chuanglan? I just want to find her to help us look for a spokesperson, and she actually said we are unworthy." "Dad, Gu Jian is being utterly unreasonable. You must talk to her." Gu Yaofeng, who was at a loss, thought that at least Gu Jian could be of some use. Upon hearing this, he became immediately agitated. "Leave this matter to me. After all, Gu Jian is also a daughter of the Gu family. How dare she say such things? I must see just how impressive she thinks she is." After hanging up, Gu Fei felt quite pleased. She was eager to see who else Gu Jian could rely on. However, that very night, Gu Fei received news that nearly made her faint with shock. Gu Jian agreed to persuade the artist at Chuanglan to endorse the company. But the condition was that she must enter the company and inherit her mother's shares. The thought of those shares made Gu Yaofeng and Liang Lijing's head spin. Gu Jian was indeed becoming troublesome. Chapter 27. Consideration for father. That wild girl was still thinking about inheriting the shares left by that vile woman. Upon hearing this news, Liang Lijing, in a fit of rage, smashed a vase she had brought back from an auction for 2 million. "Impossible. I tell you, Gu Yaofeng, if you dare let that wild girl return, don't blame me for being rude. When the time comes, we will part ways, and I will do what I say." Gu Yaofeng looked at Liang Lijing impatiently, not wanting to engage with her. "Do you think I want this? If I agreed, why be sitting here discussing it with you?" Gu Fei had also noticed Liang Lijing's unreliability since the previous incident. At the very least, her mindset was flawed. Seeing Gu Yaofeng's gloomy expression, she hastily played the mediator. "Mom, don't be so angry. We still have time, right? Gu Jian is used to the countryside. How capable could she be? I reckon this idea is mostly something she heard from someone else. Besides, even if she is working at Chuanglan, how could she possibly invite Si Chun to endorse us? She doesn't have the capability to handle such a delicate matter. Fei, ever since that wild girl returned, look at how many things have happened. I want to even mention what happened in Huanyuan last time, and now." Liang Lijing's anger flared. "In any case, I absolutely will not agree. That vile woman has oppressed me for so many years. I have only just managed to erase her shadow, and I will not allow anyone related to her to appear before me. Yaofeng, don't forget, besides the shares in that woman's hands, the shares in the old man's hands have not been confirmed yet. Although the old man is still healthy, that wild girl was raised by him. If she ends up with the shares, what will happen to our Fei? Is our Fei not a daughter of the Gu family? Can't she have even a little share? All right, I understand." After Liang Lijing's reminder, Gu Yaofeng recalled the situation. If the woman's shares were combined with those of the old man, his position as chairman would be precarious. He absolutely would not allow such a scenario to unfold. He glanced at Liang Lijing, a calculating glint in his eyes. "To say the company is in crisis is also your fault for insisting on changing the spokesperson and haphazardly looking for a newcomer. Now we find ourselves in this predicament, and the endorsement collaboration is about to expire. Do you mean to say that our Kaishi International cannot even find a spokesperson? How can we not find one? Those celebrities are not that impressive anyway. If worst comes to worst, let Fei take the stage. She is certainly not lacking in looks." Liang Lijing had lived too comfortably these past years and had not noticed the severity of the situation. "No, absolutely not." Gu Yaofeng and Gu Fei spoke in unison. Gu Yaofeng was fed up with Liang Lijing's foolishness, and this time, even Gu Fei could not hold back. "Mom, what are you thinking? I still want to continue my relationship with Han Sheng. If you make me do such an advertisement, won't the Chiao family look down on me? This is how their circle operates. True aristocrats disdain the entertainment industry. Entering it is clearly a step down in status. At that point, I might really miss the opportunity to enter the Chiao family's door. I hadn't thought of that. But now with the company in this state, I suggest you seek out Uncle Gong." Gu Fei was thoroughly exasperated with Liang Lijing's stupidity. Liang Lijing hesitated. If she could always reach her uncle, she wouldn't be in this predicament with Gu Jian now. What is the problem? Gu Yaofeng's gaze was icy. He usually threatened her with ease, but now it seemed Liang Lijing's family was not as supportive as it once was. Liang Lijing gritted her teeth. How could she tell Gu Yaofeng the truth? I'll go back to my family tomorrow to see if they're SA. But it's just a celebrity. I refuse to believe I can't handle it. Outside, Gu Jian had just arrived and overheard this exchange, smiling brightly. Dad, I'm back. After receiving Gu Yaofeng's call, Gu Jian rushed to the Gu family, and as she had anticipated, they were indeed strategizing together. This visit was certainly worthwhile, hiding the complexity in her eyes. Gu Jian presented herself as an innocent little bunny. As the most despised person among them, Gu Jian naturally received no warm welcome. Liang Lijing shot her a fierce glare. What are you doing here? Gu Jian feigned innocence. Andy, what do you mean? This is my family. What family? We don't welcome you. Seeing their grim expressions, Gu Jian looked pitifully at Gu Yaofeng. Dad, listen to what Annie is saying. Why should my sister enjoy everything while I, who could inherit my mother's shares, cannot even be recognized as your legitimate daughter? Dad, have you been unfair to me all these years? Gu Jian's words left Gu Yaofeng unmoved. However, he suddenly recalled Lin Ro's words. The relationship with children should be reciprocal. One must not let the child bear all the burden. And occasionally stepping back would lead the child to empathize with their parents and make greater concessions. Yet, would Gu Jian concede? The girl before him, with tears in her eyes, looked at him as if she were one of those captivating women who made him fall for them at first sight. Gu Jian had indeed inherited her mother's beauty. Moreover, upon reflection, this daughter seemed to be rather compliant. At least she had not caused him worry over the years despite her disobedience. The issues with fighting and truancy were partly due to his lax discipline, and he could not blame her entirely. Now, seeing her in such a state, Gu Jian wiped her tears and took out a beautifully packaged booklet from her bag. Dad, actually, as soon as I received your call, I took immediate action. I thought the company's situation must be quite serious, or else you wouldn't have reached out to me. So, I contacted Si Chun. Perhaps this will be of help. Chapter 28. A temporary business trip, Si Chun? Gu Fei was momentarily taken aback upon hearing that name. How could someone like Gu Jian truly know Si Chun? She approached Gu Yaofeng, feigning indifference as she glanced at the materials Gu Jian had brought. They were indeed internal documents related to Si Chun, which even she could discern. Gu Yaofeng would certainly understand as well. Little Jian, I didn't expect you to know Si Chun. For the first time, Gu Yaofeng regarded his daughter with seriousness. He had helped her once by chance, but they had not had a deep relationship. She just signed on as a spokesperson for a luxury brand and will be returning to the country soon. I just spoke with her, and she expressed her willingness to become our FS spokesperson. However, if she does, I must enter the company. What kind of strange requirement is that? It must be Gu Jian orchestrating this. Liang Lijing was about to speak, but Gu Jian once again lowered her head in feigned disappointment, her face full of regret. Father, it is truly my fault. I have often been too critical, and in my contemplation of the differences between my sister and me, I couldn't help but voice my thoughts a bit more. You are aware of the people at Chuanglan. They are quite protective, so perhaps Si Chun's behavior is an attempt to mend our family's bonds. Her innocent demeanor made Gu Yaofeng swallow the reproach that was on the tip of his tongue. All right, I understand. Gu Fei lifted her gaze to Gu Yaofeng, sensing that this was not a favorable omen. By the way, Father, Gu Jian suddenly recalled something. I just spoke with Grandpa about mother's shares. He mentioned I'm still too young to withdraw them. I can only do so when I turn 25. After careful consideration, I believe it matters not whose hands those shares rest in. If I can be by your side, it would be better to hand them directly to you. However, I am unsure how to claim them and must wait for Grandpa's return. Gu Jian's heartfelt declaration was devoid of any flaws. Indeed, those shares could only be accessed when Gu Jian turned 25, yet there was a hidden stipulation. She could withdraw them upon marriage. A detail Gu Yaofeng was blissfully unaware of. Thus, he remained ignorant of the fact that the shares were already in Gu Jian's possession. Gu Yaofeng was genuinely moved. Lin Ro was correct. As long as she was treated well, she would appreciate his genuine paternal affection. It was worth every effort to raise such a wonderful daughter. Don't worry, little Jian. Let's leave those shares untouched for now. 2 years is but a fleeting moment. All right, Father. This document pertains to Si Chun's endorsements. Kindly review it for any discrepancies. I must head to the office to clock in and cannot linger any longer. I'll have a driver take you. Gu Yaofeng spoke without hesitation, yet this startled Gu Fei and Liang Lijing to the core. Gu Jian glanced at Liang Lijing and timidly shook her head. It's all right. I can manage on my own. Goodbye, Father. With that, she hurriedly dashed out. Observing Gu Jian's restraint and fear towards Liang Lijing, Gu Yaofeng could not help but furrow his brow. Liang Lijing was indeed both ineffectual and a source of trouble. Had it not been for her, he might have already secured those shares. Father Lu Jian, Gu Fei dare not say too much and tentatively spoke. Let's discuss it later. Si Chun is not the only option. We can brainstorm alternative solutions in the coming days. Gu Yaofeng deliberately tossed Si Chun's documents onto the living room table, hoping to make Liang Lijing realize that Si Chun was the most suitable candidate. It would not be detrimental for Gu Jian to join the company. Moreover, the child seemed to have a certain fondness for him. Despite being a daughter, she still held some utility. Gu Yaofeng chose to disregard Liang Lijing and turn to leave, as he desperately needed to see Lin Ro for some comfort. Watching Gu Yaofeng depart, Liang Lijing's expression darkened with rage. Did you see that, Fei? This is your beloved father, who would disregard everything for his own interests. Shikun, is it? I shall see how Gu Jian manages to bring her back. Tomorrow, I will visit your grandmother and inquire about the company's current situation. If necessary, I will summon your uncle's spokesperson. I refuse to believe we cannot resolve this matter. Gu Fei nodded in silence, her eyes growing increasingly shadowed. After Gu Jian finished speaking, she was not in a hurry. Once outside, she called Lin Ro before heading back to the office. As the end of the workday approached, Yin was supposed to pick her up. It felt like merely hours since they had last met. Gu Jian returned to the office just as it was time to clock out and went straight to the intersection to wait for Fu Yan. However, after waiting for half an hour without sight of him, Gu Jian began to worry about what might have happened when her phone rang. Yin, why are you still not here? Are you working overtime? Gu Jian spoke, instinctively crafting an excuse for him. Fu Yan's voice was somewhat subdued, and after a brief pause, he replied, the company sent me on a business trip at the last minute, and I didn't have time to inform you. I just landed. Listening to the voice on the other end, Gu Jian could indeed hear the sounds of an airport, but it seemed to be in the capital. I will handle everything quickly and return as soon as possible. Don't worry. Fu Yan's voice was low and reassuring. It felt as if his presence rendered any issue trivial. Gu Jian, upon hearing this, quickly reassured him that she would manage just fine. Honestly, without Fu Yan around, Gu Jian found it less burdensome to maintain her facade. Yet inexplicably, she felt a sense of emptiness. Since the distance was not great, Gu Jian decided to return to the office and casually find a car to drive. Upon arriving at her modest rental apartment, she noticed that Fu Yan had bought some food for her before leaving, which eased her sense of emptiness. However, Gu Jian had no intention of cooking. She simply ordered takeout to make do and then washed up before lying down. Today had been quite exhausting, especially after her dramatic performance in the afternoon. She truly felt weary. As Gu Jian generally slept early, she remained in a drowsy state when her phone rang, her eyes bleary as she answered the call. Her voice laced with sleepiness, making her sound particularly endearing. Hello, she greeted, noticing no caller ID, adopting a business-like tone. Are you asleep? Fu Yan asked, somewhat surprised that Gu Jian had turned in so early. Gu Jian, still half asleep, instinctively replied, Yin? Of course. I ate and went to bed since you weren't here. When will you be back? I miss you. Her candid admission tightened something within him. I will be back soon. Then hurry, I'm so bored alone. Chapter 29. Who are you at that moment? Gu Jian was mumbling her words, and Fu Yan listened, feeling an unfamiliar sensation stirring within him, one he had never experienced before. It seemed she had grown accustomed to his presence, and he too was similarly affected. This was why, even amidst his busy schedule, he felt compelled to call her. On the other end, Gu Jian appeared too drowsy, mumbling a few words before surrendering to steady breaths of sleep. Listening to her slumber, Fu Yan felt an inexplicable satisfaction, as if her mere presence was enough to keep him company. Meanwhile, Gu Jian seemed to sense the unique warmth emanating from him, keeping the phone pressed to her ear as she drifted back into a peaceful slumber. Sir, the elder has arrived. Sui approached to report the situation, but was immediately met with a cold, warning glare from Fu Yan. Noticing that Fu Yan was on the phone, he quickly fell silent. Fu Yan withdrew his gaze, speaking softly and slowly. Jian? The only response from the other end was the sound of soft, rhythmic breathing. This was Fu Yan's first time addressing Gu Jian in such a manner. Even when they playfully called each other hubby or wifey, it lacked any particular significance. Yet today, Those two syllables carried a gentle yet robust power that made Fu Yan feel his heart soften. Su Yi, upon hearing this, felt a mixture of trepidation and astonishment. It was not a slip of the tongue. He genuinely did not expect that his master would still make a phone call in the dead of night for reassurance. Thankfully, it appeared that the young mistress had already fallen asleep. Fu Yan ended the call without further inquiry, simply issuing a cold warning. Do not let this happen again. Sui nodded vigorously. As the one who understood Fu Yan best up to this point, he believed that his master meant to ensure that no further interruptions occurred during his conversations with the young mistress, rather than worrying about the exposure of their identities. Meanwhile, Gu Jian, in a hazy state, may have caught a glimpse of those words, or perhaps she did not. Regardless, her sleep remained shallow after that phone call, granting her a tranquil night until dawn. The following day, Gu Jian was awakened by a knock on the door. Groggy and somewhat irritated, she opened the door to find Song Yi, her expression one of disdain. What are you doing here? Boss, you nearly scare me to death, you know? Upon seeing Gu Jian, Song Yi felt as if she could burst into tears. Gu Jian, with a slight headache, brushed her off and crawled back under the covers. What do you want? What have I done to you? Do you know what time it is? You've been punctual at work these past few days, and suddenly today you're absent and unreachable. Of course I'm worried. By the way, where is your husband? He's not cheap at all. He even lost a suit over this. Not cheap. Not cheap at all. Song Yi poured himself a glass of water and surveyed the modest space. Compared to his home, this place seemed almost too small to notice. Yet it exuded a certain warmth, especially with the two beds, which added a touch of homeliness. Boss, where's your phone? I'll charge it for you. Chen Jie has been looking for you all night. As Song Yi went to retrieve Gu Jian's phone, he noticed her complexion looked a bit off. Cautiously, he touched her forehead and was alarmed to find it burning hot. Boss, are you warming yourself? You're burning up. Get up quickly. I'll take you to the hospital. Gu Jian drowsily opened her eyes. No wonder she felt unwell. She was running a fever. It's often said that doctors are the worst at treating themselves. And she and T even realized it. No, their SA medicine cabinet in the leftmost cupboard under the TV. Just get me some fever reducers. No, we must go to the hospital. Boss, please listen to me. Stop talking nonsense. Are you the doctor or am I? Hurry up. Gu Jian impatiently retorted. Seeing her like that, Song Yi felt a pang of compassion but refrained from mentioning the painful past that lingered between them. Murmuring softly to himself, he complied with Gu Jian's request. After administering the medicine, she quickly fell back asleep, not wanting to leave her alone. He went downstairs to buy some porridge for her to eat when she woke up. Just as he finished charging Gu Jian's phone, he noticed a multitude of missed calls. Aside from one from old Master Gu, the rest were all from Si Chun. After some thought, Song Yi decided to return Si Chun's call. Xiao Jian. Chun Jie, it's me. The boss has a slight fever and just took some medicine. She is asleep now. A fever? What happened? Is it serious? How is she now? It's nothing. I'm here watching over her. Regarding the matter you mentioned, I've already sent someone to investigate. It appears there has been some trouble in the capital, and some people have already acted recklessly, disrupting the balance. The sports event was merely a pretext. Given the current situation, it will naturally be postponed. However, I still haven't figured out who it was that informed you about the delayed return. Mentioning this made Song Yi feel a bit overwhelmed. It was the second time he felt so powerless. The first time was when he tried to investigate Fu Yan and couldn't uncover anything. If he couldn't find anything, so be it. The other party probably meant no harm, yet it meant he couldn't return for the time being. What's the big deal about staying a bit longer? The boss is enjoying a sweet marriage now, living quite well. Sweet? And yet she is burning up? Sichun sounded displeased. Gu Jian, lying in bed, was not actually asleep. She simply didn't feel like moving. Upon hearing someone slander her husband, she immediately felt annoyed. Don't talk nonsense. He went on a business trip yesterday. Song Yi. Boss, when did you start defending me like this? Si Chun smiled at her for still having the energy to bicker, before finally hanging up at Song Yi's insistence. Gu Jian remained still in bed, but Song Yi knew she was awake, so he recounted the situation. Si Chun, who was abroad, had just received an anonymous message urging her to wait until the sports event's final date was confirmed before returning. After all, the previous announcements were merely a publicity stunt for a month later, but now that trouble had arisen in the capital, a delay was inevitable. This was a matter that could stir up significant repercussions. Even influential figures had to consider various factions. Si Chun found the situation suspicious and wanted to discuss it with Gu Jian, but But unable to locate her, she sought out Song Yi instead. Now, Song Yi was grateful for this turn of events. Otherwise, he would have remained oblivious to her illness. He tucked Gu Jian in, feeling helpless. Boss, I truly believe that leaving your care to you alone, you wouldn't even know how you might fall ill. Gu Jian wished to retort that his words were absurd, but she lacked the energy to do so and let it go. Thoughts of the sports event lingered in her mind, and she felt as though she was overlooking something crucial. Yet the effects of the medicine were overpowering, and she finally drifted into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Song Yi was preparing to settle down for a game when Gu Jian's phone rang again. Without thinking, he pressed the answer button. Hello? On the other end, after a moment of silence, a man's cold voice pierced through. Who are you? Chapter 30. I am Song Daba. The tone from the other side was frigid and menacing, and he could almost envision the terrifying gaze of the person on the other end. How could he explain his relationship to this so-called boss? Who are you? The same chilling tone, the same demeanor, the same terror jolted Song Yi's sanity back into focus. Brother-in-law, I am Song Daba, he blurted out in desperation. For a moment, silence enveloped Song Yi's side, and Fu Yan was equally mute. Song Daba, that name was indeed hard to believe. Yet Song Yi swore he was not lying. His nickname was indeed Daba. Brother-in-law? This address did nothing to alleviate Fu Yan's wariness. He had never heard of Gu Jian having other siblings, especially ones with different surnames. You're referring to my boss. Song Yi replied nonchalantly, completely forgetting that he hadn't altered his address for Gu Jian. She has a slight fever and just took some medicine. Brother-in-law, you needn't worry. I'm here keeping watch. Nothing will happen. Gu Jian, still dazed, opened her eyes at this remark. How could that rascal Song Yi expose her so thoroughly? Give me back my phone. Seeing her reaction, Song Yi hurriedly handed it over while not forgetting to add, Brother-in-law, my boss wants to speak with you. Please hold on. Gu Jian, still a bit dazed, spoke weakly. Yin, you don't need to worry about me. I'm fine. Besides, Daba's taking care of me, so I'm all right. How did you fall ill? The man's tone held an involuntary tenderness and concern. Everyone gets sick. Besides, with Song Daba around, I'll be fine. Focus on your work. I'll wait for your return. Gu Jian's voice was faint, prompting Fu Yan to refrain from letting her speak further, hastily ending the call. His doubts regarding that Song Daba faded in the face of his longing to return home. Gazing out of the window, Fu Yan suddenly felt an intense yearning for a place he could call home. After hanging up, Gu Jian shot a fierce glare at Song Yi. Boss, why are you looking at me like that? I didn't lie. Indeed, you are honest. Gu Jian retreated under the covers. Right now, I don't wish to talk to you. We'll discuss it later when I've rested. Song Yi pouted, muttering under his breath. Is it not your own fault? It could have been resolved with just 2 injections, yet you insisted on taking fever reducers, making yourself uncomfortable, not to mention cough. Boss, you rest assured. I'll prepare some food for you. Daring not to say more, Song Yi remained by Gu Jian's side, though the concern in his eyes deepened. Qiao Hanqing had been waiting at the entrance of Chuanglan all morning for Gu Jian to appear, but saw not a single trace of her. Unaware of Gu Jian's residence, he had conducted a discreet investigation, but had come up empty. Left with no choice, he entered the Chuanglan lobby to inquire about Gu Jian. The entire staff at Chuanglan was well aware of Gu Jian's desire to keep her identity private. As soon as the front desk staff saw Qiao Hanqing enter, they reported the situation to Song Yi. Song Yi responded, proceed as planned. Gu Jian had previously advised Qiao Hanqing on how to handle the situation, yet Song Yi remained skeptical. After all, they were already married. Could Qiao Hanqing still pursue her? It now seemed apparent that he, as a man, was less perceptive than Gu Jian, a woman, regarding the complexities of male behavior. When Qiao Hanqing inquired about Gu Jian in a gentlemanly manner, the receptionist politely responded that the makeup artist had taken a day off, reportedly due to illness. Illness? This news unsettled Qiao Hanqing. She had seemed perfectly fine just yesterday. How could she suddenly fall ill? The receptionist, looking puzzled, mentioned that the makeup artist had requested some personal items about Chan before leaving, and that she had heard Gu Jian had a strained relationship with her family, though she was well-liked for her skills. Upon hearing that Gu Jian had returned home, Qiao Hanqing furrowed his brow. He instinctively connected Gu Jian's illness with Liang Lijing, a woman whose erratic behavior could rival that of a lunatic. Given the current predicament with Kai Shi International and the receptionist's mention of Gu Jian taking personal items related to Si Chun, he formed a troubling hypothesis. Are you perhaps one of our makeup artist's admirers? The receptionist teased. Xiao Hanqing was taken aback. Did they not know that Gu Jian was married? Indeed, at the last gathering, he had overheard Gu Jian mentioning him, and now the receptionist's words confirmed that he was perceived as a gentleman, contrary to the cold and inscrutable persona depicted in the media. Overwhelmed with thoughts, Xiao Hanqing could only focus on two objectives: to find Gu Jian and care for her, and to clarify matters with Gu Fei. Gu Fei had informed him that Gu Jian's marriage was the result of an arrangement between their families. Yet she had failed to mention that Gu Jian had not even held a wedding, nor had she disclosed her marital status to anyone. Remembering that Gu Jian had parked the last time at the corner near Chuanglan, Xiao Hanqing's resolve intensified. Unable to locate Gu Jian, he decided to consult Gu Fei. Just as Gu Fei was preparing to return home with Liang Lijing, she received a call from Xiao Hanqing. Upon hearing his invitation, she quickly altered her destination. Liang Lijing, understanding the significance of the situation, helped Gu Fei prepare before they set out together. Upon arriving at the tennis court, Gu Fei noticed that Xiao Hanqing's demeanor was somewhat off. She called out to him, but he seemed oblivious, engrossed in a match with his friends. Feeling disheartened, she quietly stood by until Xiao Hanqing finished his game and approached her. "Fei Fei," he greeted. "Hanqing Ji." Gu Fei sensed the chill in his reception and gazed at him with misty eyes, brimming with unspoken grievances. Xiao Hanqing, feeling a pang of guilt, said, "Fei Fei, it's my fault. Please don't be upset. I only wish for you to comprehend how helpless Gu Jian feels in her family." Chapter 31. Si Chun will not return. Gu Fei was utterly astonished to learn the startling truth. Gu Jian was at the Gu household. Even if she were at the ends of the earth, what difference would it make to her? She would prefer Gu Jian to vanish completely and never disrupt her life again. Hanqing Ji, Gu Fei's voice softened, her head bowed in remorse. "I understand Gu Jian has struggles, and I've tried to make amends, but you must know, some matters are beyond my control. Gu Jian is strong-willed. The last time I sought her out, she scolded me. I know she feels discomfort, yet I am at a loss regarding how to assist her." Xiao Hanqing had always harbored compassion for Gu Fei, but Gu Jian's presence had momentarily overshadowed her. Observing Gu Fei's distress, he felt compelled to comfort her. "I understand your predicament. You are caught between your parents and your only sister. However, I hope you can persuade your mother, for both of you are innocent in this situation." Gu Fei shook her head. "Hanqing Ji, it's futile. I've exhausted all avenues. You think I haven't tried? But the past is like a knot. How can I broach it with my mother?" Gritting her teeth, she continued, "It's no longer a secret, so I will tell you. My mother was supposed to marry my father, but Gu Jian's mother appeared suddenly and, through some cunning, became pregnant with Gu Jian. Under pressure from my grandfather, my father was forced to divorce my mother and marry that woman. After the marriage, my mother discovered she was already pregnant with me. She couldn't bear to terminate the pregnancy, nor could she face my father about it. Being an unwed mother back then was a disgrace, as you can imagine. How can you expect my mother to forgive that woman, or Gu Jian?" This was Xiao Hanqing's first encounter with such revelations. Seeing his silence, Gu Fei added fuel to the fire. "Hanqing Ji, the pitiful often have their faults. I know you view my mother unfavorably, but do you understand that she suffered from depression and even attempted suicide several times? So when you speak of forgiveness, how can I, when that is my mother?" Tears shimmered in Gu Fei's eyes, her resolve to hold them back, making her even more poignant than a weeping willow. Xiao Hanqing offered her a handkerchief. "I'm sorry, Fei Fei. I had no idea about these matters. I should have inquired more thoroughly. It's all right, Hanqing Ji. I bear you no ill will. I only wish for you to stop blaming my mother." With a sigh, Gu Fei continued, "There is something else you might not know. Gu Jian wants to secure a core position in the company. My mother's anger these days is understandable." Unaware of Xiao Hanqing's visit to Chuanglan, Gu Fei hoped to gauge his feelings for Gu Jian, subtly indicating that Gu Jian was not as simple as he might think. It was reasonable for her to aspire to a position within the company, but to expect it without effort was unreasonable. Xiao Hanqing, well versed in the intricacies of high society, understood the subtle dynamics at play. While trying to console Gu Fei, he found himself at a loss for words on how to assist Gu Jian. Reflecting on the situation, Xiao Hanqing suddenly inquired about Gu Jian's past. Hesitating, Gu Fei replied, "Hanqing Ji, I don't want to deceive you, so perhaps it's best you refrain from asking." "It's fine. Please share. I wish to know more about her," he insisted. With reluctance, Gu Fei began to divulge everything she knew, refraining from any falsehoods. Aware that even Xiao Hanqing could uncover the truth, Gu Jian's past was indeed colorful, filled with incidents of brawling and gambling, experiences she had encountered as a young woman. Gu Yaofeng had visited Gu Jian once when she was hospitalized due to a confrontation that had left her injured. He had waited an entire day for her to appear, and it was from that moment onward that he had chosen to sever ties with her completely. Throughout the conversation, Gu Fei spoke from Gu Jian's perspective, blaming Gu Yaofeng for his lack of equitable love for her. Yet, the more she defended Gu Jian, the more her shortcomings became evident. Watching Gu Fei in her current state, Xiao Hanqing could hardly trust his own perceptions. However, if he were to believe that Gu Jian approached him with ulterior motives, he would find it hard to accept. Otherwise, how could she have uttered such words to him? She wanted to distance herself from him. Fei, the past is behind us. As you said, Gu Jian has endured unimaginable suffering. She has neither a mother nor the affection of a father. Regardless of what the previous generation did, she should not bear the burden, especially now that she has returned and is thriving. I sincerely hope that you two sisters can reconcile and coexist harmoniously. Gu Fei gritted her teeth, not expecting that all her efforts would yield such a response. A flicker of malice flashed in her eyes as she gently nodded, then spoke. Hanqing, are you still unable to let go of Xiao Jian? But she is already married. It's merely a piece of paper. It can be easily erased. Moreover, she has never publicly acknowledged her marriage, suggesting she does not even accept the existence of that man. I am well aware of this. You need not elaborate further. As Xiao Hanqing stood up, he said, Come on, Fei, let us play a game. He called over a nearby friend to act as a referee. Gu Fei seethed with anger, wishing to find Gu Jian immediately to give her a good lesson, but seeing Xiao Hanqing so enthusiastic, she merely offered a gentle smile and nodded obediently. A piece of paper? That depends on whether Gu Jian can truly let go. Xiao, I must say you are remarkably detached. Even now, you wish to play? I just overheard the mention that the upcoming sports meet has been postponed. Perhaps for quite some time. Even Si Chun, who was supposed to host, cannot return. Gu Fei, filled with jealousy, paused for a moment. She was disinterested in the sports meet, as it was an unattainable height for her. Yet, Si Chun not returning? That news was quite useful. Seeing Gu Jian so arrogant, she had assumed victory was assured, but now it appeared that Gu Jian was merely bluffing. Curiously, Gu Fei approached. Zhangge, what did you just mention? I didn't catch that. Chapter 32. Her name is Gu Jian. The incident concerning the sports meet was no secret. It spread rapidly within a day. Gu Jian had also received the news. Though her health was generally robust, the sudden fever was somewhat unexpected, yet entirely reasonable. As she stated, how could one consume grains and not fall ill? A brief fever could even help expel the virus. After enjoying the lavish meal that Song Yi had gone far to procure, Gu Jian finally calmed down. Learning from Song Yi that Xiao Hanqing had sought out Gu Fei, she could only let out a cold laugh. Boss, what are you laughing at? Xiao Hanqing is obviously defending you. What is that worry about? It's not that I'm worried, but you haven't grasped the situation at all. She arched an eyebrow. Gu Fei is not someone easy to bully. Perhaps at this moment, Xiao Hanqing has already been swayed. Men, they are all fickle-hearted. Greedy fools who gaze at what is in front of them while considering what's in the pot. Except for our yin-yin. Boss, you are indeed treating me differently. You've never noticed my unwavering loyalty towards you. Oh, Gu Jian replied nonchalantly, delivering a heavy blow to Song Yi's spirit. All right, let us investigate the sports meet incident further. This pertains to your sister Chun, so we must not be careless. Song Yi, feeling wronged, replied, Of course I know. But boss, you must understand that I can at most act as a lackey in Yin City. If you want me to investigate matters in the capital, what capability do I possess? Truly useless. Gu Jian expressed her disdain. You can't even articulate your shortcomings directly. I'm not one to mock you. Why be afraid? Song Yi, you would never hear any words of comfort. Despite her words, Gu Jian did not turn a blind eye. She opened another application on her phone, searched for a contact, and sent a message, forwarding the contact information to Song Yi. Don't say I'm not helping. This is your last chance. If you can't uncover anything this time, it will truly reflect your incompetence. Song Yi was speechless. He doubted that the boss, who could not uncover anything, would have any solutions. He disdainfully opened his phone, adding the person as a friend. However, upon seeing the name, he was taken aback. Wait, it wasn't he that Song Yi wanted to flaunt his English skills. The individual's name was literally Wait. Anyone versed in computers would undoubtedly recognize this Wait as one of the top 10 hackers in the world. Boss, is this a real person? Gu Jian found it somewhat painful to witness Song Yi's na-vi expression. No, you must understand that the internet is virtual. But it's real, Song Yi exclaimed, visibly excited as he immediately reached out to the individual. He had expected the expert to be aloof, but to his surprise, the person was remarkably approachable. Song Yi asked several questions, and apart from those concerning personal matters, the individual answered them all, even responding with a simple acknowledgement when they chose not to answer. At that moment, Song Yi began to ingratiate himself. After this, we'll be brothers. Don't underestimate my youth. I have my uses. From now on, I'll call you Brother Dai. Wait. No need for formality. I'm only 16. Song Yi stared at the message for a long time, unsure of how to respond. However, the other party seemed quite accustomed to this and replied, "It's all right. Since you're a GNGS person, I'll reluctantly give you a chance. Just call me a Xia." Song Yi cast a peculiar glance at Gu Jian. "Boss, how did you manage to deceive child?" Gu Jian smacked Song Yi on the head. "Watch your words. I earned that affection through gaming." Song Yi was left speechless, gazing skyward. He truly had no words for Gu Jian's audacious maneuvers. After all, he could hardly comprehend how Gu Jian, being a computer novice, possessed such astonishing talent in gaming. He had previously thought he merely could not defeat her, but today he realized Gu Jian thrived on challenges, and he had yet to reach the level where she could unleash her full potential. Upon receiving the news, Gu Fei immediately informed Liang Lijing. Liang Lijing had also gained significantly from her recent visit home. Although her brother's new wife was rather irksome, the latter expressed a fondness for the products from Kai Shi International. Liang Lijing mentioned she would send her an entire set of the new high-end products not yet released for the next season, and the new sister-in-law readily agreed to assist Liang Lijing with this matter. This new sister-in-law was the reason Liang Lijing had been reluctant to return to her parental home. But unexpectedly, she had turned a misfortune into a fortune. After some flattery towards her new sister-in-law, Liang Lijing finally returned home. She initially intended to inform Gu Yaofeng immediately, but decided it would be better to wait until things settled down. After all, she did not believe that Gu Jian, that wild girl, could still persuade Gu Yaofeng. Meanwhile, Gu Yaofeng was entirely unconcerned with company matters. Recently, Lin Ro had been suffering from severe morning sickness, leaving her weak and unable to keep food down, which alarmed Gu Yaofeng greatly. What if their child did not receive sufficient nourishment? All his efforts would be in vain. Gu Yaofeng was in a frenzy, taking Lin Ro to the hospital and hiring a nanny, displaying more concern than he would for himself. Lin Ro leaned against Gu Yaofeng, her lack of strength making her even more tenderhearted. "Yaofeng, I am neglecting everything for you. I've been avoiding returning home to prevent my parents from noticing. When will you tell your daughter? I truly feel overwhelmed with guilt toward my parents." As Lin Ro spoke, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. "Rower, don't cry. Just wait a little longer. Your pregnancy is still unstable. I fear that you might lose the baby before you get the chance to say anything. As we both have reached a certain age, I worry for your health and what might happen if you were to become unwell. How about I arrange for you to meet him in 3 months?" Although Lin Ro felt somewhat wronged, she obediently nodded, nestling deeper into Gu Yaofeng's embrace and crying even more pitifully. "Yaofeng, I don't quite understand what is happening to me lately. I find myself overly anxious. Please don't be angry with me." Observing Lin Ro, whose gentleness remained untainted even in this moment, Gu Yaofeng's heart melted. Pregnant women experience complex emotions. How could I ever blame you? Just don't dwell on it. At the very least, once your morning sickness subsides, shall we make our relationship public? Lin Ro nodded sweetly, lying quietly in Gu Yaofeng's arms. "Yaofeng, what kind of person is your daughter? Why? Are you trying to win her over already? How annoying. They say being a stepmother is challenging. I'm merely preparing myself in advance." After a moment's thought, Gu Yaofeng replied, "Her name is Gu Jian." Upon hearing the name Gu Jian, Lin Ro was not surprised. She had long anticipated Gu Yaofeng's response. He would not foolishly bring Gu Fei into the equation. It was well known that Gu Jian and Liang Lijing, as well as Gu Fei, did not get along. Thus, Gu Yaofeng's choice was indeed most fitting. Given the events that had transpired, Gu Jian must appear quite obedient in Gu Yaofeng's eyes. For now, Gu Jian was a daughter he could present, and through this situation, Lin Ro could ascertain whether Gu Jian truly shared her sentiments. As Gu Yaofeng spoke of his so-called daughter, intertwining details of Gu Fei and Gu Jian, Lin Ro comforted him with remarks about children lacking understanding, assuring him they would mature with time. Gu Yaofeng's gaze softened further as he regarded Lin Ro. Despite both being children of others, her kindness shone brightly. However, thoughts of Liang Lijing resurfaced, reminding him of the delays caused in acquiring his company shares due to her. Stirring his ire, "Since I have no pressing matters at hand, I shall stay and accompany you in your discomfort. Perhaps it's best not to. Lil Jian was upset yesterday. You should speak to her today. There's no lasting feud between a father and daughter." Gu Yaofeng's portrayal of Gu Jian as a temperamental child compelled Lin Ro to remain understanding, especially as she desired to avoid interactions with the insincere man. Gu Yaofeng, witnessing Lin Ro's distress, yet understanding demeanor, felt a sense of joy, repeatedly murmuring how fortunate he was to have her. After Gu Yaofeng departed, Lin Ro sent Gu Jian a recording of Gu Yaofeng's insincere words, which made Gu Jian feel nauseated to the point of losing her appetite. However, it appeared that her recent actions had somewhat pleased Gu Yaofeng. With idle time on her hands, Gu Jian decided to call Gu Yaofeng twice. Feigning a timid demeanor that oscillated between fear and a desire for closeness with her father. Even Song Yi, upon hearing this, felt the depth of their father-daughter bond, especially given Gu Yaofeng's inherently patriarchal disposition. Thus, when Gu Jian expressed her admiration for Gu Yaofeng and cautiously inquired about the advertisement shoot, Gu Yaofeng felt reassured that his daughter was genuinely invested. Unlike Liang Lijing, who often erupted in anger without yielding any results, Gu Jian was not one to miss Liang Lijing's actions. The Liang family posed no real threat, and she had no need to intervene. Instead, she would subtly encourage the situation. Consequently, with Gu Jian seemingly quiet and news of Si Chun's absence reaching her, Liang Lijing felt an unexpected sense of relief. Spending her days with Gu Fei, be it shopping or indulging in beauty treatments, she awaited satisfying results from her family. Even while ill, Gu Jian discreetly hinted to Gu Yaofeng about her condition, not through her own words, but via Lin Ro. Upon learning that Lin Ro had glimpsed the girl on Gu Yaofeng's phone, Gu Yaofeng was initially taken aback, but relaxed upon discovering she had only seen her from afar. Upon learning of Gu Jian's hospitalization and her deteriorating state, Gu Yaofeng felt paternal concern in Lin Ro's presence. Yet once home, he did not even place a call. Gu Jian, however, was unperturbed, as her focus lay on her own little husband. "You promised to return quickly. How is it that a week has passed without a word?" Meanwhile, Song Yi found himself helpless, juggling work while ensuring he delivered meals regularly to the one who feigned illness at home, fearing her threats should he falter in his duties. Reflecting on the past, when Fu Yan was present, Song Yi felt a twinge of nostalgia. Had he foreseen the current predicament, he would have endeavored to befriend his boss sooner, avoiding the isolation he now faced. At last, the moment arrived, as Song Yi delivered lunch. Preparing for an afternoon of golf, he donned a hat. However, upon reaching the community entrance, he overheard an unusual commotion nearby. The words exchanged were so inappropriate that Song Yi found himself wanting to confront the source of the gossip. Leaning against the wall, he observed Fu Yan being pulled aside by a neighborly woman. "Young man, I understand that newlyweds face struggles, but you must exercise caution. That green-haired individual frequently enters your home. The neighbors have taken notice. Though your wife is beautiful, you must not indulge her too much. Such matters are serious, and that individual appears dubious. Should he harbor ulterior motives, you might regret it later." The neighbor's heartfelt admonition made Song Yi want to confront her, questioning what exactly made him a bad person. "Thank you for your concern, but you are mistaken. That person is my wife's brother. He is a hairdresser and dyed his hair for work," Fu Yan replied graciously, his tone soothing, leaving no room for doubt. Song Yi scoffed softly, watching as Fu Yan presented a small gift for the neighbor's granddaughter before leaving the community. Once back in his car, he dialed Gu Jian to complain about their neighborhood's environment and the presence of the green-haired individual she had introduced into his life. Gu Jian laughed heartily upon hearing his frustration. "Why are you so angry? I think the neighbor's words hold some truth. Perhaps you should embrace that color for life." Finally losing his temper, Song Yi retorted, "Boss, I see you are intentionally making my life difficult. If that is the case, I want to hold back. Your husband is likely not returned yet. Just wait. I'll enter with him." Gu Jian raised an eyebrow. "Or do you genuinely wish to be a green-haired man for eternity?" Hanging up, Gu Jian felt a twinge of anxiety. After being away for 8 days, his sudden return filled her with a mix of excitement and apprehension, especially upon hearing Fu Yan's defense of her. She felt genuinely touched. Initially indifferent to Song Yi's matters, she now contemplated how she might feel if a caring sister suddenly appeared during Fu Yan's illness. Unable to suppress her thoughts, her phone rang unexpectedly, causing her to jump and inadvertently activate the speakerphone. "Boss, what is the deal with Xiao Hanqing? He knows you're married, yet keeps seeking you out. I'm tired of explaining. You should handle it quickly, lest your husband becomes aware. For I cannot bear that responsibility." The voice of Song Yi blared from the phone, and before Gu Jian could respond, there was a commotion at the door, followed by the appearance of a man before her eyes. He wore the suit she had gifted him, his tall and slender figure framed in its elegant lines as he opened the door with an air of nonchalance. Perhaps it was the long absence that caused her heart to race uncontrollably upon seeing him again. She opened her mouth to speak, but Song Ye's voice interrupted her once more. "Boss, I think I just heard the door open. Could it be that brother-in-law is back? If he hears about Xiao Hanqing pursuing you, you'd better watch out. I'm out of here." The call ended abruptly, and though Gu Jian had said nothing and done nothing, she found herself frozen, like a child caught in a moment of guilt, staring blankly at the man before her. Utterly at a loss for words. How peculiar it was. They had no special relationship, so why did she feel the need to explain herself? What's more, he had been gone for so long, without a word of farewell. As she battled with her thoughts, weighing her options, she suddenly noticed the man closing the door and slowly approaching her, extending his hand. Gu Jian stared at him in astonishment, panic rising within her as she instinctively began to retreat. Don't move, Jian. In that moment, Fu Yan seemed to have grown accustomed to this endearing appellation, despite having heard it countless times over the phone. The sound of it resonating in her ears held a unique charm. Gu Jian felt as if her strength had been siphoned away, remaining motionless as his cool hand brushed against her forehead. "Why didn't you tell me you were resting at home?" His hand lingered on her brow, and upon hearing his concerned yet reproachful words, Gu Jian felt disoriented. "How'd he know?" "I guessed," he explained, as if reading her thoughts. Gu Jian was momentarily taken aback, feeling a twinge of guilt. He was genuinely concerned for her, and yet she felt as though she were the one being accused. She lifted his hand from her forehead, but her expression shifted when she felt the warmth of his wrist beneath her fingers. Before she could inquire further, Fu Yan had already withdrawn his hand. "It's all right, I'm back now." His words suggested that everything would be fine simply because of his return. Yet, despite his bravado, her cheeks betrayed a flush, and she found herself wishing to shirk her responsibilities, reluctant to return to work. Fu Yan had intended to drive her to work anyway, so revealing this to him was of no consequence. He replied, his demeanor slightly uneasy as his gaze drifted to the computer on the nearby table. It was an odd-looking device, more exquisite and imposing than a typical computer, its pitch-black color evoking a sense of oppression. "This computer belongs to Song Bao," Gu Jian recalled, her expression turning sour. "Don't believe what he said earlier. He is just upset that I've been picking on him lately, and this is his way of retaliating." Fu Yan smiled faintly, amusement dancing in his eyes. "So you're explaining your relationship with Xiao Hanqing?" Gu Jian panicked, unable to meet his gaze. "I don't need to explain anything. There's nothing between us, and you were gone for so long. If anyone needed to explain, it would have been me long ago." Observing the lively expression of the girl he had not seen in so long, Fu Yan felt the weight of his recent troubles lift momentarily. He had returned early, sacrificing sleep for several days just to be with her. If not for worrying her, he would have returned the day before. But he had insisted he rest, claiming his dark circles were far too pronounced. Jian, Fu Yan said, an apology lacing his voice. "I'm sorry. It was my fault. And it won't happen again." Gu Jian raised an eyebrow, but offered no response. In that moment, he retrieved a small box from his suitcase and handed it to her, his demeanor awkward yet endearing as he attempted to appear nonchalant. "Forgive me, please. Don't think that a small gift will win me over. You'd better confess what is going on, or I won't speak to you," she retorted, although her body betrayed her resolve, as she couldn't resist the allure of the beautiful diamond necklace within the box. Without hesitation, she draped it around her neck, unconcerned with its authenticity. After all, her knowledge of diamonds was limited. The necklace's unique design struck a chord with her, and she felt a wave of contentment wash over her. Fu Yan couldn't help but feel satisfaction as he watched her smile, which outshone even the exquisite necklace. "I understand," he replied, his curiosity piqued. "But I'm more intrigued by your relationship with Song Bao. I envy the time you've spent with him these past few days." Ah well, is he pursuing further studies? The implications of his words stirred something within her. Dabao and I grew up together, she explained, recounting their history. It was a tale not overly complex, yet undeniably dramatic. Song had been the school bully, not out of malice, but rather in defiance against his father. One day, he had cornered Gu Jian, who was herself a figure of intrigue at the school, known for her frequent absences. In a twist of fate, she had bested him in a confrontation, leading to an unexpected bond. Despite his shortcomings, he has always been loyal and kind to me, she concluded, her tone tender as if she were revealing a cherished secret. Fu Yan observed her with a quiet intensity, sensing the depth of her feelings. When the opportunity arises, I would like to meet them, he said, intrigued by the prospect of her circle. Who else is there? He pondered, his curiosity aroused. As the atmosphere turned slightly awkward, Fu Yan playfully ruffled Gu Jian's hair. Come on, let us go to the hospital. The hospital? She immediately shook her head. She had a strong aversion to hospitals, believing she could manage on her own. Though you're feeling better, a checkup is wise to prevent any lingering issues, especially since your face appears flushed. Gu Jian was about to refuse, but as her hand found his wrist, she felt a surge of determination and agreed to his request. They needed to visit the hospital, not for her sake, but for his. A mere pulse check revealed that his health had deteriorated alarmingly. If left untreated, he would suffer long-term consequences. Moreover, upon closer inspection, she noticed the faint bluish tint beneath his eyes, a clear sign of sleepless nights. Gu Jian surmised that he had hardly rested these past few days, and his current appearance was likely due to a brief respite he had managed to seize before returning home. He is such a fool. Why is he in such a hurry to come back? Complaining, yet unable to suppress the feelings of warmth. Gazing at her own hands, Gu Jian suddenly clenched her fists tightly. Such a simple stomach ailment, it should be. Nothing serious, right? Lost in her thoughts, Gu Jian remained silent throughout the journey. Upon arriving at the hospital, when Fu Yan was about to inquire about the registration, she directly pulled him to the third floor, where the majority were traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. It wasn't that she refused to see a Western doctor. Rather, Fu Yan's condition was more suited for gradual care through traditional methods. After they ascended, Gu Jian immediately approached the doctor with the fewest patients. The physician appeared to be in his 70s, quite advanced in age. I had a fever a couple of days ago and came for a follow-up. Thank you, doctor. Gu Jian spoke, then turned to Fu Yan. Yin, could you please step outside and wait for me? Naturally, Fu Yan complied without hesitation. Observing Gu Jian's swift arrangements, the elderly gentleman was left speechless. Just as he was about to personally usher Fu Yan away, Gu Jian extended her hand towards him. A pen? The girl's expression was cold, perhaps too serious, prompting the old doctor to instinctively hand her a pen. Gu Jian then busily scribbled on the prescription pad on the adjacent table. This one is for me, and this one is for the gentleman outside. But I need your assistance. Just say this is your prescription. The doctor, already somewhat displeased, became even more irate upon hearing her words. Where did this audacious girl come from, daring to insult him in such a manner? Young lady, you. He was about to explode in anger when he saw Gu Jian fearlessly hand him the prescription. Just take a look. The doctor huffed. Fine. Let's see what miraculous concoction you have here. He was determined to find fault. Prescriptions could be issued casually, and a careless mistake could lead to serious consequences. He couldn't fathom where this young girl had come from, so utterly unaware of her limitations. The first prescription was for Gu Jian herself, filled with common herbs for clearing heat and dispelling fire. The important part was the dosage and combination. The doctor's expression shifted upon seeing it. This combination was unlike anything he had encountered before. Although it appeared peculiar at first glance, the interactions among the herbs were complementary rather than contradictory, and the dosages were just right. Not only could it nourish the body, but with a few adjustments, its efficacy in reducing fever would surpass that of conventional Western medicine, all while being gentle on the body, especially since it was sweet. This young girl may be young, but her methods were remarkable. The doctor could not afford to be careless anymore. After examining the second prescription, he dared not say much, merely inviting Fu Yan in and proceeding with a thorough diagnosis. He prided himself on being one of the top practitioners in Yun City after years of practice. Yet today, he had to concede that he was outmatched by a mere girl. He looked at her in astonishment, ready to speak, but Gu Jian preempted him. How is the doctor? Is he seriously ill? The doctor paused, puzzled by their exchange, but considering the 2 prescriptions she had provided, he refrained from saying anything further. He shook his head. Fortunately, it was discovered early. I will prescribe each of you a remedy, especially for this young gentleman. He must take it on schedule. If he follows my instructions and avoids staying up late, he should be well within 6 months. If he continues to burn the midnight oil, that is uncertain. Gu Jian was speechless. How could a prescription possibly take that long? Doctor, are you mistaken? I absolutely detest bitter medicine. I think 3 months should suffice, right? The doctor quickly corrected himself. Yes, 3 months, and you'll be cured. Fu Yan. He was ill. And why did it seem that Gu Jian's words were so effective? Chapter 36. A dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory. Gu Jian felt utterly exasperated. She should have taken a closer look initially, perhaps sought out someone more skilled. Cough, that's good. So my condition isn't serious? You're fine. Just take the medicine for a couple of days, the doctor reassured. That's good. Gu Jian tugged at Fu Yan. Yin, should you thank the doctor properly? If we hadn't come today, we might not have known about your poor health. What if something happened to you one day? Wouldn't I be left a widow? Fu Yan. The doctor. Being a widow is rather excessive. Truthfully, if it weren't for today's examination, we might not have discovered Fu Yan's condition. But this girl, he had to concede, he was not going to step back. The only explanation left was that this girl was far more talented in medicine than he had imagined. As soon as Gu Jian and Fu Yan prepared to leave, the doctor hastily stopped them. Young lady, may we exchange contact information? Your gentleman's condition is still unstable, and we may need to continue monitoring his treatment. It will be convenient for us to communicate regarding any issues that arise. And as for this prescription, Gu Jian understood his intent. You handle the prescription as you see fit, as long as it didn't involve her. Fu Yan raised an eyebrow, casting a scrutinizing glance at the two. Gu Jian considered that if they truly encountered any issues in the future, finding another practitioner could be cumbersome, so she exchanged contact information with the doctor. Watching the doctor excitedly add a note to her contact, Gu Jian felt utterly bemused. Had he become overly enthusiastic, concerned that Fu Yan might notice something amiss? Gu Jian took the prescription and exited the consultation room. Meanwhile, the doctor gazed at the meticulously written prescriptions he had just transcribed, promptly sharing 2 images in their medical research group. In no time, his phone buzzed with 99 messages. Old Nya, your prescription is quite bold. Not only bold, but also perfectly balanced. This prescription. A group of elderly doctors began to study the 2 prescriptions. One even remarked that his stagnant thesis had finally found a new breakthrough, inspired by this prescription. Nya Changhe, observing the excitement of his colleagues, regained some confidence and mysteriously stated, "This is not my prescription. It was just written by a girl in her early 20s. Sure enough, the group erupted in chatter once more, all inquiring about the whereabouts of Gu Jian, unable to believe that such a young girl could be so audacious, so talented. Only one person suddenly recalled something, saying, "I just remembered that genius from B University's medical department a few years back. This style of prescribing seems somewhat familiar." The others paused, then promptly dismissed the notion. "I've read that genius's paper before. While it does resemble it, that individual is a Western medicine practitioner, completely unrelated to us in traditional medicine. There's no way someone without a solid foundation could write such a prescription." True, although both are bold in their prescriptions. It's certainly unheard of for the other to practice traditional medicine. You're thinking too much. The crowd continued their discussion while Nya Changhe quietly opened his computer to investigate the rumored genius for B University. Preparing traditional Chinese medicine can be quite intricate, and the taste is strong. After Gu Jian and Fu Yan received their prescriptions, the hospital had a dedicated service for preparing the herbal remedies. After payment, they could collect the medicine at designated times each day. While Fu Yan went to pay for the medicine, Gu Jian sat in the lobby, waiting for him. Looking at her hands, she fell into contemplation. It was hard to articulate her feelings. Merely writing a prescription, it didn't seem as daunting as she had imagined. Once upon a time, she believed she would never encounter such things again. Today was, perhaps, a fortunate accident. "Gu Jian, what are you doing here?" A sharp, piercing voice rang out. And Gu Jian didn't need to look up to know who it was. Gu Fei ground her teeth. She had truly had enough of Gu Jian these past few days. Xiao Hanqing had not ceased mentioning her, almost driving her to madness. Upon learning that Xiao Hanqing's mother was unwell, Gu Fei specifically inquired and learned from her aunt that a traditional Chinese medicine doctor had just returned from a trip. promptly arranging to bring Xiao's family for a consultation. However, who could have guessed that the doctor had such an eccentric temperament? Regardless of what she said, he stubbornly insisted that it was not his working hours today and was utterly unwilling to provide a consultation. This left her not only embarrassed in front of Xiao Hanqing, but also fearing that she would leave a poor impression on Aunt Xiao. Xiao Hanqing suggested that other doctors would suffice, but the hospital's registration for Western and traditional Chinese medicine was separate, especially for that esteemed old Chinese medicine doctor whose consultations were rare and highly sought after. Anxiously, she hurried downstairs to re-register. To her surprise, she encountered Gu Jian just as she reached the ground floor. With a belly full of frustration and nowhere to vent, she collided with her. Alas, why are you here alone at the hospital? You look dreadful. Are you here for an abortion? Where's that little husband of yours? Why isn't he with you? Gu Jian had never imagined she would run into someone so insufferable at every turn. She shot Gu Fei a warning glance, her gaze cold and unfamiliar. Gu Fei was taken aback, but refused to back down. What attitude is this, Gu Jian? Gu Jian, with palpable impatience, retorted, Gu Fei. There are so many people here. Are you sure you want to act like this? Clenching her teeth, Gu Fei knew that this was not the ideal moment to quarrel with Gu Jian. Nonetheless, she was determined not to let this woman off the hook. Lowering her voice, she smugly declared, Gu Jian, don't think for a second that I'm unaware of your schemes. My father has already said that as long as we find a spokesperson, you will never be allowed into the company. She emphasized my father, referring solely to her own dad. Unfortunately, Gu Jian was utterly indifferent. With a faint smile that radiated disdain, she leaned back slightly, despite sitting, exuding an air of superiority. Seems you have found a way out. Gu Fei chose not to respond, but was already brimming with confidence. Although she had yet to hear back from her aunt, it was a foregone conclusion that Si Chun would not be returning. She could not believe that Gu Jian had any escape route left. Gu Fei confidently sat beside Gu Jian, raising her voice, Little Jian, regardless of anything, we are sisters. However, your aspirations are utterly delusional. Entering the core of the company, you possess neither a high degree nor significant contributions. Wouldn't that put our father in a difficult position? I'm only looking out for your best interests. Oh, is that so? I don't need your concern. Gu Jian interrupted her. Upon hearing this, Gu Fei immediately adopted a look of grievance. Little Jian, I'm advising you out of goodwill. How can you speak to me like that? You have no idea how troubled Dad has been over your situation lately. Gu Jian felt nothing but disdain for Gu Fei's demeanor. It wasn't her intelligence. Rather, Gu Fei's intentions were painfully evident. Even those unaware of the circumstances could decipher her motives. Gu Yaofeng typically hired family doctors, and Lin Ro indeed needed to visit the hospital, but they could not appear alongside Gu Fei. She recalled hearing from Song Yi that Xiao Hanqing's mother, Su Yu, had been unwell, so the answer was obvious. Understanding that the person behind all this was Xiao Hanqing only made Gu Jian care even less. I give Dad a headache? Make him uncomfortable? Don't forget, it was after you and your mother arrived that I was forced to live in the countryside with my grandfather. No high degree, no good upbringing? What? Are you implying that my grandfather failed to teach me properly? You claim to care about Dad, but when have you ever cared for Grandpa? When he was in the hospital, wanting to see you, where were you? Initially pleased to see Gu Jian's sudden fury, Gu Fei was taken aback by the implication of her words. Why was she bringing up Grandpa now? Was she trying to make it her fault? I mean, no offense. I'm merely suggesting you take your time integrating into the company. Starting from the ground up, Gu Jian scoffed coldly. The ground up? Not a chance. I have no time to waste on your whims. My demands will not change. Gu Fei, exasperated, attempted to reason. Little Jian, don't be so stubborn. Sui Ue, observing from behind, wore a somewhat frosty expression. From the earlier exchange, she had confirmed Gu Jian's identity. Though she had heard her son mention this girl before, she was still not quite as she had imagined. She scrutinized the young woman before her. Despite her harsh tone, Gu Jian did not appear to lack refinement, even exuding an air of authority in her movements. At the very least, it was clear who was strong and who was weak. Not being directly involved, Suyi would not hastily judge a person, yet her affection for Gu Fei was undeniably greater. After all, only the true, legitimate heiress of the Gu family could be deemed worthy of her son. Little Jian, how is it that you are here? I have been unable to find you for days. Are you unwell? Mom, this is Gu Jian, the one I mentioned to you. Xiao Hanqing did not concern himself with the previous argument and looked at Gu Jian with worry, afraid she might be unwell. Gu Jian gently shook her head, her earlier anger dissipating, her demeanor now appearing much more serene, even somewhat fragile due to her pallor, which only intensified Qiao Hanqing's concern. It's merely a minor issue. Thank you, young Master Qiao. Gu Jian stepped back slightly, clearly wishing to maintain some distance. Su Yu is visibly dissatisfied with this behavior. How could her son be so fortunate as to have such a woman, and yet she dared to retreat? How could everything be fine? You haven't been at work for over a week. Qiao Hanqing visited Chuanglan daily. How could he not notice Gu Jian's absence? Gu Jian bit her lip, glancing at Su Yu without speaking, as if harboring some unspeakable secret. Gu Fei stepped forward, wrapping her arm around Su Yu's. Little Jian is still young and a bit thoughtless. Please don't take it to heart, Aunt. Upon hearing this, Gu Jian smirked derisively. Indeed, I am still young. Sister, please don't hold me to your standards. Then, turning apologetically to Su Yu, she added, I'm sorry, Mrs. Qiao, for any embarrassment I may have caused you. Su Yu smiled lightly. It's quite all right. What is a little quarrel among young ladies? It's nothing significant. It was evident that Su Yu wished to steer clear of the conflict. Observing Su Yu's countenance, while she appeared healthy on the surface, it was merely a facade, masking her true physical condition. Little Jian, what exactly is wrong? Have you been checked? My mother also needs to see a doctor. Let us go together. At this moment, Qiao Hanqing's focus was solely on Gu Jian. Gu Jian shook her head. No need. I've already been examined. Mrs. Qiao, it seems your health is indeed not optimal. Traditional Chinese medicine may be more beneficial for you. I know a doctor who can assist with a referral. What doctor could she possibly know? Gu Fei scoffed. However, since Gu Jian had offered, she felt no need to hold back. Gu Fei's face lit up with excitement. Really? Little Jian? I've always said traditional Chinese medicine is excellent. But is the doctor you mentioned reliable? Qiao Hanqing pondered for a moment. Realizing that Gu Fei's skepticism had some merit, Gu Jian, a girl without any connections, could hardly know any distinguished individuals. Though he felt grateful, he was still apprehensive regarding his mother's health. Let us see first. If you don't trust her, we can consult other doctors afterward. Coincidentally, the Dr. Nya should be able to help. In fact, Nya Changhe was already eager to contact Gu Jian when he saw her call, immediately answering with a cheerful tone. Hey girl, what is up? Don't you have many patients today? I can introduce someone. Upon hearing this, Gu Fei grew even more smug. A doctor with no patients? What kind of doctor was that? All right, where are you now? In the hospital lobby. Should I send them up? No need. I'm free right now. I'll come down to meet you. Great. Gu Jian did not engage in pleasantries. Qiao Hanqing, recognizing her good intentions, although still somewhat skeptical, thought that if the doctor Gu Jian recommended proved useful, it might bolster his reputation in front of his mother. Thus, he agreed. After all, this was already the best hospital in Yun City. It was merely a matter of differing specialists. Since Xiao Jian has made her decision, let us observe for now. Chapter 38. The same doctor? Gu Fei, unusually, incessantly praised Gu Jian for her thoughtfulness, even declaring that if Su Yu's health improved, she would express her gratitude profusely, speaking as if she were a member of the Qiao family. Su Yu, throughout the episode, exhibited little reaction, merely noting that Gu Jian's demeanor was not that of an ordinary young lady. Qiao Hanqing appeared genuinely concerned for Gu Jian, as her complexion grew increasingly pallid. His inquiries were noticeably more frequent than those of the doctor. Just as Gu Jian could no longer evade, she saw Nya Changhe finally descend the stairs. Just as she was about to greet him, Gu Fei released Su Yu and rushed over. Dr. Nye. Gu Fei exclaimed excitedly. Do you remember me? I came here with my aunt before. Given their previous encounter, he should have recognized her. However, Nya Changhe, accustomed to seeing numerous faces daily, could hardly recall Gu Fei. He nodded absent-mindedly while continuing to search for Gu Jian. Unfortunately, Gu Jian was precisely behind Qiao Hanqing, well within his blind spot, making her invisible to him. After observing Nya Changhe's nod, Gu Fei became even more animated. I knew you would remember. I tried to find you earlier, but your assistant sent us away. Luckily, I ran into you here. If you have a moment, could you please treat Aunt Xiao? She hasn't been well and might need some recuperation. Nya Changhe frowned, wishing to brush Gu Fei aside, but found her quite bothersome. He wondered why that girl, who was supposed to be in the lobby, was nowhere to be seen. Hanqing, Aunt Xiao, come here. This is Dr. Nya, the one I mentioned. My aunt knows him well, Gu Fei said with pride. This esteemed doctor was a prominent figure in Yunqing, and Gu Jian's acquaintance with such a notable character was indeed embarrassing for her. The choice between the pampered Gu Fei and the overlooked, unsupported Gu Jian was glaringly obvious. Su Yu glanced at Gu Jian and, with polite decorum, replied, "Thank you for your kindness, but Fei Fei's friend has already arrived." Gu Jian said nothing, merely shifting to the side, allowing Nie Changhe to see her. As anticipated, upon spotting Gu Jian, Nie Changhe's eyes lit up, and he approached her eagerly. Su Yu felt a jolt of surprise at the sight of Nie Changhe's excitement. Gu Fei indeed had considerable influence, managing to draw Nie Changhe downstairs to personally greet her. Perhaps her earlier assumptions had been mistaken. Gu Fei's aunt was truly extraordinary. "Hello, Doctor," Su Yu began, but Nie Changhe interrupted, waving his hand dismissively. "Excuse me coming through." He maneuvered past Su Yu and Xiao Hanxing to reach Gu Jian. "Young lady, are you sure you want me to treat your friend?" Su Yu froze, as did Gu Fei and Xiao Hanxing. What was happening? Why did Gu Fei know Dr. Nie? Moreover, their familiarity was evident from his words. Xiao Hanxing had been contemplating how to explain this situation to Gu Jian when she unexpectedly delivered such a delightful surprise. A glance at his mother's expression revealed to him that if he exerted himself, a relationship between the two might not be entirely impossible. "Yes, of course. It would be you," Gu Jian responded, exceedingly polite and quite different from her earlier demeanor. Although Nie Changhe was curious about Gu Jian's state, he was unconcerned about those matters. "Since I personally came down, does this mean we are friends now?" Gu Jian. Su Yu was utterly astonished. The very individuals they could only dream of meeting seemed to be bowing their heads before Gu Jian. What kind of background did this woman possess? Could it be related to old Master Gu? Upon reflection, old Master Gu's health had indeed been precarious, and given his past prominence, it was not unreasonable for her to know several distinguished doctors. What puzzled her was why Gu Jian knew Gu Fei, but not vice versa. Could it be, as Gu Jian had said, that Gu Fei never visited old Master Gu? "Well," Gu Jian casually acknowledged, then turned to Su Yu. "This is Mrs. Qiao. Could you assist her?" "Certainly," Nie Changhe readily agreed. "Since you asked, how could I refuse?" "Mrs. Qiao, please follow me upstairs for a checkup." Su Yu suppressed her lingering doubts. Though it was somewhat awkward, she thanked Gu Jian. Xiao Hanxing grasped Gu Jian's arm. "Xiao Jian, you should come with us. You don't look well." Nie Changhe's gaze flickered. Indeed, beautiful girls attracted ceaseless admiration. Just then, another hand intertwined, and in an instant, Gu Jian found herself embraced by Fu Yan. "Young Master Qiao, please conduct yourself with decorum." Xiao Hanxing frowned, having entirely forgotten Fu Yan's presence. He glanced at his mother, anxious she might take offense. "Xiao Jian is indeed unwell. I am fully aware of my wife's condition. Your concern is unnecessary," Fu Yan replied. Still clad in the outfit Gu Jian had given him, his face cold and his demeanor exuding authority. His lofty stance and distant tone, accentuated by his tailored suit, rendered him a commanding figure, as if he were a deity pronouncing judgment upon Xiao Hanxing. Upon hearing Fu Yan refer to wife, Xiao Hanxing realized trouble was brewing, especially observing Gu Jian's demeanor. She had said nothing, allowing the man to embrace her and depart. He felt anger and frustration, but recognized the inopportune timing. "Hanxing, has Gu Jian married?" Su Yu was also taken aback. However, upon reflection, Gu Jian's earlier demeanor sparked a flicker of admiration within her. Despite her son's prowess, which he expressed openly, Gu Jian maintained her distance, never fostering any semblance of ambiguity. From this perspective, the girl exhibited commendable character. Furthermore, even from a mere glance, it was evident that Fu Yan was no ordinary man. "Mother, Xiao Jian is in a predicament. It's all fabricated." "I'll explain later," Xiao Hanxing sighed. "Do not think I am oblivious to your little intentions." Su Yu bluntly exposed his thoughts. "Let me make this clear. Since Gu Jian is married and harbors no interest in you, do not pursue her. She is a good girl. Do not ruin her reputation in a moment of impulse." Xiao Hanxing dejectedly acknowledged her warning. Meanwhile, Gu Fei, who had been overlooked, clenched her teeth in frustration. This was supposed to be her moment to shine before Xiao Hanxing and Su Yu, but Gu Jian's sudden appearance had thwarted everything. She even received such praise from Su Yu. "Well done, Gu Jian. Just you wait." Chapter 39. Dinner without jealousy. Gu Jian, wrapped in Fu Yan's embrace, laughed heartily once they were outside. "What are you laughing at?" Fu Yan's face remained taut, clearly displeased. Gu Jian shook her head. "It's nothing. I just feel that our dinner tonight is secured." Fu Yan was perplexed. Look, there's sauerkraut fish, hot and sour soup, and vinegar stir-fried cabbage. As Gu Jian spoke, her smile widened, pausing to block Fu Yan's path. Dear husband, at least we won't have to buy vinegar, right? Fu Yan sighed, realizing her lightheartedness. Before he could respond, Gu Jian preemptively asked, how long have you been standing there? Watching me being bullied and not stepping in. You are quite the unfit husband. Bullied? Fu Yan retorted, genuinely unaware of any mistreatment. I thought you appeared rather at ease, as if you were confident of victory. Gu Jian blinked innocently, unabashedly admitting, is it that obvious? Indeed, quite evident. What pity, Gu Fei must despise me now. Gu Jian tugged Fu Yan as they walked backward. Honestly, I was quite worried. After all, it was merely a fleeting encounter. How could I know that doctor would be willing to assist me? However, judging by his demeanor, we seem to have a good rapport. Next time, I will bring him a token of appreciation. Be cautious, for others may accuse you of bribery. Fu Yan attentively observed the bustling street, where Gu Jian moved effortlessly in reverse. What is there to fear? I am merely engaging in bribery. Gu Jian winked. Of course, I would never employ such feminine wiles on anyone but you. Fu Yan cast her a skeptical glance, clearly unconvinced. Remembering how she had been caught red-handed using her charms on Xiao Hanxing, Gu Jian awkwardly chuckled. Let us not dwell on past matters. Fu Yan replied. Then, should I not expect some form of compensation? Naturally. What sort of compensation do you desire? After a moment of contemplation, Fu Yan responded, I have yet to decide. I shall convey my thoughts when they arise. Very well. However, at this moment, dear husband, should you not attend to your wife's appetite? She has been quite unruly in your absence. What do you wish to eat? Pickled fish, spicy soup, vinegar stir-fried cabbage. Jian? Fu Yan sighed in resignation. I was just teasing, but I truly do have a craving for vinegar stir-fried cabbage. Well then, let us procure some ingredients. Ultimately, the joy of having a husband is a sentiment unknown to those without one. The following day, Gu Jian arrived at work brimming with energy. Naturally, her first-order business was to deal with Song DeBeo. To avoid a severe beating, Song Yi had already prepared an escape route, presenting Gu Jian with gifts he had meticulously arranged during her illness. The first item was, of course, concerning the advertisement schedule for the day she fell ill. The second surprise was from Kaishi International. Boss, considering my arduous efforts in caring for you while also gathering information and purchasing stocks, please show me some mercy this time. I promise I will never bring up your misdeeds in front of my brother-in-law again. This could be negotiated. The boss, after all, still harbored some sympathy. You are truly kind, boss. Do not rush. Answer one of the two matters, and I shall let you off the hook. He knew it wouldn't be so simple. Song Yi. All right, boss, speak your mind, but do not inquire about your husband. Gu Jian, unfazed, declared. Then for the first matter, consider your silence as a concession. Let us discuss the second matter. Have you uncovered the truth behind the sports event? Song Yi anticipated this inquiry. Previously, he had been at a loss, but now things were different. With the assistance of a deity, failing to uncover the truth would be quite embarrassing. Song Yi, with an air of profundity, divulged all he had discovered to Gu Jian. It seemed some individuals were growing impatient and were eager to take action. However, this matter could not be rushed. Pulling one thread could unravel the entire fabric. Everyone had their sights set on the same prize, making it impossible for any one person to monopolize it. Consequently, the prominent family intervened to suppress the situation. In Beijing, several elite families, namely the Fu, Cheng, Nia, and Gao, had their respective branches, with the Fu family being the largest. Rumor has it that their collateral branches encompass a vast network. Unfortunately, the Fu family was notoriously secretive, making inquiries in their domain quite challenging. Boss, considering that your brother-in-law also bears the surname Fu, do you think it is possible he is associated with the Fu family? Gu Jian recognized that Fu Yan was no ordinary individual, but the thought of a connection to that family was somewhat daunting. It was not that she doubted Fu Yan. Rather, she could hardly believe that her grandfather would know someone of such stature. Reflecting on Fu Yan's appearance in a suit, Gu Jian mused that even if he were not connected to the Fu family, he certainly was not an ordinary person. His demeanor alone set him apart from the common folk. At the very least, Su, you should be acutely aware that Xiao Hanxing could never compare. Noticing Song Ye's teasing expression, Gu Jian understood that he was itching for a jab. Yan had elevated her standing. Yet this impudent fellow dared to make light of it. perhaps she had been too lenient. Indeed, you may have a point. Observing our Yan, he could very well be the heir to the Fu family. With power in his grasp, Yunqing would be under my dominion, and Beijing under his, truly. We make a splendid match, do we not? Song Ye's lips twitched. Yes, whatever you say, boss. Gu Jian rolled her eyes. Knowing your boss is formidable. Why are you still dawdling? Should you be keeping a close watch on Liang Lijing and Gu Fei? Are you waiting for them to drive me out and hinder my first step towards conquering Yunqing? Song Yi was speechless. He assured her that Liang Lijing and Gu Fei could never pose an obstruction. As for Yunqing, she was not that sort of person. If she truly wished to reach that level, she would have acted long ago. As for now, she was merely toying with Gu Fei and Liang Lijing, which brought the boss some amusement. Upon returning home, Gu Fei was in a fit of rage, relaying the hospital incident to Liang Lijing. Liang Lijing grew increasingly convinced of Gu Jian's ambitions within the company, and the following morning, she accompanied Gu Fei back to her maternal home. After a round of 4 smiles, she finally obtained a contact number. Gu Fei thought her aunt, although high and mighty, was quite resourceful. A mere business card fortuitously landed in her hands, belonging to Gu Qinyu, who had recently lost the luxury brand endorsement to Sichuan. Since her debut, Gu Qinyu had been overshadowed by Sichuan. Though she had garnered numerous accolades, she could never quite measure up to Sichuan. While outsiders perceived the two as amicable sisters, in truth, Gu Qinyu harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Sichuan. However, having learned from past experiences, Gu Fei approached with caution. Chapter 40. A Life Without Marriage Mother. Let us first make a phone call to inquire about the situation. The matter concerning Ye Changhe had impressed upon Gu Fei the importance of certainty. Mere acquaintance did not equate to capability. Liang Lijing, pondering this, promptly dialed the number on the business card. To her surprise, Gu Qinyu was surprisingly accommodating. Not only did she eagerly engage with Liang Lijing, claiming kinship as members of the Gu family, but she also readily agreed to the advertising shoot, scheduling the time and place without hesitation. Gu Fei was overjoyed upon hearing this. She could hardly contain her excitement. This time, she was eager to see what tricks Gu Jian had up her sleeve. Upon returning, Gu Fei unexpectedly found Qiao Hanqing seated with Gu Yaofeng, sharing tea. Brother Hanqing, what brings you here? Gu Fei exclaimed excitedly, darting towards Qiao Hanqing like a fledgling swallow. Gu Yaofeng had merely stopped by to collect a few items, never expecting to encounter Qiao Hanqing. However, this encounter proved fortuitous. If Gu Fei were to win over Qiao Hanqing, it would undoubtedly benefit Kaishi, enhancing its competitiveness in the market. Such a grown woman, yet she pays no heed to her image. While this comment was a complaint, Gu Yaofeng's tone was laced with affection. In the past, Qiao Hanqing would have felt joy for Gu Fei, but now he could only lament for Gu Jian. Both were his daughters. Yet Gu Fei basked in every luxury, while Gu Jian struggled to earn even the simplest affection from their father. No worries, Uncle Gu, I quite appreciate her this way. Qiao Hanqing's words caused Gu Fei to blush immediately. Brother Hanqing, Gu Yaofeng and Liang Lijing chuckled at this exchange, reveling in the joyful moment. However, before the trio could fully celebrate, Qiao Hanqing shattered their illusions. Uncle Gu, I actually came here primarily for Xiao Jian. I understand she is now married, but that union seems to have been arranged by old Master Gu. Since he is now enjoying retirement in the countryside, all matters concerning the Gu family should rightfully fall under your purview. I suspect the two of them lack any emotional connection, so shouldn't you check in on Xiao Jian? If she is truly unhappy, it would be wise to facilitate their separation. Had Qiao Hanqing made such a statement earlier, they might have assumed he was merely being kind-hearted, attempting to assist Gu Jian. However, now, everyone was acutely aware of the underlying implications. Gu Fei could scarcely believe that Qiao Hanqing would go to such lengths for Gu Jian. After all, he was Qiao Hanqing, the eldest son of the Qiao family. Even a match with the top socialites of Yunqing would suffice, yet he willingly acted as an intermediary for a married woman. Liang Lijing, unable to contain herself, nearly erupted in anger. Hanqing, what do you mean by this? Are you suggesting that once that woman is divorced, you intend to pursue her? Upon hearing those words, Gu Fei realized it was over. Had that statement not been made, it would have equated to a lack of solid evidence. However, once Qiao Hanqing responded, the nature of the situation transformed entirely. Qiao Hanqing pondered for a moment, refraining from an immediate reply. What nonsense are you spouting? Han Gu is merely concerned for Xiao Jian, Gu Fei said, her complexion pale. Gu Yaofeng interjected to prevent further discussion. This matter was settled by the previous generation. Xiao Jian grew up alongside her grandfather, thus I cannot take charge. Initially hesitant, Xiao Hanqing grew anxious upon hearing this. Uncle Gu, you need not worry. After Xiao Jian's divorce, I will certainly marry her into the Qiao family and ensure she suffers no grievances. His solemn vow struck Gu Fei like a thunderclap. Gu Yaofeng was equally astonished by his daughter's inexplicable charm that could so profoundly affect Xiao Hanqing. Had he known this would happen, he would have considered allowing Gu Fei to be with that young man from the Fu family. Alas, the unpredictability of life left no one aware of how events would unfold. Gu Yaofeng neither agreed nor refused, but engaged Xiao Hanqing in a few half-hearted pleasantries, implying that he could not dictate the situation and that it ultimately depended on Xiao Jian's wishes. Consequently, the possibility of Gu Fei and Xiao Hanqing being together appeared even more remote. Liang Lijing attempted to advocate for Gu Fei, only to be silenced by Gu Yaofeng's glare. Recently, she had sensed his growing indifference towards her, making her hesitant to speak further, though she was filled with pent-up frustration. When Xiao Hanqing departed, Gu Yaofeng specifically asked Gu Fei to see him off. Once they were outside, Gu Fei could no longer hold back, tears streaming down her face. She lowered her head, striving to conceal her sorrow from Xiao Hanqing. Yet how could those teardrops, akin to falling rain, be hidden? Fei, I am sorry. Xiao Hanqing expressed his concern. I know my previous actions may have led to misunderstandings, but for me, Xiao Jian is different. I like her, and my kindness towards you is only natural since you're her sister. Hanqing Gu, did you truly never harbor any feelings for me? Gu Fei responded. Before Xiao Jian came into the picture, we got along splendidly. Now that she is married, regardless of her beauty or excellence, she has already lost in this regard. Fei. Xiao Hanqing interrupted her. You are too agitated. Gu Fei clenched her teeth. Yes, I admit I am overly emotional. I have always made concessions for her, striving to mend her relationship with our parents. Yet now I find myself at a loss on how to face her. How to face you. Although Gu Fei may not possess the stunning beauty of Gu Jian, she was still a pure-hearted maiden. At that moment, her heartfelt confession, resembling a weeping pear blossom, was a challenge for any man to withstand. Xiao Hanqing inhaled sharply, enveloping Gu Fei in his embrace. Fei, I have let you down. Rest assured, even if I end up with Xiao Jian, I will never neglect you. I will certainly find you someone better. Better? Hanqing Yi, you are pursuing your true love. How could I ever relinquish my feelings? Gu Fei choked on her words. If you truly make a choice, I would rather remain unmarried for life. Chapter 41. Under control. Fei, do not be so obstinate. Xiao Hanqing advised her. Faced with Gu Fei's distress, he felt both shocked and touched. Unfortunately, ever since Xiao Jian appeared, everything had spiraled beyond his control. Gu Fei withdrew from Xiao Hanqing's embrace. Hanqing Gu, I will prove to you that my feelings for you are far more sincere than you can imagine. Xiao Hanqing, feeling helpless, intended to offer further reassurance, but received a phone call from the company, compelling him to leave in haste. As he drove away, he could not bear to look back at Gu Fei, who stood at the doorway, watching him depart. If only he had encountered just one of them, how much simpler it would have been. Regrettably, in comparing the two, he could not bring himself to forsake the radiant and vibrant figure of Xiao Jian only after Xiao Hanqing's car had vanished to Gu Fei return home. Liang Lijing was still embroiled in an argument with Gu Yaofeng. It seemed that their home had devolved into a cacophony of discord. Look at what your precious daughter has done, seducing a man right into our home. And now he is merely her future brother-in-law. Who knows what will come next? Is she about to become shameless, disregarding propriety to seduce? Liang Lijing, I warn you to mind your words. If you wish to spare Fei embarrassment, then keep your mouth shut. Now you think of Fei. Why did you not speak up for her earlier? Do not think I am oblivious to your intentions. In your heart, nothing is more significant than your own interests. I see you have plotted with Gu Jian to ensnare her, waiting for the moment to deliver her to Xiao Hanqing's bed as the Qiao family's young mistress. Liang Lijing, Gu Yaofeng thundered, you are utterly unreasonable. With servants nearby, she dared to utter such words. Am I correct in my assessment? I tell you, your beloved daughter likely possesses some hidden talents. Next time, you ought to seek her counsel. Liang Lijing's comments grew increasingly harsh. Gu Fei, glancing at the nearby servants who were striving to diminish their presence. Felt a profound sense of humiliation. She stormed into the room, bursting through the door with indignation. "Mother, have you said enough?" Liang Lijing could bicker with Gu Yaofeng. Yet at that moment, faced with her tear-streaked daughter, she found herself at a loss for words. She only had this one precious daughter. How could she bear to see her suffer? If it were not for you, Han Xingge would never have uttered such words. "Mother, father knows how to handle matters. Can you cease complicating things?" Fei Liang Lijing gazed blankly at her only daughter. She had devoted herself to this child, yet she never imagined that the first to express disdain would be her. Liang Lijing wished to say more, but Gu Fei could no longer bear to listen. Crying, she turned and ascended the stairs, locking herself away in a room. Gu Yaofeng, upon hearing this, was infuriated. "Liang Lijing, think with your brain." After stating this, he ignored her and departed for Lin Ro's side. Compared to Lin Ro, this woman was increasingly unbearable. Liang Lijing watched as they both left, for the first time beginning to question herself. She had acted with good intentions. How had matters devolved into such chaos? Could it be that she was truly in the wrong? She felt distressed and regretful, yet was uncertain of her next steps. No, she understood. Since everything stemmed from Gu Jian, resolving the issue with her would undoubtedly clear the path for everything else. With this realization, Liang Lijing felt enlightened, taking out her phone to send a message, which was promptly replied to. Just as Gu Yaofeng had said, she could no longer act based on emotion. Given the situation's severity, she needed to proceed with caution. At the very least, this time, she must devise a thorough plan. With the Qiao family's standing in Yun City and his remarkable professional acumen, Qiao Hanxing had always enjoyed a smooth journey in his career, encountering no major obstacles until today. For the first time, he felt a sense of helplessness. Stocks plummeted dramatically, and he could find no clues as to why. At the same time, clients with whom he had previously enjoyed harmonious cooperation began to terminate contracts, and inquiries yielded no answers. Some long-standing clients preferred to pay hefty compensation rather than continue their agreements, leaving Qiao Hanxing utterly bewildered. Qiao Yunting asked his son if he had offended someone, but Qiao Hanxing's bewildered expression only added to his father's frustration. If he could only ascertain what had transpired, it would be fine. The most terrifying situation was the current one. Having no leads whatsoever on the other side, Fu Yan observed the fluctuating stocks on his computer, his expression cold as he listened to Su Yi's report. Those who dare to touch his woman would pay the price. He had initially intended to avoid acting hastily, as his current identity required discretion, yet he could not ignore the fact that someone had chosen to provoke him. Upon learning that Qiao Hanxing had visited the Gu family and even attempted to persuade Gu Yaofeng to facilitate a divorce for Gu Jian, Fu Yan could no longer wait. He immediately set into motion the plans he had prepared. Even if he is the favored child of heaven, what does it matter? If he forbids it, then no one shall occupy that position. As he opened his phone and gazed at the simple avatar of the girl saved as Jian, Fu Yan realized that, unbeknownst to him, their relationship had transformed into something altogether different. As for Gu Jian's identity and her peculiar behavior in the hospital, since it was elusive, he would take his time to slowly unveil this mysterious veil. Unraveling it bit by bit was far more intriguing than discovering the truth outright. Sui, observing the malicious delight on Fu Yan's face, expressed his anxiety. "Sir, although we have yet to ascertain how Nye Changhe is acquainted with the young mistress, we have uncovered some details regarding the Gu family. Gu Yaofeng has been keeping a mistress outside, and she is already with child. They are inseparable at this moment. While Liang Lijing seems to have also begun her own maneuvers. Our people have discovered that she has contacted a small gang in Yun City, and they appear to be conducting some sort of covert investigation." "Investigating what?" Fu Yan echoed. Su Yi understood and promptly lowered his head. "I shall investigate her intentions and ensure the safety of the young mistress." Fu Yan waved him off, indicating he should take his leave. He did not hold any concern that Gu Jian might encounter trouble. In fact, he felt a twinge of worry for Liang Lijing. Chapter 42. A private meeting. Fu Yan was genuinely curious about what surprises his wife might bring him. While contemplating this, an email notification chimed on his computer. The unique link he currently utilized was solely for relaying messages to one person, with no one else capable of deciphering its code. "Why do you want to help me?" was the simple query, and this marked the 11th time Si Chun had sent it. No one could ascertain the nature of the possessions left behind by her father. Yet under the scrutiny of many, She had evidently emerged as the sole individual capable of wielding that item. Gu Jian had taught her that if something was perplexing, it was better to ask directly than to concoct 1,000 excuses. This time, Fu Yan chose not to disregard her message, but instead graciously replied with 3 words. In a good mood, Si Chun was a loss for words. Yet she felt a sense of familiarity with this style. If she were not aware that Gu Jian wished to distance herself from the affairs of the capital, she would truly suspect that Gu Jian was putting on an act. However, even casually writing a program was impressive. She had approached several individuals. Yet none could unlock this contact list, nor could they find any information about the other party, confirming that it was certainly not Gu Jian. For Gu Jian was a computer novice. Si Chun was evidently dissatisfied with this answer, but it was better than receiving no reply at all. And in the conversation with ellipses, Si Chun called Gu Jian to chat and inquire about her married life. Listening to Gu Jian's sweet and affectionate words, Si Chun felt a genuine yearning for marriage herself. Meanwhile, her assistant looked dejected, lamenting the shattering of her dreams of a couple consisting of Gu Jian and Si Chun. For now, they had both parted ways and found new loves. She resolved to uncover the identity of the man who had captivated Jiangu and caused Chun Jie to transform into a lovesick girl. In the blink of an eye, over a month had passed. The advertisement shoot for Gu Qingyu was progressing well, and Gu Yaofeng was quite satisfied. However, Si Chun was unable to return. The assignments originally meant for her had been transferred to Gu Qingyu. Gu Qingyu's schedule was packed, with each advertisement taking several days to film. Gu Fei had to bring her team to the location where Gu Qingyu was shooting, completing small segments during Gu Qingyu's breaks. Despite this, everything depended on Gu Qingyu's mood. The initial agreement had been made with enthusiasm, yet complications arose later. Not only did she have to manage Gu Qingyu, but she also had to keep an eye on the director of the production crew, which left Gu Fei gritting her teeth in frustration, feeling utterly powerless. Time was of the essence, and with Si Chun's uncertain return looming, Gu Fei was genuinely anxious. Returning home to vent to Liang Lijing about this matter, Liang Lijing, however, was unnervingly calm as she stated that Gu Jian would not have another opportunity. Fei, how are things going with Qiao Hanqing lately? This was the first time Liang Lijing had inquired about Qiao Hanqing's situation in quite some time. Gu Fei shook her head, remaining silent. Liang Lijing, with a heavy heart, embraced her daughter and resolved once more that she would ensure Gu Jian's disgrace, liberating her daughter from this lingering concern forever. Mom, you need not worry. I simply feel that it is unnecessary to maintain excessive contact with him lately, especially since the Huaqin group seems to be facing some issues. My presence would only be an inconvenience. Seeing Liang Lijing's concern, Gu Fei reassured her. Inconvenience? Fei, you are the sole heiress of the Gu family. Everything belonging to the Gu family will ultimately be yours. Gu Fei pondered carefully. All right, then I will reach out to Aunt Xiao first. After such a long absence from contacting Qiao Hanqing, her sudden outreach felt rather unwarranted, yet her daughter had indeed matured. By the way, Mom, what is going on with Dad lately? He is getting older. Please avoid acting impulsively. Regardless of the circumstances, Gu Jian is still his daughter. If you persist in this manner, won't it only drive him away from us? Liang Lijing frowned, preoccupied with her own matters. She offered a few perfunctory comments and brushed the issue aside. As long as the Liang family remained intact, Gu Yaofeng would not dare to act rashly. Thus she felt no concern. Once she dealt with Gu Jian, Gu Yaofeng would naturally understand who had always stood by his side. Gu Fei refrained from further discussion, calling Su Yu to inquire about the situation at Huaqin Group and expressing her willingness to assist. Su Yu conveyed this information to Qiao Hanqing, praising Gu Fei profusely in the process. Despite Su Yu's repeated attempts to persuade him, even suggesting he consider other daughters, Qiao Hanqing remained reluctant to relinquish Gu Jian. However, given the increasingly grim circumstances at the company, the prospect of a robust ally was appealing for both him and the firm. Finally, amidst his busy schedule, Qiao Hanqing dialed Gu Jian's number. Even if he were to concede, he wished to hear Gu Jian's final refusal. When Qiao Hanqing called, Gu Jian and Fu Yan were enjoying a romantic candlelit dinner. She had initially intended to ignore Qiao Hanqing, but as she caught Fu Yan glancing at her repeatedly, it seemed as if he felt uneasy. To affirm her own heart, Gu Jian decided to put the call on speaker. Xiao Jian, you finally answered. Thank you for your help in the hospital last time. My mother has been feeling much better after taking the medication prescribed by Dr. Nye. As soon as the call connected, Qiao Hanxing began to speak rapidly, as if afraid Gu Jian would utter any words of refusal. Gu Jian could hardly bear to listen and interrupted. It was a simple gesture. I didn't do much. Xiao Jian, the reason I called is to ask if you have some time recently. Could we meet? Just the two of us alone. Gu Jian. Big brother, I am a married woman, and my husband is right here. Isn't it rather inappropriate to propose such a meeting? Seeing Fu Yan raise an eyebrow, awaiting her response, Gu Jian mischievously smiled. All right, Chapter 43. Flirting. Gu Jian's affirmative response was expected to provoke jealousy in Fu Yan, yet to her surprise, the man remained unfazed, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. How could this be so different from her imagination? Really? Qiao Hanxing exclaimed, overjoyed, completely oblivious to Gu Jian's willing compliance. It seemed that Gu Jian still harbored some fondness for him. However, I'm a bit busy at the moment. I will let you know once I confirm a time. Qiao Hanxing promptly agreed, reiterating his eagerness before hanging up. Fu Yan, maintaining his composure, serve Gu Jian more meat. Make sure to replenish your strength. You've lost weight recently. Lost weight? She hadn't even noticed. The meat Fu Yan served was exceptionally delectable. Fu Yan continued to appear indifferent. Yet Gu Jian was certain he was displeased. A smile crept on her lips. Watching Fu Yan grow jealous was indeed a unique delight. After dinner, Gu Jian took the initiative to wash the dishes, displaying her diligence. Yet she refrained from mentioning the earlier conversation with Qiao Hanxing. Although there was no expression on Fu Yan's face, his mood was evidently less than pleasant. He took out his laptop and focused intently on a rather complex 3D engineering diagram, entirely disregarding Gu Jian. Gu Jian leaned closer and remarked, Yan, is this your work? It's so intricate. She felt overwhelmed just looking at it. Fu Yan acknowledged her with a grunt, but offered no further response. Seeing him like this, Gu Jian couldn't help but chuckle. Yan, you aren't jealous again, are you? Fu Yan decisively shook his head no. Then, Gu Jian circled around, deliberately positioning herself in front of Fu Yan. Oh, I remember now. You must be worried that I still have to contact Qiao Hanxing. No. Fu Yan interrupted her directly. He understood Gu Jian's thoughts, but the mere idea of her meeting Qiao Hanxing made him feel inexplicably displeased. Qiao Hanxing was merely a passerby. Why should he care? He glanced at Gu Jian's smiling face and suppressed the unusual feelings bubbling within him. After a long pause, he finally spoke. You once said, no need for beauty tricks. Gu Jian nearly burst into laughter, realizing he wasn't doubting her, but was concerned about that notion, resisting the urge to pinch his cheek. She said, Yan, you're really adorable. Fu Yan's ears flushed crimson as he turned his face away, pretending to continue his work. Gu Jian decided to let it go for now, reassuring him, don't worry. It's not a beauty trick. Noticing Fu Yan's reaction, Gu Jian couldn't help but tease him a bit longer before worrying about affecting his work and causing him to stay late. She hastily concluded their banter and returned to her own tasks, skillfully sending Lin Ro an address on her phone. It was time to give them a taste of their own medicine. The next day, at the First People's Hospital of Yin City, Lin Ro and Gu Yaofeng anxiously awaited the doctor's verdict. Under their eager gaze, the doctor finally spoke, revealing the answer Gu Yaofeng had longed for. Unable to contain his excitement, the older Gu Yaofeng embraced Lin Ro like a youthful boy. Ro, you're simply amazing. I never dreamed Gu Yaofeng, would see such a day. My heavens, I'm so thrilled. Don't move, be careful. Lin Ro was indifferent to whether the child was a boy or a girl, as it made no difference to her. After all, this child wouldn't be kept. If she weren't aware of Gu Yaofeng's character, she would have genuinely felt happy for him upon seeing his reaction. Unfortunately, everything felt too surreal. She snorted softly, teasing, you're so excited about a boy. Would you feel the same if it were a girl? How could that be? As long as it's your child, I would cherish it, Gu Yaofeng said, placing a hand on Lin Ro's belly. This is our child, my heir, my new beginning. All right, enough of this show, Lin Ro said, feeling a bit embarrassed as she thanked the doctor and left the hospital with Gu Yaofeng. On their way back, Gu Yaofeng was overly attentive, almost as if he wished to lay a red carpet for Lin Ro. When he heard Lin Ro express her desire to see the stars, he promptly booked a room on the top floor of the Yun City International Hotel for her to enjoy the night view. Once Lin Ro received the room number, she immediately sent it to Gu Jian. Meanwhile, Gu Jian discreetly passed the address to Qiao Hanxing and then informed Liang Lijing about her date with him. Gu Jian was well aware of Liang Lijing's little schemes. She was simply biding her time for today, if they wished to bring about their downfall. Let us see who could create the bigger news. She was curious to observe whether the Gu family could remain unperturbed after their troubles. Prepared for everything, Gu Jian made her way to the hotel. The first floor was a dining area, and Gu Jian chose a table by the window, convenient for both enjoying the scenery and observing her surroundings. Clad in a white embroidered peony dress, the pure white complemented the vibrant peonies, making her appear as if a celestial being had descended to earth. A beauty always outshines scenic views, especially when she's amidst such beauty, captivating all eyes. Finally, someone boldly sat opposite Gu Jian. Beautiful lady, are you waiting for someone? Gu Jian glanced at the time, but remained silent. You've been seated for quite a while. That person must be quite the inconsiderate one. Still, Gu Jian chose to ignore him, as though he were invisible. The man grew irritated. Assuming Gu Jian believed he lacked wealth, he promptly revealed his gold card, exuding an air of affluence. I wonder if this card can treat the lady to a drink? Upon seeing the card, Gu Jian finally responded. She glanced around at the onlookers, a scornful smile gracing her lips. Opening her bag, she took out her phone. Concealed by her bag and the wall, Gu Jian flipped her phone to reveal its back. The man's expression instantly shifted, and he quickly tucked his gold card away. Rising in embarrassment, the surrounding crowd was left in shock. The Yun City International Hotel, living up to its name as the largest 7-star hotel, offered exclusive VIP cards for each membership level. The ranks were divided into silver, gold, diamond, and black cards. A diamond card was exclusive to foreigners, while holding a silver card indicated one was a significant figure in Yun City, let alone gold and black cards, which symbolized considerable status. Yet, here was a man with a gold card, feeling shame and intimidation before that woman. Could it be that she was a foreigner? As the crowd pondered, none dared approach further until Qiao Hanxing appeared. In Yun City, many were unfamiliar with Gu Jian, but few were unaware of Qiao Hanxing. As he took a seat, onlookers assumed he would be treated like the previous man, but to their surprise, the beauty smiled. Young Master Qiao, you've kept me waiting. Apologies, Xiao Jian. The company has been quite busy lately, causing my delay. It's all right. What would you like to eat? Gu Jian playfully winked, a stark contrast to her earlier cold demeanor. The man who had been rejected looked puzzled at Qiao Hanxing's arrival. His card, even if the Qiao family possessed one, could never be in Qiao Hanxing's hands. Yet, he clearly saw the back of that woman's phone was the rumored rare black card. How could someone of her caliber possibly be within Qiao Hanxing's reach? Others were equally baffled by the unfolding situation, including Liang Lijing, who was seated in a nearby building, peering through binoculars. Witnessing the earlier scene, Liang Lijing felt perplexed. She recognized the man as a notable figure in Yun City, yet he had been intimidated by Gu Jian. Could it be that Gu Yaofeng, that scoundrel, had done something for this wretched girl behind her back? That matter could wait. What was crucial was handling today's events. A man disguised as a waiter appeared behind Liang Lijing, observing the enchanting Gu Jian engaged in lively conversation with Qiao Hanxing, his eyes suddenly ablaze with desire. Is it her? Impossible? Liang Lijing set down the binoculars. Of course it's possible. Trust me, I'll handle it. With a cold smirk, she added, I don't care who you bring. Even if you gather a crowd, it's all the same for me. I only seek the final outcome. Don't forget to document the process. Once it's done, I'll double your payment. The man remained silent, yet his gaze on Gu Jian grew increasingly dark. Such a gem was beyond mere monetary value. As the saying goes, to die beneath the peony, even as a ghost, would be charming. He felt it would not be in vain to pursue her. The conversation with Qiao Hanxing progressed without surprises, merely a case of unreciprocated affection. However, since there was a next step, Gu Jian did not close off her dialogue entirely. After checking her phone and receiving news, she took her bag and headed to the restroom, deliberately leaving behind the room key she had previously reserved. Upon reaching the restroom entrance, Gu Jian noticed a sign indicating maintenance in progress. Just as she contemplated turning away, a service attendant approached her. Madam, the restroom is currently under repair. If you're in a hurry, please follow me. Gu Jian hesitated momentarily. How long will it take? The maintenance worker replied, the technician is still on his way. So? Very well. Lead the way, Gu Jian responded, accompanying the man into the adjacent elevator. As she entered, she intended to inquire about the floor, but as she turned, A hastily waved handkerchief soaked in ether swiftly covered her mouth and nose. Meanwhile, Xiao Hanqing was engulfed in the torment of rejection, not daring to raise his gaze as he watched Gu Jian depart. After what felt like an eternity, he finally registered that her absence was unusually prolonged. After all, it was merely a woman stepping into the restroom, and he felt it inappropriate to inquire. After waiting another 10 minutes, he summoned the courage to call Gu Jian. Just as he dialed, he noticed a room card she had left on the table. Gu Jian was indeed the daughter of Gu Yaofeng, although she often appeared modest. Her seemingly unremarkable husband did not reveal much about their background. Yet, she could afford to be here, which struck Xiao Hanqing as odd. Could this be his opportunity? His heart raced with sudden fervor. Just as he stood to leave, a figure appeared before him. Hanqing, have you seen Xiao Jian? Liang Lijing appeared anxious, as though something grave had befallen Gu Jian. Puzzled, Xiao Hanqing asked Aunt Liang what's wrong. Xiao Jian. Oh, don't say anything. Liang Lijing interrupted, lowering her voice. They say family scandals should not be aired. I consider you family, so I'll be frank. I've heard that Xiao Jian, she's been unfaithful. Aunt Liang, please refrain from making such accusations. Xiao Hanqing was no fool. Liang Lijing's words implied that the person involved was certainly not him. If it wasn't him, who could it be? Clenching the room card tightly, a sense of dread enveloped him. After a moment's hesitation, he chose not to speak the truth. Aunt Liang, this may be a misunderstanding. I'll inquire shortly, but I have something to attend to at the moment. Please wait a moment. I will contact you immediately after. With that, Xiao Hanqing swiftly distanced himself from Liang Lijing, running to a secluded spot before dialing Gu Jian's number once more. He firmly believed she would never engage in such behavior. The call finally connected. Xiao Jian, where are you? Help me. A voice filled with panic and terror echoed on the other end. And Xiao Hanqing barely heard that one plea before the line went silent. Without a moment to ponder, he raced upstairs. On the upper floor, a man lay on the bed, gazing at Gu Jian, who appeared distressed and fearful while clutching her phone. He felt an overwhelming urge to smash his head against the wall. He could not comprehend how a situation so easily within reach had spiraled into chaos with this young woman. He had ensured she was unconscious before releasing her. Yet, in the instant he stepped back, she had regained her awareness, swiftly tapping his shoulder. In that moment, his arm felt as though it had lost all sensation. While he stood bewildered, Gu Jian leaned back, arms crossed, a knowing smile playing on her lips. You must be Liang Dong, right? If you wish to live. Heed my words. The man's pupils dilated as he looked at the girl before him, feeling for the first time that disobedience could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 45. The same question. Liang Dong watched in stunned silence as Gu Jian pressed the elevator button again, unable to utter a word. His mind raced, attempting to grasp how they had arrived at this juncture. I advise you to refrain from any ulterior motives. It may not matter to you, but your comrades still need to eat. Gu Jian warned, displaying her phone screen, revealing images of his subordinates bound together. Liang Dong was no naive child. He recognized that this girl was not to be trifled with and fell silent. Seeing his compliant expression, Gu Jian continued, Take out your phone and inform Liang Lijing. Curiosity began to overshadow his fear. She had seen through his and Liang Lijing's scheme, countered it swiftly, and arranged for his men to be captured. This girl was far from the simpleton Liang Lijing had portrayed her to be. After entering a room, Liang Dong obediently settled onto the nearby sofa. Gu Jian deemed it unnecessary to bind him. Before long, a young man with green hair knocked on the door. As Gu Jian welcomed him inside, she noticed a man standing a short distance behind Song Yi. Fu Yan. Fu Yan remained silent, patiently awaiting Gu Jian's explanation. An overwhelming sensation of being caught in a web of deceit washed over her. Fearing an unexpected appearance from Xiao Hanqing and his companions, Gu Jian hastily pulled everyone into the room. To Liang Dong's astonishment, the woman who had just threatened him now threw herself tenderly into the arms of the striking man behind Song Yi. Husband, I'm so scared. Gu Jian nestled into Fu Yan's embrace, her gaze fixed on Song Yi and Liang Dong, a warning glimmering within her eyes. Song Yi discreetly adjusted his mask, relieved that his identity remained concealed. Exposing the boss's identity today would spell disaster. Fu Yan gently stroked Gu Jian's hair. Do not fear what has transpired. Despite his irritation, he comforted her, revealing the tenderness of a caring partner. Gu Jian recounted how Liang Lijing had attempted to betray her by enlisting this man to humiliate her. Thankfully, she had outsmarted him and devised a means of retaliation. The mere mention of the events darkened Fu Yan's handsome visage. It seemed he had been too discreet lately, allowing such tactics to be employed against his beloved. "Do not worry, I am fine now. What brings you here?" Gu Jian inquired. "Work," Fu Yan replied nonchalantly. "As I passed by, I noticed someone resembling Debao and remembered your appointment with Xiao Hanxing, so I followed along." Understanding dawned on Gu Jian as she realized the implications of the green-haired man's presence. Indeed, Song Yi's hair color was in dire need of a change. Song Yi scratched his head but dared not remove his mask, deliberately lowering his voice. "Brother-in-law, your keen observation astounds me. I not caught a cold recently. I would have never let the boss come alone." Though the excuse was clever, the timing of his cough was rather conspicuous. Sensing the moment was ripe, Gu Jian swiftly moved past the incident. "Song Debao, go stand over there." After giving Song Debao a stern lecture, Gu Jian turned to Fu Yan, transforming into the image of a gentle princess. "Darling, I've uncovered another secret, and now we await Liang Lijing's arrival. All we need to do is enjoy the show." Song Yi felt aggrieved, witnessing firsthand Gu Jian's differential treatment, realizing just how thoroughly he had fallen from grace. Fu Yan cast a sidelong glance at Liang Dong, a flicker of menace in his eyes, before shifting to an expression of boundless gentleness. "All right." Liang Dong couldn't help but shiver. Having navigated the complexities of Yin City for years, he had never encountered anyone quite like Gu Jian and Fu Yan before. He recognized that this girl was certainly not to be underestimated, given the extraordinary lengths she had gone to. However, Fu Yan, despite this being their first encounter, exhibited no outward signs of trepidation, yet he was engulfed by an inexplicable chill of fear, as if it emanated from the very depths of hell, freezing his marrow in an instant. Soon, Gu Jian received a video call from Lin Ro. After swiftly connecting, Gu Jian muted the microphone, allowing them to observe the situation in the adjacent room from a remarkably clear perspective. "Do you recall our last visit to the hospital?" Gu Jian confessed. "I noticed Gu Yaofeng accompanying her to the obstetrics and gynecology department, which struck me as odd, so I asked about to investigate. To my astonishment, I discovered that Gu Yaofeng had lured away a young girl, not only leaving her with child, but also concealing his marital status from her. So you decided to assist her?" Fu Yan inquired with an understanding nod. "Of course. The humiliation that Liang Lijing imposed on me by bringing Gu Fei before my mother can finally be repaid. How could I let such an opportunity slip away?" As she spoke, Gu Jian's tone grew colder. Song Ye's eyes shimmered with compassion, though he remained silent. Fu Yan, ever direct, enveloped Gu Jian in a comforting embrace, his gaze softening. "I shall never allow that to happen." Gu Jian momentarily faltered, grasping the implications of his assurance. Reflecting on her inability to uncover his background, she deliberately queried, "What exactly will you not do? Will you not betray me, or will you refrain from deceiving this naive girl?" Fu Yan hesitated, but before he could respond, a commotion erupted outside. In the video, Lin Ro, clad in loose-fitting athletic attire, urged the freshly showered Gu Yaofeng to open the door. Though Gu Yaofeng ached for his son, he also lamented his own predicament. After enduring over 3 months of hardship, he finally glimpsed a resolution, only to be interrupted at a critical moment. Assuming it to be a server, he carelessly opened the door, dismissing the visitor with an irritable tone. "We do not require any service here." His voice halted as he beheld Liang Lijing at the threshold, his expression stiffening. "What are you doing here? Why are you here?" They both exclaimed in unison, the atmosphere turning palpably tense. Their astonishment mirrored one another's. Neither had anticipated encountering the other in this setting. Gu Yaofeng's gaze flickered with unease, though he had ceased to care for Liang Lijing. With Lin Ro's child yet to be born, the future remained uncertain. He instinctively blocked the doorway, his tone turning sharp. "Why aren't you home? What business do you have here?" Liang Lijing's anger flared at his words. Fearing unforeseen complications, she had come to ascertain the situation, only to discover that trouble indeed lurked. "I never imagined you would be so protective of your precious daughter. With her engaging in such disgraceful behavior, you still choose to shield her? I wondered how she could be here. It appears you orchestrated this all along." The more she pondered, the angrier she became. Her daughter had yet to gain anything. So why should Gu Jian? Furthermore, regarding the company matters, it now seemed likely that the father-daughter duo was merely staging a performance, while her own daughter toiled outside. "What nonsense are you spouting? I am here on business. You should return home promptly. Liang Lijing's voice was hardly subdued, and Gu Yaofeng feared disturbing Lin Ro. Business? What business could be so pressing? Where's Gu Jian? Bring her out. Gu Jian? How could she possibly be here? I did not comprehend your words. You should leave immediately. Gu Yaofeng's patience was fraying. Leave? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Liang Lijing stared incredulously at him. For years, Gu Yaofeng had acquiesced to her, yet today he demanded that she depart for the sake of Gu Jian, that wild girl. Very well, Gu Yaofeng. You have truly grown bold. You wish for me to leave? Then allow me to unveil who truly faces humiliation today. With that, Liang Lijing pulled out her phone and dialed a number. You may come up now. Gu Yaofeng was utterly baffled by her intentions, his concern for Lin Ro mounting, eager for Liang Lijing to depart. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Qiao Hanqing's voice nearby. Uncle Gu? Aunt Liang? Qiao Hanqing had finally arrived. Initially believing something had befallen Gu Jian, only to find Gu Yaofeng and Liang Lijing embroiled in a heated argument. Given Gu Jian's tone earlier, it was evident that something was amiss, yet why was Gu Yaofeng here? Where was Gu Jian? A myriad of questions flooded his mind, exacerbating his anxiety. Gu Yaofeng furrowed his brow, a flicker of panic crossing his face. If it were merely Liang Lijing, he could manage, but with Qiao Hanqing present, the potential exposure of Lin Ro's situation threatened to tarnish his reputation irreparably. Just as he prepared to speak, Liang Lijing hastened over, seizing Qiao Hanqing's arm. Hanqing, why'd you come up? I thought you had other matters to attend to. Let me clarify that this is all a misunderstanding. Xiao Jian is not here at all. It was my mistake. Liang Lijing's performance was transparently disingenuous, but Gu Yaofeng found her antics maddening. What are you babbling about? Gu Jian is not here. Liang Lijing shot him a disdainful glance, disregarding his words. She had summoned her people, and they would not be mistaken. Yes, your Uncle Gu is correct. Hanqing, you should leave now. Aunt Liang, what is happening? It's nothing, just go. Liang Lijing feigned urgency, pushing Qiao Hanqing away. As the elevator's display indicated their floor was approaching, a triumphant smile crept across her lips. Gu Yaofeng swiftly closed the door, intent on discerning Liang Lijing's ulterior motives. Just then, the elevator doors slid open and a swarm of reporters burst forth, surrounding them. Upon spotting Gu Yaofeng, the leading reporters momentarily paused, but their professionalism quickly kicked in and they began firing questions. Chairman Gu, we understand you have another daughter who is already married. We received news that your other daughter is here meeting with a lover. Did you come to confront her? How did Xiao come to be here? Is he here to resolve rumors regarding Miss Gu Fei? Could you clarify what is happening? May we see the situation? Could you please explain? A barrage of inquiries ensued, and with Liang Lijing's earlier phone call, Gu Yaofeng realized the gravity of the situation. Previously, he had regarded Liang Lijing as foolish, but now he recognized her as not only supremely ignorant, but maliciously intent on ruining Gu Jian. If it were indeed Gu Jian, he would not have intervened, as she was merely an inconsequential daughter. However, within that room was his only son, the hope he had long awaited. Liang Lijing, in her sheer folly, was poised to destroy him. Everyone, please remain calm. This is all a misunderstanding. Do not heed unfounded rumors. Liang Lijing feigned composure, though her heart swelled with pride. Noticing Qiao Hanqing's peculiar expression, she continued, we are here solely to discuss the collaboration between Kai Shi and Hua Tan Group. Gu Yaofeng smoothly played along, placing an arm around Liang Lijing's shoulder, presenting an image of marital harmony. Today marks the anniversary of my wife and me. We came here to celebrate and discuss work with Hanqing, nothing more. Gu Yaofeng, ever the cunning fox, spoke without a single flaw in his narrative. Were it not for Qiao Hanqing's presence, he would have had no interest in such pretense. He had no time to waste here. Qiao Hanqing remained silent. His curiosity piqued regarding the unfolding drama. Yet most importantly, where was Gu Jian? Chairman Gu, Madam Gu, since you assert the truth, could you kindly open the door for us to take a look? As long as we ascertain that the second Miss Gu is not present, we will depart immediately and extend our apologies to you. Yes, please open the door so we may take a glimpse. I trust Chairman Gu would not decline our request to witness the romance shared between you and Mrs. Gu. After all, you are both renowned as a model couple. One person spoke after another, leaving Gu Yaofeng in a precarious position. Just as he was about to continue speaking, the door was gently pushed open. A woman in a pink nightgown, radiant in beauty, emerged from the room, asking Yaofeng, what is the matter? Chapter 47. Lin Ro steps forward. Lin Ro had changed out of her sportswear, her hair slightly damp, resembling someone who had just taken a shower. The pink nightgown hugged her figure perfectly, yet the sight of her snow-white legs was utterly captivating. Lin Ro had always possessed an enviable physique, though she had lost considerable weight due to morning sickness. Typically, at just over 3 months, it would be too early to show, but Lin Ro had a naturally slender waist. Coupled with the doctor's assurance of the fetus's healthy development, her belly was already noticeably rounded, especially in that attire. Liang Lijing observed keenly. This woman is pregnant. Gu Yaofeng had already released Liang Lijing when Lin Ro opened the door, but upon seeing Lin Ro emerge, his expression darkened considerably. He frowned slightly and instructed, "You should return." Lin Ro, puzzled, asked, "What is wrong?" "I heard a commotion outside." Innocent by nature, Lin Ro was genuinely concerned for Gu Yaofeng, especially given Liang Lijing's peculiar expression beside him, which instinctively prompted her to seek Gu Yaofeng's protection. The reporters had initially been employed to observe Gu Jian's situation, but now it seemed there was a more explosive gossip at hand, one far more intriguing than simply having a daughter. The crowd fell silent, anticipating the unfolding drama. Even Xiao Hanxing watched with keen interest, his eyes glinting with inscrutable intent. In truth, Liang Lijing had lost her composure the moment she laid eyes on Lin Ro. Now, seeing Lin Ro approach Gu Yaofeng and his instinctive protective gesture, she erupted. "Gu Yaofeng, who is this woman?" Her furious roar echoed, shaking the very foundation. The hotel staff who had rushed in to handle the reporter's intrusion stood frozen in place. Lin Ro, equally bewildered, stood timidly, asking Yaofeng, "Who is this? Do not create a scene. We will discuss this later. You need to handle these people first." Gu Yaofeng replied, his focus solely on his son, blocking Lin Ro from view. Yet, he softened and displayed patience, saying, "Rower, please return to your room. I will take care of this." Even a fool could discern that the situation was far from simple. Lin Ro shook off Gu Yaofeng's grasp, stubbornly remaining where she stood, and turned to Liang Lijing, inquiring, "May I ask what your relationship with Yaofeng is?" This question left everyone present slack-jawed. Gu Yaofeng was maintaining a mistress while concealing his marital status? This was intriguing. "Who am I? What is our relationship?" "You vixen. Today I shall reveal who is who," Liang Lijing declared, lunging at Lin Ro. No one anticipated that the dignified Mrs. Gu would suddenly resort to violence like a common street brawler. Her swift movements caught Gu Yaofeng off guard, and before he could intervene, Lin Ro was harshly shoved against the wall, her hair grasped tightly. Gu Yaofeng panicked and rushed forward. The reporters, seizing the moment, began capturing video footage. The once serene hotel erupted into chaos. While Xiao Hanxing observed the spectacle with a detached demeanor, his mind still preoccupied with the whereabouts of Gu Jian. As for Gu Jian, she was seated before the surveillance monitors, watching the scene unfold. The monitoring had been prearranged. Song Yi was present not only to oversee Liang Dong, but also to assist Gu Jian in managing the surveillance. However, the sudden appearance of Fu Yan had caused Gu Jian to hastily alter her plans, instructing Lin Ro to initiate a video recording of their time together in the room. Whether there would be high-definition evidence from within the room depended on how resourceful the reporters proved to be. For now, the high-definition images were secured thanks to Gu Jian's pleading with Song Debo to hack the hotel's surveillance system. Fu Yan had no objections, seemingly unfazed by Song Ye's ability to decrypt the monitoring footage. He remained silent, allowing Gu Jian to avoid unnecessary explanations. Nonetheless, as she watched Lin Ro being assaulted, a sense of discomfort settled in her heart. Song Yi, aware of Gu Jian's feelings, wished to offer comfort, but was at a loss for words. Just then, he noticed Fu Yan had unexpectedly embraced Gu Jian. This rogue was crossing a line. Why was the boss not intervening? Clearly, he was an interloper, and a divorce was the inevitable outcome. How dare he seduce the boss with that boyish charm? Coughing lightly, Song Yi feigned a cough before suggesting, "Boss, perhaps you should go assess the situation. Look at Xiao Hanxing. He clearly wishes to see you. Let us observe how he deals with this lecher." Gu Jian intended to go regardless. If she did not appear unscathed, how could she dismantle today's scandal? She had planned to confront the situation herself. But now it seemed Fu Yan's presence would enhance the encounter. "Yin, would you accompany me?" Taken aback by the sudden invitation, Fu Yan was momentarily confused about Gu Jian's intentions. However, If she were to show up, it would signify her commitment to remaining in the game. "May I go?" he asked. "Of course not," Song Yi interjected, his voice rising uncontrollably. But he quickly regained composure, coughing before continuing, "Boss, are you out of your mind? Bringing your brother-in-law at this time will be tantamount to deliberately provoking Xiao Hanqing. He is not a simpleton like Liang Lijing. This situation is far more intricate." Song Ye's fervent attitude was so intense that Fu Yan sensed he was on the verge of revealing something about his inability to appear. Fu Yan remained silent, casting a glance at Song Yi while awaiting Gu Jian's response. However, that glance sent a chill down Song Ye's spine. This man was undoubtedly formidable. "Boss, I must prove myself, and thus I shall bring my husband. Am I to take you instead?" Gu Jian retorted dismissively, disregarding Song Ye's opinion. "Yan, will you go?" Fu Yan smiled, his expression radiant enough to make Gu Jian question whether she was indeed entranced by his charm. "Of course, I will always protect my wife." Chapter 48. "This is my husband, Yan. You are so handsome, such a dashing figure, so deeply affectionate. Which woman could remain indifferent?" Song Yi gritted his teeth. A green tea man, sowing discord between me and the boss. He had not realized it until today. Now he understood why the boss had yet to divorce. Subtle flattery, coupled with alluring charm, had evidently ensnared her. The boss had always been indifferent to male beauty. How could she resist such cunning seduction? It was evident that this man had recognized the boss's potential and was unwilling to let go. "What are you mumbling about?" Gu Jian asked. "My brother-in-law and I are heading out. Keep an eye on that man. If anything goes awry upon his return, I will hold you accountable." With clenched teeth and a sense of helplessness, Song Yi watched as Fu Yan strutted away. He silently vowed to dissuade the boss from straying off course, determined not to let that rogue deceive her. He glanced at Liang Dong, and a glimmer of coldness crossed his eyes. Kicking him lightly, he sneered, "Do you know who I am?" Liang Dong shook his head. Song Yi approached and delivered a kick, exclaiming, "I am your Yi." Liang Dong confirmed he had heard Yi, not grandfather. After a moment of shock, he stammered, You are Song Yi? Oh my, whom has he offended? Who exactly is Gu Jian?" Song Yi removed his mask, his smile both dangerous and charming. Outside, chaos reigned. Lin Ro, already frail due to her pregnancy, was further weakened by morning sickness, leaving her in a state of utter vulnerability. Gu Yaofeng, filled with concern, decisively pushed aside Liang Lijing. Liang Lijing fell heavily to the ground, still clutching a handful of Lin Ro's hair that had been torn from her head. "Gu Yaofeng, I truly underestimated you. I never expected such a scene to unfold right under my nose. And you, Vixen, you asked who I am, did you? Let me make it clear. I am Gu Yaofeng's wife of over 20 years, his one and only legal spouse." "What are you exactly?" Lin Ro, already in pain, was further horrified by these words. "No, you're lying. After Yaofeng's first wife passed away, he never remarried. How could there be another wife? You're deceiving me." Lin Ro, battered and tear-streaked, looked pitiful. She grasped Gu Yaofeng's shoulder, her face a mask of helplessness. "Yaofeng, please tell me she is lying. You're not married, are you? You said you only have one daughter, didn't you? Speak." "Luya, calm down. We will discuss this later. Let us return first." "Return where?" "I'll tell you. No one leaves until this matter is resolved." Liang Lijing, at this moment, was beyond caring. No wonder he and T returned home for so long. No wonder he had neglected her. That woman looked nearly 4 months along. How could he still seek to smooth things over? Did he truly believe Liang Lijing would be so easily trifled with? "I warn you, cease this commotion at once. Remove these people, or else." "Or else what?" Gu Yaofeng interjected. "Don't think I fear you. I assure you, this is far from over. The gossip surrounding the scandal would be dealt with later. Today, she would not swallow this humiliation. Who would have thought the illustrious chairman of Kaishi International would stoop to such depths? She had clearly underestimated him. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd. Though they dared not speak loudly, the spirit of gossip was already ablaze. "What do you understand? Such beauty! How many can resist temptation?" Although Liang Lijing is a daughter of the Liang family, she lacks grace and poise. Meanwhile, that woman appears delicate like a flower. It's clear who one would choose. "You know nothing. Have you seen that woman's belly? I speak from experience. With such a figure, she must be expecting. Indeed, I've heard that Gu Yaofeng's daughter is the legitimate one, yet she is younger than Gu Fei. Considering this, it's rather understandable. Who knows if fate has spared anyone? or if some are simply incorrigible. The murmurs grew louder, and more confirmed Lin Ro's pregnancy, with increasingly hurtful remarks exchanged. Gu Yaofeng's face turned cold as ice, his expression hardening like charcoal. He could only curse Liang Lijing for her foolishness, not only embarrassing himself, but now facing such accusations. What has happened? Suddenly, a delicate voice rang out. At that moment, someone dared to speak so boldly, and the crowd turned to see who it was. Qiao Hanqing finally heard Gu Jian's voice and stepped forward, only to discover the man beside her, Fu Yan. What was he doing here? Qiao Hanqing froze, uncertain of his own identity at that moment. What stunning individuals they were. Who were they? And the man beside her was equally handsome. He had never encountered such striking beauty before. Is that Gu Jian? A voice rose from the crowd. The reporter, who had been first bribed by Liang Lijing, recognized Gu Jian from a photo and was astonished to find her even more beautiful in person. Miss Gu, are you the chairman's other daughter? And who is this gentleman? What is your relationship? The reporter, seizing two major news stories, looked confident. Gu Jian looked at him in confusion and replied, "This is my husband." "Is there a problem?" "Husband." The revelation stunned the crowd into silence. How could she be unfaithful when she had a husband? The Gu family was truly intriguing. Chapter 49. All a misunderstanding. Gu Jian had not only avoided any scandal, but had brought her genuine husband along, a move that genuinely shocked everyone. However, the absence of Gu Jian's gossip did not mean their trip today would be fruitless. Gu Yaofeng, as the head of the Gu family, was far more interesting than Gu Jian. The reporter, quick on his feet, shifted the topic. "Miss Gu, you and her husband are indeed a beautiful couple. Are you both here because of the rumors regarding the chairman's infidelity?" Furrowing her brows, Gu Jian asked, "What do you mean?" The reporter promptly recounted the situation, firmly asserting a connection between Gu Yaofeng and Lin Ro, conveniently omitting any mention of Liang Lijing's outburst. The reporter's directness caused Gu Yaofeng's brows to knit in concern. After all, today's turmoil stemmed from Gu Jian. Had she not been present, Liang Lijing would not have orchestrated such a scheme, inadvertently harming herself. Seeing Lin Ro stand dazed behind him, Gu Yaofeng felt a pang of worry. Lin Ro was fragile. He feared the impact this chaos might have on her child. Should anything happen to his son, he would ensure neither Gu Jian nor Liang Lijing would emerge unscathed. Liang Lijing, utterly flabbergasted by Gu Jian's arrival, had plotted for so long to ruin Gu Jian's reputation, yet now she found herself ensnared in her own trap. Liang Lijing quickly reacted, "Gu Jian, you truly have some audacity. Not only are you here clandestinely meeting a man, but you also brought Fu Yan as your shield? How pitiful, Fu Yan. Even if you are lacking in ability, this is still a cuckold's fate, and you wear it so willingly?" Gu Jian raised an eyebrow, incredulous that she was still being dragged into this at such a moment. She glanced at Gu Yaofeng, catching his impatient gaze. How ridiculous! And now, she was to be blamed? With tears welling in her eyes and an expression of innocence, she said, "Aunt, I just married Yan. It's of no consequence if you dislike me, but you mustn't insult me in front of him." Seeing Liang Lijing sneer, Gu Jian wiped her tears. "Enough. After all, I've already been away from your father for so many years. I don't wish to explain anything to you. However, with so many witnesses here, I must clarify a few things." As Gu Jian spoke, she stepped past the reporter to stand before Lin Ro and Gu Yaofeng, grasping Lin Ro's hand and whispering, "To prevent any damage to my father's reputation, you must listen to me." Gu Yaofeng, taken aback, never expected Gu Jian would come to Lin Ro's aid at such a moment. Yet, what could a wild girl like her do to silence the gossip? Gu Jian absorbed Gu Yaofeng's disdain and skepticism, maintaining her composure as she held Lin Ro's hand, her face filled with empathy. "Aunt, sorry. For my father's sake, I must tell them the truth." "Aunt?" The crowd erupted in murmurs, clearly doubtful of this address. "It is well known that I was raised in the countryside. Aunt Ro is my grandfather's goddaughter. My aunt, having encountered an unworthy man, found herself with child, but could not bring herself to part with the baby. My grandfather, being of advanced age, should not have to worry about such matters. And as a mere child, I was at a loss for how to address the situation. Thus, I sought out my father to discuss the matter, only to inadvertently invite such a misunderstanding." Lin Ro's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, clearly unwilling to accept such words. Gu Jian grasped Lin Ro's hand with a gentle yet firm insistence. "Aunt, please clarify. We cannot allow my father to endure such humiliation for the sake of that heartless man. And Auntie is still under a misunderstanding as well. All eyes turned toward Lin Ro, awaiting her final answer. Even if they were skeptical, once Lin Ro spoke, the matter would be settled. Though Gu Yaofeng felt a pang of pity for Lin Ro, his own son would never be able to rightfully grow up beside him. He tacitly accepted the narrative to avoid any unfortunate incident involving the child. Lin Ro, upon seeing his demeanor, let out a cold laugh, her voice desolate. When I came here, I was unaware of the matters concerning Brother Yaofeng and his wife. It is already generous of Brother Yaofeng to assist me. My desires were simply misguided. I wish to provide my child with a home, and I apologize that my greed has led to this misunderstanding. Greed? Indeed, it was greedy. Helping her was already a considerable act of kindness, and her earlier demeanor had led others to misinterpret the situation. However, if she could be linked to Gu Yaofeng, the child would belong to the Gu family, which was certainly preferable to an uncertain parentage. But how could those reporters possibly let the matter rest? Gu Jian stepped forward, positioning herself protectively. Now that everyone is aware of my aunt's situation, let's put this matter to rest. Surely, no one wishes to tarnish my aunt's reputation over trivial gossip. Such rumors should not emerge from the Yuncheng International Hotel. The news was disseminated by reporters, yet the gossip would only be pursued by paparazzi. Gu Jian spoke with a blend of diplomacy and assertiveness, her countenance unwavering. Although she was merely a country girl, at that moment, she stood more dignified than any true socialite. Before the reporters could utter a word, the hotel manager, who had been observing from the back, quickly realized the gravity of the situation. He promptly apologized to Gu Jian and extended a polite invitation for the reporters to step aside for a discussion. The Yuncheng International Hotel was not just any venue. Gu Jian had chosen it deliberately, anticipating this very moment. Unfortunately, Liang Lijing, in her haste to ruin herself, had not considered that the hotel had never been embroiled in scandal before. Fu Yan observed Gu Jian managing the situation with an expression that remained unchanged, as if his girl was destined to command the world and oversee its affairs. The man who had initially offered Gu Jian his business card approached, curious about the commotion, only to be taken aback by the presence of Fu Yan beside her. His expression shifted dramatically as he inquired about the unfolding events. The answer he received was that the Gu family's neglected wild girl had married an inept man and was now discontentedly seeking an affair, inadvertently interrupting Gu Yaofeng's affairs. Listening to the gossip swirling around, the man found it utterly absurd. If that individual were indeed an inept man, then what were they? Nonetheless, this narrative elevated Gu Jian's black card to a point of notoriety, and fortunately, he had enough sense not to act excessively. After a moment's thought, the man hurried down the stairs to catch up with the hotel manager. Since they had crossed paths, it was imperative to address the situation with greater finesse. If he could establish even a minor connection, Chen Guangyuan would surely feel accomplished. The hotel manager led the reporters away, instantly restoring calm to the once bustling corridor. Noticing that Xiao Hanxing had no intention of leaving, Gu Jian released Lin Ro's hand. It appears that today's events are indeed peculiar. I am uncertain who leaked the information about my meeting with you, but I assure you, I would never conspire behind my husband's back. I believe you would not want your reputation tarnished either, so I kindly request that you leave for the time being. I will ensure that the truth is communicated once it is uncovered. Communicated, not in person. As she spoke, Gu Jian shifted slightly, aligning herself with Fu Yan, the two of them a picture of elegance and compatibility. The sight was enough to make Xiao Hanxing's eyes ache. Regardless of the circumstances, he had no justification to remain. Understood, little Jian. Uncle Gu, I will take my leave. As he departed, Xiao Hanxing cast a lingering glance at Fu Yan, a reminder of his unfulfilled desire for revenge. Liang Lijing approached Gu Yaofeng, a mocking smile gracing her lips. Well, with Xiao Hanxing gone, what else is left unsaid? Gu Yaofeng, it's time you confessed who this vixen truly is. Ha ha ha, it's truly amusing. As it stands, your lineage cannot even enter the door. How pitiable, how pitiable. This cunning vixen calculated to bear a child, only to end up with nothing of consequence. How interesting indeed. With that, Gu Yaofeng could no longer contain himself. He struck Liang Lijing across the face. Her head turned sharply, and she remained stunned for a moment. If Gu Yaofeng had acted for the sake of pride before, this slap struck at the very core of her being. No longer holding back, Liang Lijing, in a frenzied state, seized Gu Yaofeng's arm and kicked his leg with force. Annoyed, he attempted to resist, but Liang Lijing bit down on his arm until blood appeared at the corner of her mouth, finally letting go. Gu Yaofeng, mark my words. This matter is far from over. I shall see just where you intend to hide this little vixen. Wiping her mouth, Liang Lijing departed with a fierce expression. Beyond being Gu Yaofeng's wife, she was also a daughter of the Liang family. If Gu Yaofeng dared to act, he must brace himself for the wrath of the Liang family. Gu Yaofeng furrowed his brow, but made no effort to stop her. Gu Jian, suppressing her amusement, moved closer to assess his injuries. Dad, are you all right? Before Gu Jian could fully examine him, Lin Ro rushed over, grasping Gu Yaofeng's arm with tears streaming down her face. Her concern brought Gu Yaofeng a sense of fulfillment. He gently ruffled Lin Ro's hair. Rower, I am fine. Do not worry. Who worries about you? I wish she would beat you to death. Lin Ro choked out, her voice trembling. Even if I were to die, it would not atone for my sins. Would it not be better for me to live and care for you? Stop crying. It pains me, and it is not good for the child. Gu Yaofeng's words struck a deep chord within Lin Ro, prompting her to release his arm and run towards the room. Pausing at the doorway, she turned back to Gu Jian. You all come in. Gu Yaofeng had initially intended to send Gu Jian away, but Lin Ro's words indicated there was more to discuss. Alas, based on Gu Jian's recent conduct, it seemed this daughter was not beyond redemption. As for the son-in-law, having remained silent in such a significant moment, it was evident he had been coddled and would be of little use. Reflecting on this, Gu Yaofeng's expression improved significantly. Xiao Jian, today I owe you a debt of gratitude. Your Aunt Ro may have something to say to you, so you should come in with me. He patted Gu Jian's shoulder, hinting at something, before finally entering the room. Throughout the entire exchange, Gu Jian maintained a gentle smile, seemingly unaffected by the recent events. However, beside her, Fu Yan silently wrapped her in his embrace. The warmth enveloped her, not only comforting her body, but also soothing her heart. Gu Jian scoffed internally. When Liang Lijing had introduced Gu Fei to her mother, she had behaved far worse than Lin Ro. Yet now that the situation involved her, she had become so irrational. How pitiable and laughable. Fu Yan's calm yet earnest words made Gu Jian smile faintly. Indeed, it seemed that they too must become part of this unfolding drama. As they entered, Lin Ro's face bore no traces of tears. She coldly observed Gu Yaofeng, who was tending to his own wounds without taking action, as if the man before her had become insignificant. Yet her gaze fixated on Gu Yaofeng's injury, making it hard to believe she was entirely devoid of feelings. Gu Jian's eyes darkened slightly. After signaling Fu Yan to remain composed, she hurried a few steps toward Gu Yaofeng, her face etched with concern as she assisted him with his bandaging. Spotting Gu Jian, Lin Ro suddenly sneered. So you're Gu Jian? You call that woman aunt, and your mother is also a mistress? Gu Jian's hands hesitated, acutely aware that Gu Yaofeng could not disguise himself in front of Lin Ro. My mother is his first wife. Lin Ro paused, seemingly taken aback, before erupting into a bitter laugh. So you two have risen from being a mistress. Gu Yaofeng, you truly are remarkable. Chapter 51. In a flurry, Gu Yaofeng was in a state of panic. No, Rower, I see you differently. What difference does it make? She is a mistress, and so am I. I don't care how you brought that woman into your life. You must give me a title, just as you did for her. Lin Ro's face was icy, her voice even colder. A title? He indeed had feelings for Lin Ro, but he had no intention of completely severing ties with Liang Lijing. Although Kashi International was no longer what it once was, the Liang family still held considerable influence, especially with Gu Fei's new mother-in-law's background. He had to tread carefully. Observing Gu Yaofeng's silence, Lin Ro scoffed. Ah, I see. In that case, you may leave. Both of you should just go. Oh, yeah. Gu Yaofeng was thoroughly distressed. How can I leave you in peace when our child? That has nothing to do with me. Lin Ro's face was resolute. If you cannot provide me with a legitimate status as your wife, then please keep your distance. Otherwise, the outcome will be catastrophic for both of us. Oh yeah, please don't say that. Before I met you, I truly did not understand what love was. My feelings for you were sincere. Gu Jian felt a chill run through her body. She not only felt her mother's worth was being undermined, but also felt ashamed of having such a father. At that moment, a warm hand enveloped her coldness. The man silently conveyed his comfort. Gu Yaofeng, desperately searching for excuses to win Lin Ro back, found her resolutely unwilling to reconsider. Realizing the time was right, Gu Jian finally spoke. Aunt Ro, my father is a public figure. A direct divorce and a relationship with you would certainly cause a scandal. You wouldn't want him to become the target of public scrutiny, would you? Gu Yaofeng felt grateful that his daughter was finally proving useful. Yes, Roer, we must resolve this matter gradually. Lin Ro hesitated for a moment, but remained stubborn. This is your mess. It has nothing to do with me. It's all my fault. I admit that. However, you cannot allow my mistakes to harm your health. I promise we will find a mutually beneficial solution, all right? Huh. Gu Yaofeng felt himself sinking lower than the dust. Yet Lin Ro remained unmoved. Gu Jian pondered for a moment. Yin, could you step outside with Dad for a moment? I need to talk to Aunt Ro alone. Fu Yan readily agreed. But Gu Yaofeng was less trusting of Gu Jian. Although she had seemingly helped him, he was acutely aware of their fraught relationship and was reluctant to leave them alone together. There is nothing to discuss. If there is nothing more, you should all leave, Lin Ro declared, disregarding everyone. Seeing this, Gu Jian took out her phone, dialing Fu Yan, and showed Gu Yaofeng the screen. Dad, you and Yin should step outside for a moment. At that moment, Gu Yaofeng felt he could hardly comprehend his daughter. She should have realized that today's situation was orchestrated by Liang Lijing. Yet not only had she appeared, but she had also inadvertently assisted him and, upon sensing his distrust, had taken matters into her own hands. Perhaps it was worth a try. Then, Roer, I will step out. Call me if you need anything. Seeing Lin Ro's indifference toward him, Gu Yaofeng had no choice but to endure. Once they were outside, Gu Jian promptly pulled out her phone, indicating to Lin Ro that Gu Yaofeng could overhear their conversation. Lin Ro understood and began to write on a piece of paper. You need not play the mediator. That is your father, and you can never side with me. However, compared to Liang Lijing, I can see that you genuinely care for my father. And you are indeed carrying his child, are you not? The two exchanged words back and forth, but Lin Ro had already ceased writing. I will not keep this child. Gu Jian's eyes dimmed. She was well aware of the child's origin and understood Lin Ro's predicament. I will arrange for someone to check on you. I will ensure this child does not affect your future. An abortion can be detrimental to one's health, especially since Lin Ro is not young anymore. She must be cautious. Lin Ro's lips curled into a slight smile. I thought you would want me to keep this child, to reveal the truth to Gu Yaofeng when he grows up. Wouldn't that be more satisfying? Gu Jian had indeed contemplated that, but there was no need. Before she could respond, Lin Ro continued writing. Since you have helped me, I will assist you in return. Even if I do not keep it, this child can still serve a final purpose. Gu Jian immediately recognized Lin Ro's intent and shook her head in disapproval. Yet Lin Ro wrote, My mind is made up. I only hope you can fulfill your promise. Compared to Gu Yaofeng, the man who had ruined her life was far more loathsome. She was willing to sacrifice everything to ensure he would never rise again. Seeing the pain and hatred etched on her face, Gu Jian found herself at a loss for words to console her. Instead, she grasped Lin Ro's hand gently, offering a reassuring pat. I understand your feelings. To me, Liang Lijing is merely a woman who caused a rift between my father and me. I have no feelings for her. However, I will help you ensure that Liang Lijing and my father are divorced, and then the position of Mrs. Gu will naturally belong to you. Why would you go to such lengths for me? Is it merely out of hatred for her? Perhaps, Gu Jian admitted. But more importantly, I have seen my father humbled before someone for the first time, and I believe he truly loves you. On the other end of the line, Gu Jian's voice held a note of melancholy. Then came the silence, during which Gu Yaofeng, filled with anxiety, dared not make a sound. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Lin Ro's soft voice came through. All right, I agree, but I will only trust you. Gu Yaofeng's eyes sparkled with hope. This daughter of his was indeed worth cherishing. Chapter 52. The two-faced Gu Yaofeng. Gu Yaofeng was initially quite concerned about Lin Ro. Yet Lin Ro appeared disinterested in seeing him. Ultimately, under Gu Jian's persuasion, Lin Ro agreed to have the nanny Gu Yaofeng hired come and care for her, which eased his worries somewhat. After stepping outside, Gu Jian confronted the manager, and Gu Yaofeng was once again struck by the realization that his daughter was far more formidable than he had ever imagined. He had been pondering how to address the situation, but thanks to Gu Jian's proactive approach, the manager not only bestowed upon Gu Yaofeng a silver card, but also assured him that no negative rumors would be disseminated. The guarantee from Yuncheng International Hotel was not easily obtained, and with this assurance, Gu Yaofeng felt liberated from concerns regarding the media's inquiries. As they exited, Gu Yaofeng clutched the silver card and finally inquired about Gu Jian's presence. Xiao, Jian, Did you have a prior arrangement with Fu Yan today? Gu Jian shook her head. I was initially set to meet with Xiao Xiao, but Yin Yin was here to see a client. We happened to encounter each other, and I worried Yin Yin might misunderstand, so I intended to explain once he finished his meeting. After hearing Annie's voice, we went over to check, but unexpectedly. Even if fabricating a story, a blend of truth and deception often garners belief. The unspoken understanding lingered between them, though Gu Yaofeng was indifferent to Gu Jian's sentiments. As a father, he felt compelled to speak. Dad, whatever you choose, I respect your decision. Before Gu Yaofeng could respond, Gu Jian had already paved the way for him. Her gaze radiated sincerity. Observing his daughter's obedient demeanor and recalling Gu Jian's prior assertion about transferring shares to him, Gu Yaofeng finally felt reassured, albeit accompanied by a twinge of guilt. He gently patted Gu Jian's shoulder and spoke earnestly. This incident was unforeseen, and I will handle it. However, your Aunt Ro may currently harbor some resentment towards me. If you find a time, please visit her more often. I understand, Dad. Rest assured, I will ensure nothing happens to my brother. The mention of her brother touched Gu Yaofeng's heart. Furthermore, regarding the company, I heard Si Chun is abroad and won't be returning soon. If the endorsement issue proves insurmountable, it's no matter. Once I resolve this matter, I will find an excuse for you to return to the company. After all, it is our family business. With me around, you shall not be wronged. This heartfelt discourse perfectly embodied the image of a devoted father. Gu Jian's eyes glistened with emotion, and she nodded in admiration. Dad, thank you. Foolish child. I am your father, Gu Yaofeng remarked, feeling an increased sense of guilt, then turned to Fu Yan. Fu Yan, I know you have been aimless in the past, and your family lacks influence. Let bygones be bygones. Since you now have a job, commit to it diligently. If my daughter suffers any injustice, I shall not spare you. Fu Yan's gaze darkened as he shielded Gu Jian. Rest assured, Gu Yaofeng assumed Fu Yan's silence stemmed from insecurity in his presence. But only Gu Jian recognized that Fu Yan held a disdain for the duplicitous old man before him. Who was he to issue warnings to their Yin Yan? It was utterly laughable. Dad, you need not worry. Yin Yin treats me very well. You should return and check on Andy. I fear her impulsiveness might lead her to do something that could negatively impact the Gu family. Upon hearing this, Gu Yaofeng ceased to linger. Gazing at Gu Yaofeng's understated yet luxurious vehicle, Gu Jian felt her admiration dissipate, replaced by an overwhelming sense of ridicule and contempt. The memory of Gu Yaofeng patting her shoulder made her feel nauseated, prompting her to remove her outer garment. Suddenly recalling Fu Yan beside her, she awkwardly looked up. Yin Yan. Before she could finish her sentence, Fu Yan had taken her jacket and unceremoniously tossed it into a nearby trash bin, declaring with a nonchalant air, "It's dirty. Let's buy a new one." A smile graced Gu Jian's lips, radiating genuine joy. All right, let's buy a new one. With that, they hastily hailed a cab to the mall. Yin Yin, I can't help but feel you might soon be unable to support me, Gu Jian teased. With my salary, I can manage my own whims. Supporting my wife is more than sufficient. With those words, Gu Jian felt all her discontent vanish. Enveloped in the sweet bliss of young love, oblivious to the fact that she had seemingly forgotten about Song Daba, left behind at the hotel. Upon returning home, Gu Yaofeng was met with the chaos unleashed by Liang Lijing. Waving away the servants, he sought a clean spot to sit, yet his relaxed demeanor only served to infuriate Liang Lijing further. Grabbing a nearby ashtray, she hurled it at Gu Yaofeng. With a thud, the ashtray hit the ground, and blood began to trickle from Gu Yaofeng's forehead. He could have evaded the blow, but upon seeing Liang Lijing, he changed his mind, merely tilting his head so that the ashtray grazed his forehead, resulting in sufficient injury to enact a scheme of feigned suffering. In truth, the crimson blood did indeed restore Liang Lijing's composure, allowing Gu Yaofeng an opportunity to speak. After a brief dressing of his wound, Gu Yaofeng furrowed his brow. Aging. I know you resent me, but you must understand, I too am compelled by circumstance. We have been together for so long, yet have only one daughter, Fei Fei. I can tolerate this, but the Gu family lineage cannot be severed. Can you comprehend my feelings? Comprehend? Liang Lijing scoffed. So you blame me for not bearing you a son? No, I blame myself. Had we not separated back then, we would surely have a multitude of children by now. And today's events would not transpire. Aging, rest assured, I, Gu Yaofeng, vow that no one can usurp your position as Gu Madam. That woman is merely a means to an end for a son. Once the child is born, I will provide her with a sum and send her far away. We shall remain a family. Liang Lijing found his words laughable, yet gazing at Gu Yaofeng's wound left her at a loss for further retorts. Noticing that Liang Lijing seemed somewhat swayed, Gu Yaofeng hastily continued, "Even if you wish to confront me, it cannot be in front of Qiao Hanqing. Do you wish to ruin Fei Fei's happiness?" Chapter 53. No pretense in confrontation. Liang Lijing may disregard her own well-being, but she could not overlook Gu Fei's. "After your departure, detested Fu Yan. That poor lad lacks any capability. It seems he intends to rely on Gu Jian to enter the company. He would never choose divorce, especially now that the Qiao family is in turmoil. How long do you think Qiao Hanqing can endure? Ultimately, he will still be a possession of our Fei Fei." Liang Lijing scoffed. "Your words seem to entirely exclude Gu Jian from the equation. What is strange about that? This matter is inherently between the three of us. If Gu Jian wishes to curry favor with me, she must first prove her worth." Gu Yaofeng displayed a deep-seated loathing for Gu Jian. Had this been in the past, Liang Lijing would have undoubtedly believed him, but given the events of the day, she found it difficult to accept his claims. The Liang family maintained their former prestige solely because of her new sister-in-law, yet this same sister-in-law had rendered her daughter voiceless within her own family. Fortunately, that woman had taken a liking to Fei Fei, providing them some benefit. However, should this situation escalate, they would certainly feel humiliated. She needed to strategize carefully, avoiding any further impulsive actions like those of the afternoon. "Those matters need not be discussed with me." Liang Lijing dismissed Gu Yaofeng. "As for that woman outside, Gu Yaofeng, don't think I don't trust you. It's simply that your history is too tarnished. I can accept that child you fathered, but as for that woman, do not blame me for being ruthless. Even if it leads to mutual destruction, I will not allow you to have an easy time of it." After speaking, Liang Lijing ascended the stairs without granting Gu Yaofeng another opportunity to utter a word. As she departed, the ingratiating smile on Gu Yaofeng's face vanished instantaneously, replaced by a look of disdain as he surveyed the disheveled living room. Fish die, nets break? For that to happen, she must first become the fish. Upon returning home, Liang Lijing immediately reached out to the reporters, demanding they submit the footage they had captured, ensuring she had some leverage. However, to her dismay, all the videos had been confiscated by the hotel staff. Frustrated yet helpless, she decided to contact Liang Dong, only to discover he was even less reliable. Initially, he refused to answer her calls and ultimately merely stated, "I've refunded your money. Do not contact me again." The avoidance left Liang Lijing perplexed. She could never believe that Gu Jian could resolve matters with Liang Dong. Under the current circumstances, she could only attribute the blame to the hotel. The Yunqing International Hotel was backed by a powerful owner, and its origins remained shrouded in mystery, rendering Liang Lijing hesitant to provoke them. Yet, Gu Jian had the audacity to exploit their client confidentiality rules against her. It appeared Gu Jian was more adept at resolving issues than that vixen. After a moment's contemplation, Liang Lijing dialed the number 10086. "Darling, I miss you. Gu Yaofeng, you were the one who wronged me first. Do not hold it against me." The tumultuous confrontation between Gu Yaofeng and Liang Lijing soon reached Gu Jian's ears, and of course, Gu Fei did not miss it either. What surprised Gu Jian was that Gu Fei did not escalate the situation, but rather took the initiative to assist Gu Yaofeng in resolving the matter. She contacted the hotel and media for damage control, and even sought out Qiao Hanqing to ensure confidentiality. Following Gu Fei's visit to Qiao Hanqing, he ceased all communication with Gu Jian. Gu Jian was indifferent to this development, feeling somewhat relieved instead. Lin Ro had not been paying much attention to Gu Yaofeng lately. She awaited the opportune moment. Yet, Gu Jian was acutely aware that with each passing day, the danger increased for Lin Ro. Although their relationship was transactional, she could not gamble with Lin Ro's future. For her sake, Gu Jian was compelled to expedite her plans. Consequently, after Gu Fei returned from her negotiations, Gu Qingyu suddenly sought to terminate her contract, citing Gu Fei's neglect during the filming period. Although Gu Fei was furious, she had to suppress her anger and appease Gu Qingyu, who, astonishingly, refused to meet with her. Upon investigation, it became apparent that Gu Qingyu had accepted a new advertising project, one that offered significantly better compensation and prestige than what they could provide at Kaishi International. This revelation sent ripples of agitation through Kaishi, as they had placed all their hopes on Gu Fei, but now, the truth could not be concealed. and the shareholders were soon informed of the situation, calling for an emergency meeting. As Gu Yaofeng struggled to maintain control, Gu Jian appeared at the Gu residence, presenting the completed advertising project for Si-Chun. Not only that, Si-Chun had agreed to a fee substantially lower than her usual rates, also expressing her willingness to become a permanent spokesperson for Kaishi International at that price. However, Si-Chun's additional stipulation was that Gu Jian must hold a position within Kaishi International. Dad, why don't I speak to Si-Chun again? After all, I've helped her before. Just give me some time, and I can surely persuade her. Gu Jian spoke with demure submission, evoking yet another wave of guilt in Gu Yaofeng. Casting a glance at the disdainful Liang Lijing, Gu Yaofeng suppressed his displeasure. With the shareholder meeting looming, there could be no delays. If a mere endorsement could jeopardize Kaishi, how could he continue to serve as chairman? Gu Yaofeng's strategic retreat was astute. If Liang Lijing persisted in barring Gu Jian from the company, she might lose her position as the chairwoman's wife. Was it the end of the company? I do not believe Gu Jian can cause chaos under my watch. Surely, the esteemed Kaishi cannot be threatened by a mere employee. She may join, but she must start from the ground up. If she agrees, it holds little significance for me. Liang Lijing had indeed matured in her understanding. As long as the company weathered this crisis, her concerns were secondary. Gu Jian's demeanor brought Gu Yaofeng a sense of relief. Dad, since that is the case, hurry and contact Si-Chun to sign the contract. I will reach out to our company's head to ensure they come see you. All right, I shall do so immediately. This time, he wondered who could challenge his position. Once Gu Yaofeng left, Liang Lijing could no longer maintain her facade. Gu Jian, you truly excel at pretense. Do not think that with Si-Chun, you will secure your place in the company. Why has your attitude shifted so swiftly? No longer pretending? Have you laid your cards on the table? Gu Jian, shedding her earlier submissiveness, responded with evident disdain. I believe your focus should not be on me, but rather on how that Lin Ro appeared before your husband. With a scornful smile, Gu Jian turned to leave. However, as she took a step forward, Liang Lijing rushed to grasp her arm. You wretched woman, what do you mean by this? Did you arrange for that woman? How absurd. I merely suggest you investigate her background. Should she truly bear a son, perhaps a few whispered words might sway my father into disregarding everything else. With that parting remark, Gu Jian left the Gu residence with a cold laugh. Watching her retreating figure, Liang Lijing felt an intense hatred, yet could not deny her own oversight. Preoccupied with company matters, she had momentarily forgotten about that woman, but fortunately, Tom was still on her side. This time, she vowed not to act impulsively. After some contemplation, Liang Lijing called Gu Fei, urging her to return home promptly. Gu Fei, still seeking a spokesperson, was astounded to hear that Gu Yaofeng had consented to Gu Jian joining the company. Just as the shock settled, Liang Lijing's subsequent words left her stunned. Mom, are you certain about this course of action? Gu Jian's entry into the company is now a foregone conclusion. Since we cannot reverse it, what of that woman? If she truly carries a son, do you believe there will still be a place for us in Gu Yaofeng's life? Fei, it is a matter of will. We can only proceed as such now. Given Gu Yaofeng's temperament, if a son were indeed involved, her share would likely vanish. She was not willing to languish in rural obscurity for 20 years like Gu Jian. Gu Fei intended to seize what was rightfully hers. Very well, I shall handle this matter. With Gu Fei taking the initiative, Liang Lijing felt a sense of reassurance. As for Gu Jian, once she entered the company, there would be no escape for her. After dealing with Lin Ro, she would then address Gu Jian. Unbeknownst to Liang Lijing, a small device, almost indistinguishable from the tree branches, had been discreetly placed in the vase behind where Gu Jian had just stood. At that moment, Gu Jian had already thoroughly listened to the conversation between Liang Lijing and Gu Fei through the listening device. Removing her earpiece, Gu Jian dialed Lin Ro, informing her to prepare for the upcoming days before returning to the company. Song Yi, still sulking from being abandoned earlier, had not spoken to Gu Jian all day, so she made it a point to buy him a large assortment of his favorite snacks on her way back. Regarding Song Ye's peculiar tastes, Gu Jian could only remark, how easy it is to appease him. Do not think a mere snack will win my forgiveness. I will not easily relent. He had spent an entire night anxious in the company of that scoundrel Liang Dong, and he was genuinely upset this time. Understood, Gu Jian replied, promptly summoning her assistant to issue a solemn directive. For the next month, a daily provision of such a snack assortment must be delivered to Song Yi, along with an opportunity for him to style his hair as he pleased. I can afford it myself, she added. Though Song Yi feigned indifference. A smile crept upon his lips, betraying his true feelings. He can certainly afford it, but only the card in Gu Jian's hand can procure the entire set, especially the delectable cream-filled pastries within, which money alone cannot buy. Once he attained what he desired, Song Debao's demeanor transformed instantly. "Boss, let me tell you, that Liang Dong actually recognized me. Although I managed to gloss over your identity, he seemed quite curious about my brother-in-law, even saying that my brother-in-law looks incredibly impressive. Such a chatterbox. I should have known better than to indulge him. By the way, boss, the Qiao family is in dire straits. They are currently facing severe challenges, and even their financial connections with the bank have been severed. I wonder what kind of grudge this is, but it seems they are determined to ruin the Qiao family." Qiao Hanqing? I almost forgot about him until you mentioned it. At this critical moment, a little assistance would go a long way. Although he has lost his usefulness, the absence of Qiao Hanqing would diminish the amusement considerably. I understand, but boss, I heard that Qiao Hanqing has begun preparations for a marriage alliance. Initially, several prominent young ladies had a favorable impression of him, but recently, due to the Qiao family's troubles, they have all retreated. Do you think in the end, Gu Fei might swoop in and seize the opportunity? Gu Jian chuckled softly. In this performance, the presence or absence of any individual is of little consequence. Song Yi stuffed a piece of pastry into his mouth, signaling his understanding. As they were about to head to Kaishi, Gu Jian hastily tidied up some items from Chuanglan, not forgetting to establish a new contact method for any surprise inspections by Gu Yaofeng in the future. After preparing everything, it coincided perfectly with Fu Yan's arrival to pick them up. Upon seeing Gu Jian clutching a pile of belongings, Fu Yan simply took them without asking any questions. Gu Jian wrapped her arms around his waist and reported, "Yin, you might have to run even further in the future. Yes, it's quite warm. Try not to come out so early next time." Is that what he has concern about? By the way, did my returning home with you the other day disrupt your work at all? Gu Jian had almost forgotten about this amidst her busy days. It's all been resolved. Gu Jian sighed in relief, smiling as she looked at Fu Yan and the electric scooter beside him. Compared to Song Ye's sports car, she was growing increasingly fond of this electric vehicle. Yin, to celebrate, let's add a dish for dinner tonight. What would you like to eat? Crawfish. I'll wash them, and you can cook them, okay? Fu Yan has always adhered to the principle of unconditionally satisfying Gu Jian's appetite. Just wait to eat. Thus, the destination for the two became the seafood market. Watching Gu Jian sit behind Fu Yan, joyous like a child. The gloom on Qiao Hanqing's face intensified from a distance in the car following them. Indeed, it was time to let go. Turning the car around and heading home, he glanced at his father, who was still frantically making calls for help, and his mother, who wore a troubled expression. Ultimately, Qiao Hanqing chose to compromise. "Mom and Dad, I agree with what you said." Looking at their son, Suyu felt a pang of heartache, but could only choose silence. In the end, he could only choose between his happiness and the company. Since that was the case, it would be better to choose someone who loved him rather than forcing him to be with someone else. As Qiao Hanqing ascended the stairs, Suyu relayed this news to Gu Fei. For the former Qiao Hanqing, Gu Fei was certainly not the best choice. However, with the Qiao family's precarious situation, he found himself with no other options. Thus, even with the knot of resentment in his heart, after some contemplation, he could only choose to yield. Rather than clinging stubbornly to the past, it was better to face reality. Qiao Hanqing loathed himself, but even more so, he detested Gu Yaofeng and his cohorts. If only he had met Gu Jian a few days earlier, if the engagement had been with Gu Fei instead of Gu Jian, how perfect everything would have been. Now, all he could do was endure the excruciating pain and send Gu Jian the invitation to his engagement with Gu Fei. When Gu Jian received the invitation, she was not particularly surprised, though it did cause her some headache. Why must he wade into such murky waters? What's the matter? Seeing Gu Jian lost in thought while staring at her phone, Fu Yan handed her a peeled apple. During the rare weekend break, especially since Gu Jian had to head to Kaishi International on Monday, Fu Yan had been accompanying her to study relevant materials. For Gu Jian, studying was never a daunting task. However, searching for various information on the computer was quite bothersome. With Fu Yan by her side, Gu Jian realized for the first time that a male-female partnership truly lightens the workload. The invitation from Qiao Hanqing, although Fu Yan's expression remained unchanged, Gu Jian could distinctly sense his displeasure at the mention of Qiao Hanqing's name. Taking a bite of the apple, Gu Jian slowly continued. "It seems he's planning a joint effort with Gu Fei against me. He is targeting you? The man's thoughts were indeed a mystery she found tiresome to decipher. But regarding Gu Fei, it seemed she was feeling a heightened sense of crisis. With me in the company, and Lin Ro's child backing me up, if she doesn't exert herself, she will end up with nothing once Gu Yaofeng has a son. If all goes according to plan, Gu Yaofeng should be contacting Grandpa very soon. Gu Jian squinted, her demeanor dangerous like a lone wolf poised to strike. Any encroachment upon her territory would exact a painful toll. Fu Yan seemed oblivious to her unease, calmly addressing the computer before him. You have me. Gu Jian paused, unable to suppress a laugh. Yes, our Yan is indeed invincible. Indeed, he nodded, as if this were not mere flattery, but an undeniable truth. Gu Jian internally chuckled at his insistence on competing with Xiao Hanxing while simultaneously feeling satisfied by Fu Yan's protective nature. Leaning slightly against Fu Yan, she casually picked up a document he had just printed. This was indeed information that their Yan had personally gathered for her. Just as she was about to express her gratitude, her gaze fell upon the paper, causing her to stiffen abruptly. Fu Yan's eyes flickered, about to speak when Gu Jian's phone rang. On the other end was Lin Ro, her voice subdued and strained. Your dad. Find your dad. Lin Ro sounded as though she was in pain, barely managing to utter those words before the line went silent. Gu Jian tightened her grip on the phone, placing the apple on the table. Lin Ro's child must have. I need to check. Gu Jian's voice was low and heavy, her face etched with grave concern. Although this was a trap set by Lin Ro, who had never intended to keep the child, the thought of Lin Ro's predicament weighed heavily on Gu Jian's heart. I'll go with you. Gu Jian initially intended to refuse, but after hesitating, she ultimately kept quiet. It seemed she was increasingly reliant on him. After confirming the address with the nanny, Gu Jian hurriedly called Gu Yaofeng and rushed to the hospital. Lin Ro had been taken away by the ambulance earlier. But upon Gu Jian's arrival, Lin Ro was still waiting for treatment in the operating room. Beside her was Gu Yaofeng, his complexion pale and eyes frantic, utterly defeated. If one did not know his character, they might mistakenly believe he had deep feelings for Lin Ro. But in truth, he was likely only concerned about the child she carried. Dad, don't worry. Aunt Ro will be fine. Gu Yaofeng shook Gu Jian off violently. Get away from me. I asked you to take good care of her, yet you ended up bringing her to the operating room instead. It seems you truly harbor a deep-seated hatred for me, willing to go to any lengths to ruin me and destroy my only son. Gu Yaofeng seemed to have lost his mind, gripping Gu Jian's arm fiercely. His face twisted with rage. Gu Jian winced in pain, about to shake him off when Fu Yan surged forward and seized Gu Yaofeng's arm. The man's expression was icy, emanating a formidable aura that demanded respect. Even under such immense emotional strain, Gu Yaofeng was intimidated by Fu Yan and hastily released Gu Jian's arm. That child is your responsibility. Fu Yan spoke clearly, both as an explanation and a warning. Gu Jian grasped Fu Yan's arm. I'm fine. Gu Yaofeng regained his composure and was about to unleash another tirade when he locked eyes with Fu Yan. The imposing presence emanating from Fu Yan, a figure of authority, rendered any resistance futile. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Just as the standoff persisted, the nanny hurried over with the necessary paperwork, only to find Gu Jian and Gu Yaofeng in tears. Sir, Miss Jian, you have finally arrived. You cannot imagine my fear when I rushed over. The ground was soaked in blood. If it weren't for the hospital being nearby, I shudder to think what might have happened to Miss Ro. The nanny, as if grasping at a lifeline, babbled on. However, Gu Yaofeng paid her no heed. Grasping her arm, his voice was frigid. What on earth happened? Why the sudden hemorrhage? Caught off guard by the inquiry, the nanny hesitated, seemingly torn between whether to speak or remain silent. Once Miss Lin emerges, the truth will be revealed. Fu Yan interjected coldly. Otherwise, some may attempt to place the blame on Miss Jian. Miss Jian would never harm Miss Ro. She has always treated her with kindness, the nanny asserted, glancing at Gu Yaofeng. However, in recent days, Miss Ro has been receiving frequent calls from Madam, including one today, which is why we came to the park. Madam? Liang Lijing? Gu Yaofeng was seething, his fists clenched tightly. Despite his anger, doubt lingered in Gu Yaofeng's mind. Even a fool like Liang Lijing should comprehend the current situation. Only a deranged individual would choose this moment to provoke Lin Ro. Yet, his mistrust was directed more towards Gu Jian than Liang Lijing. After all, he and Gu Jian shared no profound bond. He could tolerate Gu Jian for Lin Ro's sake, and even feel guilt for years of neglect. However, That slight annoyance paled in comparison to his concern for his son. Gu Yaofeng narrowed his eyes at Gu Jian, finally speaking after a prolonged silence. Let us refrain from commenting on this matter for now. We shall ascertain the truth once Ro awakens. I warn you both, if anything happens to my son, I assure you I will not let you off lightly. The nanny turned pale, frantically attempting to justify herself, while Gu Jian appeared to have lost her voice. She regarded Gu Yaofeng with a complex expression, her once radiant face now etched with disappointment and exhaustion, as if her inner light had been extinguished. Fu Yan furrowed his brow and pulled Gu Jian behind him, clearly determined to protect her. For the first time, Gu Yaofeng perceived that his son-in-law was not quite as he had imagined. Nevertheless, it made little difference. He remained that unremarkable playboy, incapable of stirring any real turmoil. Gu Jian tugged at Fu Yan's sleeve, shaking her head to signal him to cease his explanations, as though after a painful struggle, she had chosen to acquiesce. Yet her gaze remained fixed on the light outside the operating room, as if it held her last glimmer of hope. Time passed slowly, and just as Gu Yaofeng felt he could wait no longer, the operating room door swung open, and the doctor emerged. "Doctor, how is my son?" Gu Yaofeng rushed forward, uttering the question directly. The doctor, initially poised to respond, paused momentarily, displaying open disdain for Gu Yaofeng, rolling his eyes. "The patient is stable now, but still quite weak. To ensure the preservation of the child, greater caution must be exercised than before. Otherwise, not even a divine being could intervene." "Preserve the child? Them?" Gu Jian furrowed her brow. "Doctor, what do you mean? The child hasn't been lost?" The doctor glanced at Gu Yaofeng, retorting sharply, "It's unclear how you care for your patients. In early pregnancy, one must be exceedingly careful, yet you allow the patient to be overtaxed. If not for the timely arrival, neither the mother nor child would have been saved. The patient is inherently frail and struggles to conceive. Doctor, please ensure the mother's well-being above all," Gu Jian implored, her face marked with concern. Gu Yaofeng was displeased with her words. The doctor sighed. "Further observation is necessary. I will do my utmost, but the outcome greatly hinges on your actions. The patient must not be subjected to any more distress." Gu Jian nodded, her face reflecting deep worry. Observing her demeanor, Gu Yaofeng pondered whether Gu Jian's display was an act or genuine. He decided to wait for Lin Ro to awaken before drawing any conclusions. He was deeply invested in his only son's welfare. The hospital room was a VIP suite, yet Lin Ro seemed to have suffered considerable trauma. After a day of waiting, she remained unconscious, with only the doctor making rounds for checkups. Gu Jian gazed at Lin Ro, her eyes filled with unresolvable anxiety and compassion. Under the weight of Gu Yaofeng's sarcastic remarks, Lin Ro slowly opened her eyes. "Ro, you're awake? How do you feel? Should I call the doctor?" Gu Yaofeng portrayed the perfect image of a devoted father and husband. Yet Lin Ro, pale and grasping his arm, spoke with an expression devoid of warmth and filled with disdain. "Gu Yaofeng, can you be quiet? Your wife and child are constantly causing me trouble, and now you too? Are you seeking my demise? Ro, how can you speak to me like that?" Gu Yaofeng hastily altered his tone as Lin Ro exhibited her impatience. "What did you just say about a wife and child? You mean Liang Lijing and Gu Jian? Do not worry, I will ensure justice for you." When he mentioned Gu Jian's name, Gu Yaofeng maintained a cold detachment, as if they were mere strangers. Fu Yan observed Gu Jian, finding reassurance in the fleeting contempt reflected in her eyes. Lin Ro scoffed. "Gu Yaofeng, I am not here to engage in idle chatter. This incident has clarified my thoughts. A mistress remains a mistress, unworthy of respect. And as for your beloved daughter Gu Fei, since she dared to confront me alongside Liang Lijing, threatening my family, you must either divorce her or allow me to leave." Lin Ro, seemingly invigorated by her resolve, spoke with unyielding determination, leaving no room for negotiation. Gu Yaofeng remained silent, reluctant to associate the daughter Lin Ro mentioned with Gu Fei, whom he had nurtured and cherished. How could she possibly harm his only son? "Ro, is there some misunderstanding? Please tell me what truly transpired. Fei would never act so thoughtlessly." "I do not care who does what. I am not here for discussions. If you wish to keep this child, seek a lawyer immediately. I demand a fair settlement. As long as the child is born, they will inherit the Gu family fortune. Otherwise, even if it means the child cannot be born, I will ensure the termination of this pregnancy." Perhaps overwhelmed by emotion, Lin Ro felt a sudden discomfort in her abdomen. Noticing her pallor, Gu Jian promptly called for the doctor. The doctor inspected her condition and chastised Gu Yaofeng once again, warning him not to provoke the pregnant woman, for the consequences would be beyond anyone's control. Terrified by the doctor's admonition, Gu Yaofeng acquiesced. "Ro, I will fulfill any request you have. Is it merely the position of Madame Gu you desire? Rest assured, I will make adequate arrangements, including shares and all that. If it is too late today, I will consult a lawyer tomorrow to draft the contract." Since Liang Lijing dared to act in such a manner, Gu Yaofeng felt justified in confronting her. Even if he did not seek a divorce, she would have to comply with his demands. As for the shares, that was easily manageable. He would control the authenticity of the contract. In an instant, Gu Yaofeng devised a comprehensive backup plan. Lin Ro smirked, her skepticism evident, whether from disbelief or indifference. Gu Yaofeng, wearing a forced smile, refrained from pressing further. Gu Jian had come to understand that Gu Yaofeng was easily intimidated by Liang Lijing and Gu Fei, but exhibited a commanding presence when dealing with her. "Aunt Ro, what has transpired? My father is willing to take your side." "Yes, Roer. Do not be anxious. Take your time to explain." Lin Ro furrowed her brow, and after a moment, she impatiently recounted the situation. It turned out that Liang Lijing had been incessantly calling, hurling veiled insults. Initially, she chose to ignore them, but to her astonishment, Liang Lijing managed to track down her parents and visited her home under the guise of being a friend of Lin Ro's. Lin Ro had no choice but to agree to meet Liang Lijing, only to be threatened by a group of ruffians. "Are you certain it was Liang Lijing and Fei Fei?" Gu Yaofeng inquired skeptically. Lin Ro snorted dismissively, shaking him off. "Whether you believe me or not is irrelevant. I only learned of Gu Fei's name when I overheard their phone conversation. Otherwise, I would remain unaware of your other daughter." "All right, I shall investigate immediately. Once I secure witness and material evidence, I will promptly initiate divorce proceedings with Liang Lijing. Is that agreeable?" Lin Ro paid him no mind, as if she had lost all faith in him. Observing her demeanor, Gu Yaofeng hastily rose. "Then I shall go find a lawyer to draft the contract and transfer my shares to you and our child. You need not involve me. It suffices to provide for your child." Noticing Lin Ro relent, Gu Yaofeng dared not delay. As he departed, he cast a glance at Gu Jian, yet said nothing, turning away from the hospital room. After Gu Yaofeng left, Gu Jian fabricated a reason to dismiss the nanny and sat beside Lin Ro, his expression grave. "What is truly happening?" Lin Ro glanced at Fu Yan, whose countenance was icy, seated beside her, seemingly indifferent to their conversation. Since Gu Jian was unconcerned, she felt no need to hold back. "I contacted Mr. Song, using the same individual Liang Lijing employed against you. Should Gu Yaofeng commence his investigation, he will inevitably uncover Liang Lijing's involvement. What I mean to ask is, why the sudden change of heart?" Lin Ro's eyes flickered, instinctively rubbing her abdomen. Why indeed? Perhaps it was because without this child, she would never truly become a mother. "It's nothing. I've merely come to terms with it. You saw Gu Yaofeng's attitude today. That man is utterly unworthy of being a father. Once I obtain the share transfer contract, I will find a way to change the information to reflect yours. This is the least I can do for you." Lin Ro looked out the window. "As for this child, I will take him away from here. Regarding Gu Yaofeng, the child is not even his. I shall simply inform him that it is no more." After such prolonged anticipation, it must be painful indeed. This could also serve as a means of revenge for Gu Jian. "You must take care of your health. I will handle the rest. As for Song Yi, he still dares to conceal things from me. He will face consequences upon my return." Observing Gu Jian's expression, Lin Ro felt a surge of warmth. "And my parents, though they may not be real, Gu Yaofeng will undoubtedly seek them out after I leave, so I will manage it. Rest assured, they're mine, and I will not allow them to suffer." A doctor was summoned to re-examine Lin Ro, confirming that she was merely fatigued from running. Gu Jian finally felt relieved and exited the hospital. Seated on their small electric scooter, silence enveloped them, contemplating Lin Ro's choices and Gu Yaofeng's demeanor. Gu Jian suddenly regretted bringing Fu Yan along today. Gu Yaofeng certainly made a fool of himself. "Yin Yin, would you like me to offer you an opportunity?" Gu Jian suddenly spoke, her voice laced with a sense of resolution, as if she had contemplated this for a long time. Fu Yan did not respond. In truth, it was nothing particularly significant. It was merely Gu Yaofeng. He harbored no genuine feelings for her. Though she appeared obedient on the surface, she had her own schemes. She not only manipulated Gu Yaofeng, but also exploited Lin Ro, and soon, she might need to undertake even more. I offer you a chance. Fu Yan interrupted her. Gu Jian was taken aback. Huh? I grant you an opportunity to retract that statement. His voice was calm, perhaps even more serious than Gu Jian's. She did not anticipate Fu Yan would respond in such a manner. For her, there remained much to be done, and Fu Yan was merely an unexpected variable. Since their relationship had not progressed thus far, and neither desired it, separation seemed the most prudent course. Yet his attitude could be true, as Song Yi suggested, that he was indeed becoming attached. Gu Jian pondered silently as Fu Yan appeared disinterested in continuing the conversation. The speed of the electric scooter seemed to quicken compared to usual. Unable to discern the man's expression, Gu Jian felt a sense of unease. She feared his anger, yet also dreaded his indifference, uncertain of her own feelings and desires. Finally, upon reaching home, Fu Yan brought the vehicle to a halt. As Gu Jian stepped off, her head lowered in hesitation over how to respond. The man suddenly reached out, pulling her into his embrace. Gu Jian looked up in astonishment, only to receive a kiss, firm yet gentle, upon her lips. Both were taken aback, as if this unexpected encounter had caught them off guard. Gu Jian stumbled back in confusion, while Fu Yan stepped closer, deepening the kiss. This kiss was unexpected yet tender, perhaps best described as a mere brush of lips. Though his arms encircled her waist, their posture remained unchanged, neither advancing nor retreating. Gazing into his eyes, reflecting her own image, clear and bright, Gu Jian felt as though he could see through her very essence, leaving her flustered and unsure. At last, Gu Jian regained her composure and, unable to break free, tilted her head back. What are you doing? Fu Yan did not loosen his hold. What do you think? Let go even without a mirror. Gu Jian knew how flushed her face had become. Are you certain? Their position was awkward. If Fu Yan released her now, she would surely topple backward. Yet if she straightened up, it might lead to an even more daunting situation. I never realized before that you could be so shameless. Gu Jian murmured, her head bowed, her ears turning a rosy hue. Though she had been the one to propose marriage, both had ulterior motives. They had barely known each other then, and now, how well did they truly understand one another? Jian, were you suggesting you wish to seek a new opportunity for yourself? What? The man was clearly turning the tables. He was the one who struggled to keep his own affairs in order. I merely feel you still have time to withdraw. If memory serves, you were the one who initiated the proposal. It was indeed she who had suggested marriage, yet he had readily agreed. She had not forced him into it. You brought me aboard this rogue ship, and now you wish to cast me aside? What rogue ship? He spoke as though he had led her into wrongdoing. Gu Jian internally cried injustice, her gaze darting away, inadvertently meeting the astonished eyes of an elderly janitor nearby, who seemed to wonder how modern youth could engage in such antics. This was utterly embarrassing. They could not remain in this stalemate. Setting aside her shyness, Gu Jian shifted to the side, but Fu Yan followed her motion, causing her lips to brush against his cheek. Jian, this is the second time, he chuckled softly. Stop joking, she exclaimed. You must let me go. This was truly mortifying, right at her doorstep. Very well. I assure you, I shall never utter such words again. She realized her error. She should not have made such a statement. A handsome husband like him was indeed a windfall, and even if they were to have a son, she was not foolish enough to wish for anything long-term with him. I'm afraid I've had the misfortune of being taken advantage of by you twice. It seems I must seek recompense. He is indeed a scoundrel, unashamedly uttering nonsense with his eyes wide open, casting a glance at the elderly gentleman beside him, who seemed reluctant to blink. Gu Jian suddenly took the initiative, lowering her voice as she leaned closer to Fu Yan's ear. We are already like an old married couple. Why bother with such trivialities? The poor man is hungry. We should hasten home. Her voice, as delicate as a wisp of smoke, imbued with a hint of playful intimacy, momentarily caught Fu Yan off guard. Yet in that fleeting instant, Gu Jian broke free from her constraints and dashed into the corridor. Afin zmaid greist Fu Yan silips. Old married couple? Perhaps that isn't so bad after all. Wife, wait for me. With a sparkle in his eyes, Fu Yan hurried after Gu Jian. The elderly gentleman observed the pair with a sense of nostalgia, marveling at the exuberance of youth. Upon returning home, Gu Jian hastily declared, I'm going to take a shower. Before rushing into the bathroom, regardless of Fu Yan's demeanor, she resolved to dismiss everything that transpired as inconsequential. As for any notion of being taken advantage of, She would simply convince herself that she had indulged in a piece of pork. Unbeknownst to her, Fu Yan had already discerned her thoughts with remarkable clarity, and the smile on his face broadened. However, once the sound of the shower echoed from within, the amusement faded from Fu Yan's expression. He retrieved his phone and, closing the kitchen door, dialed Su Yi's number. I need all the information on Gu Yaofeng, every detail. Whether Gu Yaofeng suspected something about Gu Jian and Fu Yan was of little concern to him. What he could not accept was the thought of Gu Jian wanting to part ways with him due to Gu Yaofeng's attitude today. Separation? Once they had come together, there was no room for such thoughts, at least not before he himself contemplated it. Gu Yaofeng, who incited such thoughts in Gu Jian, deserved to face consequences. Of course, he would cooperate with Gu Jian, gradually helping Gu Yaofeng understand the repercussions of offending his woman. At Kaishi International, Gu Yaofeng gazed out at the darkening sky and was suddenly seized by an inexplicable shiver, as if he had become the hunted. Yet he brushed off the sensation, for there were matters of greater importance at hand. When those he had dispatched for investigation returned, Gu Yaofeng eagerly inquired about their findings. While Liang Lijing might act impulsively, Gu Fei should comprehend the significance of Lin Ro's unborn child to him. That child was a jewel he had nurtured in the palm of his hand. He needed solid evidence to substantiate his suspicions against Gu Fei. Little did he know, the facts had already been meticulously prepared. Though Gu Fei and Liang Lijing were anxious, after receiving Su Yu's call, Gu Fei was preoccupied with her dealings with Xiao Hanxing, leaving little time to concern herself with Lin Ro. To Gu Fei, while the Gu family was important, aligning herself with the Qiao family would provide her with formidable support. Liang Lijing, though aware, couldn't resist the urge to investigate Lin Ro discreetly. The individuals surrounding Lin Ro had all been orchestrated by Song Yi, making it impossible for Liang Lijing's small schemes to go unnoticed. Thus, they kindly staged a performance for Liang Lijing. Eventually, Liang Lijing, unwilling to relent, placed a call to Lin Ro, a call that would prove to be her fatal flaw. With a mere phone call, Song Yi orchestrated the revelation of numerous numbers belonging to Liang Lijing in Lin Ro's call records. Coupled with Liang Dong's existing connections to Liang Lijing, the lines between truth and deception blurred further. As for Lin Ro's claim of overhearing Liang Dong and others calling Gu Fei, that was even easier to manipulate. Liang Dong merely needed to dial Gu Fei's number, exchange a few words, and then feign a wrong number. Gu Fei would likely never suspect a thing. Therefore, after this series of machinations, the outcome Gu Yaofeng uncovered was that Liang Lijing and Gu Fei were both desperate to harm the child in Lin Ro's womb. Gu Yaofeng waved for the others to leave, lighting a cigarette in the dimming office, the smoke flickering as a myriad of thoughts swirled through his mind. It was unclear how much time had passed, but it was only when Liang Lijing called that Gu Yaofeng slowly lifted his head. Ashes littered the floor around him. Since Lin Ro's predicament came to light, Gu Yaofeng had maintained the routine of returning home before 8:30 in the evening to demonstrate his lack of feelings for her. However, today he was significantly delayed. Liang Lijing's call acted as a catalyst, making him realize it was time to take action. But how to proceed required careful consideration. Upon arriving home, Gu Yaofeng's countenance was particularly grim as he gazed at Liang Lijing, who was seething with rage in the living room. This woman had never ceased to bring trouble into his life. Now, she had nearly endangered his son. How could he possibly forgive this wretched woman? Gu Yaofeng, do you truly wish to end it all? Not only do you neglect me and Fei Fei, but you also refuse to answer my calls. Am I right? Gu Fei rushed to intervene as Liang Lijing's impulsive outburst erupted. Yet, before she could reach her, Gu Yaofeng, with a cold demeanor, raised his hand and struck Liang Lijing across the face. Stunned, she momentarily lost her bearings, staring at him in disbelief, her expression a mixture of shock and confusion. Even Gu Fei, who stood behind her, was momentarily taken aback. Gu Yaofeng, you. Since that is the case, then let us divorce. Liang Lijing's furious outcry abruptly ceased, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at the indifferent man before her, momentarily at a loss for words. Divorce? He was actually suggesting divorce? At a time when Gu Fei was about to marry and Kaishi was just stabilizing, he wanted to abandon her for that vixen. Dad, what are you saying? Do you even realize the gravity of the situation? Gu Fei was equally startled. I acknowledge that Mom has been unstable lately, but to be honest, isn't this largely your doing? Have you considered how I should navigate this if you and Mom divorce? What will Hanxing think of me? Listening to her words, Gu Yaofeng's heart sank. His beloved daughter was indeed blaming him. Did she even dare to implicate the Qiao family in this? His gaze turned icy, resolute in his decision to part ways with Liang Lijing. Yes, you are important, and your mother is important, but only I am deemed unimportant. My son is unimportant. Fei Fei, you two were raised in the palm of my hand. Yet why do I feel that your heart and mind are solely occupied with your mother? Dad, what on earth has happened? Gu Fei was bewildered by the sudden shift in Gu Yaofeng's attitude. There is nothing more to discuss. I am here to make it clear. I want my son. Even without Lin Ro, there will be other women. Liang Lijing, since you cannot bear children, you should know your place. At the very least, you could have preserved your status as Mrs. Gu. Since you lack awareness, let us part amicably. Son, Liang Lijing's voice trembled as she spoke. To you, the son is paramount. But have you considered who has prevented me from conceiving all these years? If it weren't for your insistence on being with that woman and having Gu Jian, thus, the blame should not rest with me. If you must blame someone, let be Gu Fei for not being a son. Gu Yaofeng's words epitomized coldness and ruthlessness, his rejection of sentiment reaching its zenith. Liang Lijing's remaining rationality evaporated with that statement. Gu Yaofeng, you are truly heartless. Divorce, is it? I tell you, dream on. As long as I live, you will never be with that woman. Even if I am not Mrs. Gu, I am still a daughter of the Liang family, and I will not allow you to insult me in this manner. Mom. Gu Fei grasped Liang Lijing's arm. Though her heart was heavy with shock and sorrow, she still retained some clarity. Do not be hasty. Something must have transpired with Dad for him to speak so impulsively. We need to clarify things. There is nothing to clarify. Fei Fei is about to marry. Gu Yaofeng, if you possess any conscience, you would do well not to act recklessly at this juncture. A starving camel is still larger than a horse. When the Qiao and Liang families unite, I refuse to believe Kaishi can withstand it. Mom, are you intent on pursuing this to the bitter end? Gu Yaofeng scoffed. Indeed, I shall not retreat an inch until my daughter is wed. Gu Yaofeng remained silent, contemplating for a considerable time before gently nodding in agreement, his tone resolute. Very well, I will acquiesce to your request, but after Fei Fei's marriage. We shall discreetly dissolve our union. I may temporarily refrain from publicizing this, yet a visit to the Civil Affairs Bureau is imperative. The following morning, Gu Yaofeng presented Lin Ro with the recording of his fierce argument with Liang Lijing, accompanied by the lawyer they had previously agreed upon. Listening to the lawyer's convoluted legal jargon, Lin Ro merely smiled, remaining silent. At a crucial moment, she pointed out the ambiguous clauses in the contract. Observing her soft yet incisive insights into his thoughts, Gu Yaofeng felt for the first time that an exceedingly astute woman could indeed be quite vexing. Reluctantly, he modified the contract to align with Lin Ro's wishes, the essence of which stipulated that 10% of his shares would be transferred to the child she was carrying. Although the child would not have immediate access to these shares, ownership was unequivocally established. Seeing Lin Ro's spirits lifted after listening to the recording and acquiring the contract, Gu Yaofeng finally let out a sigh of relief. The shares were inconsequential. After all, until the child matured, they remained his, and when he grew old, all would belong to her son. Yet, Gu Yaofeng could never have anticipated that what he believed to be a flawless plan would be unwelcome to the other party. At that very moment, Liang Lijing lay in the embrace of the man she favored upon the grand bed of the Gu family. The spot once occupied by Gu Yaofeng had been entirely supplanted by another. After a fervent encounter, Liang Lijing nestled in the man's arms, allowing him to tenderly caress her swollen cheek. I fear Gu Yaofeng is genuinely contemplating divorce, the man remarked sarcastically, his tone laced with concern for Liang Lijing. What does it matter? I have long since resigned myself. I merely desire a son, and if need be, you may assist me in giving him one, she replied lazily. Her eyes narrowed, a glint of hatred evident in her brow. During this period, he shall likely not return, my dear. I am yours now. The previous day's farce had granted Liang Lijing clarity. One must act in their own interest, lest they face dire consequences. Are you certain? What if Fei Fei discovers? How about you find out if she isn't home? The man replied with a devilish grin. Then we shall continue our little game. Moments latte. The air was filled with suggestive sounds. At the threshold of the bedroom, a shadow stealthily passed, and a crack in the door revealed the scene within. The oblivious couple was engrossed in their passion. Given Gu Yaofeng's demeanor from the previous day, Gu Jian believed it prudent to maintain a semblance of restraint to showcase her value. Thus, she indulged in a leisurely morning, intending to arrive at Kaishi later. As anticipated, before 10 o'clock, Gu Yaofeng called personally. "Xiao Jian, why have you not come to the company?" His voice was unusually gentle. "Father, I thought it might not be suitable for me at the moment." "Nonsense. You must come immediately. Everything is prepared for your introduction at today's meeting." "Dad, I am merely a junior employee. Such a fuss seems unwarranted." The magnitude of this effort to curry favor with her hinted that Gu Chuan's threat loomed larger than her own significance. "No matter, where are you? I shall send a driver to fetch you. Today we must finalize your employment." Gu Yaofeng's performance rivaled that of seasoned actors. No, I can manage on my own. I will head over now." "Xiao Jian, regarding yesterday's incident, it was my fault. I was merely anxious seeing Ro Yi's expression. I assure you, I shall never allow you to suffer again." How adept he was at bending and stretching his words without a hint of distaste. Gu Jian scoffed, responding with a feigned acquiescence. "Your Ro Yi still requires your care. I am in the process of preparing for the divorce, but it will take some time. If she inquires." So it was that he intended to buy time, hoping she would act as an intermediary. "Rest assured, father. I know how to address it in front of Ro Yi." "Very well. Come here first. I have some matters to attend to." Gu Jian understood that the promise of a driver was mere pretense. The notion that the divorce required time was likely a ruse, as Liang Lijing and Gu Fei had probably concocted some new scheme. Thus, she resolved to delve into the lion's den to observe the situation closely. Upon arriving at Kaishi, Gu Jian felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. This was the realm her mother had once conquered. She had finally arrived, although the prize was not yet in her grasp. The day of triumph was undoubtedly drawing near. Steeling herself, Gu Jian entered the company lobby. The radiant young woman captured the attention of all present. Even the receptionist gazed at her with envy. "Hello, who are you here to see?" "I am Gu Jian, here to commence my employment." Upon uttering her name, the atmosphere in the lobby shifted dramatically. The receptionist's expression became peculiar, and her tone dripped with subtle mockery. "Manager Gu has made arrangements. Please fill out this employment form and follow me." The receptionist produced a partially completed form that indicated she was to join the sales department. Manager Gu has indeed placed me in a commendable department." Gu Jian inquired. "May I ask where Chairman Gu is?" "Oh, Chairman Gu is in a meeting. He is quite busy today and may not have time to meet you. If you have any concerns, you may approach me." Recently, Manager Gu has been preoccupied as she is soon to be engaged to young Master Chiao. It is advisable not to disturb her. The receptionist continued her unsolicited commentary. Gu Jian discerned that Gu Yaofeng was indeed only paying her lip service. Even when Gu Fei erred, she was favored over him. Thus, he had entrusted her to Gu Fei, likely delaying the divorce to ensure Gu Fei's wedding proceeded smoothly. Such a clever stratagem he had devised. As Gu Jian stared blankly at the employment application, Li Ping, a loyal sycophant of Gu Fei, smirked subtly. It was no wonder Manager Gu had specifically instructed them regarding her. This woman was indeed as cunning as a fox. Just as Li Ping pondered whether Gu Jian intended to inform Gu Yaofeng of her grievances, she merely smiled and meticulously filled out the application. With a cheerful demeanor, Gu Jian lifted her gaze. "Could you please direct me to the sales department?" This was not quite how she had envisioned it. Should not a woman of her caliber put up a fight? "Follow me," Li Ping replied, leading Gu Jian toward sales while incessantly chattering. "Our sales department is quite lucrative, with high base salaries and commissions. Typically, new hires start in logistics. So Manager Gu's decision to place you here speaks volumes about her regard for you." Did the receptionist truly believe her to be so naive? Gu Jian listened with a smile, choosing not to respond. After Li Ping introduced her to Manager Zhang of sales, she promptly took her leave. Manager Zhang had likely been forewarned, as she received no warmth, merely gesturing to an empty desk before departing. Observing Manager Zhang's demeanor, it was evident that Gu Jian was yet another beneficiary of connections. But so what? She was undeniably attractive. As Gu Jian settled into her seat, the male employees in the sales department sprang into action, offering her tea, moving furniture, and polishing chairs with exaggerated eagerness. Gu Jian had already reviewed the company's general situation with Fu Yan. Aside from Gu Yaofeng's absence, no significant issues had arisen. Perhaps in Gu Fei's eyes, she still posed no threat. After all, as the one who had resurrected Kaishi, she had only received verbal commendation from Gu Yaofeng, and Gu Fei had determined her position. What was there to fear? With Gu Fei's intentional and unintentional arrangements, along with the attentiveness of her male colleagues, Gu Jian found her day quite challenging. However, it was clear that this approach was not sustainable. Winning hearts was essential. As she contemplated this, the end of the workday arrived, and she promptly received a call from Fu Yan. "Where are you?" "I'll be there in 10 minutes. "Great." Only Fu Yan could uplift her spirits. After hanging up, Gu Jian was about to rise when she noticed that everyone around her, regardless of gender, had inexplicably paused to observe her. Had she done something out of the ordinary? Surely, these people were overly sensitive. Unbeknownst to her, they had long regarded Gu Jian as someone with connections, eager to glimpse the influential figure behind her. Chapter 61. Unexpected surprise. Gu Jian chose to disregard their stares and hummed a cheerful tune as she slung her bag over her shoulder, striding in her high heels towards the company entrance to await Fu Yan. To her surprise, the gossiping crowd followed her. "Little Jian, is someone picking you up?" Gu Jian smiled and nodded, about to respond when she spotted a familiar figure. Others noticed too, as the uniquely styled electric scooter instantly captivated everyone's attention. When Fu Yan parked in front of Gu Jian and removed his helmet, it was as if everyone was momentarily blinded. Previously, they had firmly believed that only men in luxury cars were truly handsome. Yet here was a man on an electric scooter who had captivated their attention. His tall stature, legs long and casually resting on the ground, and his simple white shirt exuded a luxurious aura. But it was his face that truly astonished them. They had assumed that behind Gu Jian's beauty lurked a portly older man, yet the two were perfectly matched, a pair of strikingly attractive individuals. With such looks, if he entered the entertainment industry today, he would undoubtedly be a sensation by tomorrow. "Husband." Gu Jian grinned, her face alight with happiness. The utterance left everyone in shock, especially the male colleagues waiting anxiously nearby. "Little Jian, are you married?" Gu Jian nodded graciously. "Yes, let me introduce everyone. This is my husband, Fu Yan. You'll likely see a lot of him from now on." Fu Yan nodded, offering a polite yet distant greeting, his gaze solely fixated on Gu Jian, embodying the essence of male decorum. This display further endeared him to the onlookers. The assistant manager, Lu Yiye, appeared particularly excited. "You two have such a good relationship. We should throw a welcome party for little Jian, and you must come too, Mr. Fu. He doesn't need to." "Thank you, Manager Lu." Gu Jian, puzzled by Fu Yan's interruption, raised an eyebrow, thinking he was averse to such trivial socializing. "Wait, how do you know this is Manager Lu? I don't think I introduced you." "Name badge," Fu Yan replied coolly, his voice melodious and captivating. Jian is quite naive. I'll have to trouble everyone to look after her in the future. I'll treat you all to a meal sometime." "No need. Little Jian is one of us now. It's only right that we take care of her, right everyone?" Manager Lu exclaimed, her excitement palpable. The men felt somewhat deflated, while all the women seemed invigorated, as if energized by the prospect of Fu Yan's presence. Gu Jian, witnessing the scene, chuckled helplessly as she climbed onto the scooter with Fu Yan, realizing she wouldn't need to win their favor. Her husband had effortlessly resolved all her issues with just a few words. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder why he had removed his helmet. Surely, he was one to seek the spotlight. "Yin, you're acting a bit strangely today." Fu Yan unabashedly replied, "Because my wife is so beautiful. I wanted to deter any inappropriate thoughts." What a bold statement. Gu Jian shook her head. "I prefer 2 wheels. With 4, I wouldn't be able to hold you close." After all, the 2 wheels had already captured the attention of many, for wheels might do the opposite. The man in front smiled, his spirits lifted by her presence. Gu Fei was preoccupied with hastening her wedding plans, leaving little time for Gu Jian. When she inquired about Gu Jian's situation that evening, she learned from Manager Zhang about the hostility Gu Jian faced from her female colleagues. After Fu Yan picked her up, the male colleagues also lost interest in Gu Jian, leading Gu Fei to believe that Gu Jian would soon be targeted. Her sole task now was to capture all of Qiao Hanqing's attention. Observing the recent dynamics, success seemed imminent, provided Gu Jian remained out of sight. While contemplating this, Su called, wanted to meet with Gu Yaofeng and Liang Lijing to discuss her opinions. Gu Fei was thrilled and, after a moment of feigned hesitation, immediately agreed to Su Yu's request. Earlier that day, Si Chun officially announced a collaboration with Kai Shi, which had been trending all day without signs of fading. With the release of Si Chun's endorsement, Kai Shi's stock had surged significantly. Gu Qingyu called to reprimand Gu Fei who retorted without hesitation, feeling a sense of relief. Given that Gu Jian had not yet reaped any tangible benefits, Gu Fei felt quite satisfied. Kaishi was flourishing, while the Huaqin Group's situation was deteriorating, making Su Yu's anxiety entirely understandable. Ultimately, Gu Fei was the biggest winner. Once she became Mrs. Qiao, no one would be able to obstruct her path. Crushing Gu Jian would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Dreaming of a bright future, Gu Fei could hardly contain her excitement. Gu Jian, upon learning of Gu Fei's engagement, felt indifferent. Lin Ro was no longer anxious, content to remain in the hospital. Since everyone discovered her marriage and could enjoy glimpses of her incredibly handsome husband, apart from a few persistent men who routinely checked if her marriage was genuine, her colleagues had been quite friendly. As for Gu Yaofeng, Gu Jian received a couple of comforting words 3 days later when she finally saw him in the hospital. However, those words were limited to mere verbal reassurances. Lin Ro remained aloof toward Gu Yaofeng, although her health had gradually improved. With Lin Ro about to be discharged, the day of Gu Fei's engagement had arrived. The engagement ceremony of the Gu family's heiress and the Qiao family's young master was nothing short of extravagant, with invitations extended even to some employees from Kaishi and Huaqin Group. Gu Fei would not miss this opportunity to humiliate Gu Jian, personally delivering the invitation and insisting that she bring Fu Yan along. She wanted Gu Jian to understand that Gu Fei would always be the victor. What good was marrying a useless pretty boy? A man should be like Qiao Hanqing. Yet, Gu Jian, holding the invitation, innocently inquired, "Are you sure you want us to bring Fu Yan? I fear that if we both show up, people might think the main characters have changed." Seeing Gu Fei's expression twist in frustration, Gu Jian's smile only grew brighter. Chapter 62. A child would be nice, however. With such a generous invitation from her sister, how could Gu Jian refuse? "I will dress beautifully to bring glory to my sister." Gu Jian beamed, her beauty striking. Watching her triumphant demeanor, Gu Fei felt an intense desire to tear her face off. No matter how much Gu Fei resisted the truth, she could not deny that Gu Jian was more beautiful. Gritting her teeth, Gu Fei watched Gu Jian's retreating figure, seething with resentment. How triumphant she must feel. In this moment, you can only rely on your verbal finesse. Do you wish to overshadow your own brilliance? That depends on whether you possess the requisite skill. Without hesitation, Gu Fei took out her phone and ordered the jewelry she had previously been reluctant to purchase. The spotlight could only shine for her alone. As she toyed with the invitation, Gu Jian realized she ought to prepare meticulously. She had little need for embellishment herself, but for her family's banquet. This would be Fu Yan's first appearance as her husband at such an event. She required an impressive outfit. The clothing was manageable. She could easily put something together. However, the challenge lay in how to explain the origin of the attire to Yan Yan. Would she claim she won the lottery? Such a fib would hardly convince him. She could consult Grandpa. It was the perfect opportunity to gauge his stance. With that thought, Gu Jian promptly dialed the old man's number. Just as the call connected, Fu Yan appeared around the corner. After a moment's consideration, Gu Jian decided not to hang up. She wanted Fu Yan to overhear, thus avoiding further misunderstandings. "Jian girl, what prompts you to call me at this hour?" His voice was robust, evidently a testament to the old man's influence. Gu Jian retorted without reservation, "Of course. I have something to ask Grandpa." Now you remember me? You rarely even call. Who told you to keep pestering me about having children? I'm just in my early 20s, still a child myself." As they spoke, Fu Yan had already reached Gu Jian. This delicate demeanor was one she had never shown before, especially that whiny tone, which stirred something in Fu Yan's heart. Despite knowing the voice belonged to the old man, he felt a twinge of discomfort. However, it seemed that Grandpa was indeed urging them to have children. The idea suddenly pleased Fu Yan. Given their genes, producing a few exceptional offspring should not be challenging at all. You never tire of playing, do you? Treat little Fu well. Do not bully her. "Grandpa, why do you speak to outsiders like that? Especially when I'm so well-behaved." Gu Jian pouted, casually accepting the safety helmet Fu Yan had handed her. Since you've upset me, you must show some sincerity. Otherwise, I won't be easily appeased." "Appease you? I suspect this mischievous girl is setting a trap for you." "Don't mind him. Come play chess with me," came the voice of Gu Jian's teacher from the other side. Immediately, Gu Jian expressed her displeasure. "How dare you tarnish my reputation? You old man, you're spreading rumors about me." "Grandpa, ignore him. With his meager skills, he dares challenge me in chess." Tell the old man that if he wants a match, he should come find me. The internet is so advanced nowadays, we could set up an online room, and whoever loses must shave their head. Fu Yan was uncertain whom Gu Jian was referring to, yet seeing her animated expression filled him with an inexplicable envy. Beside Grandpa, there was another individual who could elicit such openness from Gu Jian. The old man laughed heartily, knowing he fears playing chess with you. And you demand he shaves his head. How has he accepted you as his apprentice? Indeed, mischievous girl, you are committing a grave offense against your teacher. Upon hearing her master's complaint, Gu Jian felt even more triumphant. Once I return, you will truly understand what it means to offend your teacher. But Grandpa, let's get back to serious matters. Do you remember those outfits I bought for you? You have had no opportunity to wear them at home. How about sending them back to me? Gu Jian's request left the old man speechless, while her teacher burst into laughter. You truly have a thick face. Demanding back gifts you've given. I am merely being frugal. Grandpa, please assist me. Do you wish to see your obedient granddaughter and her husband embarrassed? With her charming antics, Gu Jian soon overcame the old man's resistance. Even if she asked for the stars in the sky, he would surely procure them for her. When the topic of Gu Fei's engagement arose, the old man assured her not to worry about the clothing. The two chatted amiably until they reached the doorstep, at which point they finally ended the call. Once the line was disconnected, Fu Yan seized the opportunity to inquire, have you received Gu Fei's invitation? Are you concerned I lack suitable attire? Well, that was indeed the primary reason, but to voice it outright would bruise his pride. It was merely an excuse. The key concern was Grandpa's health. Gu Jian retrieved the invitation. Even if Grandpa is unwell, he should still hold a position in the Gu family. However, the engagement is just around the corner, and he has received no news whatsoever. They truly regard us as insignificant. Her words dripped with sarcasm. Fu Yan chose not to respond. Gu Jian had her own conclusions about the situation. Yet, this incident further illuminated the character of Gu Yaofeng. As they descended the stairs, Fu Yan's gaze fell upon the necklace adorning Gu Jian's neck. Gu Jian had never inquired about its value, but if she was concerned about her appearance, perhaps he ought to offer her a gift to save face. Similarly, just as Gu Jian had consulted Grandpa, he too required a suitable pretext, ruffling Gu Jian's hair. Fu Yan's tone softened considerably. Do not worry. Our wedding will certainly be attended by Grandpa. A wedding? Gu Jian thought her ears must be malfunctioning. Why had Fu Yan been speaking such nonsense lately? Setting aside the matter of divorce, discussing a wedding was premature. Fearing he might divulge something shocking, Gu Jian tactfully shifted the subject. I'm famished after working all day. Hurry and prepare dinner. Gu Jian's evasive demeanor caused Fu Yan to furrow his brow. Had he truly misstepped? Perhaps he should heed the old man's advice and focus on having a child first? Yet, given Gu Jian's current state, it seemed the prospect of a child was rather elusive. The following day, Grandpa's package arrived, containing not only two men's suits, but also a dazzling gown and a peculiar box. Gu Jian felt exasperated by the dress. Surely, her grandfather intended for her to steal the spotlight. As for the box, she had no intention of opening it. Noticing Fu Yan's curiosity about the box, Gu Jian simply remarked that it was sent by her teacher and nothing of significance. Fu Yan was unfamiliar with Gu Jian's teacher, but her demeanor indicated a deep trust in him. Storing the garments for now, they did not require such formality for the engagement ceremony. Gu Jian shook her head. Our Yan has indeed become increasingly charming. Grandpa's delivery of her gown signified his tacit approval of her desires, regardless of her attempts to overshadow others. She knew he supported her, yet she was too sweet to cause her grandfather any trouble. I need not worry about my attire. Having been with Chuanglan for so long, borrowing an outfit is hardly a challenge. Song Yi had long prepared a set of elegant, captivating, and simple luxurious attire for her, complemented by exquisite jewelry. Gu Fei's character was well known to her. Provoked by her, Gu Fei would undoubtedly seek retribution, and her best method of doing so would be to arm herself with wealth. However, she seemed to have overlooked the saying that there is always someone better. Money, while Gu Jian had it, others possessed even more. Quietly stowing away the box from her teacher, Fu Yan produced a small box from his side. This is for you. Gu Jian paused. Today, I ascend to any special occasion. Is it? It was a red wooden box, likely containing a set of jewelry. Gu Jian pondered how to express that she already possessed such items. This set of jewelry was promised to me by my grandmother for my future granddaughter-in-law. I never took it seriously until I recently remembered and found it. It may not be of great value, but it should suffice for the occasion tomorrow. This is also the first time Fu Yan has mentioned his family. Yet, why does she feel a sense of unworthiness in accepting it? Is it a lack of affection? Seeing Gu Jian's delayed reaction, Fu Yan frowned slightly. Gu Jian quickly shook her head. No, I was just contemplating, now that you've given this to me. What about later? Later, if Grandma wishes to bestow gifts upon you, that would be her intention, unrelated to this transfer. Deep down, she knew she was pondering what would happen when a true granddaughter-in-law arrives. Never mind. Observing his demeanor, she decided it was wiser to remain silent. Gu Jian opened the box and discovered that the necklace inside was an early design from Lianqi Jewelry. Unlike other time-honored luxury brands, Lianqi has emerged as a formidable contender in the domestic market and has secured a notable position internationally within 3 years, signifying its influence. Lianqi Jewelry has consistently targeted the elite, and aside from a few early pieces appearing at auctions, acquiring their products now requires reservations made a year or more in advance. Even then, without substantial financial means and connections, one might still not succeed in obtaining them. Thus, Lianqi Jewelry remains an enigmatic and powerful presence that is undeniably alluring. The set of jewelry from Fu's grandmother was indeed one of Lianqi's early creations, whether acquired through auction or reservation. Gu Jian couldn't quite recall. It was possible that this set was obtained with ease and even casually gifted away. Gu Jian looked up at Fu Yan and finally broached a relatively personal question. Yan, your family must be quite affluent, right? Although she had already assumed as much. Fu Yan's expression remained unchanged, his tranquility instilling an unshakable trust in her. My grandparents have been wealthy for as long as I can remember. My grandfather has a passion for archaeology, and my grandmother is a university professor. Wow, that's impressive. Archaeology isn't a pursuit for the average person, and having a professor for a grandmother is quite remarkable. No wonder Fu Yan exudes such poise. It must be a combination of her grandmother's innate qualities and her upbringing. She is undoubtedly a paragon of literary grace. As for the necklace, since her grandfather loves archaeology, there might even be a couple of antique treasures at home. Her grandmother likely possesses an array of exquisite jewelry and clothing without a second thought. Clearly, her grandparents are quite formidable. Compared to her own preparations, this set of jewelry is far more suitable for the ceremony tomorrow, so she graciously accepted it. As for her grandparents, she could always find a couple of antiques to gift in return later. The next day, to maintain appearances, Gu Jian arranged for a car from the company. It wasn't a luxury vehicle, but a modest sedan worth around 700,000 to 800,000, at least appropriate for their attire. Naturally, she told Fu Yan it was sponsored by Chuanlan. Chuanlan is renowned for its generosity towards its own, and Fu Yan didn't dwell on it too much. He was merely curious about how long Gu Jian had been there, given her excellent rapport with everyone, including Si Chun. However, neither of them anticipated that Gu Fei would be even more shameless than they imagined. To confirm whether Gu Jian and Fu Yan arrived on a small electric scooter, she positioned a reception area at the hotel entrance. Their car, amidst a sea of luxury vehicles, didn't stand out, but their distinctive aura was irreplaceable. When Fu Yan alighted from the car, gently escorting Gu Jian from the passenger seat, all eyes converged upon them. Whispers began circulating about this remarkably radiant couple and their identities. Standing next to Gu Fei, Xiao Hanxing was unable to tear his gaze away from Gu Jian the moment he saw her. The reluctant and resentful look in his eyes enraged Gu Fei. With a cold laugh, she approached. Xiao Jian, where did you rent this car? It looks quite nice. I told you not to make it so grand. You could have just ridden your little electric scooter, putting so much pressure on my brother-in-law. In an instant, the earlier compliments faded into silence. A group of people halted in their tracks, collectively becoming spectators. Gu Jian raised an eyebrow, noting Gu Fei's desperation to overshadow her. She gently tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. The black strapless gown enhanced her elegance, and that rebellious lock of hair seemed to possess a spirit of its own, defiantly cascading on her fair neck, momentarily taking everyone's breath away. Sister, what are you talking about? This car is a gift from Dad. Don't you remember? Don't be ridiculous. Dad would never. Why not ask him? Gu Jian's smile turned even warmer. You. If she could ask, would she be here arguing with you? Moreover, Gu Yaofeng is quite proud. Even if Gu Jian were to fib, he would likely affirm it. Sister, Dad? What does that mean? The older generation had heard whispers of Gu Yaofeng's past indiscretions, and the entertainment media had once buzzed with scandal. To protect his wife, he had even gone to great lengths to hold a press conference, after which the unpleasant rumors gradually subsided. Initially, it was merely rumored that Gu Yaofeng had a daughter. Now it appeared that this young woman before them was indeed that daughter. Gu Fei narrowed her eyes, realizing she had overlooked this detail. So preoccupied with mocking Gu Jian, she had forgotten that Gu Jian had yet to appear before the public. Her outburst only served to validate Gu Jian's intentions. Xiao Jian, thank you for attending our ceremony. It's getting late, and we have many guests to greet, so let me take you inside. Although Qiao Hanqing understood that nothing would change between him and Gu Fei, he couldn't bring himself to utter the word engagement in front of Gu Jian, nor did he want her to see him alongside Gu Fei. Gu Jian intentionally cast a glance at Gu Fei. Did you see that? Not only is my man exceptional, but even yours seems oblivious to your presence. Gu Fei was seething with rage, wishing to confront Gu Jian, yet her face remained plastered with a smile. Yes, Xiao Jian. Please go ahead. I still need to welcome the guests with Hanqing. Xiao Hanqing frowned. Was she trying to remind him? Gu Jian smiled, enchanting and ethereal, as she linked her arm with Fu Yan's, casting a meaningful glance at Xiao Hanqing. All right, sister and brother-in-law, we shall head in first. Indeed, witnessing Gu Jian's intimacy with Fu Yan, particularly hearing her address him as brother-in-law, caused a stab of pain in Xiao Hanqing's heart. Fei, I feel a bit unwell. You take care of things here. Hanqing, today is our engagement day, Gu Fei interjected, her tone resolute yet her eyes misty, desperate to conceal any unusual signs. Xiao Hanqing had evidently reached his limit. Ignoring Gu Fei, he rubbed his temples and summoned a waiter. Please fetch my mother to accompany Fei. I need a rest for a bit. With that, he turned and left the scene. Observing this unfold, the crowd's curiosity ignited, exchanging knowing glances as they hurried into the hotel lobby, eager to discuss the identity of the girl and the nature of Gu Fei and Xiao Hanqing's relationship. In truth, everyone was aware that such unions were often commercial arrangements. If it weren't for the recent setbacks of the Qiao family, Gu Fei would not have had this opportunity. However, it was unprecedented for the groom-to-be to show such disregard. Even more intriguing was that the groom's transformation had coincided with the appearance of a woman. This could not help but fuel speculation. Gu Jian was dressed to dazzle today. Her height, accentuated by the black gown, elongated her silhouette, rendering her a breathtaking sight. Fu Yan, too, needed no further embellishment. His innate elegance was impossible to overlook, and his visage captivated all the women present. From octogenarians to newborns, all are irresistibly drawn to that face, more handsome than any celebrity on television. Especially when the two stand together, they appear as a match made in heaven, a perfect union. Coupled with Fu Yan's attentive care for Gu Jian, the atmosphere around them is filled with pink love bubbles. It truly is a beautiful scene. In the corner, Xiao Hanqing watches the affectionate couple, his fists pounding against the wall in frustration. Just days before his acquaintance with Gu Jian, she had married Fu Yan, and now he feels as though he has missed a lifetime. Yet, no matter how unwilling he is, the pain remains, and he must now confront the bitter fruits of his own solitude. A man approaches him, gently patting his shoulder. What are you doing? Still can't let go? This man seems to possess an extraordinary presence, a quality not common among the ordinary. Who exactly is he? Xiao Hanqing grits his teeth. Just a minor employee, what presence? A minor employee? That's quite a surprise. I'm only reminding you as a good buddy. She's already married, and soon you'll be her brother-in-law. Don't upset everyone, understand? The man shakes his head, resigned. From what I can see, she doesn't have feelings for you. Those words strike Xiao Hanqing like a dagger to the heart. Watching Gu Jian smile charmingly at Fu Yan, a glimmer of bitterness flashes in his eyes. Doesn't she? Is that why she seems so indifferent? Very well. If that is the case, then I shall see just how exceptional the man she chose truly is. Pulling the man beside him, Xiao Hanqing whispers conspiratorially. Gu Fei is seething with suppressed anger, initially intending to endure until the ceremony concludes, but soon a waiter approaches, stating that Gu Xiao has prepared a gift for her in the hall. Gu Fei is bewildered. A gift? Suyu is equally confused. Let us go inside and see. As the prospective mother-in-law, Suyu's affection and protection for Gu Fei are paramount, yet she cannot harm her son, advising Gu Fei that time will mend all wounds. especially once there are children involved. However, upon entering, both are taken aback. The very woman who has ensnared Xiao Hanxing's heart stands amidst a crowd, seemingly being berated. Gu Fei stares blankly ahead. Could this be the gift? Or perhaps it was prepared by Xiao Hanxing. Su Yu discerns the situation at a glance. I told you my son would never side with outsiders. He is infuriated by that woman's audacity on your turf, deliberately orchestrating this scene. Now do you believe me? Men are easily won over. His heart is solely yours. Gu Fei lowers her head, her cheeks flushing, speechless. Su Yu takes her hand. Come on, we must show up. As the main character, how can you not be present? Chapter 65. The influential figures of the capital. Gu Fei fully understands Su Yu's desire to keep matters from escalating. Nevertheless, this suits her just fine. She does not wish for Gu Jian to steal her thunder from any angle. I understand, Mom. Let us first ascertain the situation. After today, the titles will change. And to express her fondness for Gu Fei, Su Yu had encouraged her to call her mom early on. As they approach, they overhear the escalating argument. Piecing together the backstory, Gu Jian had accidentally spilled a drink on someone, but refuses to take responsibility. The crux of the issue lies in the fact that the soiled garment is a new haute couture piece from XN, handcrafted and quite valuable. And it is meant to be worn only once, rendering it irreparable. The one causing the uproar is Zhao Mingzhu, the daughter of a notorious nouveau riche family in Yun City. Accustomed to flaunting her wealth, she has long sought entry into high society and finally acquired this dress with great effort. Now, not only is the dress ruined, but she has also made a scene, and she will not let it go easily. I'll say it again, no compensation is fine, but you must take off your dress right now, and I will forgive you. I suggest you recognize your situation and do not force my hand. Fu Yan furrows his brow. If not for Gu Jian's insistence on stopping him, he would not stand by while his woman endures such humiliation. He subtly notes the onlookers, slightly shifting his stance to prevent any sudden altercations. Without uttering a word, the cold aura he exudes keeps the crowd at bay. It won't matter if you repeat yourself. If I didn't touch you, then I didn't touch you. The manager is reviewing the surveillance footage. What is there to argue about? Gu Jian retorts disdainfully, dismissing the woman entirely. You are utterly unreasonable. Don't think you can stall. If you do, you'll regret it dearly. Oh. Gu Jian casually takes a pastry from a nearby plate, savoring it, then offers a piece to Fu Yan. Have something delicious. Don't let unrelated matters spoil your mood. You wretched woman, you dare to provoke me. The woman seethes, on the verge of losing control, when finally Gu Yaofeng arrives. Burning with anger. Gu Jian, what are you doing? Today is Gu Fei's engagement day. If anything were to go wrong, I would not spare you. Dad, this lady's dress is soiled, but I didn't touch her. Today is a significant family celebration, and I cannot allow anyone to cause chaos here. So I have asked the manager to review the footage. His words leave Gu Yaofeng momentarily speechless, and the crowd is taken aback. This girl is indeed the child of Gu Yaofeng's ex-wife. Gu Fei narrows her eyes and steps forward, first draping her shawl over Zhao Mingzhu, inquiring with concern before speaking. I apologize for my inadequate hospitality, resulting in such an oversight that startled Miss Zhao. However, today is my engagement day, and I kindly ask you to show me some grace and not hold it against Xiao Jian. Dad, please don't be angry. The ceremony is about to commence. If we continue this altercation, we risk running late. With the surveillance footage in play, Gu Jian has a chance for vindication, but if Zhao Mingzhu persists, regardless of her innocence, dirt will be cast upon her name that she cannot wash away. Fei is right. I will certainly apologize another day. Mingzhu, in light of your mother's reputation, let us consider this matter resolved. Su Yu approaches to speak on Gu Fei's behalf. It turns out that this woman is indeed the rumored wild child of the Gu family, raised in the countryside. I thought it was merely gossip. What of Gu's daughter? A wild child is still a wild child. Look at her attire. Aside from her fox-like face, she has nothing to show for herself. As Zhao Mingzhu remains silent, murmurs ripple through the crowd. And look at the Qiao family's stance. Just moments ago, someone said that Xiao's attitude shifted upon seeing that woman. It's all a fade. Xiao and Miss Gu are clearly a match made in heaven. Look how protective Qiao Furan is of Gu Fei, fearing even a slight grievance towards her. The genuine heiress and the pretender are inherently different. The cracks are already beginning to show, and this woman's timely return suggests she harbors ambitions of inheriting the company once Miss Gu is wed. As the crowd continues to chatter, Gu Jian remains unfazed. Zhao Mingzhu, overhearing the discussions, sneers, "Very well. For the sake of Aunt Xiao and Miss Gu, I will let this matter slide." As she speaks, her gaze lands on the necklace adorning Gu Jian's neck. "However, Gu father, while your daughter may not have been raised by your side, she still requires proper education. A tempestuous temper is one thing, but vanity is another. Wearing a counterfeit in such a solemn setting is rather inappropriate, don't you think?" Counterfeit? At her proclamation, all eyes turn scrutinizingly towards Gu Jian. The country girl makes her debut at such a grand gathering and already makes a blunder. It appears she has no chance of redeeming herself henceforth. As the scrutinizing gazes around her intensified, Gu Jian found herself utterly perplexed. Zhao Mingzhu was clearly seeking trouble, and Gu Jian merely engaged in a minor dispute with her. However, the attire she donned was prepared by Song Yi, and the jewelry was a gift from her esteemed grandmother, the professor. Accusing her of wearing counterfeit goods? That would indeed warrant a lack of civility on her part. "Miss Zhao, I take issue with your words. Let us simply review the surveillance footage. If it demonstrates that I soiled your garment, I shall compensate you 100 million. But if it proves otherwise, you shall offer me a sincere and proper apology in front of everyone." Gu Jian stated the sum of 100 million with a calmness that suggested she was merely discussing a trivial amount. Her confidence raising doubts in those who had previously been certain of her guilt. Of course, regarding the accusation of counterfeit goods, she was baffled. After all, she was the daughter of the Gu family, far too proud to resort to imitation for mere appearances. 100 million? You speak as though you possess great wealth. One might assume you've spent the past years accumulating fortunes in the countryside. Since you allege such claims, I shall ensure you are utterly convinced. Please, urge the manager to promptly retrieve the surveillance footage. Zhao Mingzhu disdainfully instructed a nearby attendant. Turning back to Gu Jian, she scoffed. "As for counterfeit goods, let me be frank. The necklace you wear around your neck was the highlight of the Huaxing auction 2 years ago, fetching an astonishing 5,800,000. To my knowledge, this piece was purchased by a notable figure in the capital and has not resurfaced since. Are you suggesting you are acquainted with such a person?" Gu Jian glanced at Fu Yan, realizing that he hailed from the capital rather than Yin City. However, the significance of that notable figure left her uncertain regarding Zhao Mingzhu's criteria for judgment. The professor and archaeological expert should be considered distinguished in their own right, especially if the professor was indeed a renowned faculty member at a prestigious university. Gu Yaofeng initially contemplated whether the old master of the Gu family had procured the necklace for Gu Jian to enhance her image. But he soon noticed Gu Jian was lost in thought. Was this truly the time for daydreaming? Gu Yaofeng seethed with anger, convinced that the necklace was undoubtedly fake. In such a public setting, she had the audacity to wear a counterfeit, a blatant affront to her dignity. The more he pondered, the angrier he grew, his expression darkening. Yet, he could only feign calmness as he addressed Zhao Mingzhu. "Miss Zhao, you are mistaken. Although Xiao Jian has grown up in the countryside due to health reasons, she is still a daughter of the Gu family, and this necklace cannot possibly be a fake. If you insist on pursuing this matter, I ask you to wait until after Fei Fei's engagement ceremony, and I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution." "Dad, why should we accommodate her? Miss Zhao has bullied us to this extent, and I have no intention of backing down." Gu Jian pouted, displaying a hint of childish defiance. Gu Yaofeng patted her shoulder. Speaking earnestly, "It is your sister's joyous occasion. We will address this later." He then lowered his voice to warn, "Do not cause me trouble. If anything disrupts Fei Fei's ceremony, I will not let you off lightly." This admonition was directed solely at Gu Jian, meant to be inaudible to others, yet Fu Yan heard it clearly. The man's demeanor shifted dramatically in an instant. The previously aloof figure, surrounded by an icy barrier, now seemed to be at the center of a tornado, his anger igniting with those words. Fu Yan, already an imposing presence, now radiated an aura of cold fury that threatened to crush everyone in attendance. "So, it is acceptable for Jian to be wronged?" he stated, his voice icy yet melodious. If not for the blizzard-like fury lacing his tone, one might have found it captivating. Yet the overwhelming pressure he emitted felt tangible, rendering it difficult to meet his gaze. Even Gu Yaofeng faltered for a brief moment. Gu Jian had previously arranged for Fu Yan to avoid conflict, understanding that she would be the target of scrutiny. However, her man should not endure such indignity, especially considering Fu Yan was merely a junior employee. If this group were to uncover his identity, potential repercussions could arise. Yet, despite her repeated cautions, he still stood up for her. A warm current flowed through her heart. While it may seem inconsequential, having him by her side was indeed comforting. You truly believe yourself to be someone of significance. Are you implying that you gifted Gu Jian this necklace? I was unaware that the second daughter of the Gu family had married into wealth. If that is the case, why have I not heard of your wedding plans? Zhao Mingzhu sneered, her disdain palpable. She viewed Gu Jian as nothing more than a country bumpkin, questioning how such an unrefined girl could attract such an exceptional man. Today, her intent was to ensure Gu Jian's disgrace. Fu Yan replied nonchalantly. The marriage license was obtained hastily. Thus, we must prepare for the wedding properly. Once all arrangements are made, we shall certainly extend an invitation to Miss Zhao. The implication was clear. She was not yet worthy of attending their wedding. Zhao Mingzhu fumed. Mr. Gu, you have seen for yourself that it is not I who is unwilling to relent, but rather your daughter who refuses to let this matter rest. Miss Zhao, you are mistaken. It is not that I am unwilling to let you go, but rather that the truth will not permit it, Gu Jian interjected coolly, discreetly grasping Fu Yan's hand amidst the crowd. Her man, naturally, deserved her defense. Gu Jian, must you persist with this? Do you truly wish to disrupt our family's peace? Liang Lijing, wishing to avoid further conflict, could not tolerate the humiliation of her daughter at Gu Jian's hands. Mom, do not worry. Xiao Jian is merely exhibiting childishness. I have no intention of stooping to her level, Gu Fei proclaimed with feigned grace. This mother-daughter duo only served to solidify Gu Jian's image as a deliberately troublesome country bumpkin lacking manners. The crowd began to murmur once more, albeit in hushed tones. Glancing at the imposing man beside Gu Jian, their voices subdued. Auntie, do not fret. I will not delay the ceremony. I merely seek the truth, and besides, is the manager not about to bring the footage? Gu Jian remained composed, exuding confidence in her impending victory. Before Liang Lijing could speak again, Gu Jian turned to Zhao Mingzhu. You claim my necklace is fake, but have you ever seen a genuine one? Lotus Creek's designs are rare and distinctive. Those who own their products should know that each item bears a unique custom label, small yet clear and intricately crafted, making it impossible to replicate. Gu Jian removed the necklace and stepped to the front of the stage, positioning the camera connected to the large screen to focus on her necklace. Without requiring anyone else's validation, she intended to ensure that all present recognized the authenticity of her piece. As the emblem belonging to Lotus Creek clearly appeared, a renewed wave of murmurs erupted throughout the crowd. Indeed, that mark is unmistakably from Lotus Creek, but I had no idea they possessed such a unique identifier. I always believed their signature was merely due to their distinctive designs. This Gu Jian is truly exceptional. Upon reflection, one could not entirely dismiss the upbringing of a child raised by the old master of the Gu family. Observing her calm demeanor, it appeared as though she had never regarded Zhao Mingzhu as a threat. Moreover, I have heard that Gu Fei's jewelry is from SK, yet in comparison to Lotus Creek, it pales significantly. Given that Zhao Mingzhu claimed this piece was from a previous auction, it seems that Gu Jian's standing in the Gu family surpasses that of Gu Fei. Gu Fei clenched her fists in frustration. Just a necklace, and this crowd swiftly altered their opinions. Indeed, they were a collection of mindless fools. Seeking attention, were they? Very well, she would let them indulge. A glimmer of coldness flickered in her eyes as she glanced at Liang Lijing beside her. Li Jing, filled with indignation, took a step forward. What was initially intended as a birthday gift to delight a child had unexpectedly spiraled into this debacle. Is it my fault? Miss Zhao, are you finally satisfied? Gu Jian narrowed her eyes, recognizing the opportunistic maneuvering. The necklace was a gift from her grandmother. How could it be misconstrued as a present from Li Jing? Could she even afford such a luxury? If this necklace was indeed gifted to Gu Jian by her mother, that would explain its worth. After all, if it were exorbitantly priced, even Chairman Gu could procure it. It was evident that the Gu matriarch was generous. But one could argue it was Gu Jian who was truly benevolent, donning SK while allowing her sister to wear lianqi. With a vague insinuation and Zhao Fei's prearranged entourage for her wedding, the narrative swiftly shifted. It began to appear as though Zhao Fei and Li Jing were the genuinely magnanimous figures. However, the astute understood that if Li Jing were responsible for the gift, She would have spoken up earlier. Instead, Gu Jian merely cast a disdainful glance at Li Jing, showing no intention of clarification. Indeed, where there is a stepmother, a stepfather often follows. Unbeknownst to them, Gu Jian viewed this as her final appearance, rendering Li Jing's actions inconsequential. Gu Yaofeng was equally unconcerned about the necklace's origins, as long as his dignity remained intact. Enough, Xiao Jian. Since it has been established, there's no need for further contention. Mingzhu meant well, concerned we might have purchased a counterfeit. He was quite the pretender of virtue. Had the necklace been a forgery, he would surely have faced severe consequences. Gu Jian smiled sweetly in response. Father, I understand. I was merely clarifying matters for Miss Zhao. After all, Lianqi's items are indeed rare, and not everyone can discern authenticity. Zhao Mingzhu's expression darkened, her face contorting with rage. Regardless of whether Gu Jian had sullied her garment, the inability to distinguish the genuine necklace meant she was doomed to remain estranged from the elite circle. That wretched girl, she would remember this. At this juncture, the manager finally arrived, albeit belatedly. Gu Jian turned to Zhao Mingzhu. Miss Zhao, let us ascertain who truly stained your dress. She gestured for the manager to operate the machine while she donned the necklace anew. Zhao Mingzhu's complexion fluctuated, yet she was compelled to follow Gu Jian as they awaited the revelation of the video's truth. As the hotel manager manipulated the equipment, the screen eventually illuminated once more, drawing the attention of all present, eager to witness the resolution of this farce. The scene depicted Gu Jian and Fu Yan in a conspicuous position, their radiance dissuading any from attempting to overshadow them. Suddenly, as Zhao Mingzhu passed by with a server bearing fruit wine, Gu Jian casually lifted a glass while the server, distracted, tilted the tray. Just as Gu Jian's arm was jostled, the glass tipped, threatening to spill onto Zhao Mingzhu. And then the video froze. Though the server's tray was unsteady, Gu Jian had indeed been nudged, and the glass began to tilt, just as the onlookers yearned to discern whether it was Gu Jian or the server at fault. The playback inexplicably halted. The manager, perplexed, was about to intervene when the displayed scene abruptly shifted, accompanied by suggestive sounds that rendered the audience silent. Strangely, it was Li Jing who first reacted, her anger flaring. Manager Liu, what is the meaning of this? Are you colluding with Gu Jian to sabotage my daughter's wedding? This farce is already excessive, and now you present such filth? Clearly, you have little regard for the Gu and Xiao families. Despite the figures beneath the covers, the actions continued unabated. The hotel manager, equally bewildered, stammered, I don't understand. I was given the surveillance footage, and the USB has remained with me. No one could have tampered with it. At that moment, Gu Fei also comprehended the gravity of the situation, her sharp eyes spotting Xiao Hanqing's presence. She rushed over. Hanqing, sob. This wedding was supposed to be perfect. Gu Jian's disturbances were already intolerable, and now it's been sullied further. How am I to maintain my dignity? Though she avoided implicating Gu Jian directly, her words were laced with accusations, insinuating Gu Jian's involvement. Xiao Hanqing frowned. The server had been his arrangement, and while the manager had been tasked with retrieving the footage, he never anticipated the entirety would be played. Glancing at Gu Jian, he noted that Fu Yan had taken a position beside her, both exuding an air of indifference to the unfolding drama, as if all of this was mere triviality to them. It was precisely this demeanor that incited a tumult of emotions within Xiao Hanqing. He patted Gu Fei's shoulder, reprimanding the manager. Shouldn't you resolve this promptly? Standing near the large screen, Li Jing shouted, Yes, cut this off immediately. Displaying such material is revolting. As Li Jing continued her tirade, the manager hesitated, unsure how to proceed. But the video shifted again, and he found himself paralyzed, caught between actions. The visage that emerged was utterly shocking, an overwhelming impact. Unbeknownst to Li Jing, who stood with her back to the screen, the gravity of the situation was lost on her. As the manager remained motionless, she yelled, What are you doing? Did you not hear my command to shut it off? Will you allow this filth to continue corrupting our ears? Darling, you're amazing. Am I more impressive, or is he? The woman in the video, entranced, leaned over the covers, her face directed at the camera. Of course it's you. Every moment with you captivates me. As for him, at his age, still yearning for a son, if he could have, he would have already. Men and their obsessions. Perhaps we should give him a taste of reality? Let him understand that I am not the one incapable of bearing children. Are you certain? What do you think? Li Jing froze. That voice, that dialogue. So familiar. She finally sensed the peculiar gazes around her, yet her body remained rigid, paralyzed by fear, unable to turn or speak. Gu Yaofeng could no longer restrain himself, charging forward and striking her down. You vile woman. Li Jing, reeling from the blow, found herself disoriented. Stripped of her previous bravado, now crumpled on the ground, unable to move. Gu Fei, witnessing this, was utterly stunned. She had anticipated Gu Jian to be the center of attention today, yet the situation had taken an unforeseen turn. What was happening? Why was the person on the screen Li Jing? Why was her mother embroiled in such a scandalous display? 1,000 questions swirled in Gu Fei's mind, accompanied by a profound sense of despair. She realized she was finished. Gu Yaofeng, already harboring disdain for her, would show no mercy to either her or Li Jing now. And the Qiao family would never accept a daughter-in-law with such a mother. Turning to glance at Qiao Hanxing and the elder Qiao family members, she noted their expressions were even more severe than she had anticipated. Their eyes brimmed with contempt and mockery, as if they longed to sever ties with her on the spot. No, this cannot be. Today was her engagement ceremony. She was on the verge of becoming a Qiao family bride, ascending to new heights. How could she be so humiliated? Clenching her teeth, she directed a venomous gaze at Gu Jian beside the large screen, a wicked glint flickering in her eyes. She rushed forward, shielding Li Jing. Father, what are you doing? This is a misunderstanding. It must be an AI face swap. How could Mom ever do such a thing? You see, the arrangement here is identical to that of our bedroom at home. This must be a deliberate attempt to tarnish the reputation of the Gu family. Disgust filled Gu Yaofeng's eyes, yet Gu Fei's mention of the family's honor brought him back to his senses. Despite the overwhelming displeasure and resentment at that moment, he had to acknowledge that the interests of the Gu family must take precedence. What Liang Lijing had done could be discussed later, but for now, it was imperative to ensure that public opinion would not adversely affect the Gu family, particularly during today's engagement ceremony. Liang Lijing, reminded by Gu Fei, suddenly regained her composure, raising her head with a face full of grievance. You hit me? How could you strike me without discernment? How could I ever commit such an act? This is clearly a premeditated frame-up. Rising with Gu Fei's assistance, Liang Lijing caught sight of Gu Jian behind her. A malicious glint flickered in her eyes as she exclaimed, Yes, it was you, Gu Jian, you wretched girl. I know you despise me, but I never imagined you would stoop to such despicable and shameless tactics to ensnare me. No wonder you insisted on reviewing the surveillance. You had already concocted this revolting scheme. Your calculations are astute, aiming not only to ruin my daughter's engagement, but also to destroy my reputation. Gu Jian retorted with a cold laugh. Aunt, your assertions are misguided. What do you mean I wish to ruin you? It sounds as if I had bribed everyone from the start. If you were to accuse me, you ought to present evidence rather than slander without basis. Silence. Liang Lijing scrambled to her feet, desperation flooding her voice. It was you. You orchestrated all of this. You vile creature. You have tarnished my name, and I will kill you. As she lunged toward Gu Jian, Fu Yan merely pulled Gu Jian into his embrace and stepped back. Liang Lijing, unable to control her anger, stumbled and fell to the ground in a most undignified manner. If the atmosphere had not been so tense, onlookers might have burst into laughter at the sight of the esteemed Mrs. Gu in such a state. Fu Yan furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with impatience. Yet even this slight expression silenced the crowd, who instinctively turned their gaze toward him, awaiting his command. Indeed, Fu Yan did not disappoint. He casually pressed pause on the screen, halting the repugnant sounds emanating from it, and turned to the manager. Where are the hotel technicians? The hotel manager, realizing the gravity of the situation, replied, They are on their way. Since it was a matter of face swapping, it would be prudent to let professionals validate this issue. Liang Lijing, still dazed from her fall, recognized the potential repercussions of allowing technicians to verify the video's authenticity. She knew too well that if confirmed, it would label her as shameless for life. No, this cannot happen, she thought, struggling to rise but collapsing again, appearing as if she had just escaped from a mental institution. Cannot. Fu Yan's voice was icy, his question phrased like a decree, leaving no room for dispute. You must confess? No, I did not. It was Gu Jian. She is the one who orchestrated this. I have never done anything of the sort. It is all her scheme. Liang Lijing, astonishingly, clung to her denial even at this juncture. Gu Jian, unnoticed by others, sighed softly. subtly entwining her fingers with Fu Yan's, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Her beauty was like a painting, her gaze as captivating as the stars, evoking profound sympathy. With a gentle bite of her lip, Gu Jian shed her earlier indifference, appearing as a naive child wronged. "Aunt, all the good fortune seems to fall upon you. Yet the blame has been thrust upon me. Is this truly fair? When my mother passed, though I resented your bringing Gu Fei into our home, did anything not align with your desires? You compelled my father to send me back to the countryside with grandfather. When we returned, and grandfather fell ill, I called my father, but you concealed it from him and threatened me to remain silent. Upon my return, you insisted on my marriage and forced me to move out without informing my father. Instances such as these are innumerable. And just now, you claimed this necklace on my neck was a gift from you. Ah." With a cold smile, tears streamed down Gu Jian's face, each droplet falling heavily, resonating deeply within the hearts of the onlookers. "I wish to ask you, if it truly was your gift, why did you not prove it from the beginning? Why did you not defend me when Miss Zhao's dress was soiled? While we are both daughters of the same father, Gu Fei is treated as a princess, while I am burdened with all the responsibility. Now, even my efforts to defend myself are twisted into an accusation against you. Is it wrong for me to protect myself?" Gu Jian continued, "Aunt, allow me one more question. Have I ever touched the surveillance footage?" Each word was a piercing arrow, nailing Liang Lijing to the pillar of shame. Not only did it wound her, but it also struck Gu Yaofeng deeply. Although he had never held affection for Gu Jian, she was still his daughter, and her unwavering support for him stirred a flicker of compassion within him. He had previously believed Gu Jian to be distant, even resented by the elder, but now it was clear that this woman was the architect of their woes. "Aunt, I may dislike you, but for my father's sake, I do not harbor hatred toward you, and I certainly would not bring forth such disgrace upon the Gu family in this setting." Wiping away her tears, Gu Jian looked at the Qiao family. "Uncle Qiao, since this matter has arisen, it must be resolved. To grant my aunt justice and to prove my innocence, I urge you to call the police immediately to uncover the mastermind behind this." Fu Yan, holding Gu Jian tenderly, felt a pang of sympathy, even knowing she was performing. Glancing at the inactive Gu Yaofeng, he turned to the manager. "Why are you still standing there? Go find someone." The hotel manager had been waiting for the Qiao family to speak, but Fu Yan's gaze compelled him to turn and rush out, silently vowing to find someone authoritative. For this situation was serious and could not be mishandled. Qiao Hanxing observed this scene with a pained heart, assuring everyone, "Rest assured, I will get to the bottom of this matter. What was meant to be a joyous occasion has turned into this unfortunate debacle. I hope everyone will be patient as we await the results to prevent any unfounded rumors from damaging our relationships." As the prospective heir of the Qiao family, he had weathered many storms and knew how to maintain control. Gu Jian, glancing at him, noted that Qiao Hanxing was far more astute than Gu Yaofeng. Yet, having orchestrated this, she undoubtedly had contingencies in place. The one facing ruin was Liang Lijing, not Kai Shi, and certainly not the Gu family. Looking at Liang Lijing, Gu Jian's eyes gleamed with icy resolve, her voice tinged with a gentle urgency. "Aunt, did you hear? Young Master Qiao has spoken. Today, we shall restore your honor, and the Gu family will not tolerate such indignities." Liang Lijing's complexion turned pale, her body trembling. She understood all too well what was about to unfold. Yet what could she do? Everyone around her seemed eager for entertainment, waiting to see her humiliation, and not a single soul would stand by her side. Casting a forlorn glance at Gu Fei, she smiled bitterly, her eyes filled with despair. Fei, I am sorry." Gu Fei, witnessing this scene, felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. She knew Liang Lijing all too well and understood the meaning behind her expression. She was uncertain about the authenticity of the video's content, yet she was acutely aware that Liang Lijing was prepared to surrender. No, absolutely not. Her life could not be destroyed in such a manner. Gu Fei rushed forward, grasping Qiao Hanxing's arm. "Hanxing, this is truly a scheme against us. My mother could never commit such an act, and you know that better than anyone, don't you? Today is our engagement ceremony, and that person is clearly intent on ruining it." Qiao Hanxing exhibited signs of impatience. "I understand, but we need the truth now. Verification takes time. And how can such disgraceful material be broadcast again? We could proceed with the ceremony, or perhaps we should refrain." Suddenly, Qiao's father, who had remained silent until now, spoke up, casting a cold glance at Gu Yaofeng. With so many events transpiring today, it seems we did not plan adequately. Since the day is unsuitable, perhaps we should reschedule the engagement ceremony to avoid further distress for the children. What do you think, Chairman Gu? Gu Yaofeng opened his mouth to refuse, but the Qiao family's stance was resolute, and this scandal would inevitably escalate. No, it's not like that. Dad, this is all a fabrication. Someone is framing my mother. Gu Fei hurriedly attempted to explain to the elderly Qiaos, but was interrupted. Since you are not yet married, you should revert to your previous form of address. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to respond to you. Xiao's father interjected coldly. Feeling helpless, Su Fei turned to Su Yu, her last hope, yearning for Su Yu to side with her. However, upon receiving her glance, Su Yu appeared drained and collapsed in Xiao's father's embrace. The atmosphere was chaotic, with everyone concerned about Su Yu's condition. After entrusting the matter to Qiao Hanxing, the elderly Qiaos departed, leaving Gu Fei feeling dizzy and faint. She realized that Su Yu was feigning distress, yet this only reinforced her sense of betrayal. The wedding she had anticipated for so long was crumbling before her eyes. She wished to reach out to Qiao Hanxing, but found him unexpectedly distant. Even with the Qiao family in a crisis, they had finally stood on equal ground. Why did this occur and why? She turned to Gu Jian, attributing all blame to her, but reason dictated that she must remain patient and await the final outcome. After what felt like an eternity, the manager finally arrived. Those who had previously debated the situation could not help but murmur upon seeing the young man behind the manager. It seemed this incident had escalated significantly, especially with Su Feng's presence. Now, this is going to be interesting. I wonder who would go to such lengths to frame both the Gu and Xiao families. This is no trivial matter. What do you know? Perhaps it's not a setup at all. Yes, I've been holding this in. Look at Liang Lijing's previously haughty demeanor. The necklace was a gift from her, and all of Gu Jian's advantages were bestowed by her. One might think this stepmother was quite competent, but when Gu Jian is in trouble, she distances herself, and when it's her turn, she cries foul. Such a stepmother truly embodies the term malicious. I heard that Gu Yaofeng has someone on the side. Did you hear that woman inside, just now talking about wanting a son? Could it be that Liang Lijing actually did something like that? This situation is uncertain. Should she have done something, her later life would be utterly ruined. It's quite dramatic to think that the Liang and Gu families once held power, and now they find themselves in such disarray. By the way, did the Liang family send someone today? I wonder what their feelings are. The mocking voices rang clearly in Liang Lijing's ears, plunging her into despair. Gu Jian approached. Annie, do not worry. Su Feng is a standout in the HK Alliance. With the manager having invited him, the truth will soon be revealed. Su Feng? Indeed, the truth will soon come to light. At this thought, Liang Lijing could no longer contain herself and lunged at Gu Jian. You wretched girl. I will ensure you suffer. Chapter 70. What makes me inferior to you? A flicker of darkness crossed Fu Yan's gaze, his expression icy as he moved with swiftness, pulling Gu Jian into his embrace, causing Liang Lijing to crash into a nearby security guard. The guard, large in stature, managed to remain standing but was utterly a loss as to how to respond. Auntie, your innocence will soon be restored. What are you trying to accomplish now? Do you wish to throw yourself at me? Gu Jian's voice carried a chill, clearly upset. The crowd was unsure whether Gu Jian was truly inviting attention, but Liang Lijing's reaction seemed to confirm something. Gu Fei glanced at the increasingly frigid Qiao Hanxing, her mind swirling in confusion. Su Feng, being perceptive, directed a mocking look at the manager. Are you sure you still need me? The hotel manager was sweating profusely, unsure how to respond or make a decision. Just then, the manager noticed a man lurking behind the security guard, whose face looked strikingly familiar. Without a moment's hesitation, the manager shouted, "Who are you? What are you doing?" The man, realizing he had been discovered, attempted to flee, but with so many security guards present, he was quickly apprehended. As the manager approached to question him, he was stunned to recognize the man as the central figure on the big screen moments ago. Speechless, the manager found himself at a loss. Today's events were inexplicably bizarre. The surveillance had been tampered with, leaving him baffled, and he had just encountered Su Feng, a cousin of one of the hotel staff. Now, capturing a thief had led to the emergence of a scandalous affair, leading him to believe that whether orchestrated or not, it was perhaps a twist of fate. Regardless, it seemed inappropriate to speak up at this juncture, and indeed, the crowd seemed to recognize this, especially Liang Lijing, who was closest to the man. In a fit of emotional turmoil, Liang Lijing rushed forward, seizing the man's collar. Who are you? Why are you framing me? Are you in collusion with others to tarnish my reputation? I will not let you go. I swear I won't. With tears welling in her eyes. Her tone was resolute, yet her gaze held desperation. She was oblivious to why the man was present, but this was her final opportunity. Tell me honestly, did Gu Jian send you? The man lacked any coherent explanation. Claiming he had been knocked out and woke up in the hotel would hardly convince anyone. Moreover, having witnessed everything unfold, his mind was blank. However, he understood Liang Lijing's predicament. If he confessed now, both she and he would suffer consequences. He pushed Liang Lijing away with disdain. Who are you? Get off me. I have no inclination to associate with an older woman. I want to know why you brought me into this situation. You are infringing on my rights and privacy, and I demand compensation for emotional distress. Did you hear that? It's not me. I have never engaged in such acts. This is a setup. Someone is trying to frame me. Upon hearing this, Liang Lijing burst into laughter, as if she had been exonerated. Gu Jian scoffed. Auntie, you still insist on blaming me? Why is it always me? Of course it's you. I suspect you conspired with this man. Who knows? Maybe the woman involved is you. Liang Lijing suddenly regained her confidence. Her demeanor transformed. She glanced at the man, her hand resting on her stomach, as if alluding to something. The man froze for a moment, and upon realization, he was struck with terror. If Liang Lijing bore his child, she would undoubtedly rise to prominence, far surpassing his fortunes. Moreover, even if he confessed, he would face no more than a tarnished reputation. He would not be imprisoned. With Liang Lijing's wealth, he would never lack for money. The man looked up with narrowed eyes at Gu Jian and suddenly shouted, Gu Jian? Is it really you? Please help me. Tell them I'm innocent. I don't even understand what happened. They just dragged me here. And I'm about to lose my mind. His desperate cries suggested a deep connection with Gu Jian. Just as she was about to respond, Fu Yan stepped in front of her. The man resembled a devil returned from hell, terrifying yet oddly admirable. What do you think makes you superior to me? With that single question, the man was left speechless. Zhao Mingzhu, who had been confronting Gu Jian moments ago, couldn't help but laugh out loud. A gentleman nearby joined in the laughter, remarking, perhaps he thinks you are lacking in some way? This disparaging comment insinuated that even if he were innocent, the stain on his reputation would remain. Laughter erupted, not from disbelief, but because the man was undeniably remarkable, effortlessly eclipsing everyone present. I only know Xiao Jian. We've been together for a long time. Yes, she used to skip classes just for me. Brother, spare us. You can't even weave a decent lie. Gu Jian interrupted, glancing at Su Feng. Mr. Su, since you're already here, could you please help me look into this man's identity, preferably in detail? Su Feng's presence was indeed intimidating. Would he heed Gu Jian's request? Under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, Su Feng stepped onto the stage, his fingers flying over the keyboard with such speed that they appeared as a blur. Moments later, the man's life summary appeared on the screen. Su Feng sneered. You grew up in the countryside with old Mr. Gu and just recently arrived in Yin City? How strange. Men from the Yin City Duck restaurant are absolutely forbidden from leaving Yin City. So, you knew each other from school? How did that happen? Online? Gu Jian replied coldly. Mr. Su, please don't speak carelessly. I was merely 10 years old when I skipped school. How could I possibly know someone like him? Perhaps you should watch the video. No, it's you, Gu Jian. You're truly impressive. Even Su Feng can be bribed. I underestimated you, Liang Lijing remarked, realizing that it was time to make a bold move. She grabbed a drink from the side and hurled it towards the machine behind Gu Jian. The machine was splashed with juice, and while the large screen didn't go black, it became obscured with a mosaic effect as Su Feng moved the mouse, nearly concealing the entire video. A glimmer of hope flickered in Liang Lijing's eyes. At that moment, she finally felt a sense of redemption. She glanced at Gu Yaofeng, only to find his eyes filled with contempt. Yet, her concern was not for him, but for clearing her own name. Ignoring him, Liang Lijing shouted at Gu Jian. Why are you hiding? You've ruined my only chance to prove my innocence. Gu Jian, I see you're doing this on purpose. Liang Lijing's animosity towards Gu Jian was unmistakable. If Gu Jian had any pretense of being a victim before, Liang Lijing had now stripped her of that facade. Zhao Mingzhu, standing closest, was unlike those aristocratic ladies. Though somewhat arrogant, she suddenly found herself identifying with Gu Jian. They were both young ladies of privilege. Yet Gu Jian was more deserving. While she faced disdain due to her father's newly acquired wealth, They truly shared a mutual understanding of suffering. Mrs. Gu, you really know how to wrongfully accuse someone, claiming to be the victim while trying to strike others. It's quite comical. Indeed, this is outrageous. And it seems she has her sights set elsewhere. Such disgraceful actions certainly required someone to take the blame. How shameless. How could Chairman Gu tolerate such bullying of his daughter? The crowd began to take notice of Gu Yaofeng, who had remained silent. Gu Jian was surprised that Zhao Mingzhu spoke up for her, casting a grateful glance her way. Though Zhao Mingzhu merely pouted, exuding pride. Gu Jian smiled and turned to Su Feng. Mr. Su, is there any way to remedy the situation? Gu Jian remained composed despite the support she received, and it was her calm demeanor that drew sympathy from others. Su Feng shot a cold glance at Liang Lijing. Organizing everything will take time, but I believe it is unnecessary now. As the crowd pondered, Su Feng magnified a section of the screen that was still clear. Just as the adults instinctively shielded the children's eyes, they discovered it was merely a tattoo. A couple's tattoo under the armpit. The tattoo was small and hidden, and had the man not raised the woman's arm, it might have gone unnoticed. Chairman Gu, I suggest you investigate further, and perhaps ask this man how he knows about Miss Gu Jian's schooling. Is he plotting something against your daughter, or merely repeating what he has heard? Though Gu Jian had posed a question, Su Feng directed his words at Gu Yaofeng, seeking a personal acknowledgement. Finally, Gu Yaofeng stepped forward, glaring coldly at Liang Lijing. Do I need to personally remove your shawl? Liang Lijing was wearing a spaghetti-strap dress, and her shawl had become disheveled from her earlier fall, merely serving as a tattered veil of modesty. Her face paled, and she dared not move. Gu Fei approached and hugged Liang Lijing. Dad, do you not believe Mom? With so many people watching, where would she save face? Gu Yaofeng ignored her, signaling to the hotel manager to strip the man. Unlike Liang Lijing, the crowd dared to act. Despite the man's robust physique, he was easily overpowered by a group, and in moments his shirt was torn off, exposing his arms. Under the curious gazes of all, a clear flower tattoo appeared beneath his armpit, complete with the letter J, identical to the one in the video. There was no need to look at Liang Lijing's arm. Disdain was etched across the faces of the crowd. A high society lady had indeed committed such an act, exposed during her daughter's engagement ceremony. Though the identity of the instigator remained unknown, it felt like divine justice. Just days after the Gu family's recent rise, due to a contract with Si Chun, they were about to become the subject of sensational gossip once again, eliciting laughter, scorn, and ridicule from all around, focusing their attention on Gu Yaofeng and Liang Lijing. Liang Lijing reached out to grab Gu Yaofeng's clothing, but before she could touch him, he slapped her to the ground. You truly know how to embarrass me. If it weren't for today, I would have never known the extent of your deceitful deeds. Your presence is indeed a curse upon me. Gu Yaofeng's words dripped with sarcasm and indifference. As if addressing a stranger, Liang Lijing's cheeks swelled from the slap, leaving her dazed and unable to rise. Gu Fei, too, fell victim to the chaos. Observing this, Gu Jian feigned concern. Dad, please don't be so impulsive. Sister has nothing to do with this. It was all a moment of confusion on Annie's part. A moment of confusion? If it were just that, she wouldn't have called your name directly and known things from your childhood. Clearly, she has been speaking ill of you often and targeting you. Gu Yaofeng glared furiously at Liang Lijing. I never thought my greatest blunder in life would be my partner. I'm hiring a lawyer. I want a divorce. Liang Lijing suddenly awoke to reality, wanted to speak, but Gu Jian silenced her. She pretended to help Gu Fei up while whispering, Annie, you can continue to cause a scene, but don't forget about my sister. Gu Fei's gaze darkened as she angrily pushed Gu Jian away. Gu Jian, unfazed by the rejection, sighed and said, Dad, please don't be angry. The one suffering the most today is still my sister. This remark served as a stark reminder for Gu Fei. Gritting her teeth, she grasped Liang Lijing's arm, exerting a subtle pressure. A sudden resolve flashed in her eyes as she clung to Liang Lijing's arm, tears streaming down her face, crying out, Mom, how could you be so foolish? How could you do such a thing? How am I supposed to live with this? How will I face Dad? How will I face you? Gu Fei's breakdown rendered Liang Lijing speechless. Watching her daughter, who had sacrificed everything for her, Liang Lijing could only manage a bitter smile, realizing that in the end, she was left with nothing. Just as she attempted to push Gu Fei away, she noticed Gu Fei's pallor and that she had lost her breath, fainting from the distress. Gu Yaofeng and Liang Lijing had no time to contemplate anything else as they hurriedly lifted Gu Fei. Fei, what's wrong? Call for an ambulance. Quickly. With Gu Fei fainting, the situation became markedly more manageable. Regardless of Liang Lijing's actions, they were irrelevant. She was merely an innocent princess, blissfully unaware of the harsh realities concealed from her by her parents. Observing Gu Yaofeng's anxiousness as he and Liang Lijing carried Gu Fei, one could not help but reflect on his earlier indifference when Gu Jian was targeted, leaving everyone in a state of disbelief. Even Zhao Mingzhu could not resist muttering, "I heard that Gu Jian seems to be the true eldest daughter of the Gu family. After all, Gu Fei is merely the result of Gu Yaofeng's infidelity." Zhao Mingzhu's voice, though not loud, was clear enough to be heard. The crowd, observing with bated breath, awaited the Gu family's resolution to this scandal. "Fei Fei, wake up. Don't scare your mother," Liang Lijing cried out in a panic, urgently calling for an ambulance. Gu Jian narrowed her eyes, contemplating whether she could slip away amidst the chaos of calling for an ambulance. "Father, my sister must have fainted from the shock. We cannot delay in this situation." Turning to the hotel manager, she inquired, "Are there no emergency measures available here?" The manager finally grasped the urgency, stating, "The community hospital is nearby. I will send for a doctor." "No, what kind of community hospital doctor can be relied upon for my daughter? If anything happens to Fei Fei, how will he compensate?" Gu Jian, sensing Liang Lijing's ill intentions, warned, "I suggest you call for an ambulance immediately, or you will regret it." Liang Lijing clung desperately to her last chance and refused to allow anyone to summon a doctor. Noting Gu Fei's convincing act, Gu Jian furrowed her brow, suppressing her disdain. "Aunt, we cannot afford any delays regarding my sister's condition. If we wait for the ambulance and her condition worsens, what then? Fine, since you insist. I shall give it a try. I have learned a bit about first aid." Before Liang Lijing could refuse, Gu Jian crouched down, taking Gu Fei's hand. As soon as she did, Gu Fei, who had been unconscious, suddenly cried out and then slumped into Liang Lijing's arms. "Sister, you're okay. You scared Mom and Dad to death. I was just going to help you." With a beaming expression, Gu Jian held Gu Fei's hand firmly. As Gu Fei's complexion grew increasingly pale, Gu Jian's smile became more radiant. The phrase "connected by heart" held profound meaning. With merely a slight pressure, Gu Fei could no longer maintain her facade. Had Gu Jian truly exerted her full strength, Gu Fei would have fainted outright. Gu Fei felt an intense pain from where Gu Jian held her, yet she could not voice her discomfort, forced to endure in front of so many people. Upon Gu Fei's awakening, Liang Lijing panicked, pushing Gu Jian away and clutching Gu Fei tightly. "Don't touch my daughter. I know Fei Fei fainted because of you." "Enough." Gu Yaofeng finally spoke up. Everyone was watching. How could Liang Lijing make such accusations? Liang Lijing trembled, instinctively tightening her grip on Gu Fei, her desperation evident. Gu Fei lowered her gaze, her emotions tangled. If Liang Lijing truly committed those acts, what could she do, having acted so shamelessly and still failing to repent? How could she blame Gu Jian? "Dad," Gu Fei weakly began, "this matter has nothing to do with you. I will send a driver to take you to the hospital." "Gu Yaofeng, you cannot treat me this way. I am Fei Fei's mother, the legitimate Mrs. Gu. If you dare divorce me, I will ensure you suffer for it." Liang Lijing's earlier meekness evaporated, revealing her inherent fierceness. Gu Fei frowned, even at this moment. She dared to speak so boldly. If this continued, how would people perceive her? How would they view the Gu family? Liang Lijing was relentless, continuing to shout, "If it weren't for you out there." "Mom, enough." Gu Fei interrupted, tears streaming down her face. "At this point, what do you expect Dad to do? Has he wronged you in any way over the years? Have you ever felt mistreated? You commit such acts and refuse to change your stubborn attitude. How can you expect Dad to view you differently? How can I, as his daughter, find my place?" Gu Fei sobbed uncontrollably, her heartfelt admonition leaving Liang Lijing speechless. Her daughter was selling her out. In a moment of privacy, Gu Fei grasped Liang Lijing's hand tightly, yet Liang Lijing felt it was icy, utterly helpless. "Mom, please stop this. For Dad, for me, and for yourself, maintain some dignity." Gu Fei's final plea drained all strength from Liang Lijing. She raised her head, disheveled and forlorn, glancing at the onlookers who reveled in the spectacle, then at Gu Yaofeng, who regarded her with disdain, and Gu Jian, whose emotions were inscrutable. She closed her eyes in despair, unable to utter another word. Seeing this, Gu Yaofeng commanded the bystanders to pull Gu Fei from Liang Lijing's embrace and take her away. Gu Fei struggled weakly before ultimately being taken to the hospital. Gu Yaofeng glanced at the unresponsive Qiao Hanxing, his gaze heavy with unspoken thoughts. Qiao Hanxing, straightforwardly severing ties, stated, "Mr. Gu, today was supposed to be a joyous occasion for both our families. But as you can see, my mother has been severely distressed. Thus, I must address the engagement with Gu Fei. I understand. We shall discuss this matter later." To dissolve the engagement at this moment would be a slap in the face. Gu Yaofeng felt bitter but had no other choice, casting a fierce glare at Liang Lijing. If not for her disgraceful actions, Qiao Hanxing would not have dared to speak to him in such a manner. As Gu Yaofeng's expression darkened, murmurs arose from the crowd. At that moment, a man, who had been responsible for filming the engagement ceremony, rushed over with a camera, directing it at Gu Yaofeng. "Mr. Gu, hello. We are from Ife Media Studio. Could you please share your thoughts on today's events? This was truly damaging. Such an incident had brought disgrace upon them." What could he possibly say? Just look at the chaos surrounding him. Gu Yaofeng suppressed the urge to curse. Liang Lijing had already tarnished his reputation. He had to remain composed. At that moment, someone checked their phone and suddenly exclaimed, "Look, this is already on the news. Those gossip media outlets really are swift. The Gu family is about to become famous." On the news? Upon hearing those words, Gu Yaofeng exploded with fury. Just then, a throng of media reporters surged in from outside. Although security attempted to hold them back, the crowd was simply overwhelming. Upon witnessing Liang Lijing on the ground alongside the subdued man, a flurry of photographs ensued, with some individuals even tugging at the man's arm to capture the tattoo that adorned it. "Mr. Qiao, may I inquire how the Qiao family perceives this incident? Will your engagement continue? Why are the elders of the Qiao family absent? Are they seeking to dissolve the engagement? What Miss Gu Fei, given her mother's actions, why has she not made an appearance? Mr. Gu, could you please provide an answer?" A barrage of questions overwhelmed Gu Yaofeng, casting a shadow over his demeanor. Just as the situation threatened to spiral out of control, an unpleasant crackling sound erupted from the side. The crowd turned to find a stunning woman clad in a black gown, her long hair cascading elegantly, her expression cool, and her gaze resolute. Gu Jian set down the microphone that had caused the disturbance and stepped into the midst of the reporters. "I am Gu Jian." The media exchanged glances. "The Gu family has another daughter?" "Indeed, there's one raised in the countryside. But is she truly this beautiful?" This exceeds expectations. Despite their astonishment, they found her lack of decorum rather disappointing. While Gu Fei, the main party, had recognized the gravity of the situation and fled, this countryside girl chose to step forward, revealing her naivety. "I sincerely apologize for the unpleasantness caused today, but I implore you to grant us a chance for resolution. Firstly, this matter pertains to the Gu family. And secondly, the individual most affected by this incident requires time to recuperate." "Xiao Jian." Gu Jian approached Gu Yaofeng, linking her arm with his. "Father, you are but a man, not a deity. In the past, you shielded this family from storms. Now allow your grown child to stand by your side. Xiao Jian, you have truly matured." Gu Yaofeng gazed at her in astonishment, genuinely reassessing his daughter. Gu Jian smiled softly, as if capable of melting away all worldly woes. In that moment, Gu Yaofeng felt a sense of reliance manifest. Regret, guilt, and frustration surged within him, causing his eyes to glisten. "Father, while I regret what has transpired with my sister, we cannot allow the Qiao family to bear the brunt of this incident. Therefore, before everyone here, my initial response is to annul the engagement between the Gu and Qiao families." The attendees had heard Qiao Hanxing's earlier remarks, but Gu Yaofeng attempted to suppress the issue. Upon hearing Gu Jian's declaration, their expression shifted. Compared to Gu Yaofeng, Gu Jian appeared more decisive. If the Qiao family were to withdraw from the engagement, the Gu family would only face further humiliation. Yet, with Gu Jian's proactive stance, the Gu family seemed prepared, providing themselves a potential escape route. Though Gu Yaofeng felt reluctant, he recognized it as the best course of action and nodded in agreement. "Secondly, I request some time from everyone. The Gu family must also provide clarity to our friends and family. This matter cannot be hastily resolved." Gu Jian remained composed, exhibiting a calmness in this critical moment that contrasted sharply with those who shrank from adversity. Thus, the Gu family will hold a press conference tomorrow at this same time to disclose all our findings and resolutions. At that time, we will address all inquiries. The crowd murmured, having rushed over upon receiving news, only to be dismissed so succinctly by Gu Jian, leaving them somewhat dissatisfied. Nevertheless, her rationale was sound. Any resolution would require due process. Just as uncertainty lingered, an individual emerged from the throng. Miss Gu Jian's perspective seems reasonable. However, this ceremony is rather untenable. A day may not seem long, yet if we do not achieve results, the ensuing online discourse may spiral beyond our control. Turning, the crowd recognized the speaker as Lin Yu, a well-known paparazzo in Yunqing, whose sharp tongue and piercing insights had unearthed many sensational stories, often backed by powerful allies. His interest in the Gu family's predicament suggested that without a resolution, they would indeed struggle to justify themselves. With Lin Yu voicing his opinion, others reluctantly acquiesced. Gu Jian expressed her gratitude and departed with Gu Yaofeng, leaving Liang Lijing and the man in the care of the hotel manager for their return. As Gu Yaofeng and Gu Jian exited, the audience remembered Qiao Hanxing and sought to inquire, only to find he had long vanished. Lacking the central figure, they resorted to questioning others. A bold individual approached Lin Yu, asking, "Brother Lin, you appeared to witness the entire event. What is your take on the Gu family situation?" Lin Yu smiled enigmatically. "Gu Jian? She's quite impressive." The questioner was perplexed, having inquired about the Gu family, yet receiving a response centered on Gu Jian. This unexpected praise from Lin Yu was indeed a rarity. While her background raised questions, the fact that the foremost paparazzo acknowledged her merit warranted further investigation. In a flash, those guests who had yet to depart found themselves besieged by inquiries, some seizing the moment to criticize Liang Lijing's actions vehemently. Once outside, Gu Jian quickly sought out Fu Yan. Upon entering the car, she noticed Fu Yan settling into the front passenger seat. They exchanged a knowing smile, their unspoken understanding palpable. Glancing at the somber Gu Yaofeng, Gu Jian expressed her remorse. "I apologize, father, for the trouble caused. With so many present, I hastily resorted to a delay tactic. You acted rightly. Had you not stepped forward, we might still be ensnared in this predicament. And what of that woman? Where is she? I can hardly contain my fury at her disgraceful behavior." Gu Yaofeng's anger flared at the mention of Liang Lijing. "I've instructed the hotel manager to arrange transportation for both of them to return home. Father, please do not be angry. Our priority now is tomorrow's press conference. If the situation spirals out of control, I fear it may affect Kai Shi." Gu Jian meticulously analyzed the situation. Kai Shi's condition has only just begun to stabilize. He cannot endure further turmoil. Gu Yaofeng's expression shifted at her words. "Rest assured, I will not allow anyone to jeopardize the company." With that, he produced his phone and dialed his dedicated lawyer. Gu Jian's eyes flickered with disdain, reflecting on how both Gu Yaofeng and Gu Fei seemed to share a proclivity for evasion. Yet, this was merely the beginning. "My dear father, the true spectacle awaits." A glimmer of darkness danced in her gaze as she noticed Fu Yan observing her through the rearview mirror, his expression seemingly scrutinizing. In the back seat, Liang Lijing felt as if the world were collapsing around her. The earlier scene had utterly terrified her, causing her to forget her earlier outburst when Gu Jian announced the annulment. Who was she to dictate her daughter's fate? Gu Jian, that shameless wretch, would not escape unscathed. Glancing at the man beside her, Liang Lijing harbored a seething desire to tear him apart. She could no longer remain passive. She needed a strategy, for if Gu Yaofeng truly sought divorce, her opportunities would vanish. After much deliberation, trembling, she retrieved her phone and dialed her brother. "Brother, Gu Yaofeng intends to divorce me. He and his shameless daughter have conspired against me, seizing the opportunity to cancel Fei Fei's wedding while you were away. You must help me." As Liang Lijing's words fell, a furious shriek from a woman echoed on the other end. "Did you hear that? She has completely cleared her conscience. If it weren't for someone from our family attending today's engagement ceremony, I wouldn't have known your dear sister could engage in such vile deeds. Let me tell you, if you dare to meddle in her affairs, I won't hesitate to sever ties. I cannot afford to lose face." It was her sister-in-law. "No, it's not like that." Liang Lijing cried out in panic. "Brother, I was wrong. I realize my mistakes. It's my fault. But I am truly at my wit's end. We are siblings. If you abandon me, I will be ruined. I beg you. My dear sister, I am powerless in this matter. Considering how well our family has treated you over the years, let us not drag the Liang family into this. Otherwise, do not blame me for cutting ties." With that, the call was abruptly severed. The man beside her, overhearing the conversation, could not help but let out a cold laugh. Back when we were together, I thought you were something special. It turns out you have no say in the Gu or Liang families. Had I known, I would have pursued your daughter instead. At least she is young and beautiful. Upon hearing this, Liang Lijing could no longer restrain herself and lashed out at the man's face. The manager in front, witnessing the scene, pretended nothing was amiss, instructing the driver to proceed slowly and carefully, as long as the car was unharmed. The well-being of its occupants was of little consequence. The man, bound hand and foot, was no match for Liang Lijing's fury, and soon his face was smeared with blood. Liang Lijing, in her own state of disarray, appeared like a deranged woman, a sight most unseemly. When the two were brought before Gu Yaofeng, the disdain and resolve in his eyes reaffirmed the grim fate awaiting Liang Lijing. What transpired next was all too predictable. The illicit rendezvous took place in their master bedroom, a fact that would surely incite a reaction from Gu Yaofeng once he recalled it. Gu Jian, however, showed little interest in this, offering mutual consolation to Gu Yaofeng before departing. She had more pressing matters to attend to. Throughout the night, events progressed at a pace far beyond Gu Yaofeng's expectations. Initially, he thought he could simply play the victim, yet to his astonishment, negative sentiments began surfacing online. Someone even unearthed past events, detailing Gu Jian's lineage and contrasting her with Gu Fei, labeling Gu Jian as the true daughter of the Gu family, while branding Gu Fei as an illegitimate child. The fact that Gu Fei was older than Gu Jian was also manipulated into sensational headlines. Rumors even hinted at his infidelity during marriage. As the situation spiraled further out of control, Gu Yaofeng erupted in fury. This afternoon is the press conference. What on earth are you all doing? After all these years of nurturing these public relations people, what good has it done? Don't you know to contact someone and stifle this issue? The PR manager was struck by a folder hurled by Gu Yaofeng, and though he felt equally frustrated, he could not help but mutter under his breath. Chairman, we have been trying to manage public opinion. However, many are eagerly awaiting to push us to the brink, and time is truly of the essence. We are a loss. Being at a loss is not an option. What are you all doing with your brains? Feeding pigs? Gu Yaofeng's words grew increasingly harsh. A sleepless night had left him exhausted and under immense pressure. The secretary beside him wore a worried expression. Chairman, the employees are also growing restless. It seems they are discreetly reaching out to the major shareholders, and some have even begun to sway the old master. No, if this reaches the old master, I am finished. Although my shares are substantial now, that woman's shares remain frozen. If the old master gains control, my position will be precarious. Remembering the old master's warning before his departure sent chills down Gu Yaofeng's spine. If you know the situation is dire, then act to resolve it. What are you all doing here? The PR manager, despite feeling infuriated by Gu Yaofeng's outburst, mustered the courage to speak. Actually, there might be a way. Given that public sentiment currently favors Miss Gu Jian, why not leverage that? She is the victim, and handling this matter would be more effective. Moreover, her relationship with the Gu matriarch makes her a suitable spokesperson. Let Gu Jian step forward. Her performance yesterday indeed warrants consideration. Reflecting on it, I have consistently underestimated this daughter and been excessively dismissive of her. Now that I know Liang Lijing has orchestrated much of this, it may be worth a try. With Gu Jian present, the old master will be less inclined to speak out. Provide the specifics. Gu Yaofeng's gaze darkened, his fatigue growing more pronounced. Meanwhile, Liang Lijing was not idle. Initially resigned to the notion of divorce, she aimed merely to secure what was rightfully hers. However, she never anticipated that after Gu Yaofeng returned to the bedroom to retrieve documents, he would subject her to a brutal beating. It was absurd. Their master bedroom, the space they had shared for over 20 years, was now a scene of humiliation. To her astonishment, Gu Yaofeng was indeed ruthless enough to leave her with nothing. The divorce agreement bore her signature, and now she possessed nothing. She had only wished to see Gu Fei one last time, even if her daughter refused to forgive her. After all, she had nurtured Gu Fei for over 20 years and could not part with her. After applying a bit of makeup and enduring her physical pain, Liang Lijing arrived at the hospital, only to receive a call from Lin Ro. How could she have forgotten that woman? Everything she had now was thanks to Lin Ro. Liang Lijing altered her course, bypassing the patient ward to the location specified by Lin Ro. Upon seeing Lin Ro's noticeably larger abdomen and her glowing complexion, Liang Lijing felt a surge of scorn. What? You wish to provoke me? Lin Ro, do not get ahead of yourself. I have lived with Gu Yaofeng for over 20 years. I know exactly what kind of man he is. Do you know where those rumors about his infidelity originated? I hired the trolls to ensure he remembers. Even if I, Liang Lijing, leave, you, Lin Ro, will never occupy the position of Mrs. Gu in this lifetime. Lin Ro's expression remained unchanged. Is that all you wanted to say? Do you expect to hear more? No need. Let me be frank. I'm entirely indifferent to what you have said. Moreover, Gu Yaofeng's feelings for me differ from his feelings for you. He has already transferred his shares to the child in my womb. As long as this child is well, the title of Mrs. Gu means nothing to me. What? Shares? That is something Gu Yaofeng values more than life itself. As if anticipating her disbelief, Lin Ro produced a document from her bag and handed it to Liang Lijing. If you doubt me, take a look. Liang Lijing's hands trembled as she accepted the document, her eyes widening in disbelief at its contents and Gu Yaofeng's signature. After following him for over 20 years, enduring hardships to help him rise, she had even tolerated the marriage to that woman, only to bear Gu Jian. And how had Gu Yaofeng treated her? To cast her out, what a fine example of being left with nothing. Liang Lijing trembled incessantly, feeling utterly worthless in that moment. How absurd. She began to laugh hysterically, tears glistening in her eyes, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of hatred. Gazing at Lin Ro's abdomen, she scoffed, rest assured. You won't fare any better than I have. Years ago, I was as foolish as you, believing that with time, he would never betray me. Yet here I am, facing this dismal fate. Ah, indeed, my circumstances are not entirely tragic, for I still have that woman, who is, in fact, the most unfortunate of us all. That woman? Lin Ro's gaze flickered as she glanced toward a certain direction not far away. She must be referring to Gu Jian's mother. Though the specifics remain shrouded in mystery, observing Gu Jian makes it easy to imagine how her mother was deceived by Gu Yaofeng. Seeing Liang Lijing still so brazen at this point, Lin Ro could not help but smile coldly. Rising, she gently rubbed her belly and retrieved the voice recorder she had kept in her bag, pressing the pause button. Are you foolish? Your end is drawing near. Why would I emulate you? You recording? What do you mean? Liang Lijing finally sensed something was amiss. Oh, it's nothing much. I merely wish to inform you that the child within me has no connection to Gu Yaofeng. Talk of being content with affection or seeking legitimacy is merely a ruse to deceive simpletons like you. A child not his? Liang Lijing, though dim-witted, was not entirely foolish. You did this on purpose? Why reveal this to me now? A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Right? You and Gu Jian are in cahoots. I had wondered why the people in the room that day were you and Gu Yaofeng. It turns out you were already colluding. Gu Jian, how clever you are. I underestimated you. Let me tell you, if I suffer, you shall not fare any better. Despite her fervent declarations, Lin Ro regarded her with disdain, kindly warning, my dear, have you lost your wits? If I can share this with you, I certainly possess the means to silence you. Liang Lijing, perplexed, suddenly saw Lin Ro restart the recording, and panic cried out, what are you doing? If you dare to harm me, Yaofeng will not spare you. Just as Liang Lijing attempted to resist, she felt a sharp pain at the back of her head and lost consciousness before she could comprehend the identity of her assailant. Lin Ro, observing Gu Jian approach with measured steps, switched off the recording and handed the device over to her. Edit the content, and regarding that person I understand. Gazing at Lin Ro, Gu Jian expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you. Just a mutual benefit. No need for thanks. However, what follows will require you to stand alone. Her task, thus, reached its conclusion. Stand alone? Glancing at Liang Dong, who was propping up Liang Lijing, Gu Jian smirked. Friends are made one by one, are they not? Lin Ro nodded, her smile gentle. Were it not for circumstances beyond her control, she would have wished to stay. Alas, her heart had long since grown cold toward this place. Accepting the documents and identification that Gu Jian handed her, Lin Ro caressed her belly, her voice ethereal and distant. Farewell. The public relations manager at Kaishi International concluded her thoughts, and although Gu Yaofeng felt a twinge of unwillingness, he recognized this was the most prudent course of action. However, after a thorough discussion, they discovered that the central figure, Gu Jian, was absent from the company. Inquiring among the staff revealed that Gu Jian had not been present since morning. Finally recalling that he needed to contact her, Gu Yaofeng received a call from Gu Jian. Dad, something terrible has happened. Liang Lijing attacked Aunt Ro at the hospital. Aunt Ro is now hemorrhaging and has been rushed into surgery. Gu Yaofeng felt as though the world was collapsing around him, all the brilliance of existence turning to shades of gray. His son, the son he had struggled to obtain, if anything were to happen to his child, he would ensure Liang Lijing paid dearly for her actions. This time, he would show no mercy. Chapter 76. A performance. When Gu Yaofeng stumbled into the hospital, he found Gu Jian huddled in a corner before the operating room. Her pale face contorted with anguish, deliberately presenting herself as a picture of despair to conceal her tears. Gu Yaofeng restrained his sorrow. Xiao Jian, what on earth happened? His voice trembled, revealing the depth of his concern for the child. Dad. Gu Jian scoffed inwardly, her voice quaking as she spoke. This morning, Aunt Ro called to say Liang Lijing had summoned her. I sensed something was off and urged her not to go, but she insisted. Little did I know she harbored malicious intent. When I arrived, Aunt Ro was lying in a pool of blood. I'm so sorry, Dad. I had no idea this would happen. If only I'd gotten there sooner. Aunt Ro was so frail, and after being tormented by Liang Lijing, the doctor said the adult was in danger, and the child's fate was even more uncertain. I don't know what the situation is now. I'm truly terrified. As Gu Jian wept inconsolably, Gu Yaofeng's heart felt as if it were being shredded. Remembering the time he had wronged this child, he found a strange calm in the depths of his sorrow. Do not fear. I am here. I am here. He understood that he must comfort Gu Jian in this moment. Observing her distress, he realized she, too, must be yearning for the child's safe arrival. Wiping away the tears from his eyes, he continued, Aunt Ro did not inform me during her last call, which shows she trusted you the most. She will surely be all right. Gu Jian bowed her head, consumed by her tears. Gu Yaofeng gazed at the frail child before him and suddenly recalled how Gu Jian had stood protectively in front of him yesterday. In that moment, he found himself at a loss for words, allowing Gu Jian to vent her emotions. At last, the door to the operating room opened slightly, and Gu Jian rushed forward. Doctor, how is my aunt? Is my brother all right? The nurse furrowed her brows. The patient's condition is not optimistic. You must prepare yourselves mentally. We will do our utmost. Gu Yaofeng could bear no more. With that single sentence, he felt as though he had received a death sentence. Watching the nurse depart, Gu Jian slumped weakly against the door. Suddenly remembering something, she hastily retrieved the voice recorder and handed it to Gu Yaofeng. By the way, this is what Aunt Ro was holding when she fainted. The doctor found it and gave it to me. I almost forgot in my panic. Dad, please listen. Gu Yaofeng did not shy away from Gu Jian, opening the recording. The audio had, of course, been edited, containing only a few brief sentences and Lin Ro's faint cries for help added later. Hearing Lin Ro's heartfelt declaration and Liang Lijing's venomous words, Gu Yaofeng felt a sharp pang in his heart. Gu Jian, catching a glimpse of his tears, said, Dad, I was wrong. This is not the time for tears. I must seek revenge for Aunt Ro and my brother. You and Aunt Ro are still young and can have more children, but what if she attempts this again? I will ensure she faces legal consequences. Gu Yaofeng regarded Gu Jian, nodding solemnly. Dad, I'll wait here. We have a press conference scheduled for this afternoon, and if you are seen here now, it would be detrimental for us. This recorder is evidence. You must keep it safe. Gu Yaofeng nodded. I understand. But the company needs you more right now. A glint of determination flashed in Gu Jian's eyes. But what about the company? That is all your hard work. And my greatest fear is that someone discovers Aunt Ro's existence. It would not only affect you, but also Aunt Ro. Gu Jian insisted. Liang Lijing can buy one wave of online support, and she can certainly buy another. You must remain at the company to prevent her from causing any more trouble. We cannot allow her to ruin Aunt Ro and Kaishi. Initially wanting to evade the situation, Gu Yaofeng grew more lucid upon Gu Jian's reminder. After some contemplation, he made a decision. Here is the plan. You and I will return to the company, and let Secretary Shui stay here. He is the most trustworthy person to me. With him here, you need not worry. Gu Jian hesitated. But what can I do there? I might not even be able to speak up. Liang Lijing has already begun to manipulate the online narrative, so I have decided to restore you to your rightful position. Have you not always wanted to be the head of the RD department? I will appoint you as the manager starting today. You shall represent Kaishi. Gu Jian's expression darkened slightly as he feigned astonishment. Dad, are you certain? I have never appeared in such a setting before, and I am somewhat apprehensive. What is there to fear? Did you not perform splendidly yesterday? Besides, I will be there with you, so there is nothing to worry about. Gu Jian hesitated for a moment. All right, since you cannot step forward, I shall take the lead. I assure you that I will not disappoint your expectations. When we return, I will bring good news to Aunt Ro. Indeed, Gu Yaofeng glanced at the operating room, where the lights still glimmered. Child, it seems we may not be able to save him. If that is the case, then Lin Ro becomes less significant. His foremost priority now was the company, followed closely by Liang Lijing. Noticing Gu Yaofeng lost in thought, Gu Jian interjected, "By the way, Dad, there's something else I must tell you." The press conference proceeded as scheduled. After a day of anticipation, the journalists proved even sharper than expected. However, since Gu Jian had announced the dissolution of the engagement with the Qiao family the previous day, there had been no reaction from them, as if they were awaiting the Gu family's decisions. Gu Yaofeng sat beside her, occasionally answering questions. Whenever a particularly tricky question arose, Gu Jian would readily take it upon herself, not providing flawless responses, yet creating the impression that events unfolded as she described. It even led some to believe that both Gu Yaofeng and Gu Jian were merely victims in this affair, with all turmoil stemming from Liang Lijing's actions. Just as the crowd remained relentless, Gu Jian suddenly stood up, sincerely bowing to everyone, before turning to Gu Yaofeng. "Dad, I take off your coat?" The crowd, puzzled, fell silent. After a moment of hesitation, Gu Yaofeng removed his coat, revealing that his arm was wrapped in bandages, with faint traces of blood seeping through, possibly due to prolonged sitting. "I had not intended to reveal this, but alas, everyone seeks the truth, and this is the truth you desire." The wound was dressed at Gu Jian's suggestion when they left the hospital. Initially, Gu Jian merely wished for Gu Yaofeng to pretend, partly out of concern that someone might photograph him in the hospital and stir public opinion, and partly to evoke sympathy, thinking they could manage just for today. However, she did not anticipate Gu Yaofeng's resolve, as he took her suggestion to heart. Of course, the blame lay squarely on Liang Lijing. "As you can see, my father is the one most wounded in this situation. We initially thought we could have a calm discussion, but unexpectedly, she returned home and acted frantically, taking advantage of my father's efforts to organize the divorce agreement and colluding with that man." Gu Jian struggled to continue. "Xiao Jian," Gu Yaofeng frowned, seemingly reluctant to delve further into the matter. "I believe everyone has seen that, in this issue, my father has borne the brunt of the pain. Yet, as we were once family, we do not intend to pursue this matter further. We hope everyone will respect our father's privacy and refrain from causing further harm to others." Unexpectedly, the audacity of that woman, engaging in infidelity while inflicting pain, stirred outrage among the audience. "Indeed, we must report this to the authorities. Such actions cannot be tolerated. I understand everyone's sentiments, but a day of marriage entails 100 days of kindness. Let us put this matter to rest." Gu Yaofeng exhibited a demeanor of disinterest in pursuing the issue further. Following a brief discussion, Gu Jian finally spoke. "This is the situation, and we hope everyone will respect our wishes. Moreover, to express our gratitude for your cooperation and for granting us a day to resolve this issue, Kaishi has decided to unveil the products originally slated for next month today, and everyone present will receive a gift." As this announcement was made, the audience seemed momentarily taken aback. They had come eager to witness the scandal of the Gu family, only to have the topic shift unexpectedly to the launch of Kaishi's new products. The launch was grand, having been teased since the previous year, and it was rumored that numerous celebrities would attend, adding an air of mystery. While it was a work event, the high-end series was the centerpiece, with a single 50 milliliters cream priced at over 20,000, making even the sample size a worthy prize for personal use or as a gift for a spouse. As the sales manager appeared with an array of gift boxes, the crowd brightened. Kaishi had indeed spared no expense. While most hesitated, a few loyal fans rushed forward to claim their gifts, prompting others to follow suit. In an instant, the crowd around Gu Yaofeng thinned significantly. Gu Jian assisted Gu Yaofeng to his feet, noticing the blood on the bandages increasing, prompting her to usher him inside. She then turned to the journalists, politely apologizing and assuring them that she would personally introduce the various features of the product. Naturally, if anyone had lingering questions about the earlier events, she would address them individually. Those who had initially been reluctant found it difficult to express discontent, especially as Gu Jian, beaming with a smile, distributed gifts while presenting the product. From a second floor, Gu Yaofeng observed Gu Jian below, his gaze complex. He was uncertain of the ensuing media narrative. However, one thing was clear. His daughter, whom he had previously undervalued, proved far more resourceful than Gu Fei at this critical moment. yet concerning the company. Thinking of Lin Ro still in the hospital, Gu Yaofeng called Secretary Shui, but the line remained silent. Puzzled, he was hesitant to leave for fear of being photographed. So after some deliberation, he decided to call Gu Fei. They were all in the same hospital, and at this juncture, he could only place his trust in her. At the hospital, Secretary Shui had been waiting patiently when he suddenly heard someone call for him. Looking up, he was surprised to find Liang Lijing's lover. Before he could speak, the man swiftly knocked him unconscious. As Secretary Shui lay unconscious, Song Yi stepped out from the side, producing a card and a plane ticket, handing them to the man. Forget what happened today. Leave Yun City within half an hour, or I will ensure you regret ever being alive. The man nodded eagerly, a sycophantic expression on his face. Understood, understood, I will leave immediately. With a wave of his hand, Song Yi signaled for the man to be escorted away. As the group departed, the lights in the operating room dimmed, and a team of doctors emerged. Mr. Song. Song Yi glanced at the unconscious Secretary Shui beside him. Find a hospital room and take him in. I trust you know what to do next. Understood. Arrangements have already been made. The doctor replied, gesturing for his team to take Secretary Shui away. As for Lin Ro, she had already headed to the airport while Gu Jian was on the phone with Gu Yaofeng, and she was likely nearing her destination. What he was focused on now was providing Gu Yaofeng with an explanation. After reviewing the surveillance footage, Song Yi believed that the troupe of actors at the company could finally contribute something to their boss. Once the hospital matters were settled, Song Yi transported the unconscious Liang Lijing to the park. Those prearranged were already waiting. Behind the artificial mountain in the park, he took advantage of the lack of attention and unceremoniously tossed Liang Lijing to the ground. The pregnant woman, noticing Song Ye's departure, immediately began to scream. Help! Robbery! Someone is robbing me. Dazed, Liang Lijing opened her eyes, overwhelmed by the commotion surrounding her. Before she could utter a word, a robust middle-aged woman seized her. You dare to snatch from a pregnant woman? If anything happens to my grandson, I will not let this go. Just as Gu Jian was wrapping up her affairs, she received a call from Song Yi. Boss, everything has been taken care of. Hanging up. Gu Jian sat beside her, surveying the vast hall. After all the effort, it seemed she had finally reached a moment of respite. Yet, she wondered how much actual power this position held. Liang Lijing and Gu Yaofeng had spent their lives together without reaping any benefits, while she now appeared to have stumbled upon an incredible fortune. However, there was no rush. She would gradually reclaim all that was rightfully hers. Gu Yaofeng, Gu Fei, the time has come for you. Chapter 78. The intricacies of the game. Upon receiving a call from Gu Yaofeng, Gu Fei reluctantly arrived at the operating room. Throughout the journey, she hoped for an unfortunate turn of events for that woman, ideally her demise on the operating table. To her astonishment, her wishes came true. Noticing the operating room was empty, Gu Fei inquired with a nurse, who, evasively, led her to the injured Secretary Shui. Secretary Shui had sustained significant injuries, exhibiting mild concussion symptoms, and had only just regained consciousness. He had learned from the doctor that Liang Lijing's lover had taken Lin Ro away, and he was now erupting in fury towards the physician. The hospital was adamant about not taking the blame, promptly offering to review the surveillance footage. As Gu Fei examined the footage, something felt amiss. Why did that man keep his face hidden? He maintained his head down, as if fearing exposure. Lin Ro also seemed peculiar. Had she not awakened? Or had her condition not deteriorated? It was said that a miscarriage could severely affect one's health. Why had she not bled? Despite her myriad of doubts, Lin Ro being abducted by that man was a stroke of immense fortune for Gu Fei. In front of Secretary Shui, she could only frown and solemnly suggest they report the incident to the authorities. Secretary Shui, in considerable pain, finally understood the gravity of the situation and hastily called the police, vaguely outlining the incident. However, in his muddled state, the police mistook it for a simple case of missing persons, stating they could file a report after 24 hours. After a brief explanation, another call interrupted. Gu Fei, feeling smug, remained silent. Yet at the moment the call ended, she recognized a very familiar voice. You are to serve the people, so do your job well. Why believe only their side of the story? Where does that leave me? Even the dullest of minds could not mistake that voice, regardless of tone or inflection. It was unmistakably Liang Lijing. But why was she at the police station? Without a moment to spare for Lin Ro, Gu Fei hurried to the precinct, with Secretary Shui trailing behind, confused by her intentions. Upon arriving, They found Liang Lijing wailing uncontrollably at the station. "Mother, what on earth are you doing?" Gu Fei rushed over to stop her. Truth be told, Gu Fei regretted her decision the moment she got in the car. Gu Yaofeng must surely despise Liang Lijing by now. Though she had refrained from watching the news, the eventual outcome was all too predictable. Liang Lijing had become a hot potato. Gu Fei was caught in a dilemma, unable to act decisively either way. She chose to intervene, hoping to mitigate the situation before the media caught wind of it. Regardless of Liang Lijing's misdeeds, there could be no further mishaps at this juncture. Seething with indignation, Gu Fei's disdain for Liang Lijing was palpable. Yet, Liang Lijing remained oblivious, rushing towards Gu Fei and Secretary Shui as if they were her lifeline. Fei, you must tell them I did not commit robbery or harm anyone. How could the dignified Mrs. Gu engage in such criminal acts? This is slander. Gu Fei glanced at the furious middle-aged woman beside her and the pitiful Liang Lijing. In truth, her current state could easily lend credence to accusations of murder. However, Gu Fei recognized that the matter was far more complex. Liang Lijing was not foolish enough to perpetrate such a crime. Gu Fei initially intended to settle the issue quietly with monetary compensation, but the middle-aged woman was adamant about pursuing legal action, repeatedly asserting she had evidence. All that was needed was for her son to retrieve the surveillance footage from a park, and the truth would be revealed. Gu Fei was incensed. Yet upon seeing Liang Lijing insist she had done no harm, she felt slightly relieved. If you're certain my mother harmed someone, then produce the evidence. If you cannot, do not blame me for suing you for defamation. The middle-aged woman, upon hearing this, raised her voice in her native dialect, hurling crude insults. Although she promptly received a warning from an officer, Gu Fei could only stifle her anger and wait for the footage to surface. Secretary Shui, sensing the situation was deteriorating, hastily called Gu Yaofeng. The man who had taken Lin Ro was Liang Lijing's lover, and with Liang Lijing present, he could not afford to let anyone escape. This was the perfect opportunity. Gu Yaofeng, who had planned to dine with Gu Jian before returning to the hospital, was immediately alarmed and enraged upon receiving the call, cursing Liang Lijing. Even at this juncture, she resorts to such treachery against me. Gu Jian's eyes reflected a complex array of emotions. After a brief contemplation, she calmly instructed the driver to turn the car towards the police station. On one hand, they could ascertain what had transpired with Liang Lijing, and on the other, they could directly report the matter to locate Lin Ro. Unbeknownst to Gu Yaofeng, a few media outlets, unable to enter, lingered outside, hoping to seize any potential advantage. Upon spotting Gu Yaofeng's vehicle, they immediately followed suit. Realizing the Gu family was embroiled in a sensational development, they rushed to report back to their editor. In the car, watching Gu Yaofeng's icy demeanor as he reassured himself that Lin Ro would be fine, Gu Jian found it laughable. She was well aware that everything was precisely as she had orchestrated. Chapter 79. Speaking only the truth in truth, Gu Jian's plan was quite straightforward. After Lin Ro's departure, an explanation was necessary. Liang Lijing's lover served as the perfect scapegoat. Initially, she anticipated some challenges, but to her surprise, the man was easily swayed by a bit of cash, ready to comply with any request. After incapacitating Secretary Shui at the hospital, Sonia arranged for their company staff to stage a scene, disguised as the man who had taken Lin Ro, allowing the surveillance footage to show him as the abductor. As for the hospital staff, Sonia had measures in place to ensure they would cooperate. Once Secretary Shui regained consciousness, he would undoubtedly inform Gu Yaofeng that it was Liang Lijing's lover who had taken Lin Ro, thereby placing the blame squarely on her. The matter concerning Liang Lijing was even simpler. Having harmed Lin Ro, Gu Jian would ensure Liang Lijing faced consequences, yet with Lin Ro's departure, Gu Jian would not allow her to testify, sparing her further trauma. Gu Jian orchestrated a minor assault incident, framing Liang Lijing with charges of robbery and assault, naturally targeting a pregnant woman. As for Gu Yaofeng, having lost his son and with Liang Lijing embroiled in such disgraceful affairs, his fury was palpable. After a day and night of turmoil, his eyes were bloodshot, and perhaps due to his age, he appeared utterly exhausted, on the brink of collapse. Coupled with the stress of Liang Lijing's situation and the loss of his son, his anger was not to be trifled with. It remained to be seen how he would react upon discovering that Liang Lijing would inevitably face imprisonment. As for Gu Fei, from the moment she abandoned Liang Lijing at the wedding, It was clear that she would never forsake her wealth and luxury for a man imprisoned. And there was even a possibility that she might stage a grand act of moral righteousness. As for the company, even if today's new product launch by Kaishi did not occur, Gu Jian had other means to address the situation. With Gu Fei absent, Gu Yaofeng relaxed his guard. How could she not seize this opportune moment to consolidate more power? One could only imagine how furious Gu Fei would be upon discovering that her hard work was handed over by her own doing, and that she had successfully infiltrated the core management of the company. The engagement with the Qiao family had dissolved, and now she found herself ensnared in a predicament. Facing criticism for being cold-hearted, a perfect illustration of the adage about losing both the lady and the troops. Overnight, Gu Fei seemed to have lost everything. Echoing her past self, bereft of her mother, father, and home, Gu Jian wore a gloomy expression, his gaze dark, remaining mostly silent throughout. Gu Yaofeng, mistaking her demeanor for sorrow over Lin Ro's situation, offered his consolation, yet he harbored his own ulterior motives. Though he felt remorseful for Lin Ro, should her affair escalate, it would inevitably lead to inquiries about his connection with her, potentially igniting a public uproar. After all, with his son gone, it seemed better to disregard the matter entirely. Beautiful women were plentiful. He could always find another son. But if his reputation were tarnished, there would be no return. He certainly did not wish for Lin Ro to become the next Liang Lijing. Upon their arrival at the police station, Gu Fei was embroiled in a heated argument with a man at the entrance. As they drew closer, it became evident that the man was Fu Yan. Gu Fei implored Fu Yan to assist Liang Lijing, citing their familial ties. However, regardless of her pleas, Fu Yan maintained that after he had pursued Liang Lijing to the park, he could not locate her. By the time he arrived at the scene to find a crowd gathered, he had already heard the unfolding events from others, only to find himself at the police station thereafter. While Fu Yan's testimony seemed innocuous, it did confirm Liang Lijing's presence at the location. You are truly malicious. Just like Gu Jian, equally venomous. Didn't my mother tell you she did nothing wrong? Are you not afraid of perjury leading you to prison? I warn you to reconsider your responses to the police, or I shall ensure you regret ever gracing this world. Fu Yan raised an eyebrow, gazing at the woman before him, who was trying to intimidate him from merely a foot away, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. He subtly stepped back, coolly replying, Your belief or disbelief is of no consequence to me. He spoke the truth. Since leaving the hospital, he had trailed Song Debao's vehicle to the park, and after disembarking, he followed Song Debao's lead around the park. Fu Yan suspected that these events were orchestrated by Gu Jian and recognized that Song Debao's was not as straightforward as he appeared. Yet, Song Debao's attributed all the credit to Liang Dong. Given Liang Dong's capabilities, such actions were indeed possible, but the meticulous planning required was beyond Liang Dong's intellect. The architect of such intricate designs, Fu Yan looked up to see a figure arriving late. Observing that slender, yet resolute silhouette, he thought to himself that his woman was indeed complex, mysterious, and intriguing. Fei, what are you doing? Gu Yaofeng, who was still waiting for Gu Jian to shield him, could not allow Gu Fei to bully Fu Yan at this moment. Upon hearing his voice, Gu Fei ran over, tearfully recounting the events to Gu Yaofeng. Naturally, through Gu Fei's lens, Liang Lijing had transformed into the innocent party. Previously, Gu Yaofeng had felt immense sympathy for Gu Fei's tears, but now, he was merely irritated. He even contemplated questioning this little princess, whom he had cherished, as to why she could not remain composed and consider her father's perspective in troublesome times. Was a mother and a father not a father? Even now, Gu Fei still thought of him funding Liang Lijing's rescue. Huh, what a joke. Sister, do not fret too much. If auntie is innocent, she will surely be fine. What can you expect your father to do? At this point, we can only wait for the surveillance footage to emerge. What if that man retrieves the footage and manipulates it? What if it turns against my mother? Gu Fei glared at Gu Jian. Just then, a public official emerged. Madam, please rest assured, we are accompanying him, and the authenticity of the incident will remain intact. The surveillance footage has returned. Please come in. Noticing the public official's unfriendly demeanor, Gu Yaofeng shot Gu Fei a fierce glare. Gu Fei stood dumbfounded, frozen in place. In her memory, it was the first time Gu Yaofeng had expressed such disdain towards her. After Gu Yaofeng entered, Gu Fei appeared startled, remaining rooted to the spot, prompting Gu Jian to stifle a laugh. What's this, my dear sister? Can't handle it? Gu Fei gritted her teeth, Gu Jian, you conniving little vixen. Do you think I am oblivious to your schemes? You will never succeed in usurping my father. Is that so? Gu Jian's countenance suddenly turned cold. Brushing off her attire, as if sharing the same space with Gu Fei was a most repugnant affair. My dear sister, have you forgotten how you employed this very same duplicitous demeanor to force our grandfather to leave the Gu family and take me to the countryside? Gu Jian's voice was icily sharp, her expression somber, evoking an involuntary shiver. She would never forget. Her grandfather's health had been precarious, exacerbated by Liang Lijing and Gu Fei's provocations. Upon arriving in the countryside, she was surrounded by strangers, a mere child unsure of how to navigate the situation. Several times, her grandfather had hovered near death. She had wept helplessly, seeking assistance, only for Gu Fei and Liang Lijing to mockingly hang up on her pleas to Gu Yaofeng, cackling, "You two should just perish." That day, amidst torrential rain, she could never forget her grandfather's frail figure on the hospital bed. Certainly, she would never forget Liang Lijing's words when they cut off the call. "If she dies, all the shares of Kaishi will belong to my precious daughter." That was the first time Gu Jian comprehended the significance of those two words, shares. She was merely 7 years old at the time. A smirk of derision tugged at the corners of Gu Jian's mouth as she continued. "Or have you forgotten the revolting visage you bore when you seized everything I held dear? I have only just begun to grasp a fraction of your essence, and you are already unable to bear it. Tell me, if I were to treat you as you treated me, would you not go mad? You vile creature, I will not let you succeed." "Huh, then let us await the outcome," Gu Jian replied nonchalantly. Gu Fei gritted her teeth, and upon noticing Fu Yan nearby, she suddenly let out a cold laugh, grasping Fu Yan's arm. "Brother-in-law, did you hear that? This is your beloved wife, truly venomous. Shall I assist you in finding someone better?" Gu Jian frowned. Perhaps their recent interactions had been so smooth that she had momentarily forgotten the presence of this man. In that instant, Fu Yan raised his hand, shedding the suit jacket that Gu Fei clutched, tossing it casually into a nearby trash bin. Without a word, he took Gu Jian's hand, gently and considerately saying, "Let us go. Everyone has been waiting for quite a while." Gu Jian looked at him, her gaze complex. Yet she said nothing, merely following Fu Yan inside. Today would serve as an opportunity for him to witness her capabilities. She hoped he would recognize the challenges ahead. Just like in a hospital, this surveillance would not falter. In the video, Liang Lijing is seen running in a secluded area of the park, her hair disheveled, seemingly evading something. She then hides in a patch of grass, conveniently located in a blind spot of the surveillance cameras, where only a vague shadow can be discerned. After approximately 3 minutes of concealment, the victim stands under a nearby tree, eating and fanning herself with a handheld fan. Perhaps due to her pregnancy, she inadvertently drops her bag, spilling the cash contained within. This money was given by my daughter-in-law's family during her visit, a modest sum meant for emergency use. Especially as my daughter-in-law is nearing her delivery date. It was unexpected that this woman would harbor ill intentions upon seeing it. After all, it was the purse of a pregnant woman. The plump woman attempts to explain the source of the money, as it is indeed unusual for someone to carry such a large amount in cash, which draws envy for their harmonious relationship, a rarity among mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law. "No, I didn't tea." She begins to protest, but is interrupted. The two can only lower their defenses and continue watching the footage. What unfolds next aligns with the woman's words. Liang Lijing suddenly leaps out and lunges for the pregnant woman's bag. The pregnant woman reacts swiftly, grasping her bag, but nearly falls in the process. Fearing for her unborn child, she, in her panic, leans against a tree and releases her grip. In that moment, Liang Lijing is thrown to the ground, her head striking the stone pavement with a harsh thud. Though she does not bleed, she remains sprawled on the ground for quite some time, while the bag and its contents are scattered about. The pregnant woman, regaining her composure, begins to shout for help, and those nearby rush to her aid. Witnessing her daughter-in-law clutching her belly in distress, the middle-aged woman is consumed by rage and seizes Liang Lijing by her collar, striking her. Meanwhile, the onlookers have already called the police. "No, this is impossible. I did not do this. I have no idea how I ended up there. And I certainly do not understand what is happening. Someone must be framing me. You cannot bear to see me well off and are doing this on purpose." Liang Lijing shakes her head frantically, unable to accept the scene before her, yet the undeniable truth leaves no room for her to argue. Gu Yaofeng furrows his brow. Enough. He has reached the limit of his patience. The throbbing pain in his forehead has intensified due to Liang Lijing's outbursts. The middle-aged woman, observing Gu Yaofeng's imposing demeanor and their apparent affluence, panics and collapses to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. My daughter-in-law, why must her fate be so cruel? After 5 years of marriage, we have endured so much hardship to finally have this child. If anything were to happen to her, how could I face her deceased father-in-law? Perhaps I should just follow her. The woman's lamentation only adds to Gu Yaofeng's frustration. Just as he is about to speak, he senses something amiss and turns to see a crowd gathered by the window. Due to the lengthy wait for the surveillance footage, they had congregated in the adjacent room, the closest to the outside. Some journalists, unable to contain their curiosity, sneak in and peer through the window, discovering the chaotic scene and instantly causing an uproar. The woman continues to wail, seemingly assured that they would exploit their power. Gu Yaofeng glances at the dazed Liang Lijing and the equally shocked Gu Fei, and helps the middle-aged woman to her feet. Rest assured, no one can escape the arm of the law, regardless of what happens to your daughter-in-law. This woman must face the consequences as dictated by justice. Gu Yaofeng's cold detachment, though anticipated by Liang Lijing, still pierces through her heart. Summoning her courage, she makes one last effort. It wasn't me. I truly didn't know what happened. I was at the hospital. How could I have suddenly appeared there? She clutches her head, feeling a sharp pain in the spot where she was struck, yet she cannot explain the origins of the video. Father, there must be more to this. Mother would never commit such a crime, especially against a pregnant woman. There has to be a misunderstanding. I implore you to investigate. Investigations are the domain of the police, and with evidence so clear, there is little left to discuss. Gu Yaofeng is not inclined to invite trouble upon himself, especially considering Liang Lijing's role in his son's demise and Lin Ro's abduction by her lover, an account he has yet to settle. Witnessing Gu Yaofeng's icy demeanor, Gu Fei begins to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Indeed, Lin Ro is still missing. How would he possibly come to Liang Lijing's aid? Even if he believed her innocent of robbery, he would not extend his help, perhaps even seeking to protect himself by solidifying the case against her. As Gu Fei helps Liang Lijing rise, she is about to speak when Gu Yaofeng interjects, Fei, I understand your feelings, but she has broken the law, and I cannot intervene. We do not yet know the condition of that pregnant woman. If anything happens to her child, she will bear the full weight of responsibility. I am not in a position to assist someone like her. Gu Jian, noticing the situation, rushes over to support Gu Fei and Liang Lijing. Yes, sister, auntie, please understand father's position. The evidence is in plain sight. It would be better for you to be honest, as it may lead to a more lenient sentence. Moreover, the Gu family is already under scrutiny. Yesterday's troubles remain unresolved, and now another scandal has erupted, which could further jeopardize the company. Sister, think carefully. Gu Fei is about to retort when she notices Gu Jian signaling her to look outside. Upon seeing the throng of journalists at the window, her complexion pales instantly. While Gu Yaofeng and Gu Jian can stand against Liang Lijing, she cannot. Clenching her teeth, Gu Fei suppresses her words. I understand. Rest assured, sister, the police will never wrong an innocent person. Gazing at Liang Lijing, Gu Jian's eyes flicker with a hidden light. You're talking nonsense. Liang Lijing erupts. It's all you're doing. Everything changed the moment you returned. You are a harbinger of disaster, a scourge upon my life. Silence. Enough. Gu Yaofeng can no longer contain himself. The chaos at such a moment is intolerable, and his dignity has been thoroughly compromised by Liang Lijing's actions. How fortunate that he had already made a public statement today, or he would be in an even more precarious position. What? I should be silent? Gu Yaofeng, you are a fool. Do you think your precious daughter is on your side? She retorts, let me tell you, that woman and her son, they are all. Enough. Liang Lijing is startled by a sudden outburst, her eyes wide with shock as she looks at Gu Fei. Mother, enough. All we can do now is await the investigation. Please, just stop. Gu Fei's final words are slow, almost as if she is hinting or warning Liang Lijing of something. Liang Lijing understands. No one knows her daughter better than she does. She realizes that her daughter has already ruined her engagement. If Lin Ro's situation is exposed, it would obliterate any remaining value she holds in Gu Yaofeng's eyes. If that happens, she risks losing everything, including any chance for Gu Fei to compete with Gu Jian. She lowered her head and fell into silence. Gu Jian offered a symbolic consolation to Gu Yaofeng with a cold laugh before discreetly inquiring about his thoughts on Lin Ro. However, Gu Yaofeng remained silent, merely gesturing for Gu Jian to observe the reporters outside. Gu Jian nodded, acknowledging her father. Understood, Dad. I will handle it. Gu Yaofeng nodded in response, watching Gu Jian step out to deal with the journalists, then glanced at Gu Fei, who stood nearby, looking terribly aggrieved. He suddenly felt that despite being his daughters, they were like mud that could not be molded. All of this stemmed from Liang Lijing. After confirming that Gu Yaofeng had no intention of rescuing Liang Lijing, the middle-aged woman, filled with unease, especially after receiving news about her daughter-in-law's premature delivery, rushed out to publicly extol Liang Lijing's honorable deeds before the media. Gu Jian's petite frame was no match for the commotion. Gu Yaofeng cast a glance at Gu Fei. Fei, go help Xiao Jian. You should have been the one to address this matter. Hearing the underlying reproach in Gu Yaofeng's tone, Gu Fei's expression shifted, and she stood up to leave. Fu Yan, seated in a corner at the back, observed the scene outside without any intention of rising. Gu Yaofeng turned to the staff nearby, seemingly oblivious to Fu Yan's presence, and crouched beside Liang Lijing, his voice colder than before. Where have you taken Lin Ro? Lin Ro is missing? Liang Lijing gleaned from his words that Gu Yaofeng suspected her involvement. Reflecting on Lin Ro's previous remarks, it seemed she had never regarded Gu Yaofeng seriously and had even expressed disdain. She had told herself that the child was not related to Gu Yaofeng, and her departure was expected. She had not anticipated such swift action. Observing Gu Yaofeng's hypocritical demeanor, Liang Lijing suddenly felt this could serve as a perfect opportunity for revenge. You cheated first, had an illegitimate child later, and now you want me to bear all the blame while you seek information about that woman? How naive you are. I warn you not to push your luck. Do you see any way out? No one can save you but me. Save? Liang Lijing sneered. Spare me. If you truly had that intention or capability, you wouldn't be Gu Yaofeng. As a married couple, let us at least preserve some dignity. I know nothing about Lin Ro's whereabouts. If you wish to find her, do so yourself. Alternatively, you might ask your beloved daughter. She might know everything, especially since she cares for you so much and even brought you a fine son. Mentioning the son made Gu Yaofeng's blood boil, entirely missing the insinuation in Liang Lijing's words. How dare you mention my son? Liang Lijing, are you courting death? Seeing his furious expression, Liang Lijing felt nauseated and spat at him. You truly disgust me. With that, she turned to the staff beside her. Aren't you going to detain me? Aren't you going to lock me up without bail? What are you waiting for? Gu Yaofeng's gaze was sharp, his eyes icy as he stared at the scornful Liang Lijing. However, she merely laughed coldly. I suddenly feel quite safe here, don't you think, my ex-husband? As Liang Lijing was taken away, Gu Yaofeng's expression was as frigid as ice, as if he could freeze everything around him. Did he wish to enter? Then let him remain inside long enough. On the way back from the police station, Gu Jian noticed Fu Yan was missing and assumed he had left. However, upon getting into the car, she found him standing at the police station entrance, looking at her with a complex expression, his penetrating gaze making Gu Jian feel a twinge of guilt. Though separated by a mere car window, it felt as if a vast chasm lay between them. Gu Yaofeng suddenly suffered a headache. Gu Jian reluctantly departed first, calling for the family doctor upon returning home, only to learn it was exhaustion and sleep deprivation. Gu Jian, concerned, urged him to rest well, while she devised a plan regarding Lin Ro. Yet, as soon as Gu Yaofeng heard this, he obstinately insisted that it was his responsibility to find his woman, dismissing the notion that his daughter could be of any help. Gu Jian scoffed internally but feigned reassurance. Dad, the one who kidnapped Aunt Ro is likely after money. We will surely find her. Gu Yaofeng looked pleased. My little Jian has truly grown up. I trust you, but given my poor health, I will hand over the company to you in the coming days. What a clever plan. With chaos brewing outside the company, he chose to hide and leave the mess for her to sort out. A truly admirable father. However, this arrangement was just as well. When he decided to return, it wouldn't be quite so easy. Indeed, upon observing Gu Yaofeng's lack of fervor for the investigation, Song Yi deliberately leaked some information. Using that man's name, he made a call demanding 5 million for Lin Ro's release. Expecting Gu Yaofeng to agree without hesitation, he was astonished when Gu Yaofeng hung up the phone. When Song Yi called back, his secretary answered instead, and upon hearing the ransom had escalated to 8 million, Gu Yaofeng flatly declared he had no money. eloquently stating his position before hanging up again, implying, "Go ahead and take her life. You won't be able to blame me." How ruthless. After losing his son, all emotions of love and affection transformed into hollow lies. One could only fear that his inability to produce the money was a pretext. His real intent was to eliminate Lin Ro. Gu Jian recorded Gu Yaofeng's words, calculating that the time to close in was imminent. Fortunately, the child was nearing the due date and had not encountered major issues, though would need to remain in an incubator for a time. Someone managed to sneak photos at the hospital, and soon, Liang Lijing's robbery and assault became sensational news, with everyone awaiting her fate. Online discussions were rife, mockingly advising the Gu and Liang families to refrain from intervening. Despite her desire to remain invisible, Gu Fei had to acknowledge that Liang Lijing was indeed her biological mother. Thus, she could only spend her days at the hospital pretending to care for the pregnant woman while feigning sympathy, though she still faced harsh criticism. In contrast, Gu Yaofeng, after publicly denouncing his kin, declared that he would take full responsibility for any issues that arose with the child. He took the blame for his ex-wife's actions, which surprisingly garnered public favor. Many praised Gu Yaofeng as a responsible man. Observing the online comments, Gu Jian found it all quite ludicrous. A true man? An exemplary ex-husband? Those who glimpsed even a fragment of the truth would forever remain unaware of the full story, merely adhering to the narrative others presented to them. Gu Jian closed her laptop, rubbed her temples, and sank into her office chair, closing her eyes to rest. When Song Yi delivered lunch, he happened to witness her in this state and, confused, spoke up. "Boss, have you become addicted to staying at the office these past few days? You've either been at Kaishi or Chuanglan, and I haven't seen you request your brother-in-law to pick you up." Gu Jian stirred slightly, continuing to feign sleep. Since returning from the police station, she hadn't spoken to Fu Yan for 2 days. She had timed her returns for around 11 o'clock, appearing utterly exhausted upon arrival, showering, and then going straight to bed. The following morning, while Fu Yan was out for his morning run, she left a note saying she would be working late or going to Gu Yaofeng's, telling him not to pick her up. Thus, she spent 2 days hiding and evading him. "Boss, can you please stop pretending and come eat?" Song Yi pressed. "I won't mention your brother-in-law anymore. I see the online sentiment towards you is quite positive, saying you've managed to turn the tide and become the savior at a critical moment, with Gu Yaofeng grooming you as the legitimate successor." "Nonsense." Gu Jian scoffed, opening her eyes. She rose to join Song Yi at the dining table. It's not as good as what my yin cooks." "Boss, don't be so anxious," Song Yi teased, but a glare from Gu Jian made him quickly comply. Cough. Liang Lijing's conviction is a foregone conclusion, especially with Gu Yaofeng backing her downfall. The results should come soon. What about Lin Ro? Everything has been arranged. Her belly has grown, the house is ready, and it seems her parents are planning to visit as well. Song Yi can't help but feel a twinge of envy for Lin Ro's current life. However, Gu Yaofeng has truly been ruthless. He no longer answers our calls. If I were a kidnapper, wouldn't I just go ahead and make a demand? That's exactly what they want. Song Yi clicked his tongue in disdain, exclaiming, truly heartless. "Oh, isn't this just as expected?" Gu Jian set down his chopsticks, realizing that his appetite had indeed been spoiled. The meals he once relished now tasted like mere ash in his mouth. With a sigh of melancholy, Gu Jian chose to recline on the sofa. "Boss, what's going on? Surely, Gu Yaofeng isn't pushing us to this extent?" Gu Jian looked at him with contempt. "No need to call anymore. Just give Xueqing a hint so they can act swiftly." "Understood." Song Yi wore a cheeky grin. "Boss, if you can't hold back, you don't have to suffer in silence. Look at you, with no taste for food. If your brother-in-law knew, he would be heartbroken. Who can't hold back? Who has no taste? What are you talking about? Are you asking for a beating?" Song Yi, ever perceptive of the moment, immediately raised his hands in surrender, insisting he meant no offense to Gu Jian. "I swear, I'm not suggesting you are deliberately avoiding your brother-in-law while pining for him." After saying this, Song Yi rolled to his feet, barely evading the pillow Gu Jian hurled at him. "You really are living dangerously. Such dullness." Gu Jian picked up his phone, unable to resist checking the notifications. Even Song Yi had noticed something was amiss with him these past few days. He was avoiding him. Yet, he remained oblivious, not even questioning why Gu Jian was reluctant to be driven or what he was busy with. The memory of Fu Yan's gaze as they departed the police station flashed through his mind. Gu Jian set his phone down, reclining once more on the sofa, seeking rest. But his thoughts were consumed by Fu Yan's image, preventing any semblance of peace. Perhaps they truly were not meant for one another. Continuing down this path would only burden him with shadows and weighty dilemmas. You should have let go last time. How did he nearly become a fallen girl? Gu Jian. Oh, Gu Jian, wake up. You have many pressing matters to attend to. Boss. Song Ye's voice broke through his reverie, prompting Gu Jian to open his eyes and glare at him menacingly. Boss, you've always been one to summon the wind and rain effortlessly. Why is it that you stumble when it comes to your brother-in-law? And yet, you remain silent, leaving everyone confused. Why not lay everything on the table? Clearly, I've bared my soul, so why the hesitation? Gu Jian scoffed. Song Yi chuckled. I'm merely advocating for harmony, not separation. Besides, this is for your benefit. What if your brother-in-law is some significant figure? A pampered heir willingly disguised as your driver. How romantic. Romantic, my foot. Gu Jian stood up, massaging his shoulders. Put away those ridiculous thoughts. There is no chance for that between him and me. Song Yi was right. Avoiding him was indeed uncharacteristic of her. She should seize the opportunity to clarify matters. But for now, she needed to deal with Gu Yaofeng first. I will visit Gu Yaofeng. You should expedite the situation. Song Yi hurried to keep pace with her. Boss, let me drive you. Spare me. I'll take a cab. It's best to remain low-key at this time. Gu Jian arrived at the company and took a cab to the Gu residence. These past few days, Liang Lijing had been at the center of attention. While Gu Yaofeng was recuperating at home, Liang Lijing had indeed become a public figure, and Gu Fei had become the target of scorn, causing her to retreat from the limelight. She was either seeking help for Liang Lijing or on her way to do so. Gu Jian dozed off in the cab, groggily paying the fare and yawning as she exited. Just as she was about to enter the Gu residence, she spotted a familiar figure standing at the entrance. Could she be so disoriented from lack of rest? Or was it possible she hadn't awakened yet? Why was Fu Yan's presence haunting her thoughts? Shaking her head and rubbing her eyes, Gu Jian attempted to regain her composure. After all, Fu Yan's unexpected appearance at the Gu residence was quite baffling. A shadow loomed overhead, and a slightly exasperated yet melodious voice broke the silence. Didn't he expect to see me? Gu Jian responded. Oh my, this mirage even has a voice. Steadying her nerves, she looked up, revealing a bright smile, her teeth gleaming as she beamed. Yin Yin, what are you doing here? I missed you. I've been so busy these past few days that I nearly exhausted myself and fell asleep in the car. Thankfully, the driver was kind. Imagine if I encountered someone who coveted my beauty. But now that I see you, I'm no longer afraid. Fu Yan had originally come with a hint of irritation. But upon seeing Gu Jian in her disheveled state, that irritation evaporated. The little fire of annoyance he felt was quickly extinguished by her childlike demeanor and soft voice, melting his heart. So, you don't want me to pick you up? Or bring you meals? Though his tone remained unchanged, Gu Jian could sense that he was no longer upset. You must know where I've been these past few days, darting between the police station, the company, and the Gu residence. Oh, and I'd occasionally check in at Chuanglan to monitor the situation with Si Chun, ensuring there are no issues with the endorsements. It's been exhausting. Gu Jian pouted, seeking his forgiveness. Fu Yan, with a hint of exasperation, found all his words replaced by a deep affection. Gazing into her gentle eyes, Gu Jian momentarily felt a disconcerting overlap between Fu Yan's warmth and the icy gaze she had encountered earlier, causing her to instinctively take a step back. What's wrong? Fu Yan asked, concern etching his brow. Gu Jian was about to assure him there was nothing amiss when her stomach audibly protested, announcing its presence. She had simply forgotten breakfast that morning and had no appetite earlier. Typically, her stomach remained quiet even after a day without food. So why was it so vocal today? She expected him to mock her, but to her surprise, his face was only a mixture of concern and irritation. Come, I'll take you to eat. Gu Jian barely had time to refuse before Fu Yan donned a helmet and lifted her onto the bike. Sitting in their exclusive vehicle, a sense of inexplicable satisfaction washed over her. Gu Jian slowly reached out, as if to embrace him, but hesitated, her hand pausing mid-air. Though she tried to maintain her usual demeanor, everything felt distinctly altered now. Gu Jian cast her gaze downward, her expression obscured by the helmet. She pondered their relationship dynamics. How was it that she found herself so captivated by his presence? She felt a sense of annoyance as they arrived at their destination. They had dined together before, often at the same clean, comfortable, and affordable places, but this time, the Yun City International Hotel, Gu Jian hesitated at the entrance. While a meal was certainly manageable, Did Fu Yan truly have a means for such extravagance? My funds are sufficient for a meal. Her thoughts flirted with sarcasm about his hidden wealth, but she ultimately opted for a smile instead. It's just a meal. I'll make sure to compensate later. Rather than opting for an exclusive dining area, they settled into a relatively quiet corner. To avoid the burden of washing dishes, Gu Jian resolved to order sparingly and choose the more economical options. However, she was taken aback when Fu Yan had already placed an order, leaving her no opportunity to peruse the menu. As she gazed at the array of delectable dishes, Gu Jian felt a pang of hunger, yet was hesitant to indulge. Did you win the lottery? She teased. Fu Yan chuckled with an air of resignation as he served her food. No, just eat without worry. I won't make you stay behind to wash the dishes. Gu Jian felt as if her thoughts were laid bare. Yet she couldn't shake the feeling that Fu Yan was rather extravagant. In the past, they struggled to afford an electric vehicle, but now, this meal alone might cost them a five-figure sum. It wasn't about her own feelings. She simply felt a twinge of concern for Fu Yan. Noticing her disinterest in the meal, Fu Yan casually remarked, "The stocks we bought earlier have risen significantly." Gu Jian had not been aware of his foray into stock trading, as her disinterest in electronics had led her to overlook such matters. She understood now that she wouldn't be tasked with washing dishes, so she allowed herself to eat more freely. Yet gradually, she found herself unable to continue. The intensity of Fu Yan's gaze was too overwhelming. Embarrassed, she looked up and forced a smile. "I've been so busy lately that I barely have time to eat. It's not that I'm ignoring you. It's just that I have no time." Was that response credible? You must have seen the news. The rumors online are incessant. Liang Lijing's situation is unlikely to be resolved anytime soon, and Gu Fei has been making a scene, blaming me for meddling in her marriage. These matters will take time. As Gu Jian continued, Fu Yan interrupted, seemingly uninterested in her monologue. His deep, enigmatic gaze left Gu Jian perplexed. If he were indifferent, why had he looked at her so intensely that day? She lowered her head, avoiding his eyes, and pretended to be at ease. Indeed, these troubles will eventually pass. After all, everything is within my control. This last statement was deliberate. Fu Yan ought to realize that the turmoil within the Gu family was intertwined with his own life. Now, her actions before Gu Yaofeng were merely for show. Yet, knowing this compelled her to clarify, to demonstrate that she was not the person he imagined her to be. After she spoke, silence enveloped them. Gu Jian, too apprehensive to meet his gaze, feared that seeing his expression might unravel her composure. "Are you misunderstanding?" Fu Yan began, but was interrupted by a sudden commotion nearby. They turned to find an elderly man collapsed on the ground, his food scattered about. The shock was evident on the face of the old man's daughter, who, upon realizing the urgency, paled and searched for medicine but found nothing in his pockets. The son-in-law reacted quickly, shouting for a doctor. "Is there a doctor here? My father has collapsed and hasn't taken his medication. Please help." The man's urgency was contagious, stirring the others to assist in finding a doctor, while some had already called for an ambulance, seeking guidance on what could be done in the meantime. However, without knowledge of the old man's condition or medical expertise, they were rendered helpless. Gu Jian's gaze fixed on a man on the ground, her hands clutching her chopsticks so tightly they might snap. Tremors coursed through her body, her mind clouded with echoes of the past, screams, cries for help, and the cold, clinical announcement of loss. Suddenly, a gentle force enveloped her hand, pulling her from a reverie. "Jian Jian?" The concern in his voice was unmistakable, imbued with an unwavering tenderness. Gu Jian looked up, her face ashen, shaking her head, yet her gaze remained unbidden upon the elderly man. The old man's complexion had turned a sickly hue, and his daughter's desperate pleas echoed in her mind, reminiscent of a haunting memory she could not escape. She understood all too well that without immediate medical intervention, the elderly man would not survive until help arrived. "Please, anything simple to stabilize him. I swear if something happens to my father, I won't place blame on anyone. I promise, anything at all." The daughter's frantic words spilled forth, a plea for assistance. Without fully comprehending her actions, Gu Jian found herself at the elderly man's side. Her hands hesitated momentarily over his chest before she assessed his pulse and shifted his head to the side, applying pressure to his chest. When there was no sign of improvement, she glanced at the cutlery on the table. In a swift motion, and under the astonished eyes of the man's daughter, she made a small incision on his hand and expertly pressed several key acupressure points with practiced precision. "What's happening here?" The daughter questioned, bewildered. It's all right. Gu Jian interjected, her pale face devoid of color, yet her eyes radiating determination. She grabbed an unused napkin and bound it around the man's finger, trembling as she rose. Before the ambulance arrives, it's best not to move him. His condition is stable. If surgery is needed, we mustn't delay. Even the best doctors will be futile 6 months from now. Her voice was cold, laced with an undertone of tremor. I. The daughter was taken aback by Gu Jian's actions. Though she recognized the skill in the binding, would it truly suffice? Is this really enough? She questioned, anxiety lining her features. Gu Jian furrowed her brow, impatience flickering in her gaze. I am not a professional doctor. I know about first aid because my grandfather's health is frail. If you doubt my methods, I can wait right here. And no, I'm merely concerned about your well-being as well. Gu Jian waved a dismissive hand. I'm Yufina. Fu Yan approached, supporting her as she rose. The daughter wished to say more, but her husband silenced her, his face a mixture of shock and gratitude directed towards Fu Yan and Gu Jian. Gu Jian said nothing further, turning to leave, oblivious to the peculiar demeanor of the old man's son-in-law. The daughter, however, whispered in frustration, "What were you doing? How can you be sure her method works? If it does, let me know how to help my father next time. If it doesn't, what will happen if something goes wrong? Enough. Let us just focus on Dad's condition," the son-in-law urged, clearly reluctant to pursue the matter further. Noticing his wife's dissatisfaction, he explained, "Remember when I attended the reception with Mr. Li? The man who hosted it was just that gentleman." Gazing after the pair as they vanished around the corner, the woman was incredulous. What? How could someone of that status be dining here? Surely, they would be on the top floor. That is not for us to worry about. Let us just take care of Dad, he replied. She nodded, yet her gaze lingered longingly in the direction Gu Jian had departed. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Gu Fei watched the scene unfold with confusion. She had rushed over upon hearing the commotion, astonished to see Gu Jian performing first aid, having assumed she was only capable of mischief. However, her few words were hardly convincing to anyone. It was expected that the elderly man's daughter would cause a scene, yet it was surprisingly quelled by her husband. Moreover, the demeanor of the two seemed to suggest that Gu Jian possessed a uniquely significant identity. Something was amiss. She needed to investigate this matter thoroughly. Fu Yan supported Gu Jian to the side, worry etched on his face as he observed her pale countenance. Jian, are you all right? I'm fine, Gu Jian replied, shaking her head, though her expression grew more intricate. Looking up, she noticed the curiosity and confusion in Fu Yan's eyes, which suddenly made her feel rather disheartened. Indeed, she was a complex individual, while he appeared as simple as a blank sheet of paper. With a soft sigh, Gu Jian pushed Fu Yan away gently. I'm sorry, but I still feel a bit unwell. I'll take my leave. As Fu Yan seemed poised to stop her, Gu Jian added, please don't follow me. Fu Yan was momentarily taken aback, and in that fleeting instant, Gu Jian had already dashed away. Watching her retreating figure, his gaze deepened with a profound realization. She had never truly trusted him. Without Gu Jian, Fu Yan lost his appetite. He picked up the bag Gu Jian had forgotten and headed toward the exit. Gu Fei was puzzled. From their appearance, it seemed they had been dining when something unexpected occurred, prompting them to assist. Yet, this was a place where patrons settled their bills after dining. How could Fu Yan just leave unchallenged? This was the Yun Cheng International Hotel. Grabbing a passing waiter, Gu Fei inquired, why did that man leave without paying? Upon recognizing Fu Yan, the waiter's eyes sparkled with admiration and curiosity. I'm not quite sure, but I believe he doesn't need to pay. He is a black card holder, and whenever he visits, the manager personally attends to him. We've been instructed to simply follow his directives when serving. What is peculiar, however, is that while we've seen photos of all our black card customers for identification, I've never heard of his name or known of such an impressive figure in Yuncheng. The waiter continued chattering, evidently captivated by the young, dashing, and affluent man. Similarly, Gu Fei felt a wave of astonishment wash over her. The very reason she had vehemently refused to marry Fu Yan was because she believed him to be destitute. Who would have thought he was a black card holder at the Yuncheng International Hotel, receiving treatment typically reserved for the elite? What sort of identity did he possess? Even the top figures in Yuncheng might not enjoy such privileges. The elderly man's son-in-law must have recognized Fu Yan's status. It was no wonder Fu Yan, despite his apparent poverty, exuded such an air of authority. She had always wondered how one's attire could transform their presence so dramatically. It turned out he was indeed a golden son-in-law, and she had failed to see his true worth. Recalling Gu Jian's earlier attitude, Gu Fei couldn't help but chuckle. Riding a battered electric bike, Gu Jian likely had no inkling of Fu Yan's true identity. Fortune was indeed on her side. Dismissing the waiter, Gu Fei hurried after Fu Yan, who had just reached his electric bike. "Fu Yan, wait up." Upon seeing Gu Fei, Fu Yan frowned in annoyance. "I just witnessed Xiao Jian storm off in anger. What transpired?" Assuming a sisterly demeanor, Gu Fei interjected before Fu Yan could respond. "You shouldn't take it to heart. Xiao Jian has always been like this. She never listens to anyone and has a peculiar temperament. You might not understand her well since you haven't spent much time together. She has been through quite a lot in her childhood." Fu Yan gazedarkened, a faint, almost imperceptible smirk gracing his lips. "Miss Gu seems to know Xiao Jian very well." "Of course. I am her only sister." Observing that Fu Yan showed no signs of leaving, Gu Fei sensed she was on the right track and continued, "Xiao Jian has had a rather unfortunate life. My father never liked her and her mother. Later, my grandfather took her to the countryside. At that age, she was rebellious, which led to some regrettable actions." "Regrettable actions?" Fu Yan frowned. Gu Fei waved her hand dismissively. "Don't misunderstand. Those were merely childhood antics." Fu Yan, with one hand in his pocket, exuded an air of nonchalance mixed with coldness as he silently awaited her elaboration. Gazing in his close-up face, Gu Fei felt a moment of dizzying clarity. No wonder the waiter had spoken so highly of him. Encountering this man in person revealed just how exceptional he truly was, like a diamond radiating brilliance. Gu Jian, that wretched girl, had unwittingly stumbled upon such a remarkable fortune. Yet, it was fortunate for her that Gu Jian had failed to recognize his worth. Even after all this time, she had not captured Fu Yan's heart. The way she had acted earlier suggested she likely remained oblivious to his true identity, which presented an opportunity for Gu Fei. Of course, during the times when her father was absent and her grandfather was too frail to provide guidance, Gu Jian had missed out on a proper education, eventually attracting the wrong crowd. Gu Fei lamented, "My father always disapproved of Xiao Jian." Feeling embarrassed by her truancy and fights at school, her academic performance was poor, and after graduating high school, she never pursued further education. When she returned from my father's birthday banquet, it was a significant embarrassment for him. Alas, it's a complicated matter. With a sigh of regret, Gu Fei continued, "I was young then and couldn't discern right from wrong, nor could I take action. Otherwise, I might have brought Xiao Jian back sooner and taught her some manners." Gu Fei rambled on, punctuating her narrative with sighs, drawing sympathy from her audience. However, in reality, the only insights gleaned from her monologue were that Gu Jian had been a troublesome child and that none of it was Gu Fei's concern. "Fu Yan, I understand you might be upset about my previous rejection, but you must realize, even if I truly liked you, my parents would never allow us to be together. To them, I'm merely a pawn for their gain. Compared to me, Xiao Jian is exceedingly fortunate. She alone can pursue her desires, even to deceive me and be with you. I'm busy. If that is all, I must take my leave." Fu Yan interjected coldly, his expression unchanged, as though he had not absorbed a word of Gu Fei's discourse. Gu Fei, confused by his indifference, stammered, "No, I didn't mean. I merely felt a bit sympathetic towards you after seeing Xiao Jian's outburst. I don't understand her intentions. She has been so ambiguous with Xiao Han, yet chose to intervene. Just when I had resigned myself to fate, she decided to stir trouble on my engagement day. If it weren't for her, we would have. Please maintain your dignity." Fu Yan's patience waned as he interrupted Gu Fei coldly. "I am not concerned with Gu Jian's past. All I know is that the woman I am engaged to is the daughter of the Gu family. Yes, it should have been us together. You?" He scoffed. "You are merely an illegitimate child. What do you possess to compare with Jian? I hope to never hear these words again. If there is a next time, you shall bear the consequences." With a derisive laugh and a display of impatience, Fu Yan locked his bike and rode away. Had the electric bike emitted fumes, one might have envisioned Gu Fei, her expression darkened, enveloped in a cloud of negativity. Yet, Fu Yan was truly indifferent, remaining behind only to glean information about Gu Jian. Now that he had learned, his mood soured. Initially believing that her family had neglected her, he now understood the extent of her suffering over the years. As he recalled Gu Jian's troubled expression upon her departure, His gaze grew increasingly complex. Gu Fei watched Fu Yan leave, her heart filled with resentment. Apart from her visage, how could Gu Jian possibly compare to herself? Yet Fu Yan, with his lack of discernment, dared to speak to her in such a manner. An illegitimate daughter? She was determined to uncover how Gu Jian had the audacity to claim the status of the true Gu family heiress. Driving home, Gu Fei sought out Gu Yaofeng. Ever since Liang Lijing's transgressions, the master bedroom had become a forbidden zone. Gu Fei harbored resentment towards Gu Yaofeng for his apparent coldness. Yet she also recognized that the fault lay squarely with Liang Lijing. For the past few days, she had been avoiding him, even blaming him for passively allowing Gu Jian to annul her engagement with Xiao Hanqing, thereby granting Gu Jian an opportunity to draw closer to Gu Yaofeng. Now, it was time to reclaim her agency. When Gu Fei approached, Gu Yaofeng was engrossed in a book. Having injured his arm, he attempted to grasp a cup of water, but repeatedly failed. Gu Fei rushed over to offer him the drink. Upon seeing her, Gu Yaofeng's expression turned complex. His feelings toward this daughter were a mix of tenderness and disappointment. His previous indulgence had only deepened his current anguish. He remained silent, accepting the cup, taking a sip, and then placing it aside, clearly unwilling to draw closer to Gu Fei. This action struck a deep chord within her. Initially, she believed that a few days of estrangement would not create lasting animosity between father and daughter, but now she realized that Gu Yaofeng was no ordinary father. His capacity for indifference towards Gu Jian extended to her as well. Tears welled in Gu Fei's eyes as she sat on the carpet, curling up and resting her head on Gu Yaofeng's leg. His gaze softened, betraying a flicker of concern. "What troubles you?" he inquired. Gu Fei shook her head, "Dad. I suddenly regret everything. If I had married Fu Yan back then, wouldn't our family be intact? Mother did not err, and you would not have encountered that woman, nor would Gu Jian have returned. If I bore you a grandson, carrying our family name, how wonderful that would be." Gu Yaofeng frowned, reluctant to mention Liang Lijing or to speak of the child. Regardless, a son and a grandson are not the same, even if the child bore the Gu surname. He would not share Gu Yaofeng's bloodline. "Enough," he said. "What is done is done. Lamenting serves no purpose." "I understand, but don't you find it peculiar? Why did your mother's actions come to light precisely when I was engaged? Surely, there is something amiss? Who stands to gain the most from this?" Gu Fei's words echoed in Gu Yaofeng's mind. He had indeed contemplated this, even suspecting Gu Jian. However, Gu Jian had recently managed everything quite adeptly, even soothing matters with the elder. "I have already dispatched someone to investigate. You need not worry, justice will be served." Yet, as Gu Fei opened her mouth to speak, she noticed Gu Yaofeng's expression darkening, clearly unwilling to delve further into the matter, which only intensified her resentment towards Gu Jian. That wretched girl, having bewitched Fu Yan, now had Gu Yaofeng on her side. "Dad, I'm simply distressed. Our family has suddenly fractured, and Mother's actions have left us both ashamed. The online discourse is relentless, and despite seeking assistance from many, none could aid me, leaving me unable to suppress my suspicions." "I understand," Gu Yaofeng replied, helping Gu Fei to her feet. "Gu Jian has never lived with us. Your distrust is natural. However, you have witnessed her recent conduct. If she hadn't been managing these affairs, the company would have suffered significantly. As for your mother, I cannot forgive her. It is normal for you to feel burdened. If you wish to confront her, do so, but she must face the consequences of her actions." Gu Yaofeng's implication was clear. Liang Lijing must face imprisonment. Gu Fei grasped his meaning and understood that she must not allow herself to be ensnared in this situation. She clung to Gu Yaofeng's arm, resting her head on his shoulder. Mother has truly lost her way to act against a pregnant woman. As for her fate, we shall leave it to destiny. Yes, as long as you comprehend. Dad, from childhood, I have cherished clinging to you, yet I am uncertain when we began to drift apart. Although I felt a twinge of sadness over the annulment of my engagement, in retrospect, perhaps it is for the best. If need be, I shall remain by your side and never marry. Gu Yaofeng ruffled Gu Fei's hair. "Silly child, what girl does not wed? However, your earlier words have sparked a thought. Had you been the one to marry Fu Yan, I initially thought him unremarkable, yet I have come to realize I underestimated him. The machinations behind Gu Jian's actions likely originated from him. This man is not to be underestimated." Indeed, even Gu Yaofeng had begun to perceive Fu Yan's uniqueness. It was unfortunate that Gu Jian, oblivious to such qualities, had yet to recognize them. Dad, I believe the relationship between Gu Jian and Fu Yan is not as strong as it seems. Otherwise, sister, from where do you derive the notion that we are at odds as a couple? Is it merely because I have not brought Yan to see Dad recently? Gu Jian's gaze was icy. She had circled around to the Gu residence, only to be greeted with this unexpected revelation. After a brief respite, it appeared that the chaos was resurfacing, indicating that Liang Lijing's scandal had not yet run its course. What brings you here? Gu Jian asked, sensing the awkwardness in the air. Fearful of inciting Gu Yaofeng's ire, Gu Fei quickly amended her question. Shouldn't you be at the company now? Gu Jian offered no response, placing the documents she had brought on the table before moving to Gu Yaofeng's side. Taking the book from his hands with a hint of reproach, Dad, I told you not to read or move around. If you continue, I will cease changing your bandages. As she spoke, Gu Jian gently removed the bandage from Gu Yaofeng's injured arm. He chuckled softly, remaining silent and cooperating with her ministrations. To facilitate the dressing change, Gu Yaofeng wore only a short-sleeved shirt, the white bandage stained with faint traces of blood. Yet again you bled. What am I to say to you? If you don't heed my words, I shall have to immobilize your arm to prevent any movement, Gu Jian declared, her voice firm, though her touch was tender. The paternal bond that had been momentarily rekindled by Gu Fei's presence was now reignited by Gu Jian. While Gu Fei claimed to feel sorry for Gu Yaofeng, she had not once inquired about his injury, whereas Gu Jian, despite her grievances, seemed to be the true daughter who had spent over 20 years with him. I understand. Gu Jian scoffed, clearly skeptical, yet she carefully attended to his wound. Witnessing this scene, Gu Fei felt a sting in her eyes, her heart twisted with discomfort. Dad, I'm so sorry. I completely forgot about your injury. It is my fault for not being there to care for you properly. Had I been present, those people would never have harmed you. It's all right. Gu Yaofeng shook his head, refraining from mentioning his own self-inflicted injury. He then turned to inquire about matters at Gu Jian's company. As he listened to her articulate responses, he noted that she handled some issues even better than he had expected, filling him with satisfaction. As time progressed, the online scrutiny began to wane, and given their favorable stance, the public did not particularly target them, merely seeking transparency regarding the case's handling, especially since it involved a pregnant woman, a group already deemed vulnerable. Auntie, she too was foolish, Gu Jian interjected. Enough, let us not speak of her. As long as the matter is resolved, that is all that matters. Gu Yaofeng harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Liang Lijing and wished to hear nothing regarding her. Gu Jian chose not to pursue the topic further, instead handing Gu Yaofeng the documents she had previously set down. Dad, this is the information Secretary Shui asked me to bring you. He mentioned an urgent matter that requires your attention. He seemed quite pressed for time, so you should review it promptly. Was it perhaps related to Lin Ro? Gu Yaofeng anxiously opened the document, only to find it contained information regarding the video that had surfaced during the engagement ceremony. Gu Fei was right. The events of that day had been exceedingly peculiar, and he was determined to uncover the truth. His days spent at home were primarily to facilitate his actions moving forward. Indeed, there was something amiss within these records. Dad, what on earth is happening? Gu Fei asked, her eyes filled with concern as she caught a glimpse of Gu Yaofeng's complex expression. He remained silent, handing the documents to her. Unable to contain her curiosity, Gu Fei eagerly examined the contents, her face contorting in disbelief. How is this possible? It can't be. Hansheng clearly agreed to marry me. Why would he engage in such actions? Moreover, it's not just our family that faces disgrace. The Qiao family is equally involved. This serves no benefit to him whatsoever. Gu Yaofeng's voice was frigid, but you seem to have forgotten that businessmen prioritize profit. The Qiao family has indeed benefited considerably from this incident, portraying themselves as victims. Secretary Shui had meticulously compiled the recent collaboration details of the Qiao family at the back of the file. The Qiao family had unwittingly offended someone, leading to their downfall. However, following this incident, despite the severe blow to the Gu family, the Qiao family had skillfully leveraged public opinion to regain lost clients and establish new connections. In just a few days, the losses they had incurred seemed negligible, and to claim that this matter had no ties to the Qiao family would be utterly implausible. Gu Fei did not wish to believe it. Rather, she struggled to accept it. If this truly implicated Qiao Hansheng, it would mean he had never intended to marry her from the start, reducing her to merely a pawn in his game. Gu Fei felt a surge of resentment, but was also helpless, tears welling in her eyes, filled with grievances. Gu Jian furrowed his brow, snatching the documents from Gu Fei's hands. After a quick review, he spoke with gravity. Dad, since the Qiao family has acted so ruthlessly, there is no need for us to hold back any longer. Initially, we refrained from escalating matters to spare my sister's feelings. But it seems that avoiding conflict is no longer an option. I've heard that Xiao Hanqing has set his sights on Yongchang Media, and I intend to challenge him. Gu Yaofeng nodded in agreement. Go ahead. Even if you don't succeed, that's of little consequence. At the very least, don't let him have it too easy. Gu Jian was indeed sensible, recognizing that tears would not resolve their issues, in stark contrast to Gu Fei, who appeared less capable. Observing Gu Yaofeng's growing confidence in Gu Jian's ability to handle the situation, Gu Fei felt a pang of jealousy but could not voice her discontent. However, Yongchang Media was no trivial opponent, especially given its connections with Chuanglan's enigmatic backer. And with Kaishi currently collaborating with Chuanglan, Gu Jian's success seemed improbable. Gu Fei wisely refrained from interjecting, yet Gu Yaofeng's irritation grew as he noted her silence. Once, he believed having such a daughter meant he had nothing to worry about. But now he realized that in times of crisis, her only contribution was to cry and seek comfort. Feeling rather unwell, he gestured for them to leave. I'm a bit tired. I'll rest for a while. You both should head back too. All right, Dad. Please take care of yourself, Gu Jian replied readily, helping Gu Yaofeng to his feet. Gu Fei, noticing Gu Jian's assertiveness, stormed out with a darkened expression. Oblivious to the small item Gu Jian discreetly affixed to the table's edge as he stood. Fuming, Gu Fei reached the door, and as Gu Jian emerged, she scoffed. Gu Jian, I never realized you were so adept at flattering others. One might think you've lived in this family for over 20 years. Gu Jian ignored her entirely and made to leave, but Gu Fei quickly stepped in front of him. Don't walk away. I warn you to recognize your place and understand what you can and cannot touch. Even if Dad is currently unable to manage company affairs, it does not mean you have the authority to dictate terms. Once this tumult blows over, you'll still need to obediently vacate. Is that so? Gu Jian replied, exuding an air of certainty as if he would indubitably remain, further infuriating Gu Fei. Why should she, after years of hard work to build her reputation, be overshadowed by Gu Jian's newfound confidence? Gu Yaofeng, Fu Yan, Qiao Hanqing, were they all truly blind to be captivated by this wretch? Especially Qiao Hanqing. Despite her numerous sacrifices for him, he seemed only to have eyes for this insufferable person. It mattered not. Even at the height of the Qiao family's power, he would never possess a silver card from Yuncheng International Hotel, far inferior to Fu Yan's black card. Given Gu Yaofeng's apparent satisfaction with Fu Yan, it seemed the matter was settled. Suddenly, Gu Fei smirked, eyeing Gu Jian with derision. Oh, by the way, what was it you said when you arrived? That your marriage with Fu Yan is harmonious? Yet, I can't help but feel that the reality is quite different. Gu Jian narrowed his eyes. What? Are you interested in our marriage? Not quite, just curious. Fu Yan is as innocent as a blank slate, but you? Don't forget everything that has transpired in your life. If he were ever to discover your true nature, do you believe you could remain together? Do you truly deserve him? Gu Jian's gaze was sharp, cutting through the air. Staring at me one T help. After all, there are no second chances in life. The past cannot be altered. You, an uneducated delinquent, wouldn't even stand a chance if heaven itself intervened. Oh, and I've heard you've yet to meet Fu Yan's parents? It seems he doesn't recognize you either. Gu Fei taunted, laughing mockingly as though she had already secured victory. Gu Jian, bored, merely dug at his ear. I thought you had something significant to say. How dull. You seem rather taken with our dear Yin, dear sister. I advise you to remain calm and avoid any foolish actions, especially since your mother bears the reputation of infidelity. If news were to surface about you seducing your brother-in-law, who knows how Dad would respond? Your mother is the one who, Gu Fei retorted, furious, and reached to strike him, only to have Gu Jian seize her arm. I'm merely offering you advice. Your current impression on Dad is quite poor. Gu Jian exerted pressure on a specific point on her arm, prompting her face to pale from the pain. Yet she refrained from crying out, feeling a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Best not to harbor any thoughts that shouldn't be entertained. Given your mother's reputation, I doubt many would dare to propose, as no one wishes to marry someone with such potential scandals. Wouldn't you agree? With that, Gu Jian forcefully released her, his tone icy. In a fight, You're no match for me. Should you attempt to strike again, I won't hesitate to incapacitate you." With that, he departed with a flourish. Gu Fei, tears brimming in her eyes, was left grappling with her emotions, her arm numb and aching, unable to lift it. She could not fathom where Gu Jian had acquired such twisted skills, but a sense of dread settled within her. Gu Jian's warning felt all too real. Wretch, wretch. Gu Fei cursed inwardly, unable to swallow her anger. She cared for Fu Yan, and now she was determined to ruin them. If she could not have him, she would not let Gu Jian reap the rewards effortlessly. Gu Jian believed that Gu Fei's sudden interest in Fu Yan stemmed from a desire for revenge. Thus he thought little of it. After all, Gu Fei would never deign to associate with anyone lacking power or influence. Ironically, her infatuation with Qiao Hanxing remained unabated. Even as the Qiao family faced dire straits, she still wished to marry him. Alas, love often flows like water, unrequited and indifferent. As for the information recently handed over to Gu Yaofeng, while it was indeed investigated by Secretary Shui, the reality is that it was subtly guided by myself. An explanation must be provided regarding the events of the engagement ceremony, and naturally, Qiao Hanxing has become the ideal scapegoat. Of course, I did not let him bear the blame without reason. A plethora of resources has surged forth, and if he manages them well, elevating the Qiao family should pose no challenge. Regrettably, from the current circumstances, Qiao Hanxing lacks the requisite capability. Moreover, Yongchang Media is a crucial component of my plan, and seeing Qiao Hanxing take an interest in it, he should not fault my ruthlessness. After a busy afternoon at the company that evening, Gu Jian received a call from Song Yi. Secretary Shui's hasty departure today was indeed related to Lin Ro's matter. Gu Jian had meticulously arranged everything to avoid any missteps. Thus her coincidental appearance to assist Secretary Shui in delivering documents, and fortuitously, a listening device was left behind in Gu Yaofeng's room. Secretary Shui's urgency was not to save anyone, but rather to be silenced. Listening to the recording of Secretary Shui threatening the man to sell Lin Ro to the mountains, Gu Jian knew the plan had succeeded. Yet one final step remained. Calculating the time, Secretary Shui should have returned by now. Sitting in her office chair, Gu Jian donned her headphones. Secretary Shui was reporting on the Qiao family's affairs, summarizing that the Qiao family had indeed conspired against Gu Yaofeng. Following the report on the Qiao family, the two finally returned to the main topic. Secretary Shui, that man is too greedy. I had to offer him an additional 500,000 for him to agree. Once this matter is settled, we must find a way to dispose of him. Anyone who dares to threaten Gu Yaofeng after having him wear a green hat cannot possibly continue to exist in this world. Understood. Secretary Shui, as if accustomed to such dealings, immediately concurred. Gu Yaofeng glanced outside, still feeling a twinge of reluctance. Are you certain it is her? That man fears my retribution. So he did not allow me to see her, but the video does indeed confirm it. Her condition is dire. Having just miscarried, she is severely weakened. Even if we do not take action, she likely will not survive much longer. After all, she was almost the mother of my child. Please follow up. Do not let her truly die. Understood. They conversed further, and just when Gu Jian thought there was nothing more to discuss, Gu Yaofeng suddenly spoke again. Have you found out the status of the shares left by that woman? Is it really necessary to wait longer to retrieve them? Gu Jian scoffed. It appeared Gu Yaofeng truly did not trust her. Fortunately, she was always cautious in her dealings. Indeed, as Miss Gu Jian stated, more time is needed for retrieval. However, this is not the only option. If the old man can be persuaded, and if Miss Gu Jian agrees, we could leverage some connections to facilitate the retrieval without significant issues, but the old man is not easily swayed. Xiao Shui, after all these years, you still have not learned. The old man's stance is irrelevant. What matters is Xiao Jian, do you understand? Gu Yaofeng sneered, exuding confidence. Secretary Shui quickly nodded. The chairman is correct. Miss Gu Jian admires you greatly, and now that you value her, she will surely be able to persuade the old man. In truth, Miss Gu Jian is quite capable. When I first learned of her lack of academic prowess in childhood, I thought her merely a little ruffian. But these days I have truly come to respect her. It seems the old man imparted some wisdom to Miss Gu Jian. What good does that do? Without a solid educational background, how can she hope to establish herself in the company? She wishes to enter the core R&D department. Does she think any of those individuals will acknowledge her? She is simply too sentimental, valuing me, but placing even greater importance on her mother. That woman was once in the core RD department. She wished to follow in her mother's footsteps, but alas, that woman's legacy should have long since faded. This time, Secretary Shui remained silent, the empty room steeped in an eerie quiet. Realizing he had spoken too much in a moment of urgency, Gu Yaofeng waved his hand, signaling Secretary Shui to leave. That woman? If she were here, things might be much easier for me, but unfortunately, my pride does not allow for her presence. Removing the headphones, Gu Jian's expression turned icy and pale. The core RD department. It appears my earlier offhand remarks were indeed taken to heart by Gu Yaofeng. Yet he is mistaken. What I desire transcends mere access to the core RD department. Extracting the relevant audio, Gu Jian dialed Song Ye's number. Bring Yao Lei back. This lawsuit requires his involvement. With Yao Lei present, losing this case would be an impossibility. Thus, my dear father, the charade of familial affection is soon to reach its conclusion. Chapter 90. Tears of the Crocodile. Song Yi understood that Gu Jian had truly made up her mind this time. Otherwise, she would not have called upon Yao Lei. Gu Yaofeng was never a benevolent character. The contract previously given to Lin Ro was riddled with flaws. Fortunately, Lin Ro, being familiar with such matters, made some necessary amendments on the spot. Although the contract is not perfect, it is certainly an improvement, sending the contract to Yao Lei for further refinement. Once assured of its validity, they began discussing strategies for handling the situation while Yao Lei was en route back. Gu Yaofeng, on the other hand, could hardly contain his impatience. With Gu Jian and Secretary Shui managing company affairs, he felt at ease. His arm quickly healed, and just as he regained mobility, he found it hard to remain idle. Upon discovering that the Qiao family was the instigator behind the scenes, he remained relatively composed, redirecting his focus towards them, even considering a confrontation. However, with the Qiao family having largely recovered, what right did he have to contest them? Thus, the items to be reclaimed must be retrieved from Gu Jian. As Gu Yaofeng arranged a lavish banquet inviting Gu Jian, she sensed something amiss, and indeed, it proved to be a trap. Gu Yaofeng deliberately seated Gu Jian in the position closest to him, even sidelining Gu Fei. To further ingratiate himself with Gu Jian, he investigated her culinary preferences and selected her favorite dishes. Gu Yaofeng served Gu Jian with food, adopting the demeanor of a doting father that stirred emotions. Xiao Jian, you have worked hard managing the company during this time. I have heard from Secretary Shui that you have been doing exceptionally well in every aspect. Entrusting the company to you was undoubtedly the wisest choice I made. Father, we are family after all. In the past, I was immature, always lingering by grandfather's side and avoiding responsibility. Now that there are matters at home, I naturally feel obligated to assist. Sweet words can be uttered by anyone, especially in the presence of Gu Jian's demure demeanor, which left listeners feeling warm and satisfied. Gu Yaofeng, lost in the ideal of family unity, failed to recognize the insincerity of Gu Jian's words. Meanwhile, Gu Fei, already harboring resentment, found her irritation at Gu Jian magnified. Hearing those words, she turned her nose up in disdain. You are right. We are indeed family. Gu Yaofeng continued to serve Gu Jian, but this time he offered Gu Fei's favorite dish, the eggplant-flavored silver cod. Upon seeing this, Gu Fei immediately perked up. Father, you must be mistaken. I recall that Xiao Jian despises cod. It is I who adores it. In fact, this silver cod was specially prepared by you at the chef's request, but regrettably, Xiao Jian, you do not appreciate it and have thus missed out. The silence that followed was palpable, rendering the atmosphere tense. Gu Yaofeng had initially deemed Gu Fei useless, yet now she was inadvertently sabotaging his efforts. Irritated, he shot her a glance, but Gu Fei, oblivious to him, took a piece of cod and savored it, her smug expression provoking Gu Yaofeng's ire. Just as he contemplated an apology, he observed Gu Jian suddenly burst into tears over the cod. Xiao Jian, what has happened? Father did not mean any harm. Please do not be upset. That is not it, father. Gu Jian shook her head, accepting the tissue handed to her by Gu Yaofeng, her face a picture of grievance. In truth, I have never had anything I disliked since childhood. When I said I didn't like something, it was out of fear. My sister adored cod, and my aunt forbade me from touching it. The one time I accidentally ate a piece, my aunt locked me in a small room on the 4th floor for an entire day, only releasing me when you were about to return, Dad. Gu Jian wept sorrowfully, while Gu Fei's expression shifted. Ah, another opportunity for her to ingratiate herself had presented itself. So that's how it is. I thought you simply didn't like cod. It seems Dad was well prepared. Gu Fei altered her attitude, even kindly instructing the servant to rearrange the plates. I know my mom has wronged you in many ways, and now she is reaping what she has sown. Let us not dwell on it. But sister, aren't you being a bit distant? Besides, that was all in the past. I've long forgotten it. Forgotten? What nonsense. If you had forgotten, you wouldn't bring it up. If it weren't for Gu Yaofeng's current regard for Gu Jian, Gu Fei would have slapped her without hesitation. But for now, patience is key. Gu Yaofeng, who had been struggling to find an opportunity to speak, seized the moment created by the two women. Gu Jian, it is I who have wronged you, and even more so your mother. As soon as Gu Yaofeng uttered these words, Gu Fei became alert. Others may not know, but she was acutely aware of Gu Yaofeng's disdain for Gu Jian's biological mother, a loathing that surpassed even that for Liang Lijing. Now, he suddenly professed an apology? This was no trivial matter. Keeping silent, Gu Fei observed with keen interest. Gu Jian's gaze darkened. Even Gu Fei could feign concern. Yet he couldn't even wait to comfort himself. Clearly, he had never felt an ounce of remorse for what he had done to her and her mother in the past. Dad, it's all in the past. Gu Jian lowered her head, gently shaking it, masking her disdain with the act of wiping her tears. Was this familial drama coming to a close? You have no idea how radiant your mother once was. To this day, I still vividly remember the first time I laid eyes on her. She was like the largest nugget of gold amidst a desert, dazzling enough to drive one mad. Without her, there would be no Gu Yaofeng today. Gu Yaofeng spoke with earnestness, and if it weren't for the insincerity in his words, Gu Jian might have actually believed him. Dad, I do not blame you for what happened with Mom. Even grandfather told me that she truly loved you, which is why she succumbed to that illness. Gu Jian lowered her head, overcome with emotion. Gu Yaofeng pretended to shed tears, declaring, "It is my fault. I am a sinner." With that, he poured himself a glass of wine and downed it in one gulp. Dad, please don't do this. Gu Jian and Gu Fei quickly intervened. But Gu Yaofeng seemed lost in his own anguish, pouring himself drink after drink. Finally, when he appeared sufficiently inebriated, he spoke again. Gu Jian, all of this is my fault, but Kaishi was established by your mother. We must not allow anyone to destroy it. Both Gu Fei and Gu Jian understood. This emotional buildup had a purpose. Gu Yaofeng sobbed genuinely, his face flushed as if truly intoxicated. Gu Jian remained silent, her head bowed. Seeing her like this, Gu Yaofeng continued, "The Qiao family is eyeing us with hostility, even willing to ruin the engagement with your sister to bring down our Kaishi. On the surface, the company seems to be thriving, but in reality, we haven't seen any significant profit these past few years. Ultimately, it all boils down to our lack of control over the company, making us vulnerable to even the slightest public opinion." Gu Jian raised her head, her tears having ceased. Dad, do you remember how old I was when I left home? Huh? What's wrong? Suddenly interrupted. Gu Yaofeng was momentarily taken aback. I remember it was the winter 15 years ago when your grandfather insisted on taking you away. No matter how I tried to persuade him, he wouldn't listen. Reluctantly, I arranged for a place for you, allowing your grandfather to take you to the countryside. Gu Jian smirked coldly. He remembered the year and the season. Yet he had forgotten how old she was back then. Or perhaps he didn't even know her age now. Love, after all, cannot be feigned. In truth, on the way to the countryside, her grandfather had nearly perished. She had no money and didn't know how to get her grandfather medical attention. She had pleaded with the driver to take them to the hospital, but he had said that her father only arranged for them to be taken to the countryside, not to the hospital. These were things Gu Jian had never spoken of. She thought revisiting these memories would be unbearable, yet to her surprise, she felt an unusual calmness. Gu Jian, but I have said it. Those things are in the past. Grandfather was saved in the end. More importantly, I no longer harbor any resentment towards that driver. It was your grandfather who raised you well. Not only are you obedient and sensible, but you are also exceptionally talented. Gu Yaofeng complimented her casually before returning to his previous topic. Gu Jian, I'm not trying to force you into anything, but you should understand that I am solely focused on the company right now. To ensure its stability, I must have control over the entire operation. So could you possibly? Do you know why I don't resent that driver? Gu Jian interrupted Gu Yaofeng once more. Just when they were about to reach the crux of the matter, Gu Jian had interrupted him twice, causing Gu Yaofeng to grow visibly impatient. I know you faced hardships as a child, but isn't everything fine now? Besides, your grandfather was not without means. How could he have mistreated you? The true colors are finally revealed. Yes, grandfather was not without means, but that was before you froze his accounts. Recalling the time when her grandfather fell ill and they had nowhere to turn in the hospital, Gu Jian finally felt anger boiling within her. She picked up the piece of cod. In fact, even now, I still do not like this dish, not because of the food itself, but because some memories linger in my mind, memories that I cannot erase. So, it seems I remain insincere. I truly cannot be the gracious daughter you desire. Gu Jian's expression grew cold, her demeanor icy. She pushed her chair back, crossing her legs with a nonchalant air. By the way, Dad, do you know why didn't he invite Fu Yan today? At that moment, Gu Jian's voice turned frigid and cutting. Because I do not want him to witness your despicable nature. Gu Jian, what are you trying to do? Even Gu Yaofeng, though not the brightest, sensed something was off, yet he still struggled to contain his fury. You should understand what I just said. I called you here specifically regarding those shares you mentioned earlier. Since they are destined to be mine sooner or later, why not transfer them to me now? I have already prepared the paperwork. You just need to call grandfather and sign together. We too. My grandfather? Gu Jian scoffed. Gu Yaofeng, have you forgotten that he is not only my grandfather, but also your father? Gu Jian, what is this attitude? Gu Yaofeng slammed his palm onto the table, causing the dishes to rattle. Gu Jian casually cleaned her ears, unfazed. No need to get so worked up. Let us discuss this calmly. Gu Yaofeng squinted. You had better do as I say. Otherwise, don't blame me for disowning you as my daughter. Watching this unfold, Gu Fei finally understood. They had been waiting for this moment, and she had foolishly thought she had fallen out of favor. Dad, please don't be so agitated. Gu Jian is just recalling the past and feeling a bit resentful. Gu Jian, didn't you say that when grandfather was in the hospital, it was my mother who hung up the phone? Well, now my mother has received her just deserts. You shouldn't be angry about it. Gu Jian nodded, of course. I'm not angry. Gu Yaofeng breathed a sigh of relief, appreciating her perceptiveness, since that's the case. After all, I was the one who sent her in. Gu Jian winked at the two, her smile radiant. Ignoring the stunned expressions of Gu Yaofeng and Gu Fei, she continued, by the way, aren't you curious how a person like me, who holds grudges, could possibly not blame the driver who nearly caused my grandfather's death? You see, I later unearthed information about that driver. Before I could take action, he lost his job, became destitute, his wife left him, and even his son refused to care for him. Oh, and I saw him begging under a bridge just the other day. Now he has a broken leg. What a tragic sight. You, Gu Jian, what do you mean? Gu Fei suddenly felt a wave of fear regarding Gu Jian. What did she mean by having sent Liang Lijing in? Meanwhile, Gu Yaofeng focused on the crux of the matter. Could a single statement truly dictate a person's life? Had she orchestrated everything concerning Liang Lijing? What exactly had Gu Jian done behind his back? There's nothing much to it, really. I just made a bit of money. Had a small windfall. To put it simply, hiring a few actors to put on a show is quite feasible, Gu Jian replied, losing interest in pretending any longer. Listen carefully. My mother's shares are in my hands, and the shares you once gave to Lin Ro are also under my control. As for grandfather, he naturally stands by me. Thus, I am now the largest shareholder of the company. If you wish to continue living this carefree life, you'd better behave. Or I can't guarantee you won't end up begging alongside that driver, Mr. Gu. Wait, what do you mean all the shares are in your hands? What about Lin Ro? Gu Yaofeng's eyes widened in disbelief. He had been confident about obtaining the shares, but now, everything seemed to crumble. Don't you understand? I merely mentioned hiring a few people to perform a grand act. Why have you taken it so literally? You wouldn't actually be going mad over wanting a son, would you? Gu Jian's tone dripped with sarcasm, her voice cold, exuding an air of control over everything. You orchestrated this all. Gu Yaofeng felt his world spinning, his head pounding with confusion. He struggled to piece together the sequence of events, but found it impossible to regain his composure. Gu Fei, however, was the first to react, standing furiously. Gu Jian, you wretched person, you arranged for Lin Ro, and even your mother's affair was orchestrated by you, wasn't it? I always wondered how Han Xing could act that way at our engagement ceremony. It was all you, wasn't it? Calm down, my dear sister. Your mother's infidelity has nothing to do with me. She simply couldn't bear the loneliness. What does that concern me? Gu Jian replied dismissively. But if you're referring to the subsequent events, I must admit they have a slight connection to me. You, vile woman. I never understood why Liang Lijing despised you, but now I see it clearly. You are just as despicable as your mother. You both are nothing but wretches. Gu Yaofeng seethed, the staggering fall from grace, leaving him heartbroken. If Gu Jian had indeed orchestrated Lin Ro's matters, then the implications were terrifying. He struggled to contain his emotions, but could not suppress his fear. His hands trembled uncontrollably. My mother? Gu Jian clenched her fists, a cold smile on her lips. Gu Yaofeng, you had better clean up your language, or I will make you remember how we lived when you neglected me and grandfather. Or perhaps, things could turn even more dire. I warn you to hand over the shares that woman left behind, or else, Gu Yaofeng blustered, as if this were his only chance of regaining control. Stop shouting. It's grating on my ears, Gu Jian interrupted, her impatience evident. Gu Yaofeng, provoked by her demeanor, could only breathe heavily in anger, struggling to regain his composure. You are merely a child. Do you think you can control the company? Those old-timers inside don't even respect me, let alone you. With your high school education and scheming mind, do you really believe you can manage this? You needn't concern yourself with that. Didn't you say that whoever holds the shares is the boss? Well, I am now the largest shareholder. Gu Jian replied with a bright smile. How ridiculous. You think you can just take over? The shares I allocated to Lin Ro were meant for my son, and they only become effective when he turns 18. What do you think you are? Wretches, all of you. Gu Yaofeng felt a surge of rage, wishing he could annihilate her. If he could, he would find Lin Ro now and tear her apart. All her gentleness and devotion were nothing but deceit. Upon reflection, perhaps even the son was a falsehood. No wonder he had always felt Lin Ro's belly was too large. It was never his child. He would make them pay dearly. Gu Jian would face the consequences. Gu Jian clapped her hands. You needn't trouble yourself with that. Let us resolve the matter of the shares first. As Gu Yaofeng pondered, a man entered from outside. Perhaps due to his anger, Gu Yaofeng did not see him clearly. But Gu Fei, being closer, immediately recognized him. Yao Lei. Gu Fei stuttered, not from fear, but because this man was indeed terrifying. Not only in Yan City, but across the nation, he was one of the top figures, having never lost a case since entering the legal profession. Many sought him for representation, yet he disdainfully ignored them. Why was he here? Was he hired by Gu Yaofeng? Gu Fei fervently hoped for this possibility. But how could Gu Yaofeng possess the clout to hire Yao Lei? Yet, how could Gu Jian have that ability either? Watching Yao Lei stride towards Gu Jian, Gu Fei slumped down, losing all her strength in that moment. Gu Yaofeng was no better off than Gu Fei. In fact, his situation was even worse. He gritted his teeth, filled with resentment, cursing Gu Jian. Is this how you repay me? Were it not for me, you wouldn't even exist. Do you think you can face me and your grandfather like this? If he knew about all this, don't worry. Even if grandfather finds out, he will still support me. Besides, weren't you hoping I could persuade grandfather to grant you our shares? If grandfather knew about this matter, whose side do you think he would take? It was evident to even a fool that Gu Yaofeng was insignificant before old Master Gu, especially after learning of his schemes against Gu Jian. Lawyer Yao, you've confirmed the contract, haven't you? If there are no issues, we can begin. Yao Lei, with his square face and slightly plump physique, appeared harmless, even sporting a couple of cute canine teeth when he smiled. Yet at this moment, Gu Yaofeng considered him more terrifying than a demon from hell. Ignoring their reactions, Yao Lei approached Gu Yaofeng directly. If Mr. Gu has no objections, we can proceed. Here is all the information I have gathered regarding the contract you signed. I have verified it, and you originally held 38% of the shares. Now, don't start with me. I told you my shares are reserved for my son. What gives you the right to demand shares from me? Son? Yao Lei maintained his pleasant demeanor, but the contract clearly states that it's for your child, Miss Gu Jian. According to the contract, Miss Gu Jian has reached the age of 18 and is entitled to inherit these shares. Nonsense, you must be dreaming. Furthermore, I have some additional documents that I believe Mr. Gu should review before we proceed with our discussion. Gu Yaofeng initially intended to disregard the matter, but upon seeing Lin Ro's photograph, he could not help but pick up the contract. Observing his increasingly grim expression, Gu Jian understood that Gu Yaofeng had come to realize that he had no opportunity for redemption. His gravest error was harboring murderous intent. After all, Lin Ro was the woman who nearly bore his child. How could one simply sell her off? Hiring a hitman and engaging in human trafficking paled in comparison to infidelity within marriage. For your own sake, Mr. Gu, I believe you comprehend the course of action you ought to take. Yao Lei's tone remained consistently calm, devoid of fluctuation. Yet the smile on his face instilled a profound sense of terror in Gu Yaofeng. Gu Fei could not fathom the meaning behind his words. She yearned to interject, asserting that if anything were to happen to Lin Ro, it was the man's fault. Liang Lijing had already been incarcerated. If someone were to bear the consequences, it should be her alone, and Gu Yaofeng must not be implicated. Gu Jian had long since prepared for this moment. Any further complications for Gu Yaofeng would obliterate everything she had worked for. As your lawyer, I must caution you to be mindful of your words and actions, or I shall not hesitate to accuse you of defamation. Furthermore, Lin Ro was abducted by that scoundrel, and we remain unaware of the circumstances. If you insist on inquiring further, you may visit the police station to speak with my mother. My father knows nothing. Gu Yaofeng glanced at Gu Fei, who spoke on his behalf. Regardless of whether her words were sincere or feigned, she was the only daughter standing by his side. Enough, Fei Fei. Can't you see that everything has been orchestrated? No matter what is said now, it is futile. Gu Yaofeng sneered. Gu Jian, do you truly believe you can wield absolute power? You have taken all the shares. I am left with nothing. Rather than surrender everything to you, I would rather see it all perish. I will ensure you suffer as well. Fear not, my dear father. I do not expect an immediate decision from you. I shall grant you time. Glancing at her wristwatch, Gu Jian furrowed her brow, feigning contemplation. Perfect timing. It is 12:38. By 3 o'clock, I expect your answer. It has been over a decade since I last returned here. I wonder if my belongings still remain. I shall check the storage upstairs. Do consider my words. As Gu Jian ascended the stairs, humming a tune, she felt elated after spending over 20 years in the Gu household. Regardless of Gu Yaofeng's struggles, he faced only one path. He may resist fate, but she was offering him time to accept it. Observing Gu Jian's ascent, Yao Lei politely reassessed the situation before stepping outside, stating he would await developments. Gu Yaofeng, recognizing the gravity of the situation, interjected, Lawyer Yao, though I am unaware of your relationship with Gu Jian, do you truly believe that a mere girl can offer you anything of substance? You would be better off assisting me. Should you help me win this lawsuit, I promise to fulfill any desire you may have. This was the only strategy Gu Yaofeng could conceive. If he could enlist Yao Lei's support, he might still have a chance. Yao Lei replied with a smile. To be honest, Mr. Gu, your invitation is quite sincere. Indeed, if Lawyer Yao could assist me in acquiring the shares of Kaishi from Gu Jian, I would willingly gift those shares to you without compensation. Such sincerity was indeed commendable. Gu Yaofeng's expression shifted as he pondered. Does this mean Lawyer Yao has agreed? Patience. Mr. Gu, did you not assert that you could fulfill every wish? Then I kindly request a small favor. If you can accomplish this, I shall require no shares at all. Pray do share. Yao Lei chuckled softly before continuing. When I was 19, I was given 50,000 yuan. Gu Yaofeng's face hardened. Lawyer Yao, surely you jest. Is there truly someone capable of reversing time? Thus, I cannot assist you, Mr. Gu. After all, that 50,000 yuan was given to me by Xiao Jian. With that, Yao Lei turned to leave, leaving Gu Yaofeng and Gu Fei in a state of shock. Yao Lei's 19 years coincided with Gu Jian's mere 10 years of age. At that time, she had just relocated to the countryside for a few years, during which Gu Jian mentioned Liang Lijing had severed their financial support. Even if the elderly gentleman had possessed some funds, his illness had likely depleted them. Where could Gu Jian have procured such money for Yao Lei? Frankly, Gu Yaofeng considered it miraculous that his father was still alive. Moreover, if memory served correctly, Yao Lei was just beginning university at that age, likely in the capital city, making it improbable for him to have crossed paths with Gu Jian. Puzzled by these unresolved questions, Gu Yaofeng found himself bewildered. After a lifetime of scheming, he had not anticipated his downfall would come at the hands of his own daughter. Was this truly how it would end? He refused to accept such an outcome. Dad, I never imagined Xiao Jian could be like this. Mother was right. She returned solely to ruin our family. Gu Fei lamented as she approached Gu Yaofeng. He could not utter a single word, his face flushed with indignation. Suddenly remembering something, Gu Yaofeng hastily dialed Secretary Shue's number, but upon connecting, he was met with a plea for help from Shue. It turned out that during his absence from the company to attend to Gu Yaofeng's affairs, Gu Jian had stealthily seized control of the internal operations. Those who had opposed Gu Yaofeng were inexplicably following Gu Jian's lead, and now even Secretary Shue had been dismissed. The situation escalated further, as Secretary Shue had become embroiled in a case of commercial espionage, currently en route to the police station, with his phone confiscated. Were it not for Gu Yaofeng's call, he would have had no means of contacting him. Listening to Secretary Shue's desperate cries, Gu Yaofeng felt a renewed sense of helplessness. His meticulous plans had unraveled, all thanks to his daughter. After living for half a century, he felt as though he had been outsmarted by a mere child. Dad, is there truly no way out? Must we watch her leave with those shares? What can we do? Tell me, what can we do? If I do not concede to her, I am finished. She holds all the leverage. Will you watch me rot in prison before you're satisfied? Gu Yaofeng seethed, slamming his phone down in frustration. It is futile. They are all utterly useless. Glancing at the shattered phone, Gu Fei's expression darkened. Dad, if that is the case, let's split the shares in two. If she claims to be giving them to your child, then I am also your child. Giving them to me is better than allowing Gu Jian to monopolize everything. As long as we do not leave the company, we still have a chance to turn the tide. Gu Yaofeng hesitated, questioning whether he could trust her. Dad, trust me. Gu Jian has destroyed everything we held dear. This is our final opportunity. After careful consideration, Gu Yaofeng concluded that even a slim chance was better than none. All right, summon the lawyer. No matter the means, we must secure half of the shares. Gu Jian stood at the corner of the staircase, observing the unfolding scene below with a cold smirk. Just as she had anticipated, Gu Fei was also restless. Gu Yaofeng, this is the path you have chosen. Do not blame me for revealing to you the true meaning of family dissolution and the shattering of one's home. Gu Jian searched for a long time in the cluttered attic above her head, but found only a small box. Perhaps its dilapidated exterior had allowed it to escape notice. Inside the box were some childhood photographs and toys, and as she gazed upon the sole picture of her and her mother, the facial features had eroded with time, leaving her with an indescribable ache in her heart. She had endured so much suffering. What did this little discomfort count for? As long as she remembered her mother, that was enough. Gu Jian remained upstairs for quite some time, until Yao Lei reminded her that it was time to descend. Upon her arrival downstairs, Gu Yaofeng and Gu Fei declared that Gu Jian would only receive half of the shares. Observing their pretentious demeanor, Gu Jian felt nothing but boredom. She looked at Gu Yaofeng, an eerie glint flickering in her eyes. Are you certain she is trustworthy? There was no hint of opposition from Gu Jian. In fact, a trace of excitement surfaced as she spoke. Gu Yaofeng had initially placed his trust in Gu Fei, even persuaded by her words, but upon hearing this, he began to panic. What did she mean? Had she orchestrated something? Gu Jian, what exactly do you intend to do? I warn you, you better not entertain any sinister thoughts, or I will ensure that, even if we both perish, I will not hand over the shares to you. There's no need for such agitation. I never claimed to have any ulterior motives. Rather, I was inquiring about this woman beside you. Do you genuinely believe in her? Gu Jian reiterated her previous statement. Gu Yaofeng hesitated, falling into silence. This moment of quiet, however, tightened Gu Fei's chest. Dad, don't believe her. I am your only daughter. If you don't trust me, who will you trust? We, father and daughter, are truly in this together. Gu Jian, you have already shattered our family. Now you wish to disrupt the bond between my father and me. You cannot stand to see us happy. Gu Jian scoffed, considering the life you bestowed upon me. I shall offer you a word of advice. If you hand over all the shares to me, you may still receive a modest dividend. However, should you choose to give those shares to Gu Fei, your favored daughter, I assure you, I will be infuriated. Thus, should you encounter financial difficulties in the future, I shall not. You needn't concern yourself with that. My father will have me to support him. Gu Fei retorted fiercely. Is my assistance truly unnecessary? Gu Jian replied with a cold smile. To be honest, I am rather intrigued by your future actions, especially your swift abandonment of Liang Lijing. Gu Fei's expression shifted suddenly, panic washing over her as she grasped Gu Yaofeng's arm, explaining, Dad, don't listen to her. I would never treat you that way. And I have genuinely been trying hard to find a way to save Mom, but how regrettable it is that you lack even the ability to save your own mother. It seems these years have only allowed you to grow taller, not wiser. Enough. You need not speak such derisive words. The current situation is entirely your doing. You have orchestrated so many schemes, your cunning so deep that I cannot trust Fei Fei. How can I trust you? Gu Yaofeng interrupted with irritation. He desired more than just a fraction of the shares. He wanted all of them. By giving the shares to Gu Fei, he still held a glimmer of hope, but if he relinquished them to Gu Jian, he would have no possibilities left. Upon seeing his reluctance, Gu Jian's smile brightened further. Very well, I agree. However, please sign here. As Gu Jian revealed the documents, Gu Yaofeng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that she would foresee his intent to give half of his shares to Gu Fei. Truthfully, Gu Yaofeng felt regret. Had he known Gu Jian possessed such abilities, he would never have allowed her to leave the Gu family so early, and he would have focused on nurturing her. Yet now, it was too late, and there was no room for remorse. Gritting his teeth, Gu Yaofeng signed. Watching the shares come to fruition, Gu Fei was ecstatic. For over 20 years, she and Liang Lijing had expended tremendous effort to secure even the smallest portion of shares. Yet Gu Yaofeng had remained as tight-fisted as a miser, unwilling to grant even a fraction of trust, even to those closest to him. Now, she had finally obtained them, 19% of the shares. She had never dreamed she could acquire nearly 20%. It was all thanks to Gu Jian. Without her, where could she have sought such a significant share? In the presence of Yao Lei, all contracts were swiftly signed. As Gu Fei reveled in her excitement, Gu Jian turned with a cold smile, marking the end of her ties with Gu Yaofeng. As for Gu Fei, she awaited her performance with bated breath. Having resolved everything, Gu Jian exited the Gu family home, feeling less than triumphant. What is wrong? Are you not happy? After waiting so long, isn't today the day you saw it? Yao Lei observed Gu Jian, his smile unwavering, yet somehow appearing to bridge the distance between them. Gu Jian shook her head. No, of course I'm happy. Thank you. Had it not been for you, Gu Yaofeng would not have agreed so readily. The title of first lawyer is not merely for show. Donotist. Had it not been for your assistance back then, who knows where we would be now? As he spoke, Yao Lei's eyes sparkled with an unusual light. I have a court case tomorrow morning and must return tonight. Are you truly not considering a trip back to the capital? Brother Lei, you know I cherish my freedom. Gu Jian had never liked being bound by too many things. Once forced to pick up those burdens, she now finally sought to live her own life and wished to relax a bit. Yao Lei felt a twinge of reluctance, but seeing the serene smile on her face, he could only nod in acquiescence. Very well, I respect your choice. However, whenever you wish to visit the capital, do let me know. My mother constantly mentions that you adore her chicken wings. She is eager to prepare a feast for you. Then I must pay her a visit. Watching the girl before him beam with joy, Yao Lei felt a pang of reluctance. After a lengthy silence, he reached out, intending to embrace the seemingly stoic girl. But ultimately, he merely raised his hand to gently ruffle her hair. Call me if you need anything. Take care. As she entered the car, Yao Lei cast aside all reluctance. If she did not want to return, then so be it. Watching Yao Lei depart, Gu Jian felt a swirl of complex emotions. One step at a time, who could predict what lay ahead? After all, she still had more pressing matters at hand. Glancing at the ever-patient Song Yi nearby, Gu Jian entered the vehicle. Once inside, she shut her eyes, appearing weary. Observing her state, Song Yi felt a twinge of compassion. Boss, I genuinely believe you need not be so heartless. The matter isn't resolved yet, and perhaps your brother-in-law. Song Daba, you speak too much. Song Yi fell silent. The fact that she could still call him Song Daba indicated her mood wasn't entirely bleak, and her resolve seemed unwavering. Have you prepared everything I asked for? Song Yi nodded. The car has already been transported, and all the materials are here. Gu Jian acknowledged without further comment. Noticing her somber mood, Song Yi refrained from speaking, quietly driving while attempting to slow down, allowing her time to contemplate. Gu Jian understood Song Yi's intentions. He genuinely wished to hasten their journey. Yet with the impending confrontation looming, she found herself unable to voice her thoughts. Gu Jian, oh Gu Jian, why are you still so unyielding? Finally, the car came to a halt beneath the apartment building where she and Fu Yan resided. A neighbor passed by, warmly greeting Gu Jian and inquiring about her absence, as she had not been seen often lately. Observing this, Song Yi returned the greeting enthusiastically. The neighbor, noticing, insisted on giving Song Yi two of the large apple she had purchased, while complimenting how handsome her brother had become and how much more normal he seemed now. Listening to the first half of the sentence, Song Yi felt quite satisfied, but the latter part indeed provoked a slight annoyance within him. What does it mean that things are now more normal? He was never abnormal to begin with. How peculiar. Never mind. After all, this apple is rather sweet. Song Yi chose not to ascend the stairs, for such matters are best handled in the presence of the parties involved. Gu Jian arrived at the door, having hidden away for several days, and now, as the moment of truth approached, a sense of trepidation enveloped her. The confidence she once felt when facing Gu Yaofeng had dissipated entirely. Just as Gu Jian was lost in her anxious thoughts, the door swung open, and the two locked eyes, momentarily taken aback, Gu Jian, feeling nervous, fumbled for her keys. I just returned and was about to open the door. How could she be standing there in a daze, keys still in hand? Fu Yan chose not to expose her. I was just out to collect a package. You go on in first. His tone revealed no sign of awkwardness, as if they had never been apart for these few days. Gu Jian nodded and stepped aside. Watching Fu Yan descend, she breathed a sigh of relief. The computer on the table was still on, indicating Fu Yan had been working until just moments ago. Gu Jian was quite curious about his work, though she did not fully understand it and preferred not to interfere too much. Since she wished to minimize their future interactions, it was best to settle matters financially. Though she might be criticized for being crass, this seemed the most prudent solution. Sitting on the sofa, still warm from Fu Yan's presence, she greedily savored the last remnants of his existence. Gazing around at the unfamiliar yet familiar little apartment, the thought that she would never return here again caused her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Some matters truly require swift resolution. As the door creaked open, Gu Jian quickly composed herself. Grandma heard you liked the necklace from last time, so she sent a small gift. My mother and the others also. Fu Yan, let us get a divorce. Gu Jian was acutely aware that uttering such words while others spoke of hopeful futures was a cruel act, yet she could no longer remain. She was terrified of losing control and breaking into tears before him. She did not dare to lift her gaze, fearful of witnessing Fu Yan's expression. She opened her bag and retrieved the items she had prepared in advance. The truth was, her initial intent in marrying him was to secure the possessions left to her by her mother, as Gu Yaofeng's treatment of her was evident. Coupled with Liang Lijing and Gu Fei's involvement, her mother feared for her well-being. Thus, the condition was set that she could only reclaim her belongings after marriage, which was the reason for their union. She had always intended to disclose this to him, but had never found the right opportunity and felt incapable of compensating him adequately. Now that she had resolved matters with the Gu family and regained control over Kai Shi, she insisted, so, let us get a divorce. Gu Jian spoke fervently, believing Fu Yan would surely mock her for abandoning him now that she had money. Yet nothing. There was no response. He stood there unmoving. Gu Jian, undeterred, produced a card and a stack of documents. I know this may seem trivial, but this is the best compensation I can offer you. The money here should suffice for a while, and this house is yours as well, so please sign here. As she glanced at the divorce agreement beside her, she felt as though she might crumble under the weight of her emotions. Why was this so painful? To utter those words required every ounce of her strength. She remained stationary, awaiting a response from a man, yet Fu Yan appeared to be rendered speechless, unresponsive to her every word. Gu Jian was perplexed, unsure of his thoughts at that moment. As time ticked by, she sensed her tense muscles gradually relaxing, yet Fu Yan remained as still as ever. Anxiety crept in. If he continued in silence, how could they proceed? Was she to linger indefinitely? Taking a deep breath, Gu Jian finally looked up. In any case, this is my position. If you understand, please sign. Upon hearing this, Fu Yan placed the package on the table and sat across from her. His gaze bore into hers, neglecting the money and contract laid before him. Gu Jian instinctively averted her eyes. His stare was so piercing it felt as if he could see through her very soul, unveiling her inner turmoil. Is that all? What does this mean? His voice was deep and melodious, yet Gu Jian could detect the anger simmering beneath the surface. Steadying her emotions, she continued to speak her hurtful words. The amount in here is my utmost compensation. If you are dissatisfied, you may propose a request, and I shall do my best to accommodate. How much can you truly accommodate? He pressed, relentless. Gu Jian faltered, unsure how to respond. You go ahead and express your needs. I will consider them. Fu Yan's eyes glimmered as he scrutinized her for an extended moment before he spoke again. As you mentioned, our marriage was founded upon purpose. You have your reasons, and I do not object. However, now that your needs have been fulfilled, should we not also inquire why I chose to marry? Gu Jian cautiously raised her gaze. Although his expression remained unchanged, she felt an overwhelming sense of being trapped. As if she were a caged bird, an ominous premonition gripped her. She must not allow him to voice his reasoning. I believe you must have married to appease your elders, especially given the matrimonial ties between our families. The older generation is quite traditional and would never easily break such bonds. Interrupting him, Gu Jian continued, if necessary, I can assist you in finding another suitable partner, fulfilling all your requirements. I could even ask grandfather to help resolve any pressure from your family. Help me resolve my family as pressure? Fu Yan echoed her words, a smirk playing at his lips as if he had seized her lifeline. In truth, he had guessed correctly. Gu Jian had indeed decided to act first and inform her grandfather only after everything was settled. She could not allow any other outcome. This matter is of no concern to you. Grandfather cares for me and understands my intentions. Besides, marriage must be based on affection. Since we share no such bond, it is destined to falter. Rather than prolong this mutual delay, it is better to end it decisively. Don't you agree? Didn't you say it yourself? I merely needed a spouse. As for emotions, he leaned closer, locking eyes with Gu Jian. She had no time to evade him. He was already upon her. In a flurry, she retreated but found no escape. At that moment, she realized how confining the small room truly was. Fu. Mister. Fu. When it suited you, you called me Yin Yan. Now that you wish to divorce, I am Mr. Fu. Gu Jian, do you assert there is no emotion between us? Staring at his flawless face, mere inches away, Gu Jian found herself at a loss for words, as if all her strength had been drawn away by his enchanting gaze. She opened her mouth, turning her face aside, yet his long fingers grasped her chin, compelling her to meet his eyes. Afraid to look at me? He pressed, his tone insistent. The delightful scent that lingered between them made her dizzy, as if she might succumb to the sweetness of his embrace. Let go. How can I speak with you like this? We are discussing divorce, not marriage. Isn't this a bit excessive? But we were never this close while married. Fu Yan wore a melancholic expression, his brow slightly furrowed. Jian, have you forgotten that it was you who proposed with flowers? I submitted my salary card to you. Is it not a bit excessive for you to abandon me so easily? Such nonsense about abandonment. Gu Jian felt an overwhelming urge to strike him. Yet she could not bring herself to inflict pain. Biting her lip, she resolved to wield her words instead. She lowered her gaze, her expression rigid, striving to appear cold and unfeeling. Fu Yan, you must understand that your financial means cannot satisfy my needs. I refuse to endure daily commutes on that dilapidated electric scooter, exposed to the elements, nor do I wish to continue residing in this small apartment. I do not want to introduce my husband to others with only his appearance to boast about. What I desire is a partner who is affluent, powerful, and capable of shielding me from life's storms, rather than the current version of you. So please, let me go, shall you? Upon finishing her words, Gu Jian forced herself to meet his gaze, desperate for him to believe the sincerity of her statements. Yet Fu Yan's eyes reflected a growing complexity, reminiscent of that day at the police station when they left. Gu Jian's heart raced violently, the rapid thumping causing her discomfort. Suppressing her unease, she spoke again. Fu Yan, your current status cannot match mine, nor can you offer me the support I need. Let's part ways with dignity. Every word Gu Jian uttered was imbued with a painful honesty she had not anticipated expressing. She had thought this matter could be resolved easily, believing that by presenting the card and the contract, Fu Yan would readily sign. Yet, please just let her go. She felt on the verge of madness. Observing Gu Jian's feigned indifference, Fu Yan might have believed her desire for divorce, if not for the proximity that allowed him to hear the frantic beating of her heart. Fu Yaofeng had all of Gu Jian's information on his desk. He was acutely aware of the treatment she had endured over the years. Therefore, he did not oppose the actions taken by the Gu family, even feeling that he might have been more ruthless had he been in their position. However, her sudden change of heart took him by surprise. He could not fathom why she would choose to divorce him. She was not a person to abandon someone so superficially, yet this made her intentions all the more perplexing. Let it be. Gu Jian interrupted him, unable to tolerate the ambiguous atmosphere any longer. If this continued, she would surely collapse under the weight of it all. Seizing the moment when Fu Yan's grip loosened, she swiftly retreated. Fu Yan was momentarily taken aback by her decisive movement, as if she had honed these skills over years of practice. While he puzzled over her agility, she had already reached the door. I will send someone to retrieve the divorce agreement soon. Please consider it carefully and call me when you are ready. With that, Gu Jian turned and fled, neglecting to return the keys she had taken in advance. Watching her escape, Fu Yan rubbed his temples, incredulous that he would one day find himself facing divorce, especially for lacking wealth, power, or influence. He wondered how many would believe such a tale if he shared it. He casually picked up the file on the table and emptied its contents. In addition to the divorce agreement, he discovered a property sale contract, revealing that she had purchased this place and even inscribed her name upon it. Alongside the card Gu Jian had given him, he found his own salary card and a set of car keys. He dismissed the keys but felt a pang of regret upon seeing the salary card. Was 3,000 a month truly insufficient? Perhaps, by the standards of Yunxing, he should have allocated 8,000 to avoid her questioning his capabilities. With a little extra in bonuses, purchasing a car would not pose a problem. After gathering the items, Fu Yan closed his laptop and called Su Yi. With Gu Jian temporarily absent, he saw no reason to linger. Rather than wait idly, he resolved to uncover what Gu Jian intended. If someone truly were to entice her away with wealth and power. A glimmer of coldness flashed in his eyes, his expression darkening. Meanwhile, Song Yi had waited downstairs for quite some time. Just as he thought security might come to escort him away, he finally spotted Gu Jian. He had imagined her return could evoke joy or sorrow, but her current demeanor was far from either. Song Yi rushed down, curiosity piqued. "Boss, how did it go?" Gu Jian shot him an irritated glance. "What do you think? If I say it went well, it must be true. After all, our boss personally intervened. What could possibly go awry?" Yet Song Yi hesitated, cautiously assessing Gu Jian's expression before continuing. "I can't shake the feeling that your husband is not so simple. What if you two are equally matched, and he does not agree?" To his surprise, Song Yi's speculation was spot on. Having spent years by Gu Jian's side, he could read her subtle expressions. Upon realizing he was correct, his curiosity ignited. "Boss, could it be that your husband has developed genuine feelings? Just look at him, his demeanor, his physique. Even I, who pride myself on being a good man, find myself humbled. If you let this chance slip away, you might never encounter someone of such caliber again. While your husband still harbors feelings, perhaps you should reconsider. Otherwise, when you change your mind, he may not be so willing to take you back." Song Yi rambled on. "I've watched countless heart-wrenching dramas where, at first, the pain is unbearable, but during the pursuit of love, it becomes tragic. Boss, you mustn't." Suddenly, a cry escaped him as he hopped on one foot, clutching his other foot in agony. Before he could recover, Gu Jian had already taken the driver's seat, rolled down the window, and tossed him a set of car keys. "Since you have so much free time, you can ride the scooter home." With that, she drove away, leaving him in a cloud of exhaust. As he watched the beloved little red vehicle vanish, and under the scorching sun, Song Yi felt a mix of despair and resignation. He did not mind riding the scooter. It was simply that it belonged to both Gu Jian and her husband. Given Gu Jian's resolute demeanor regarding divorce, he could only wonder how she would feel the next day. If he rode the scooter home today, would she not regret it later? The thought of such a horrifying scenario led him to decide to push the scooter home instead. "It's just a little push. What's the big deal?" he muttered, feeling aggrieved as he dialed a number to share the day's gossip with Si Chun. After walking for more than an hour and feeling the ache in his feet, he suddenly complained to Si Chun, who was perplexed. "Why didn't you call for a tow truck?" Song Yi. By the time Su Yi arrived, Fu Yan had packed his belongings and was preparing to leave. However, Fu Yan insisted on going to the parking lot downstairs to retrieve their little electric scooter. It was surprising to see a man so attached to such a small vehicle. Su Yi obediently followed, contacting a towing service to take the scooter away. Yet when they reached the parking area, they found the spot where the scooter had been parked was empty. Suddenly, something struck Fu Yan, and he pulled the car keys from the file bag, pressing a button. Sure enough, the nearby sports car illuminated in response. "Su Yi, is this divorce money?" A passing neighbor, noticing Su Yi's excitement, exclaimed, "Bro, that car is stunning. How much did it cost?" "I had no idea the Wuling brand made a sports car version." Su Yi, brother, the emblem looks almost identical to the Wuling. Can we take a closer look?" Fu Yan lifted his head, a smug smile gracing his lips. "This was a gift from my wife." In Chapter 98 of Pride and Prejudice, Su Yi and the elder neighbor exchanged glances, both perplexed by the ostentatious demeanor of Fu Yan. The neighbor chuckled, masking his thoughts, reflecting on how Fu, despite his youth, had taken on the role of a kept man. It was a pity, really, for such a commanding presence to be reduced to this. Had he not uttered those words, one might have assumed he was a successful individual. With a dismissive wave, the neighbor turned to leave, uncertain how to rationalize the actions of the man before him, who seemed willing to compromise his integrity for a mere Wuling vehicle. Su Yi, perceiving the neighbor's thoughts, found himself at a loss for words to explain his master's actions. Furthermore, the impending divorce meant that the sports car was merely a byproduct of their crumbling marriage. Glancing at Su Yi, Fu Yan entered the vehicle. Hesitantly, Su Yi opened the passenger door, but was quickly met with a warning glare from Fu. He promptly set down the contract, clarifying that he had no intention of joining him inside the car. Your mother-in-law seems rather affluent yet. Haven't you noticed that my wife took away our token of love? He stammered. Fu Yan's eyes gleamed with pride. The car brought him immense joy, and there was no way he would allow another man to occupy a seat in a vehicle gifted by his wife. Indicating for to close the door, Fu Yan drove off, eager to pick up his wife, but not before addressing a pressing matter that awaited him. As the sleek vehicle sped away, he was left in a state of bewilderment. Sir, not only does your unwarranted pride perplex me, but your reference to a token of love is equally baffling. Were it not for the fear of reprimand, I would question how you can be so certain that your wife took the car not to erase memories, but out of affection for you. Moreover, the hurried nature of your marriage and impending divorce raises questions about the authenticity of your emotions. However, such thoughts remained unvoiced. Meanwhile, the neighbor felt a pang of regret as he reflected on the situation, contemplating the nature of men's attachment to their vehicles. How much could a wooling really cost? Even if it were extravagant, it paled in comparison to the allure of a sports car that dazzled on the road. Regret washed over him. Had he only inquired about the car's origin, he might have sought one for himself. Resolving to investigate, he pulled out his phone and searched for the wooling vehicle. Wait, wasn't it a wooling? What series was this Corvette from? As he delved deeper, he began to regret not asking Fu Yan about a wife who would gift him a car, fearing such a question might be embarrassing. On another front, Gu Jian wrestled with her emotions, uncertain of Fu Yan's intentions. She had clearly articulated her stance, yet he remained reluctant to proceed with the divorce. Did he truly harbor feelings for her? The thought brought her a mix of joy and disbelief. Burying herself in the sofa, she resolved to embrace her identity as a bad woman. Reflecting on her grandfather, she felt a twinge of guilt for painting Fu Yan in a negative light when, in truth, she may have been the one at fault. Just then, her phone rang, and upon answering, she recognized the urgency in her grandfather's voice. Typically, he called only in the evenings, so this unexpected call signified something important. Initially agitated, her grandfather's demeanor softened upon hearing her voice. Grandfather, is something wrong? Gu Jian sensed the tension and grew anxious. Her teacher seized the phone, interjecting what could be wrong. It's just your father and sister who called your grandfather, making a fuss. If I hadn't been here, he would been furious. Could you be a bit more tactful? Gu Jian retorted, mentally noting this debt. After merely conversing with Fu Yan, her family had already turned their attention to her grandfather. Clearly, more lessons were needed for them. As the conversation continued, Gu Jian felt a sense of relief. With her teacher present, her grandfather was likely safe, but she also kept track of the debts owed by Gu Yaofeng and Gu Fei. Jian, I'm only calling out of concern. I know you've faced considerable hardships these past years, and I'm aware of the recent troubles, her grandfather began. Grandfather, if he truly cared for us, he would have made that call today, saying hurtful things. You know that my priority is us too. If you wish to scold me, please do, but my decision remains unchanged. Oh, my dear child, how could I possibly scold you? Remember when you said you wanted to enjoy roast duck? I've been raising them just for you. When will you bring Fu with you? I'd love to cook for you both. At my age, who knows when I'll have the chance again? Gu Jian was momentarily speechless. It had been a long time since her last visit. All right, after I handle things here, I promise to bring him back with me. In chapter 99, Gu Jian recognized her grandfather's tendency to dramatize, but acknowledged the truth in his words. His health had been precarious, sustained only by medication. This was why her teacher had chosen to remain by his side instead of pursuing opportunities elsewhere. She aimed to resolve her matters swiftly and bring her grandfather over, as she doubted Gu Yaofeng and Liang Lijing could pose any significant threats. She found herself curious about Gu Fei's next move. After some small talk, Gu Jian felt overwhelmed by her grandfather's praises for her husband, unsure how to respond. She hastily ended the call, still hearing her teacher's playful jabs in the background, which only fueled her irritation. Having concluded the call, Gu Jian slumped onto the sofa. Her grandfather seemed quite fond of her husband. If only he knew about her thoughts of divorce, his reaction would surely be explosive. As for her promise to bring someone back, she hadn't specified who, so perhaps she could just take Song Yi along as a placeholder. Lost in thought, she was startled by the sudden entrance of Song Yi, who stormed through the door with great fervor. Boss, I wish to lodge a complaint. Gu Jian has pulled a blanket over her head. The complaint was in vain. If you wish to die, come find me. Song Yi. A belly full of indignation transformed into a stagnant pool of despair. Watching Gu Jian lie on the sofa, feigning death, Song Yi pondered. After walking for so long, with his legs weary and aching, he reluctantly ascended the stairs. She is the boss. He lacked the courage. Surely, he could indulge in a foot soak. After resting at home for a day, Gu Jian arrived at the company early the next morning. Unexpectedly, yet predictably, chaos ensued. Gu Fei, who had previously frequented the office sporadically, was unusually proactive today. Not only did she arrive early, but she also stirred up considerable commotion. Her assistant quickly reported the situation to Gu Jian. In essence, Gu Fei had come to inquire about Secretary Shue's funds, and upon learning of his hasty removal, she caused an uproar in the finance department, rallying those who fancied themselves allies to oppose Gu Jian. Little did she know, in just a few short days, Gu Jian had radically transformed the company. Gu Jian's previously decisive handling of the company crisis had garnered her a host of admirers, and among the veteran members were many former followers of Gu Jian's mother. They had long underestimated her abilities, believing she could achieve little from the countryside, and had remained silently steadfast in their positions, hoping Kai Shi Wu Ti be destroyed. However, they had gravely misjudged Gu Jian. This crisis not only restored her control over the company, but also attracted a substantial following. It could be said that now, over half of the company was under her dominion. Having just acquired her shares, Gu Fei was eager to flaunt her power. Her entrance into the finance department was a bid to assert herself, to prove her capabilities. Yet, she was blindsided to find even those who had once stood with her had been swayed by Gu Jian. What do you mean by this? Regardless, Secretary Shue has served our father for decades. He is a long-standing employee of the company. Without verifying the facts, you allowed him to be taken away. Do you truly believe the company is yours? Gu Jian's expression remained unchanged as she surveyed the disarray in the finance department. Financial matters are inherently delicate, and with Gu Fei's antics, the simple task of organizing documents would require considerable time. I did not take him, nor did I report him. If you wish to know the truth, it would be swifter to inquire with Secretary Shue than to question me. We shall not wrongfully accuse anyone. Financial issues are sensitive, and if you wish to investigate, you may do so step by step. However, this behavior today is excessive. With the final 3 words, Gu Jian suddenly intensified her tone. What had begun as a light remark gained weight. Her gaze was sharp, her lovely face etched with seriousness, as if she were poised to hold Gu Fei accountable. Gu Fei had never before beheld such a frigid glint in Gu Jian's eyes, nor such an overwhelming presence, leaving her somewhat flustered. What do you intend to do? This is our family's company. I am merely here to inquire about the situation. What is wrong with that? You may inquire, but you ought not to resort to force. Financial matters are already convoluted. Your current uproar forces everyone in the company to bear the burden of your actions. Payroll is imminent, and now, having disrupted all the documents, do you intend to impact everyone, or do you think you can resolve these issues instantly? Gu Jian's tone grew increasingly severe. Gu Fei instinctively took a step back, glancing at the scattered documents across the finance department, realizing she had indeed acted impulsively, leaving herself vulnerable. The employees in the finance department felt a wave of gratitude. They had not anticipated Gu Jian would defend them at such a moment, even demonstrating an understanding of their difficulties. Initially, there had been some skepticism toward their young new superior, considering the family dynamics. Yet now it seemed they may have been overly cautious. Do not attempt to intimidate me with these tactics. They're merely doing their jobs and need not explain themselves to you. You would do well to retrieve all documents pertaining to Secretary Shue immediately. Or do not blame me for my rudeness. I have stated my desire for information. It shall be obtained step by step. Do not come here to unleash your fury. Gu Jian's expression was icy as she spoke, then ignored Gu Fei, addressing her assistant next. Notify everyone that due to unforeseen circumstances, this month's salary will be delayed by 1 day. To compensate, each employee shall receive an additional bonus as recognition for their hard work this month. Having delivered this message, Gu Jian turned to leave. Watching her retreating figure, Gu Fei was infuriated, stomping her foot. Very well, Gu Jian, if evidence is what you seek, I shall procure it for you. Once I find proof of your wrongful accusations, I shall relish your response. Chapter 100. An opportunity. Gu Fei was furious, while Gu Jian remained in high spirits. The finance department was notoriously difficult to manage. Over the years, Gu Yaofeng had engaged in numerous illicit activities. Although she was now investigating and addressing them swiftly, time was still required. Gu Fei's uproar was, quite frankly, a stroke of luck for her. It was unfortunate for Gu Yaofeng, who had thought he had grasped a lifeline, only to find it utterly useless. As Gu Jian remained unfazed, Gu Fei seethed in frustration, and the onlookers reached a consensus. Gu Fei shot a disdainful glance at the finance manager behind her and barked, "Did you not hear? I require all financial documents related to Secretary Shui. Why are you not hastily compiling them for me?" The finance manager, being perceptive, understood the disparity between Gu Fei and Gu Jian's positions. It was clear whose direction they ought to follow. "We certainly cannot afford to delay your request, Gu manager. However, as you can see, the finance department is in disarray. Simply organizing the necessary financial documents will take considerable time, and Secretary Shui's situation is far-reaching. If you require all the data, it may take a while." "Wait? You dare ask me to wait?" With 19% of the shares, I am now the second in command of Kaishi. These workers are nothing but mere employees. Why do they act so haughty before me? Gu Fei was nearly beside herself with rage. "For now, we have no choice but to wait. Did you not hear? Gu General Manager has even altered the payroll schedule. We are equally powerless." Well, a fine display of powerlessness. Gu Yaofeng has been absent for a mere few days, and yet Gu Jian has already assumed control as Gu General Manager. Bravo, simply bravo. Casting a scornful glare at the finance manager, Gu Fei stormed out. Upon entering her office, she was so incensed that she nearly shattered everything in her path. Yet a flicker of reason urged her to maintain her composure. A knock interrupted her thoughts. Looking up, she found the former general manager, Lu, at the door. "What brings you here? Are you not off currying favor with Gu Jian?" "What nonsense is this, Gu manager? If I were rushing to curry favor with her, I would not be here, would I? That woman has gone too far. In just a few days, she convened a meeting and seized upon any excuse to demote me. Not only sending Secretary Shui away, but now I tread on thin ice. When will Chairman Gu return? With him absent, look at the state of this company. Before all is set right, declaring that Gu Yaofeng will no longer be coming to the company is hardly beneficial. Thus, Gu Jian has refrained from mentioning Gu Yaofeng's situation, merely stating that he is recuperating at home. Having suffered both emotional and physical injuries, he truly needs to rest. Gu Fei scoffed. The woman was calculating, and it made her want to laugh. She resented Gu Jian for usurping her position, but was too intimidated to confront her directly. So she sought to coax herself into being the scapegoat. Does she truly believe Gu Fei is devoid of intelligence? With a gentle smile, Gu Fei rose to grasp Lu's hand, her expression imbued with warmth. "Sister Lu, you are absolutely right. We are indeed in this together. You are well aware of my father's situation. He won't be able to return to the company anytime soon. If Gu Jian can alter the payroll schedule today, she could very well reshape the entire company by tomorrow. For Kaishi's sake, we must support one another." With Manager Gu's assurance, I feel at ease. I was beginning to think the company would truly be ruined under that woman's influence. How could that be? Although she currently holds shares from Grandpa, we must tread carefully. This matter requires deliberation. Upon returning to her office, Gu Jian soon received the action plan from Lu and Gu Fei. Her sole assessment of Lu was, she has a fine physique and is quite attractive. Gu Jian mused that this must have been why Gu Yaofeng had initially retained her as the general manager. Thus, keeping her around was of no concern. It might even bolster Gu Fei's courage. She was quite satisfied with the outcome. Manager Gu is already gathering support. Although your recent performance has been commendable, the long-standing employees still place greater trust in the chairman. Gu Jian dismissed this entirely. Assistant Bai, feel free to be candid. I am not overly sensitive. The extended time spent in my grandfather's company merely instills a sense of caution amongst them, but soon that will not pose an issue. Gu Fei's little tricks are hardly sufficient. Continue to monitor the situation and report back to me. Additionally, visit the finance department and request that they release part of Secretary Shui's documents to enhance our standing. Assistant Bai understood and promptly exited. The accusations against Secretary Shui were not fabricated. Had he not embezzled funds, she would have had no grounds to capture him. After all, who among us is devoid of personal ambition, especially given how much trust Gu Yaofeng placed in him? Even the emperor's eunuchs demand a little gratuity when delivering imperial edicts. The matter concerning Secretary Shui was as good as settled. To ensure Gu Fei hesitated to act rashly, Gu Jian decided to give her a chance and stoke the flames further. Having organized her plans, Gu Jian glanced at the towering pile of documents on her desk and rubbed her temples, realizing she would soon be quite busy. After parting ways with Gu Jian, Fu Yan arrived at the hotel, briefly addressing work matters while also investigating Gu Jian's recent activities. As expected of my wife, in just a few days, she had taken control of Kai Shi and deftly dealt with the cunning Gu Yaofeng. His wife was indeed no pushover. However, there were still many lingering issues from Kai Shi's past. Revitalizing the company would require considerable effort, beginning with financial organization. Realizing what Gu Jian was currently undertaking, Fu Yan's expression darkened. Gu Yaofeng had left behind a mess, and now it fell to his wife to sort through it. With the financial history of such a large company spanning over a decade, would it not take ages to organize? As he sat before a package sent by his grandmother, Fu Yan decided to get involved. He was not in a hurry to see her. After all, it was a gift personally selected by his grandmother, and it deserved timely delivery. An hour later, the most formidable financial team in Yun City volunteered to assist and arrived at Kai Shi's reception room. Gu Fei had just obtained advantageous information regarding Secretary Shui and was determined to retrieve him before proceeding. When she spotted several individuals being escorted to the reception room by the front desk, not to mention the one at the front, even the last person was a prominent figure in Yun City. How could she not recognize him? A quick thought crossed her mind, and she hurriedly approached. "Hello, I am Gu Jian." Before Gu Fei could finish her introduction, Gu Jian emerged from the side elevator, interrupting her words. Gu Fei frowned, suspecting that this woman was intentionally trying to thwart her. What could she possibly be in relation to such influential figures? This financial team had risen to prominence here. If the old man had called them in to assist Gu Jian, she found that utterly hard to believe. The only possibility left was that Gu Yaofeng, wary that she might be bullied, had specifically reached out to his connections to bring these individuals in to resolve the matter with Secretary Shui. If Secretary Shui returned, dealing with Gu Jian would be a breeze. Gu Fei narrowed her eyes at Lu Lu, whispering, "Gu Jian is truly amusing. These people were clearly summoned by my father to help me with my issues, and she is racing ahead." Lu Lu understood immediately. Recognizing that Gu Jian was indeed not favored, she boldly positioned herself before Gu Jian. "Manager Gu, are you doing this on purpose? Did you deliberately choose this moment to steal our manager's people? Your people?" Gu Jian raised an eyebrow, her gaze glimmering. The message she had received indicated that these individuals had specifically requested to meet her. Lu Lu scoffed, puffing out her chest with confidence. "Of course, they are here to address the matter concerning Secretary Shui. Otherwise, how could you possibly summon them? I advise you to be sensible and leave at once. Do not interfere with our discussions." Gu Jian found this quite amusing. Gu Fei had finally wised up and attempted to draw Lu Lu out. Yet, Lu Lu was merely a figure with a grand appearance, devoid of substance, completely useless beyond her striking facade. I was puzzled as to why these individuals suddenly arrived. Now it all makes sense. Gu Jian turned to Gu Fei. "Sister, did you invite them?" Gu Fei, initially uncertain, gained confidence upon hearing that Gu Jian had no prior knowledge of their arrival. "I'm not entirely sure. It must have been my father who took it upon himself to invite them." "Oh, is that so?" Gu Jian's tone dripped with sarcasm as she gestured for them to proceed. Lu Lu, brimming with indignation, remembered how she had leveraged her shares to dismiss Gu Jian during the meeting, yet now she seemed acutely aware that she could never be a match for Chairman Gu. "Ladies, I apologize for the rush. Our manager Gu is always eager and ran over without clarifying the details, wasting your time. Let us expedite our discussions." Intentionally stepping in front of Gu Jian, Lu Lu attempted to take a seat with Gu Fei. However, before they could settle, one of the individuals stepped forward. "Madam, as you rightly pointed out, our time is quite precious, and we cannot afford to squander it further. We have important matters to discuss with Manager Gu." "This is Manager Gu. You may convey your concerns," Lu Lu interjected, pointing at Gu Fei. The front desk staff understood the implication, while Lu Lu remained blissfully unaware. The impatient man frowned, addressing them seriously. "We mean Manager Gu Jian." In an instant, the atmosphere shifted. Who could have anticipated that these individuals, typically elusive, would actively seek out the young Gu Jian? Lu Lu was momentarily stunned, failing to grasp the situation. Gu Fei, who had remained silent, now had ample time to contemplate. "Manager Lu, what are you pondering? If father had invited them, he would have surely informed me in advance. Since he has said nothing, it indicates that he is completely unaware of this matter. However, I am curious as to why you all have suddenly arrived at Kaishi. Surely, our financial situation is not in disarray? Gu Jian's expression shifted slightly. Gu Fei, clever indeed. The eyes of those present turned towards Gu Jian, each harboring a degree of suspicion. They were unaware of the precise financial circumstances within the company, yet Gu Yaofeng had never mistreated them. As long as the company performed well, wages were never an issue. If a problem did arise now, it would inevitably be blamed on Gu Jian. Gu Jian, though puzzled by the sudden visit of these individuals, remained unruffled. Even if they were there to investigate the finances, she had her strategies. Upon Gu Fei's conclusion, the opposing party remained silent for a moment. Even Gu Jian, awaiting their response, found it surprising. Did they not say time was of the essence? Why were they now dawdling? Distinguished guests, you must have heard my comments by now, correct? The leader of the group completely ignored the situation. While the man who had just blocked Lu spoke up, apologies, madam, but we only speak with General Manager Gu. Others do not qualify for our boss's attention. Gu Jian couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Regardless of their intentions, she found their mannerisms quite amusing. Noticing Gu Fei's face turn pale, Gu Jian stepped aside and extended her hand toward the leader. Hello, I am Gu Jian. Greetings, General Manager Gu. We are from Shangliu Finance, and I'm the head of our team. We are here at the request of Mr. Fu Yan to assist you with financial matters. Fu Yan? Gu Jian had imagined countless scenarios, yet never anticipated they were sent by Fu Yan. Why would her ex-husband involve himself so deeply? After all the hurtful words exchanged, how could he still be concerned for her? Moreover, how did he manage to find this team and bring them to her? This is the contract we established with Mr. Fu. Please take a look. With skepticism, Gu Jian opened the document, and upon reading its contents, her unease deepened. How could that reckless spender have grown so reckless? Truth be told, the sum she had given Fu Yan was but a drop in the ocean for her, not out of stinginess, but because such a large amount would surely raise his suspicions. Yet, she never expected Fu Yan to be even more extravagant, taking 80% of the money she had given him. Goodness, Gu Jian felt a headache coming on. If she were still in her right mind, she would have stormed off to confront Fu Yan, questioning the sanity of his decisions. Gu Fei's expression was darkening. How could she have forgotten about Fu Yan? The man's words held weight. Not just a mere Shangliu Finance, but he could command the entire Yin City if he wished. General Manager, shall we discuss our future collaboration? The man inquired politely. Not receiving a response from Gu Jian, he continued, you may not be familiar with our working methods. We require payment up front, and once charged, no refunds will be issued. So, please follow me. Gu Jian sighed, feeling exasperated. Since the money was already spent, there was no point in lamenting over it. As for Fu Yan, she would address that matter later. However, she couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Even though this expenditure was for her benefit, it was evident he didn't have the means to spend so lavishly. As she led the group away, Gu Jian remained silent. Observing her demeanor, Gu Fei frowned. Did Gu Jian truly understand Fu Yan's status? If she did, how could she remain so composed? This was something she needed to investigate further. Watching Gu Fei fixate on the departing figures, Lu felt both anger and anticipation, sarcastically accusing Gu Fei. You've changed your tune quickly. One might think you were the one who initially claimed they were sent by the chairman. I don't know them, but I've stumbled upon something even more intriguing. Gu Fei replied, her expression darkening as she patted Lu's shoulder. Sister Lu, you know what kind of person I am. We all seek a favorable outcome. Everything else is secondary. As long as the result is good, the process is irrelevant. But are you certain? Lu glanced upstairs. Gu Fei pulled her aside. Absolutely. Those individuals are here to investigate the finances. Gu Jian is clearly acting preemptively. If she doesn't want us to rescue Secretary Shui, it indicates he must hold some leverage over her. Then we must hurry to bring Secretary Shui out. Lu urgently tugged Gu Fei towards the exit. Glancing back at the departing figures, Gu Fei vowed, Fu Yan, you are mine. Honestly, if it weren't for Gu Fei's presence, Gu Jian would have considered asking about a refund. Yet, these individuals seemed to have anticipated her thoughts, stating outright that there would be no refunds. What could she do? Despite her reluctance, she had no choice but to suppress her feelings. Dividing the tasks among the team, Gu Jian felt an immediate alleviation of pressure as they seamlessly transitioned into work mode. With nothing better to do, she absent-mindedly opened Fu Yan's chat page on her phone. As she scrolled through their conversation history, Memories flooded back of how Fu Yan's indifference had gradually shifted to a willingness to open up, sharing brief exchanges that, albeit sparse, felt sweet. Yet ultimately, it all ended without resolution. In a moment of distraction, she accidentally tapped an emoji, sending it before she could retract it. The image of a frantic character, hair flying in disarray, accompanied by the caption "scumbag, from now on I shall be your enemy," startled Gu Jian, nearly making her drop her phone. Fortunately, she quickly pressed to retract it. The chat now displayed a notification. You retracted a message. Editing? What a ridiculous notion. She wished to complain about the direct sending feature of the emojis. She pondered if Fu Yan had seen the image. Had she not retracted it, she could have simply claimed it was an accident. Now, it seemed as if she had intentionally sent something inappropriate to grab his attention. Awkwardness and inner turmoil engulfed her as she momentarily grasped the complexity of human nature. Ding! Fu Yan? Gu Jian? What to do? Should she continue feigning ignorance? Fu Yan, have they arrived? They mentioned a friendly price. Fu Yan, how is the work progressing? Are they assisting? Feigning ignorance no longer appeared suitable. Gu Jian, they are currently occupied. It was an accidental tap. Fu Yan, I see someone is typing. Quickly. Gu Jian composed another message. Gu Jian, I don't trust others. Please refrain from such needless efforts next time. After waiting in vain for a response, a sense of guilt washed over her. Here was Fu Yan, a man of modest means, offering 80% of his assets, yet she failed to appreciate his generosity. Setting her phone aside, Gu Jian resolved to remain calm. She could not afford another blunder like that with the emojis. With their presence, productivity soared. In the evening, Gu Jian received a call from Song Yi, learning of the ruckus Gu Fei had stirred up. She found it absurd that Secretary Shui could be easily released. Gu Fei's insistence on not paying for his release was nothing short of a fantasy. Upon returning empty-handed, Gu Fei would undoubtedly speak ill of her to Gu Yaofeng. Gu Jian was not only unperturbed but even eager to see Gu Fei create a scene. Later that night, Gu Jian visited Secretary Shui. He had held high hopes upon learning Gu Fei was coming, only to be disappointed when she failed to show. Uncertain of the events unfolding outside, he immediately recognized something upon seeing Gu Jian. This seemingly insignificant girl from the countryside surpassed Gu Fei in ways he had long forgotten. Can you get out? Gu Jian cut straight to the point, uninterested in pleasantries. Secretary Shui, initially inclined to argue, was caught off guard by her sudden candor, leaving him flustered. I have no time for idle chatter. If you want out, be honest. If not, I cannot assist you. Gu Jian's voice was cold, her tone indifferent, exuding impatience. You should be aware that your value is limited. Even if I were to utilize you, you must possess sufficient bargaining power. The girl before him radiated an icy demeanor. And in that moment, Secretary Shui felt a haunting familiarity reminiscent of a long-forgotten woman. He fell silent for a long while before finally speaking, his voice heavy and defeated. Is there still a chance to leave? I have resigned myself to my fate. Do as you wish. Even if you tell the chairman, it matters not. For I have no money. With her resolute demeanor, Gu Jian calmly retrieved her phone. I see. Do you recognize this child? The screen briefly illuminated, revealing the unmistakable image of her 4-year-old daughter. Having only become a father in his 30s, Gu Yaofeng cherished her as if she were a delicate treasure, willing to pluck stars from the sky for her. Yet it was this profound love that had led to her battle with leukemia. In desperation to fund her treatment, Secretary Shui resorted to embezzling public funds under Gu Yaofeng's name, knowing full well that his financial resources were virtually limitless. However, with Gu Jian's sudden appearance, everything changed. What do you intend to do? Secretary Shui asked, growing increasingly anxious. Gu Jian's gaze hardened. I can facilitate her treatment abroad and cover all expenses, but you must rectify your own mistakes. Until you are held accountable, you will comply with my directives. Her tone was unwavering, as if this were a trivial matter. Secretary Shui regarded her in disbelief. Treatment abroad? Fully funded? This woman either possessed immense wealth or harbored an intense hatred for the Gu family. What do you say? Do you need time to think? No need, I agree. I'll do whatever it takes, even if it costs me my life. Upon exiting, Gu Jian found Song Yi waiting for her. Disliking to drive, she tossed the keys to Song Yi's driver and climbed into his vehicle. Noticing her subdued mood, Song Yi expressed concern. Was it not successful? Secretary Shui should be quite sensible. Indeed, he is very pragmatic, perhaps too much so, Gu Jian replied with a cold smile. It's astonishing how differently people can behave regarding their own children. Secretary Shui would go to any lengths for his daughter, while Gu Yaofeng would do the same for himself. She scoffed, "I can hardly wait to see whether Gu Fei abandons Gu Yaofeng or vice versa." Understanding her sentiments, Song Yi swiftly changed the subject. That's inconsequential. They're both trapped, unable to escape. Let them bicker. What shall we have for dinner? Gu Jian suddenly felt a pang of regret. Before announcing her divorce, why hadn't she thought to share one last meal together? She yearned for his cooking. "You're not losing your appetite, are you? At this rate, you'll wither away. How could I not eat? When I return, you shall cook for me." "Me?" Song Yi was taken aback, as if struck by a seismic event. "Either you bring something delicious or present yourself for my culinary skills. The choice is yours." Leaning back in the seat, Gu Jian's expression conveyed her indifference, insisting on a meal. Song Yi felt both aggrieved and empathetic, cherishing this rare glimpse of her capricious nature. When Gu Jian had first returned, she had refused to eat, isolating herself in her room, leaving him helpless. Ultimately, he had learned to cook, enduring blisters on his hands just to coax her into eating. He regretted not sending Pure Sister to learn instead. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck Song Yi. "Don't worry. For you, I would traverse heaven and earth. It's merely a meal. Why don't you take a relaxing bath? I'll call you once it's ready." Gu Jian ignored him and headed upstairs. Song Yi remained in the car, declaring he was off to buy groceries before disappearing. An hour later, Song Yi stealthily returned home. Seeing Gu Jian still upstairs, he ignited the stove and turned on the range hood, boiling some water to create the illusion of having just prepared a meal. He then unveiled an enormous food container, arranging the contents meticulously. "Gu Jian, come down for dinner." Faced with a table laden with delicacies, Gu Jian found herself reluctantly willing to partake, as it was filled with her favorites. However, as she took a bite, she hesitated. "Is something wrong?" Song Yi inquired. "Is it not to your liking? It's been ages since I last cooked, and I sought guidance from my mentor. If it's unsatisfactory, I'll make immediate adjustments." Gu Jian shot him a glance, her expression peculiar. After a prolonged internal struggle, she finally swallowed her food. "No need. This is sufficient." Under Song Yi's hopeful gaze, Gu Jian savored the most substantial meal she had enjoyed in days. Afterward, Song Yi eagerly volunteered to clean up and, once Gu Jian departed, immediately documented his culinary success to share. Her ability to eat indicated he had done well. The following morning, when Gu Jian awoke, a beautifully arranged breakfast awaited her. The familiar aromas brought a bittersweet sensation to her nose, but she ultimately chose not to discard it. However, when she received another meal delivered in Song Yi's name at noon, Gu Jian transferred 3,000 yuan to him. "Since the last incident, I've changed your contact name to avoid attracting Fu Yan's attention, and it suits you well. As for now, I can't be bothered to change it back. It's for the meals. From now on, you'll cover your own expenses. Each meal will cost 1,000. 1,000 per meal? That adds up to 3,000 a day. I should have taken on this task sooner. Clearly, I cannot escape your discerning eye." Gu Jian had been preoccupied with financial matters and other responsibilities lately, leaving ample opportunity for Gu Fei to stir trouble. When Gu Fei brought Secretary Shui back, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Everyone awaited the outcome. Had Gu Jian unjustly accused someone, or did Gu Fei possess some undisclosed leverage? Anxiety permeated the company, with employees fearing the repercussions of this familial conflict. Although Gu Jian had been generous with bonuses, the uncertainty surrounding the chairman's silence left everyone on edge. "What are you talking about? Kaishi has been a reputable brand for years, and with Si Chun as the spokesperson, our performance has improved significantly this month. This is beneficial for us, but I've heard that the Qiao family has begun targeting Kaishi. The Qiao family is formidable, despite past setbacks. They remain a force to be reckoned with. If something were to happen, what could possibly happen? You worry too much. Yet if the Qiao family intervened, it would be due to manager Gu Fei. This situation, as several individuals mentioned Gu Fei's name, a nearby cough interrupted them. Spotting Lu, they quickly dispersed, returning to their tasks. The Qiao family was preoccupied with their own recovery and had little time to spare for them. These rumors circulating could tarnish Gu Fei's reputation. Since they were mutually exploiting one another, Lu decided to take action. Aware of numerous scandals involving the Gu family, she resolved to spread tales of a love triangle between Gu Fei, Gu Jian, and Xiao Hanqing. As for Gu Jian, who merely possessed beauty without wealth, a few derogatory remarks would suffice to sway opinions. In no time, the company buzzed with gossip about Gu Jian and Gu Fei, everyone engrossed in the scandal. Gu Fei, enraged by the rumors linking her to Gu Jian, conspired with Secretary Xue on how best to retaliate. When the rumors spiraled out of control, Gu Fei lost her temper. She could not endure being compared to that wretched woman, especially when others claimed she was the one favored by Qiao Hanqing. In a fit of rage, Gu Fei terminated the employment of several gossip mongers, inadvertently affecting an innocent sales manager and public relations deputy manager. Her orders plunged the company into chaos. Observing Gu Jian's silence, Gu Fei felt emboldened. This was her territory, and she would act as she pleased. This time, she would not merely dismiss a few employees. Anyone who aligned with Gu Jian would face her wrath. Under the support of Secretary Xue, Gu Fei immediately dismissed half of the sales department. The sales department is the very core of a company's operations, especially for a business like theirs that focuses on specialized management. The absence of a manager poses significant issues, and now Gu Fei has audaciously expelled a substantial portion of the sales team. Her actions have instilled fear among everyone, with each person anxiously wondering if they would be next. More critically, Gu Jian remains utterly indifferent to the chaos. The conflict between Gu Jian and Gu Fei had already been widely publicized by Lu, and now Gu Jian's silence seems to imply an acknowledgement of defeat to Gu Fei. Fortunately, Gu Fei did not continue to target Gu Jian's subordinates, but instead recruited some new employees to fill the vacancies. The new hires, though their training was relatively straightforward, were not a cause for concern regarding the products, as the brands under Kai Shi are well-known household names. Moreover, at this point, they were not required to perform extensively. However, the role of sales manager is vastly different, demanding extensive knowledge and responsibilities. Finding a suitable candidate in such a short time frame is quite challenging. During this period, news of Kai Shi's mass layoffs spread online. Coupled with the former public relations deputy manager's extensive network, the situation intensified, and Kai Shi once again trended on social media. The turmoil even reached Si Chun's attention, with many commenting on Si Chun's Weibo, questioning whether Kai Shi was on the brink of collapse given the recent upheavals. The absence of successful product launches is inherently perilous, and the ongoing disturbances only serve to fuel rumors surrounding Kai Shi. What is truly abnormal, however, is the public relations manager, who brazenly disseminates negative news about Kai Shi, even opposing Gu Fei. In an instant, Gu Fei felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. The reason she felt emboldened to act was partly due to Secretary Xue's presence, and partly because she was convinced that Gu Jian would never allow the company to fall apart. She was eager to observe how Gu Jian would manage this mess, but to her surprise, Gu Jian has refrained from intervening. Initially, Gu Fei believed this to be a sign of weakness from Gu Jian, but the ensuing chain reaction made her realize this was merely Gu Jian's strategy of feigned neglect, deliberately leaving this mess for her to handle. Manager Yao seemed to have taken Gu Fei's predicament to heart, even hiring online bots to sway public opinion. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, Gu Fei felt compelled to force Gu Jian's hand. Reluctantly, she ascended to confront Gu Jian, only to be blocked by the secretary, who refused her entry. Infuriated, she disregarded the onlookers and began to vociferously berate Gu Jian's door. Gu Jian, do not hide inside. You may think I am unaware of your insidious intentions, but you are simply waiting to see me make a fool of myself, aren't you? Let me remind you, this company does not belong to me alone. Rumors are rampant outside, and if you are not behind this chaos, who would believe it? You better come out and clarify the situation, or we will not let this go. The secretary scoffed. Manager Gu, your words are quite perplexing. Our general manager has been diligently reviewing the company's financial status these past few days. Since you adamantly claim that Secretary Xue is innocent, our general manager has tacitly permitted you to bail your people out. However, we must find evidence, or else if significant issues arise, who will bear the responsibility? Who do you think you are to speak to me this way? Call Gu Jian out. You are right. I am nothing, while you are everything. The secretary replied with a smile, provoking laughter from the onlookers. Glancing around at the crowd, Gu Fei raised her hand to strike, but Secretary Xue intervened. Remember our purpose. Gu Fei gritted her teeth, filled with resentment, yet she had to concede that this was not the time for reckless actions. Very well, you refuse to come out. Gu Jian, we will see how this farce concludes. The conclusion matters little to our general manager. From the very beginning, she warned you. Now, you have stirred up this mess, and it will ultimately fall to our general manager to resolve. As a sister, Manager Gu, how do you think this will reflect on you? Will they commend our general manager's competence or deem you utterly inadequate? Enraged, Gu Fei raised her hand in a fit of fury. The secretary did not have time to evade and was struck hard. Silence fell over the room, everyone stunned. Firstly, the secretary was correct. Secondly, one must consider the owner's sentiments when reprimanding a dog. Gu Fei, who had sought Gu Jian's help, had just struck one of her own. Where could she find justification for this? Manager Gu, have you lost your mind? Secretary Shui rushed forward. Gu Fei was aware of her impulsiveness, but the slap had already been delivered, and there was no retracting it. Just a mere dog. What is the big deal? You protect her so fiercely, yet she has no regard for you. Can you see? There is still no response. The impact was significant. The secretary's complexion, already fair, now bore 5 distinct finger marks, slightly swollen. Maintaining his composure, he smiled. Our general manager's kindness is something you would never understand, Manager Gu. Those under your command are the truly wronged ones. Gu Fei was genuinely taken aback by the fortitude of this newly hired intern secretary. Very well. So, you wish to oppose me. I shall see just how capable Gu Jian truly is. You are defiant, are you? I look forward to seeing how you protect Gu Jian today. As she spoke, she raised her hand to strike again. But Secretary Shui sensed the impending danger and quickly intervened. Manager Gu, do not act rashly. What if I do? I want to see whether his words or his resolve are stronger. Not only did she wish to strike him, but she also intended to publicly humiliate both him and Gu Jian. As tensions escalated, the atmosphere grew taut, and a few bold individuals discreetly began recording with their phones. Just as it seemed the intern would suffer another blow, the office door swung open, and Gu Jian emerged, wearing rimless glasses and displaying an expression of irritation. She appeared fatigued, tossing her hair and removing her glasses. Are you all done with your antics? Gu Jian's voice was low and laced with impatience. This simple statement carried an unmistakable threat, causing everyone's muscles to tense involuntarily. Even Gu Fei, who had been so self-assured, was momentarily taken aback by Gu Jian's imposing presence. Casually placing her glasses on a nearby shelf, Gu Jian gathered her disheveled hair and slowly approached Gu Fei. With a dismissive glance, she appraised Gu Fei, then turned to the intern, noticing the clear imprint of fingers on his face, which only heightened her irritation. She lifted her hand, gripping the intern's chin, her bright, captivating eyes scrutinizing his face intently. The intern, under her gaze, felt his cheeks flush, his ears and neck turning noticeably red, while the clear marks of her earlier slap began to transition into a faint bruise. The striking combination of handsome man and beautiful woman has always drawn attention, and although the intern's looks were not particularly remarkable, he shone brightly in Gu Jian's presence, especially amidst the charged atmosphere. A sudden click startled everyone. Someone's phone had inadvertently captured the moment. The intern snapped back to reality. General Manager, I am fine. With a furrowed brow, Gu Jian's impatience was palpable as her long lashes fluttered, seemingly in pain. Gu Fei also realized the gravity of the situation and pushed aside Secretary Shui, launching into a tirade. Now you choose to show up? Where were you when I was being assaulted? Let me tell you, Gu Jian, this is just the beginning. If your people dare to disrespect me again, don't blame me for teaching them a lesson one by one. I won't hesitate to include you in that lesson. Gu Jian's expression remained unchanged as she continued to assess the secretary's injuries. What exactly happened? Just a moment ago, she seemed merely flushed, yet now she appears utterly unwell. Is there some kind of after effect from being struck? Perhaps I should grant you leave to seek medical attention. Rest assured, this will be classified as a work-related injury. Go ahead and have a full examination, and we can deduct the expenses from Manager Gu's salary. Gu Zong, I'm truly fine. How could he claim to be ensnared in a beauty trap? It was impossible to be unscathed. Just look at her face. Gu Jian, are you even listening to me? Do you comprehend the current state of the company? Do you still believe you deserve to occupy this position? Gu Fei was seething with indignation. Let me be clear. If you do not provide me with an explanation today and resolve these issues, I will not let this go. A sudden silence fell, eerie and profound. No one anticipated that the once brazen Gu Fei would find herself on the receiving end of a blow, nor that the seemingly drowsy and fatigued Gu Jian would engage in such violence. Gu Fei covered her face in disbelief. unable to comprehend that Gu Jian had struck her in front of so many witnesses. Gu Jian, have you lost your mind? I believe it is you who has gone mad, Gu Jian replied, rubbing her hand, her slender fingers exquisitely delicate like a painted masterpiece. You struck my subordinate. Did you not seek an explanation? Consider this my response. If you find it insufficient, we may continue. Though your thick skin has left my hand pained, and I have neither the time nor the inclination to prolong this. Perhaps we should see who among us has the time to assist in resolving this matter for you? Gu Jian's dismissive demeanor infuriated Gu Fei, causing her to tremble with rage. Secretary Shui stepped forward. Gu Zong, this is rather excessive. Manager Gu was indeed impulsive, but you should not have resorted to violence, especially not in the workplace. Since you acknowledge this is a workplace matter, then let us address the company's issues. Do not come here to unleash your fury without cause. Gu Jian's expression was icy, her tone even chillier. Gu Fei gritted her teeth. Under normal circumstances, she would not have tolerated such insolence, but now she chose to relent. Rumors could be devastating, and if Gu Yaofeng were to hear such things, he might genuinely begin to doubt her. She needed to resolve this swiftly. Now that you are the general manager, with father absent, all decisions rest on your shoulders. My recent hasty decision to terminate employees was my mistake. However, the root cause lay with them. After all, this issue originated with you. Are you planning to hide and let someone else bear the responsibility? Who do you expect to take accountability for your actions? The personnel you dismissed and the chaos you caused. How can you twist this to make it appear as though it is my fault? Manager Gu, clarity in communication is essential. Gu Jian waved her hand dismissively. I have more pressing matters to attend to. Whatever has transpired must be addressed. I have faith in Manager Gu's capabilities. Gu Jian, do you truly wish to see the company embroiled in controversy once more? Do you not recall how we endured the last crisis? But was it not your mother and you who contributed to that turmoil? Oh, I forgot. Manager Gu has since severed ties with that woman. This remark struck a nerve, and those present observed the unfolding drama with keen interest. It was evident that Gu Fei would abandon anyone when it suited her. If she could disregard her own mother, how much less regard would she have for others? In contrast, Gu Jian's stature appeared significantly elevated. Gu Fei's frustration was palpable, yet she found herself powerless. Leaning closer to Gu Jian, she lowered her voice. What must happen for you to resolve this situation? The sales and public relations departments are understaffed. You know how detrimental this is to the company. Delaying further will benefit no one. This was the only concession Gu Fei could muster. Gu Jian's lips curled into a cold smile as she spoke slowly. Do you believe my current smile resembles the expression you wore when you and your mother forced my grandfather and me out? That was a distant memory, one shrouded in ambiguity. As Gu Fei pondered Gu Jian's intentions, a sudden chill coursed down her spine. At that moment, Gu Jian took a step back, disbelief etched across her face. How can you say such a thing? Even if you despise me, I have only just arrived at the company. What benefit would it serve you to ruin it? This is excessive. What are you talking about? Gu Fei frowned. Fei, you have truly disappointed me this time. A voice suddenly interrupted from behind. Gu Fei froze, ready to explain, only to discover that beside Gu Yaofeng stood a throng of directors. Gu Yaofeng and the others had been summoned by Secretary Shui, who had indicated that they were there to address the company's crisis and to help Gu Fei establish her position. However, Gu Yaofeng had not anticipated arriving to such a scene, wherein his beloved daughter appeared poised to destroy his company. Father, why are you here now? No, wait, you must listen. This is all a misunderstanding. I never intended to ruin the company. It was all a deliberate slander by Gu Jian. Enough. Look at the chaos you have created. Now we must clean up your mess. Gu Yaofeng interrupted her impatiently. Turning to Gu Jian, prepare yourself. We are convening a meeting. Though reluctant to engage with Gu Jian, Gu Yaofeng had no choice but to acknowledge her capabilities in the presence of so many. Gu Jian quickly took charge, instructing her team to prepare. The previously chaotic environment instantly transformed into order at her command, even more efficiently than during Gu Yaofeng's tenure. 10 minutes later, everyone settled in the office, each presented with beverages tailored to their preferences: coffee, juice, tea, an array of options that, while diverse, did not appear cluttered but rather offered unique charm. The directors, initially prepared to confront her, were unexpectedly impressed by Gu Jian's attentiveness. Despite her brief time at the company, she had managed to discern their tastes and cater to them meticulously. Little Jian, please provide us with an update on the company's recent status and your work. Gu Yaofeng commanded, taking his seat at the head of the table. Gu Jian, unfazed by his authority, turned to sit beside him, subtly shifting the focus back to him. In light of the recent turmoil, I have reevaluated the financial situation and discovered several discrepancies. Thus, I have been addressing the financial matters these past few days. However, as Manager Gu oversees the company's operations, it is he who should elucidate the various issues we currently face. Gu Fei's complexion turned ashen, her palms clammy with sweat. She had witnessed intense gatherings before, yet now she was the target of scrutiny. She stammered, "It's nothing significant. Just some minor issues in the sales and public relations departments due to employee oversights." Employee oversights? Then why has it incited such widespread controversy online? If it truly is their issue, then all problems that each of them has encountered should be made public. This would help us address the current public relations challenges faced by our company. However, several days have passed, and there has yet to be any action taken. If not now, then when? What exactly are you all doing? One older shareholder, impatient and irritable, clearly disdains their convoluted explanations and openly criticizes them. I. Enough. It seems you're just looking for trouble. There are so many pressing matters in the company that require attention, yet you insist on stirring up trouble. Manager Gu, you have been with the company for quite some time. Why are you handling matters so recklessly? Indeed, it is their work that has gone awry. Enough. Gu Yaofeng interjected, repeating the same line, which only served to increase the crowd's aversion towards her. No matter the reason for the problem, you should not have acted so impulsively to dismiss so many people. Now that the issue has arisen, pursuing the blame serves no purpose. Let's contemplate how we can resolve the matter instead. It was evident that Gu Yaofeng was defending Gu Fei, and while others looked on with disdain, they saw no need to expose it. With no viable suggestions emerging, Gu Yaofeng turned to Xiao Jian. Why don't you share your thoughts? You managed to resolve the previous crisis the company faced, so surely you can handle this minor issue. The unexpected praise left Gu Jian taken aback, yet she refused to engage. Dad, as I mentioned earlier, I've been preoccupied with financial issues lately, and I truly have no effective solutions for this matter. Furthermore, with you and the board present, if you cannot devise a plan, what use is a mere junior manager like me? Perhaps we should consider reinstating them? Absolutely not. They have already been dismissed. To bring them back now would make our Kaishi company appear inconsistent, damaging our reputation even further, one director opposed. Yes, the situation at Chuanlan has already escalated. If this continues to spiral, I worry that Sikin may even terminate our contract, which would be the gravest concern. Others began to share in this worry. What was initially a minor incident involving a few individuals could have been resolved with a simple dismissal. Yet the action taken was indeed excessive. Moreover, both the sales department manager and the public relations deputy manager have been with our company for 7 or 8 years. Dismissing seasoned employees so easily is disheartening, and it is no wonder that public opinion is turned against us. In my opinion, if all else fails, we should offer them some compensation to keep them quiet and quell the situation. Quid? How do you propose we do that? How effective has Manager Yao been in the public relations department? His contributions to the company over the years are well known, and to dismiss him for a minor issue is simply unjust. No amount of money can heal the hurt caused. We must address the root of the problem. Manager Gu, why must you insist on dismissing Manager Yao and the others? Gu Fei hesitated. She could not reveal that their dismissal was based on mere hearsay. Gu Jian cast a glance at Secretary Shui, who immediately understood and spoke up. Esteemed board members, we cannot place the blame on Manager Gu. If anyone is to be blamed, it is their incessant gossip, claims that young Master Qiao dislikes Manager Gu, which, once overheard, led to an impulsive decision. Our relationship with Qiao as company has never been strong, and bringing this issue to light is certainly unwarranted. In my opinion, Manager Gu acted rightly. Their behavior was indeed excessive, and dismissal was a reasonable course of action. Following Secretary Shui's remarks, the room fell silent. No one could believe that the reason they had all gathered to discuss a resolution was due to a few idle remarks. Gu Fei's face flushed with anger, while Gu Jian calmly sipped her tea. The irate director fumed. "Oh, I thought this was a serious issue. It turns out to be such a trivial matter. The chairman's daughter is indeed extraordinary." This remark was laced with sarcasm, leaving Gu Yaofeng red-faced and speechless, harboring a deep resentment towards Gu Fei. All the accolades Gu Jian had earned in recent days were squandered by this daughter's actions. Casting a glance at Secretary Shui, Gu Yaofeng coldly scoffed. You seem to be quite informed. Secretary Shui quickly averted his gaze. The truth is, Manager Yao has maintained connections with Xiao's company, and it is common knowledge that our relationship with them has been strained lately. If we do not resolve these issues promptly, it will not bode well for anyone. Manager Gu is merely acting in the company's best interest. Gu Jian remained silent, eager to see what solutions they could devise. Manager Yao is not an ordinary individual. The public relations department is crucial for managing the company's crises and image. Given his extensive experience, tarnishing the company's reputation would not be difficult for him. Gu Yaofeng's urgency is undoubtedly tied to some leverage that Manager Yao possesses. As for the financial matters, Gu Jian glanced at the documents the secretary had just delivered to her. She felt quite comfortable indeed. A flurry of chatter ensued, yet no one could propose a reasonable solution. Although they refrained from stating their reservations explicitly, it was clear to all that Manager Yao was not easily dealt with. Gu Yaofeng waited patiently for Gu Jian to speak, but her silence was becoming increasingly untenable. Ignoring the crowd, Gu Yaofeng once more implored Gu Jian, Xiao Jian, do you have any thoughts on this matter? Instantly, all eyes turned to Gu Jian again. After all, she was the one who had managed to secure a major celebrity like Sick Hen. Perhaps she truly had some hidden strategy. Actually, I believe everyone's suggestions are quite sound. However, it is merely a minor manager. What is there to be concerned about? A small token of goodwill should suffice to placate the media. And as for those employees, we can provide them with a plausible excuse for their departure. If all else fails, we could transfer them to a branch office. A demotion in disguise could work just as well. Gu Jian feigned ignorance, deliberately omitting any mention of Manager Yao's leverage. The expressions of those present soured. All eyes now awaiting Gu Yaofeng's response. After a moment of hesitation, Gu Yaofeng stood. Xiao Jian, come with me. I need to speak with you privately. Gu Jian blinked innocently and stood to follow, casually slipping the document she had been contemplating into her bag. Xiao Jian, to be frank with you, our company faced a significant incident 5 years ago. That incident was a result of my poor decision-making, compounded by market factors. None of us anticipated that the 2 reagents we selected would react adversely, leading to a severe chemical reaction. Several staff members involved in the research suffered radiation exposure, with some still hospitalized. How could I not have discovered this? It was no wonder that everyone spoke so respectfully of Manager Yao. The underlying reason was this past incident. If that were the case, Gu Jian understood the gravity of the situation. This indicated that Manager Yao had the capability to manage the crisis effectively, concealing it so thoroughly that not even she could uncover the truth. Oh, I see. Gu Jian nodded in realization, yet she showed no inclination to assist, continuing to play dumb. In that case, I don't see what the issue is. Hasn't it already been settled privately? If compensation can resolve it, then let us proceed with that. Gu Yaofeng's mood soured. She recognized the intentional provocation. If only everyone could be appeased with money, matters would be far simpler. Moreover, money is like a bottomless pit. One can provide it temporarily, but can it be sustained indefinitely? Contemplating the greed of those involved, Gu Yaofeng felt they deserved their fate, yet such sentiments were best left unspoken. In any case, Xiao Jian, we truly cannot afford to dismiss Manager Yao. This matter will require your intervention. If you can resolve it, I assure you that I will no longer involve myself in any company matters, and I could even convene a shareholders' meeting to transfer all authority to you. Do you still hold any shares? Gu Jian blinked her large, innocent eyes. She refrained from publicly announcing her status as the largest shareholder, as she had yet to resolve all matters at hand. Gu Yaofeng had never even considered this. He had no right to. Gu Yaofeng gritted his teeth. Xiao Jian, I understand your resentment towards me, but if the company truly encounters difficulties, would it not pain you as well? Regardless, this is still your. Silence. Gu Jian's expression turned icy. She had no desire to hear even the slightest mention of her mother from his lips. He was unworthy to speak her name. Gu Yaofeng dared not utter another word, instead offering a cautious smile. Xiao Jian, I'm also anxious about the company. Gu Jian coldly tossed the documents in her hand towards him. I will handle this matter. However, Gu Fei has been exceedingly willful lately. You must decide how to address this. Even if Gu Fei were truly beyond redemption, Gu Yaofeng was reluctant to relinquish her easily. For this was his final opportunity to reclaim shares from Gu Jian. He paid no heed to Gu Jian's words. as long as the issue was resolved. The consequences could be dealt with later. Just as he was about to enter, he discovered that the documents handed to him by Gu Jian were not related to today's affairs. Upon opening them out of curiosity, Gu Yaofeng's expression changed drastically. Here were the falsified accounts he had prepared in the past. Initially, he had been indifferent to Gu Jian's recent handling of finances, believing that those records were too old to be uncovered easily. Even if Gu Jian did manage to expose them, it would take at least a year or two to undergo scrutiny, by which time the company would have returned to him. He had no reason to fear. Yet, he had not anticipated Gu Jian's prowess. In just a few short days, she had uncovered so much. If everything were to come alight, she was truly leaving him with no way out. No, he could not go to prison. He absolutely refused. Gu Yaofeng entered, just as Gu Jian was calming the board members, asserting that she could resolve the situation. Gu Yaofeng entered with an even graver demeanor than before. I trust everyone has heard. Since Xiao Jian has given her word, there will be no mishaps. However, given that this incident involves my other daughter, it is indeed unfair for Xiao Jian to bear the brunt of it. Fei Fei, do you not feel even a twinge of guilt over this? You are the elder sister. Yet every time a problem arises, it is Xiao Jian who must clean up after you. This time, you have truly disappointed me. Gu Fei's previously disdainful expression transformed into one of shock. She had never expected such a significant shift after Gu Yaofeng had merely stepped out. Had they perhaps exchanged conditions? Glaring at Gu Jian, Gu Fei remained silent, deliberately tilting her face to reveal the side that had been struck. She could not believe that Gu Yaofeng would not feel sympathy for her. Bang! Gu Yaofeng slammed his hand on the table. Even now, you still hold your head high, for whom? Have you ceased to listen to my words? At your age, you should have developed some sense. If you possessed even half of Xiao Jian's intellect, I would not be so burdened. Gu Fei stared at Gu Yaofeng in astonishment, initially thinking he was merely putting on a show, but it was evident now that he was genuinely furious. Coming to her senses, Gu Fei quickly stood. Dad, I was wrong. I realize now that I have made a mistake. I had also caught wind of some issues and intended to address them. But you all witnessed how rapidly the Qiao family's development has been. I feared it would impact our company. Enough. Gu Yaofeng impatiently interrupted. Do not concern yourself with this matter any further. It would be best for you to behave from now on. Should anything like this occur again, you will be sent away to Lixian. Yes. Gu Fei's eyes brimmed with tears. Lixian. He intended to exile her to that small county. What a remarkable Gu Jian. Just stepping out had led to such a drastic transformation in Gu Yaofeng. This time, it was indeed her miscalculation. However, this was not the end. Once this matter passed, she would see who would ultimately prevail. Noticing Gu Fei's defiant gaze, Gu Jian immediately spoke up, her voice resonating. Sister, do you have anything to say to me? You seem quite eager to express something. The board members, though unconcerned with their family affairs, could not help but acknowledge Gu Jian's extraordinary capabilities. Particularly in light of her recent performance, she was far from an ordinary girl from the countryside. As Gu Jian seized the spotlight, all eyes turned to Gu Fei. Regaining her composure, Gu Fei quickly altered her demeanor. Xiao Jian, I admit my fault in this matter. I will learn from you and ensure I no longer cause trouble for the company, striving to improve our organization. Well then, sister, you must put in the effort. After all, catching up to me is no easy feat. Observing Gu Jian's haughty demeanor, Gu Fei felt an overwhelming urge to gouge out her eyes. Yet, inexplicably, everyone regarded Gu Jian as the epitome of excellence. It seemed that with Gu Jian's presence, she could no longer shine. Clenching her fist, Gu Fei's nails dug deeply into her flesh. They would see who would ultimately triumph. A farce was quelled with just a few words from Gu Jian. And after this meeting, everyone in the company understood one undeniable truth. Gu Fei could not compare to Gu Jian, not even in Gu Yaofeng's estimation. Even the board members, as they departed, took the time to greet Gu Jian, with several treating her as Gu Yaofeng's sole daughter, even invoking Gu Leo Yizi's name to curry favor with her. It was as though Gu Jian was a rare talent they were eager to recruit. One board member even mused that had Gu Jian not married early, he would have considered bringing her home as a daughter-in-law. In stark contrast, Gu Fei stood alone, appearing exceedingly desolate. Not only in this moment, but even in the past, Gu Fei had never received such treatment, while Gu Jian had managed to converse with these elder statesmen in just a few days. After bidding farewell to the guests, Gu Yaofeng personally escorted Gu Jian back to her office, kindly reminding her not to overexert herself, a gesture that revealed his deep concern. What was even more significant was that Gu Yaofeng completely ignored Gu Fei upon his departure, not even granting her a glance. Secretary Shui attempted to console Gu Fei, but was harshly brushed aside. As Gu Fei left, Secretary Shui dialed Gu Jian's number, sending her manager Yao's contact information and home address. Gu Fei would never suspect that Manager Yao's situation was entirely orchestrated by Secretary Shui. After all, how could a man like him possibly gossip about the leader's family matters during work hours? Naturally, Gu Jian could not personally handle such affairs, so she forwarded the information to Song Yi and decided to treat herself to a good night's sleep. The crucial information had been uncovered, and for the time being, Gu Yaofeng dared not take any rash actions. The company was firmly within her grasp, allowing her the opportunity to rest. Upon glancing at the few outsourced personnel still diligently working, Gu Jian generously allowed them to leave early and ordered a sumptuous feast for them. The youngest among them could not help but inquire, "Will you be joining us, Gu Zong?" "I will not be attending. You all enjoy yourselves." The young man was about to say something else when their leader interrupted him. The leader pulled out a document, informing Gu Jian that there was still one matter requiring her attention before taking the team away. Gu Jian was speechless. She had granted them a day off, yet they refused to let her take a break. Reluctantly setting down her bag, Gu Jian resumed her seat and reopened the materials for re-examination. It was not particularly challenging work, but it was exceedingly tedious. Gu Jian painstakingly sat for half an hour before resolving all the issues. Noticing the time, she realized everyone had already left work. With a weary stretch, Gu Jian lingered for a moment longer before rising. However, upon reaching the ground floor, she found the outside bustling with activity. She had initially left quite late, and having stayed a little longer, it was unusual for so many people to still be present at this hour. Had the board members not yet departed? Spotting a junior secretary, Gu Jian immediately pulled him aside. "What is happening out there?" The young secretary, engrossed in her own thoughts, failed to notice the identity of the person nearby. It was only upon hearing a voice that she became aware, and recalling the events of that afternoon, her face flushed crimson. "Gee, Mr. Gu, what's wrong?" Gu Jian observed the secretary's flushed cheeks with perplexity. Yet, it was evident that her complexion was exceptionally pale, as the mark on her face had lingered, appearing even more vivid. After all, this child had been injured due to his actions, and Gu Jian felt a pang of sympathy. "Can't you at least dodge when someone strikes you? You seem like a spirited young man, yet your wits fail you at critical moments." Gu Jian grasped his collar and led him to the tea room, where an ice pack awaited in the refrigerator. Without a second thought, she retrieved it and pressed it against the young secretary's face. "You're truly foolish. After all this time, you didn't think to apply some ice? When you return home, your parents will surely scold me for being a negligent boss." While she was uncertain about what his parents would say, she was quite certain that if he continued like this, her own displeasure would grow. Gu Jian had not overthought it. The young secretary was assigned to her by Song Yi, a promising student yet to graduate. She found his abilities commendable and decided to keep him on. In her eyes, the young secretary resembled a younger version of Song Yi, innocent, yet radiating an indomitable spirit. Once he set his sights on something, he pursued it with fervor, clever and understanding. Today's incident made her regard him almost as a younger brother. Therefore, helping him with an ice pack felt entirely appropriate. After all, it was merely a matter of caring for a subordinate. Most importantly, she wished to avoid any reprimands from his parents. However, the sudden sound that broke the silence felt rather jarring. Gu Jian hesitated to turn her head. Her raised hand grew slightly stiff as she sensed a cold aura emanating from the man nearby. "Wasn't he this Mr. Gu's husband?" Lulu, with Gu Fei in tow, immediately began to mock. "Mr. Gu, your husband has come to pick you up again?" Gu Fei, having not seen Fu Yan in days, had begun investigating his background, yet her inquiries yielded no substantial findings about such a figure in Yun City. Even her attempts to probe at the Yun City International Hotel only deepened her sense of dread regarding his true identity. Seeing his face, which appeared even more handsome after a few days, she excitedly approached. "Fu Yan, you're here." Gu Jian raised an eyebrow, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Why was Gu Fei speaking first, as if she were quite familiar with her husband? Unable to resist, she scrutinized Fu Yan. Indeed, one had to concede that this man seemed to have an innate allure. He merely stood there, and yet he captivated the gaze of those around him. Gu Fei's swift change of heart was somewhat alarming. While Gu Fei might have a mere 2% chance of being attracted to Fu Yan's appearance, there was an 80% likelihood that she was driven by a desire to retaliate against Gu Jian for her own past intentions. Alas, Gu Fei's lackluster appearance paled in comparison. Oh, let us not forget her less-than-bright intellect. Fu Yan was quite pleased to have his wife's attention, yet he found it somewhat excessive that his hand lingered on the young secretary's face in such a manner. He pulled Gu Jian closer, his expression revealing his displeasure as he cast a cold glare at the young secretary, whose eyes seemed to reflect fear. The young secretary quickly withdrew his hand, nearly causing the ice pack to fall. Gu Jian, not thinking too much of it, was simply bemused by how foolishly unaware he could be. Perhaps he should take another ice pack for the journey home, and when he explained to his parents that the injury wasn't her doing, she might also mention that she had avenged him. Gu Jian's playful tone resembled that of a caring older sister. Beside them, Gu Fei's face darkened, yet she refrained from commenting on the injury. Upon noticing Fu Yan's equally displeased expression, she quickly interjected, "Xiao Jian, this doesn't seem appropriate. Young Fu is still here, and you're being so familiar with another man. Don't you realize?" "There's nothing to realize," Fu Yan interjected, pulling Gu Jian into his embrace. "My wife, I have no doubts." He then gestured towards a car outside, addressing the young secretary. "Shall we take you home?" "And no, it's all right. I have plans with friends and must head elsewhere. I wouldn't want to intrude." Sensing a palpable threat, the young secretary feigned a glance at his watch. "I'm running late, so I'll take my leave." In a fluster, the young assistant made his hasty exit, leaving Gu Jian utterly perplexed. This child was truly timid. They hadn't exchanged any words. Yet, something felt amiss with Fu Yan's behavior. Shouldn't they be more reserved in their current situation? Jian, let us return," Fu Yan suggested, his tone as gentle as ever, making it seem as though all his tenderness was reserved solely for her. Gu Jian hesitated, wanting to protest, but upon seeing Gu Fei's scornful expression, she felt thwarted. Why was this woman so bothersome? The last time she had been unable to refuse others was due to Gu Fei's presence, and once more, she found herself in the same predicament. "Return," Lulu interjected, suddenly bursting into laughter. "I must say, Manager Gu, your brother-in-law doesn't seem impressive. He arrives in a Wuling van to pick up your sister. No wonder the young secretary didn't want to ride with him. It's just a van, albeit made to look like a sports car. One would think it's a rarity. I wonder how much you spent on the modifications. Or did you do it yourself to save money? Have you registered it with the traffic department? You can't drive without registration." Only then did Gu Fei notice the vehicle outside. The modified wings did resemble those of a Wuling van, yet there was something slightly off. She wasn't a car enthusiast and lacked knowledge about vehicles, but surely such modifications couldn't create this car. Moreover, given Fu Yan's wealth, was it possible that Gu Jian remained unaware of Fu Yan's true identity, and Fu Yan had chosen not to disclose it? This could be quite advantageous. Lulu had said all that needed to be said, so Gu Fei chose to remain silent, opting instead for a more reserved approach. Gu Jian felt utterly exasperated. After all, she was originally the general manager, yet Lulu had clearly misplaced her priorities. It was unfortunate that her discreetly modified sports car had now been reduced to a mere joke, far inferior to a Phaeton, which at least bore a distinguishable logo. What is wrong with this car? Fu Yan's gaze swept over Lulu. Though Lulu had encountered handsome men before, she had never seen anyone quite like him. Momentarily stunned, she felt a rush of excitement. This car was a gift from my wife. I like it because she likes it." His tone was icy as he addressed Lulu, yet when he glanced down at Gu Jian, pride radiated from him. Gu Jian remained speechless. Was it really appropriate to boast about relying on his wife? Embracing Gu Jian tenderly, Fu Yan turned towards the car. Had he not been concerned about Gu Jian's embarrassment, he might have lifted her directly into the vehicle. The onlookers were envious as they witnessed Fu Yan fastening Gu Jian's seatbelt with utmost care, even brushing his lips against her forehead, causing her cheeks to flush. Those present felt as though they were enveloped in a dreamy haze. "Oh, I've never seen Manager Gu behave so adorably. How enviable. What should I do? I want to be pampered too. Do you possess the looks to pull that off?" As the crowd watched the couple depart, Lulu couldn't help but scoff. Is a mere Wuling van truly worthy of such admiration? The surrounding onlookers rolled their eyes in exasperation, clearly unimpressed. "Ovon, broken?" Sister, perhaps you should put on your glasses. Even if they both have wings, sparrows and eagles are not the same.